Our story kicks off with a brutal betrayal, targeting Suho. Our protagonist, a truly skilled swordsman, found himself on his knees before a group he once considered his comrades. His body was racked with shivers, and his arms bore the undeniable signs of poison. He coughed violently, his breath coming in shallow, ragged gasps. It didn't take long for him to understand. This was no ordinary poison he faced. This was something far more dangerous, quite possibly fatal. Before him stood two of his former teammates, and instead of offering any help, they merely laughed. They actually reveled in his suffering, finding twisted joy. One of them, a hulking warrior, sneered and declared Suho should have joined their scheme. But Suho had chosen a vastly different path. He remained fiercely loyal to his duties as a public servant, stubbornly clinging to his morals. Instead of succumbing to corruption, this team had just finished conquering one of the notorious 5 disaster gates, a place where terrifying monsters continuously emerged. But these bastards now intended to leave the gate open. They had no intention of finishing the job. Instead, they wanted to ensure the monsters weren't entirely wiped out, so they could return, time and time again. Because as long as this danger persisted, so did their jobs, their influence, and their status. If the monsters vanished, the spotlight would fade, and so would their power. Suho remembered all the countless hours he'd spent with them, fighting side by side in life-threatening battles, trusting them with his very life. And now, they stood before him, watching him die without a single shred of remorse. They justified their heinous actions by claiming Suho was the only one who'd opposed their plan. Everyone else was apparently on board. Then, the archer stepped forward and casually extended his hand, offering Suho a supposed second chance. He stated that if Suho agreed to join their side, they'd let him live. But Suho was no fool. How could he possibly trust people who'd just poisoned him, and then stood by, watching him suffer? Besides, he could already feel it. His body had been pushed far beyond its limits. The poison had already spread too deep. There was no turning back now. His survival was utterly impossible. But even if he couldn't survive, he could still do one final thing: drag at least one of these traitors down with him. And with that, Suho began gathering every last bit of energy he had left. A raw, powerful aura erupted from him, sharp and absolutely overwhelming. A couple of the group were immediately paralyzed with fear, stumbling backward in terror. But the woman in the group, even more terrified than the others, tried to calm them all down, insisting they mustn't panic. The archer, clearly on the verge of losing control of his bladder, could tell this was bad news. And then, Suho moved. With a single, blur-fast motion, he exploded forward, his blade carved through the warrior's arm, and, in the blink of an eye, he swiftly beheaded the dark mage with deadly precision. The archer barely managed to scramble back, dragging the healer along with him. Their smug expressions, once brimming with arrogance, had utterly vanished in an instant. They were replaced by expressions of pure horror. The healer frantically tried to save the wounded warrior, frantically casting healing spells. But nothing worked. To her shock, she realized she couldn't heal him at all. Her eyes darted to Suho. She saw something strange, something powerful. Suho was no longer just a dying man. He was overflowing with the raw power of will itself. And not just him, his sword had transformed too, now entirely forged from that same indomitable will. It was called the Intangible Sword, a weapon born from pure determination. But that power came with a heavy price. The energy that kept him standing finally faded. Suho's strength gave out, and his body plummeted. He stumbled backward, falling off the cliff behind him. He plunged deep into the valleys below, vanishing from their sight, leaving behind nothing but a haunting silence. Suho slowly opened his eyes, to the sounds of chaos all around him. There was shouting, sirens blaring. The distinct sound of people running echoed. He was clutched by a firefighter, but he had absolutely no idea what was happening. His head spun, disoriented. Everything felt foggy and unreal, like a vivid dream or a nightmare. The firefighter, holding him close, was rushing toward a designated safe zone, speeding through the crowded, panicked streets. Suho couldn't make sense of it at first. The last thing he remembered was dying. He knew he had died, so how was he here alive, confused and currently being rescued? Then, something clicked. He noticed the chaos unfolding around him. A gate had opened, presumably. It had caused a dungeon break. Monsters were swarming the area. More specifically, goblins. Dozens of them were stampeding through the city, attacking anything in sight. As Suho frantically looked around, he spotted a familiar sign lying on the ground nearby. Syndrome Station. That's when it all clicked. When his memories were correct, this was the exact station that had once been contaminated. During a sudden gate break, he had seen this happen before. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an arrow came hurtling through the air and struck the firefighter carrying him. The man cried out as he collapsed, and both he and Suho tumbled to the ground. The goblins were closing in fast. Despite the pain, the injured firefighter looked at Suho and told him to run. But Suho didn't move. Instead of escaping, his eyes fixated on the axe the firefighter had been carrying. Without hesitation, Suho snatched it, took aim, and hurled it with all his strength at an approaching goblin. The weapon sliced through the air and struck the goblin cleanly, taking it down in a single, decisive blow. And then, right in that intense moment, something strange appeared right in front of Suho. The floating text, just like a digital display. It was a system window. It congratulated him on his awakening. For a second, he just stared at it, stunned. It was exactly like before. Exactly as he remembered. The system asked him to choose the class he wanted to pursue. Out of reflex, his finger almost moved to select warrior. It was instinct, but then he paused. No, this time he decided to delay his selection. Suho turned his attention toward the goblins, who were now cackling wildly. Their screeches echoed across the battlefield. They looked completely unbothered, laughing like lunatics as if victory was already theirs. But Suho wasn't amused. Without wasting another second, he launched himself straight into the horde. His movements were sharp and effortless, weaving through incoming attacks like they were nothing more than a breeze. One goblin, eager to land a hit, tried to sneak up on him from the side, but the moment its eyes locked on his Suho, it froze in horror because right in front of it, Suho had just retrieved the same axe he had hurled earlier. The goblin recognized it instantly. Its face twisted in pure panic. And honestly, if goblins wore pants, that one probably would have pissed itself right there. But Suho didn't care. He wasn't here for theatrics. Before the creature could even let out a scream, Suho slashed it down in one clean motion, cutting it off before it could make the area even more disgusting than it already was. He didn't stop there. Grabbing a goblin's sword from the ground, he kept moving. He knew exactly what he was dealing with. Goblins were dangerous, sure, but only to beginners. To someone like him, like a veteran who had seen far worse, cutting down goblins was no challenge at all. For Suho, it was easy as fuck. Suho continued slashing through the goblins, cutting them down one after another, with a speed and precision that was even sharper than before. In just a few minutes, the entire wave of goblins had been completely wiped out, ended so quickly it almost felt unreal and illegal. As the dust settled, Suho looked down at the sword in his hands. He realized how easily he had gotten carried away. In that moment, all calm and calculation went out the window. He acted purely on raw instinct and burning emotion. And while that raw power certainly had its uses, he knew that in moments like these, what he truly needed was a cool head. But then again, if he wasn't mistaken, he'd been brought back to the past for a reason. This was his second chance. A rare opportunity to reset everything from scratch, and he wasn't about to waste it. Suddenly, several system windows popped up right before him, congratulating him loudly for mastering multiple swordsmanship skills. But just then, something else entirely caught his attention. The firefighter nearby was openly staring at him, clearly brimming with curiosity. Suho's fighting style hadn't gone unnoticed, and the man couldn't help but wonder, is this guy a player? Suho simply gave a slight nod in response, then turned his focus back to the system. He had already made up his mind about his class selection. He would become a healer. With that decision made, Suho walked up to the firefighter and politely asked him if he could take a look at his injury. The man looked a bit confused. Just moments ago, he had saved Suho, and now Suho was offering to heal him? It didn't quite add up, but Suho didn't hesitate. He activated his magic healing light, and instantly, the warm glow of the spell began to take effect. In almost no time at all, the wound healed completely. The firefighter could hardly believe his eyes. How could Suho be a healer when he had just watched him take down an entire goblin wave, like a seasoned swordsman? Before the man could ask more questions, another system window appeared. It was time for Suho to select a weapon. from the arsenal. He didn't even hesitate. He knew exactly what he wanted. He picked out a beginner's sword, the very same one he had used before, and began preparing himself to challenge the gate ahead. This sudden, fierce determination made the firefighter a little nervous. He even felt a ripple of panic. That gate up ahead was certainly nothing to take lightly. But Suho had a vital asset he could rely on. He had acquired the swordsmanship talent. This was a crucial detail he'd gotten before picking a class. Skills acquired based on innate talent could be utilized no matter the player's chosen class. Plus, as the player continued to level up, those powerful skills and their class skills would also keep evolving and grow stronger. That's when Suho recalled something. Isabella's Holy Spirit was the ultimate, top-tier upgrade of healing light. Oh, if only he'd wielded that power back then. Perhaps things could have played out differently. But this time, he vowed to get it right. He had a crystal-clear plan. He'd master the paths of both swordsman and healer. And as he recalled the faces of his former teammates, those treacherous scumbags who'd betrayed and abandoned him, his resolve only hardened further. He took a step closer to the gate, the very gate that had almost taken his life previously. Back then, he'd been weak and utterly unprepared. But now, with the very fundamentals of swordsmanship fully engraved into his very being, he knew he could absolutely handle it. Without even a flicker of hesitation, Suho confidently strode forward and stepped inside the gate. The moment Suho stepped through the entrance, he immediately found himself standing right in the middle of a dense, shadowy forest, and almost instantly, the system window promptly materialized before him, displaying the area's name. Green-red, a strange name indeed. But there wasn't much time to dwell on it. After walking for only a short while, Suho then stumbled upon the gruesome sight of numerous goblin corpses lying scattered across the forest floor. Judging by their twisted positions and expressions, it seemed they had been fleeing from something, or someone far, far more terrifying than themselves. Their contorted bodies screamed of fear, not just defeat. That's when Suho heard something. A low, guttural sound echoing from nearby. He sharply turned his head toward the source. And just like that, he instantly recognized what was behind it. Two towering hobgoblins, dragging the corpse of a creature they'd just hunted. But these weren't the weak, annoying goblins he'd encountered before. Hobgoblins were a whole different monster altogether, bigger, meaner, and far more dangerous. And the moment they spotted Suho, their eyes gleamed with a predatory excitement. To them, human meat was a rare, coveted treat. Without a moment's hesitation, they casually tossed their previous prey aside, then pointed their jagged weapons directly at Suho, eager to tear into his fresh flesh. But what they didn't know, what they couldn't possibly have guessed, was that the human they were drooling over wasn't some ordinary prey. They were staring at a predator. The first hobgoblin charged forward, its crude blade swinging fast, but slicing nothing but air. Suho dodged it cleanly, effortlessly. He already knew he was underleveled for these formidable enemies. His weapon wasn't strong enough to easily cut through their thick hides, but he didn't need to rely on brute strength. He knew exactly where to strike. In one swift, precise motion, he lunged straight at the first hobgoblin, aiming directly for its eye. The attack hit its mark flawlessly. The creature let out a piercing, guttural screech, loud enough to rattle the very forest trees. Suho, ever the soft-hearted one, ended the poor monster's pain by killing it instantly. But Suho never intended to kill it so quickly. His attack had been too effective. It was pure, habitual mistake on his part. He had hoped to use the creature to gain skills and experience from the fight, but he'd accidentally killed it too soon. Turning toward the remaining hobgoblin, Suho decided to make proper use of this one. The second monster, furious over its fallen comrade, roared and charged forward, swinging its crude weapon wildly in a fit of rage. But Suho remained calm. He focused, dodging each frantic attack with careful, precise footwork. The hobgoblin slashed left, then right, flailing its weapon without any control. But none of its wild blows landed. In this world, repeating the same action over and over could eventually lead to acquiring a skill related to it. Suho knew this, and sure enough, after evading several more attacks, a small grin formed on his face. He had obtained a dodge skill, but he wasn't done yet. Now he aimed for his second skill. Suho began parrying the incoming strikes, deflecting the blows with precise timing. Parrying wasn't just a basic move. It had deep roots in weapon-based combat, and served as a foundation for many other advanced skills. It was essential, and Suho wanted it after a few more successful parries. The system finally notified him that he gained the parry skill. Unfortunately by then, the hobgoblin had already grown tired. It staggered, breathing heavily, clearly reaching its limit. And so just like before, Suho gave it peace this time by swiftly beheading it. It wasn't out of cruelty, just necessity. Now with 2 fresh skills in hand, he was ready to fight more. He wanted to face more monsters, not for the thrill of battle, but to earn skills, gather experience points, and grow stronger outside the gate. The atmosphere among the waiting hunters was tense and frustrated. They had just found out that someone had entered their assigned gate without permission the moment the news spread. Curses began flying left and right. Most of them were angry and felt disrespected, grumbling about how someone had the nerve to step into their territory. Some were already making plans to teach this mystery intruder a lesson. Once they came back out, they weren't going to let it slide that easily. Meanwhile, not far from the gate, a firefighter was in the middle of a serious conversation. He was speaking with a few men in suits, people from the Hunter Association. They had come to investigate, and were specifically asking about a hunter named Suho. The firefighter didn't hold back, and spilled every single detail he knew. From what he'd witnessed, Suho was no ordinary hunter. He'd single-handedly decimated a zombie horde, and even healed his wounds right amidst the chaos. One of the officers, listening intently to the report, looked visibly surprised. He hadn't even arrived on scene yet, but somehow, by the time he did get there, the goblins were already completely obliterated. And to top it all off, the one responsible was supposedly a healer. He tried to brush it off at first, claiming it was impossible based on their experience. Healers didn't possess the combat power to pull off something like this alone. But still, if this guy truly managed to clear the gate solo, especially one swarming with goblins, then they absolutely couldn't ignore him. If he pulled it off, they'd absolutely have to recruit him. Meanwhile, Suho was out in the field, busy hunting down hobgoblins and raking in experience points. One after another, he moved quickly and efficiently, beheading multiple hobgoblins at once with incredible ease. His attacks were clean, controlled, and he deliberately spared one hobgoblin, letting it live. Just one glare from Suho was enough to make the monster bolt faster than Usain Bolt. But that was exactly what Suho had planned from the start. He wanted the creature to escape and bring back even more of its kind. With a brief break in the action, he decided to check his status. Thanks to the wave of hobgoblins he'd just defeated, both his stats and skills had significantly improved. While looking at the pile of goblin corpses around him, another thought crossed his mind. There was still something useful left in those bodies. Inside the monsters, there were magic stones. These particular ones were degraded magic stones. Nothing too rare, but each one could sell for around 50,000 won. That was more than enough reason for Suho to take the time to collect them. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't bother with this kind of work. He didn't have the luxury to slow down. But right now, his financial situation, he was practically a beggar, not a hunter. So, he absolutely wasn't letting these stones go to waste. He started carefully plucking the stones from the fallen monsters, one by one, meticulously tucking them all into his inventory. By the time he finished gathering all that precious loot, he felt a surge of genuine satisfaction. This was actually a pretty decent haul. But just as he was about to catch his breath, that moment of calm was brutally shattered. A sudden, overwhelming wave of pure killing intent slammed into him like a physical wall. When he spun around to face the threat, about 30 hobgoblins were already closing in fast. Leading them was that very same monster he'd mercifully let go earlier. The one that had just fled in absolute terror. And now, with this chilling confirmation, the entire monstrous group charged straight at Suho, all at once. But Suho didn't panic. Instead, he soared into the air like a phantom ninja, moving with the incredible speed and deadly precision of a master assassin. Within moments, several hobgoblins had already dropped, their heads rolling grotesquely across the ground. His movements were impossibly sharp, devastatingly effortless, like cutting through warm butter. Then, as if to reward his relentless efforts, the system notified him he had leveled up. Fresh stat points were instantly added to his profile, making him even more formidable than ever. With that power-up firmly in hand and plenty of experience gained, Suho made a clear decision. There was absolutely no need to drag this out any longer. It was time to end this right now. He plunged headfirst into the frenzied mob of enemies, slashing wildly in every single direction, clearing the horde with brutal, ruthless efficiency. At one point, a hobgoblin actually managed to charge him head-on, aiming for a direct strike. But instead of fear, Suho's face practically ignited with pure excitement. He wasn't worried at all. If anything, he looked even more thrilled than before. The true boss monster of this gate was a formidable chief hobgoblin, and it was a terrifying level 20 enemy. As expected of a boss, it came charging in first, trying to land an attack, but failing utterly and miserably. Right after that, a sneaky group of smaller monsters attempted to pull a sneak attack from behind. But Suho, without even fully turning around, reacted instantly and effortlessly cut them down like they were nothing. That's when the boss monster, realizing its mistake, switched tactics and unleashed one of its terrifying skills, fear. This fear skill was brutal. It completely paralyzed its target and plunged them into a state of pure terror. The higher a skill's level, the more devastating its effect. And since this was a powerful boss monster, that alone was more than enough to explain how it could wield such a potent mental type skill, even in a low-level gate. The real problem? Suho didn't have any gear or skills that could shield his mind or resist mental attacks right then. He had no direct way to counter it. The boss saw this as its chance to finish the fight and charged in, ready to claim victory. But what it didn't know was that Suho wasn't some green rookie. He was a veteran hunter who'd faced situations far worse. He knew exactly how to deal with this. Without a moment's hesitation, Suho gripped his blade tighter with his left hand and deliberately cut himself. The sudden, sharp pain snapped him out of the fear-induced paralysis. The moment his mind cleared, he swiftly parried the boss's incoming strike. Then, instead of focusing on the boss right away, Suho made a lightning-fast decision. He turned his attention to the smaller monsters first. Within seconds, he blurred through the battlefield, slicing down every last one of them. In just a short, brutal burst of action, he wiped out all the hobgoblins inside the gate, leaving no enemies behind except the boss itself. Before going back to face the chief hobgoblin, he took a moment to heal the wound on his left arm. Now, with the distractions gone and his body back in prime shape, it was just him and the boss. One-on-one, no more interruptions. And from the look on the monster's face, it didn't seem all that confident anymore. The true fight between the two had begun, and they exchanged blow after brutal blow. Suho gave it his all, swinging his sword with fierce determination. But because of his relatively low level, none of his attacks seemed to deal any serious damage to the monster. One thing was becoming clear. A direct assault simply wouldn't work. Realizing this, Suho shifted his strategy. Instead of striking blindly, he plunged his sword deep into the monster's thigh, aiming for a weak spot to slow it down. In response, the monster unleashed its fierce skill, once again, hoping to paralyze Suho and gain the upper hand. But this time, it failed completely. Once fear is truly overcome, it loses its grip. Suho had already faced and conquered it once. Now unaffected by its power, Suho channeled all his attacks into that same spot. He slashed the injured thigh relentlessly over and over, ruthlessly exploiting its weakness. After a few more precise, forceful hits, the boss monster finally crashed to the ground, barely clinging to life, teetering on death's brink. But Suho wasn't finished yet. Instead of delivering the final blow, he suddenly unleashed his healing light, a skill designed to restore health, and he used it on the monster. The creature, already confused and half dead, was now utterly baffled. It couldn't comprehend why the human, who'd nearly killed it, was now trying to heal it. Suho, on the other hand, was absolutely delighted. He had just realized he could essentially keep the fight going. By repeatedly attacking and then healing the monster, he could extend the battle and use it as intense training. As some time passed in this strange cycle, attack, injure, heal, repeat, and with every round, Suho grew stronger, his skills steadily improving. Eventually, he upgraded several of them to A and B ranks. Meanwhile, the boss monster, once proud and terrifying, was now consumed by sheer terror. It couldn't even bring itself to look at Suho anymore. Now that Suho had learned everything from this place, there was nothing left to gain. The monster's role in this trial was finished. It had served its purpose. With a calm expression, Suho brought it all to an end, beheading the monster without hesitation. And, just like that, the gate was conquered. Suho stood absolutely victorious. He was declared the MVP of the gate, earning bonus experience on top of everything else. His level had now officially reached 10. A significant milestone for any hunter indeed. Even his healing skill, Healing Light, received an upgrade, advancing to E rank. And along with that, he acquired a brand new skill, Cure. It might not seem like much now, but if his skills continued to develop at this pace, it wouldn't be surprising if one day, he could neutralize even 10,000 types of poisons. It was only the beginning, but the path ahead was clearly promising. With everything wrapped up, it was time to move on. Suho turned toward the gate's exit. Outside, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The gate had started to tremble ever so slightly, causing people to whisper and wonder. Had the gate actually been cleared? Then, before anyone could guess further, Suho stepped out, walking calmly and confidently, as if the chaos behind him didn't matter in the slightest. There wasn't a hint of exhaustion or discomfort etched onto his face, just quiet composure. People around him stared, unable to figure out who he really was, or what exactly he had done inside. And Suho didn't bother explaining a thing. He simply let their curiosity grow. Soon after, multiple guilds rushed over. They had all come looking for the mysterious man, who had conquered the gate all by himself. But Suho ignored every offer, every scout, every invitation thrown his way. He wasn't interested. Instead, he walked right past them, and landed right in front of a man in a formal suit. With a calm and confident tone, Suho greeted him. This man was no ordinary official. He was the team leader of the South Korean Hunter Association, young Chulmin. And judging by the confused look on his face, he clearly wasn't expecting to be greeted by the very person behind the gate's conquest. The scene then shifts to the South Korean Hunter Association, where team leader Young and Suho sat across from each other. On the surface, it looked like a standard registration meeting, but Chulman's mind was miles away. His thoughts kept drifting back to their earlier encounter. He remembered how they had first met, shaking hands casually, and how Suho had mentioned that he was already on his way to the Hunter Association anyway. At first, Chulman had assumed it was just for a license renewal, something experienced hunters did all the time. But as the conversation progressed, it became clear that Suho was actually there for initial registration. That caught Chulman off guard. He was still trying to process how someone like Suho, who was registered as a healer of all things, had managed to clear an entire gate all by himself. And the way Suho had acted calm, casual, munching on snacks like it was just another Tuesday. Chulman had gone over his aptitude test results again and again. Statistically, Suho seemed more like a warrior than a healer. The numbers didn't lie. He had the physical strength and combat instincts, not to mention the composure that you'd expect from a frontline fighter. It didn't make sense. While Chulman was lost in thought, Suho spoke up, snapping him out of it by asking if there was a problem. That brought Chulman back to focus. He began asking Suho a few routine questions. Background, education, that sort of thing. And that's when more pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. We learned that Suho was a college dropout. He had been studying physical education before quitting. Most students from that department usually chose combat classes, like warrior or archer, if they entered the hunter field. But Suho had gone in a different direction. He had selected the healer class. And the reason? He just hated getting hurt. Then he went on to explain what had happened inside the gate. He described the sequence of events. He recounted it in a surprisingly calm, almost detached way. But he conveniently left out one crucial detail. The unsettling truth. It had all been far too easy for him. He simply stated he'd fought for his life, and that was the end of it. Yet, when Suho casually brought up Chief Hobgoblins, Chulman immediately tensed. Something about that just didn't add up. Gate-spawning Chief Hobgoblins were never meant to be easy hunts. So, seeing his discomfort, Suho calmly accessed his inventory. And in the very next moment, he spilled all the loot he'd gathered from the gate, right onto the table with a heavy thud. Chulman was utterly blindsided. His eyes practically popped out of his head, and for a second, he nearly panicked. These were the magic crystals Suho had amassed from his hobgoblin hunt. The smaller ones came from regular hobgoblins, while the larger, more refined crystal was from the hobgoblin chief himself. Since Suho genuinely had no idea of their actual value, he politely asked the team leader if he could help get them processed. Even trying to keep his composure, Chulman couldn't tear his gaze away from the incredible haul. It was a truly massive haul. Regaining his composure, he looked at Suho with utmost seriousness and asked if he genuinely wanted to become a hunter. When Suho simply nodded, that quiet agreement ignited a genuine spark of excitement in the team leader's eyes. Trying to steady himself once more, Chulman pressed, asking if this decision was just made on impulse. But Suho responded with a calm smile, saying no. It wasn't impulsive at all. While Chulman was still riding the wave of happiness from Suho's answer, Suho subtly shifted the tone and began to reveal his true reason. It wasn't about power and it wasn't about money. It was deeply personal. He hated monsters, and he despised the gates they came from. As a child, he'd lost his entire family during a devastating gate shock. After that, he'd grown up in an orphanage, utterly alone. At first, he thought that killing monsters, this might finally ease that searing frustration and pain within him. But even after taking down countless monsters, that heavy knot in his chest refused to loosen. No matter how many he cut down, the ache never faded. That's when he made a decision. He couldn't undo the past, but he could choose the kind of future he wanted to protect. He refused to let anyone else endure his suffering. He wanted to fight, not for vengeance, but for the safety of others. He yearned to be on the front lines, doing vital work. And that's precisely why he resolved to become a hunter, not for any private guild, but for the South Korean Hunter Association. Chulman was genuinely taken aback by his response. But, as a seasoned veteran, he also felt compelled to explain the harsh realities. He told Suho, frankly, that the Hunter Association's pay scale was significantly, noticeably lower compared to what private guilds typically offered. But Suho didn't seem to mind in the slightest. As long as he had unrestricted access to multiple gates, priority for entry, plus the authority to penalize hunters who committed crimes, that was more than sufficient for him. Chulman could hardly believe his ears. You see, even though the Hunter Association technically held gate priority, they often ended up auctioning off those rights to private guilds. The reason was painfully simple. No official wanted to risk their life for a measly government salary. Most claimed they joined to help others, but the reality was they sought stable, safe positions where they could earn quietly, without ever having to step foot inside a gate. That's why so many targeted administrative roles, instead of dangerous field duty. But in Chulman's eyes, Suho felt different. He wasn't after safety or comfort. He was a rare breed, a true patriot, eager to be on the front lines, protecting his people. Someone who genuinely championed civil service. The happiness was so overwhelming that for a moment, Chulman felt utterly lightheaded. But he quickly shook himself out of it and got back to the task at hand. Once he'd handled the magic crystals, now, to take the official hunter exam, you first need to pass an aptitude test, with both a written and a practical exam. Unfortunately for Suho, this year's registration period had already ended, and the exam was scheduled for tomorrow. But fortunately for Suho, he had brother Chulman on his side. Since Suho had managed to conquer an entire gate by himself, there was a good chance they could pull some strings and get special approval from the higher-ups. That part wasn't a problem. What had Chulman concerned, though, was the written test. Clearing that with only one day of preparation? Almost impossible for a regular person. But Suho ever himself was confident. To him, if you ever get the chance to do something, you take it, no matter the circumstances. The only issue? Our boy was practically broke at this point. He didn't even have enough money to pay the exam registration fee. So, swallowing his pride, he asked if team leader Chulman could take care of the magic crystals for him. And Chulman, being the dependable guy he is, immediately took on the task without a second thought. Right now, the only person Suho could fully rely on was his big brother, Chulman, and he was genuinely grateful for that. After some time, they completed all the aptitude tests. Team leader Chulman then sent Suho the money they got from selling the crystals. In the next cut, Suho was munching through Chulman's food stash like he owned the place. Thanks to the magic crystals, he received 3 million won. And on top of that, since he registered as a civil servant hunter, he also got some tax exemption benefits. Still, that wasn't enough for him. He had one more request. He'd heard the association had a library, and he wanted to cram a bit for the written test. Tomorrow, he politely asked if the team leader could allow him access. And of course, Chulman said yes with a smile. Chulman even personally guided Suho to the library, telling him he wouldn't need an employee card to get in. Before they parted ways, Chulman wished him the best of luck on his exam. Suho watched him leave, quietly, reflecting on how kind and reliable his brother still was. Deep down, he knew that one day, Chu-man would absolutely become the president of the association. With Chu-man out of the picture, Suho refocused on the library. His goal was clear: find something tied to his past life. He remembered major events unfolding, things that shook entire regions, but the details were always hazy. Human minds weren't built to carry memories across lifetimes, and he was no exception. Still, somewhere in this place was the key, a fragment of knowledge or a skill he desperately needed. After poking around a bit more, Suho finally stumbled upon something truly strange. A massive book, ancient-looking, and so thick it refused to fit on any shelf. Curious, he picked it up. The moment he cracked it open, the system pinged in with a strange message. The book wasn't from this world. It also mentioned that there was a special way to use it, something beyond just reading. And Suho? He already knew what that meant. Without hesitation, he held the book above his head, like some RPG character triggering a hidden quest. For a split second, he felt like a complete clown. Nothing was happening, and his arms were getting tired. Frustration bubbled up fast, because he was damn sure this was the only way to activate it. Then, just before he could start cursing the book, the system spoke again. The book, Library of Memories, had taken an interest in his story. That's when the magic kicked in. The book shimmered, reality shifted, and in the blink of an eye, Suho was no longer standing in that dusty room. He now stood before a massive, otherworldly tree, its roots deep in glowing stone, its branches reaching into a sky that wasn't even real. A spiral staircase coiled around it, leading ever upward into the unknown. This, it turns out, is the Library of Memories. We then learn that the Library of Memories empowers its user with the power to recall everything they've ever seen or heard, even the most painful and traumatic experiences. Normally, the human brain copes by simply forgetting, but once this ability is acquired, the user is burdened with a perfect, unyielding memory. The original wielder of this skill was none other than the manager of the Hexagon Guild, a former employee of the Korean Hunter Association. While studying at a library for a career change, she accidentally stumbled upon this ability. After simply using a book as a pillow, just because lying face down felt uncomfortable, Suho ponders how incredibly lucky she was to stumble upon such a powerful skill, and feels deeply grateful to her for introducing him to it. He even vows to treat her to a meal one day. The system window then prompts Suho to donate his own story to the Library of Memories. He considers just how truly powerful this ability is. It could help him restore every single memory he's ever had, especially since human recollections tend to fade and warp over time. Realizing its immense value, he decides that obtaining this skill is absolutely necessary to retain every detail with flawless precision. A confirmation message then appears, confirming his story has been successfully accepted. Suddenly, a powerful wind whirls around him, and the system dramatically announces that the Library of Memories is now accessing and meticulously recording his experiences. Suho unexpectedly starts floating in midair, surrounded by a flurry of radiant texts, as a complex diagram materializes above the book. Another crucial message then follows, stating that the Library of Memories has officially opened its doors. It will store everything he's ever seen and heard, giving him instant access whenever needed, while also helpfully suggesting important information. Suho stares intently at his hand, sensing that this recording process feels a bit off, likely because this entire space is some kind of illusion. Now that he possesses the skill, he decides to put it to the test. He closes his eyes, ready to revisit a previous battle. There, he sees himself, critically wounded. That moment rushes back, a torrent of vivid emotions, and he feels fury surge within him once again, confirming the memory's piercing clarity. He clearly sees those who betrayed him, people he now recognizes as nothing but selfish cowards, who had deliberately delayed sealing the gate, just to save their own skins. He swears he'll never forgive or forget them. His consciousness now drifts among countless system windows. That memory deeply unsettles him, and he wishes he'd picked a less painful memory to revisit. But then, out of nowhere, a single system window displays a shocking notification. He's being granted a chance to grow immensely stronger. as the very first person to reach the legendary realm of the transcendent. The system dramatically announces its reboot for player on Suho. He's utterly speechless as the world around him suddenly snaps back to normal. A startling thought then crosses his mind. Could it truly be that the system actually sent him back in time? He vividly recalls once achieving a state of unity with the legendary Divine Sword and obtaining the very first SS rank skill. But now, as the true first to attain transcendence, he's being granted an entirely new opportunity, something absolutely no one has ever experienced before. Suho slowly begins to realize that his return to the past might not be just a mere coincidence. In the very next moment, he arrives by taxi at a specific destination. As he confidently steps out, he reflects on just how incredibly meaningful this second chance truly is now. He now has a real opportunity to prevent the disasters that once devastated him, and to expertly handle the unpredictable gates that had caused countless tragic casualties. Determined to tackle these gates far faster than before, he reminds himself that every single second truly matters. He soon arrives before a colossal building, the Nexus, standing majestically before him. He's instantly impressed by its sheer, imposing size, and acknowledges it as the biggest private hunter academy in the entire country. He also sees it as the perfect place to earn serious money, to firmly secure his future with unwavering resolve. He steps inside, where a cheerful receptionist greets him. She promptly asks the reason for his visit. Suho replies, stating he wishes to meet Director Kim Soo. The receptionist, clearly surprised, then asks if he has an appointment. Suho replies no, but insists it's urgent. He simply asks her to relay a message. Tell her, the solo conqueror of the Syndrome Station. The pre-catastrophe gate is here. The scene then shifts to the director's office, where a calm woman introduces herself as Kim Soo, the director of Nexus Academy. Suho then introduces himself as On Suho. Director Kim invites him to take a seat and acknowledges his achievement at the Syndrome Gate. She then inquires why he came to Nexus. Suho explains he's here to apply for a scholarship. The director is clearly taken aback by the request. Suho confirms it and adds that he also plans to take the Hunter license test, scheduled for the very next day. Still trying to process the situation, Director Kim asks how long it's been since he awakened. Suho calmly replies, it happened today. Stunned even further, she checks her documents, repeating in disbelief. An unregistered hunter who awakened just today wants to take the test tomorrow and has already solo cleared a catastrophic level gate. Suho calmly confirms everything. He adds that a connection within the Hunter Association helped him secure a spot in the exam. His goal is simple, to rank first. This confident declaration leaves the director even more surprised. Then Suho states his condition. If he ranks first, he wants to be officially granted Nexus Scholarship, student status, with full financial support. Suho knew full well that for an unknown newcomer, reaching the top wouldn't be easy. But he was no mere beginner. He was a battle-hardened veteran who had cleared countless gates. Whether anyone else believed him or not didn't matter. That choice was up to them. But Director Kim recognized that clearing such a dangerous gate alone was no small feat. Still, she reminded him that the Hunter test was a completely different matter, with an average pass rate of less than 20%. Suho laid it all out. If he didn't clinch first place, they could totally disregard him, and even axe the scholarship deal altogether. Intrigued, Director Kim questioned why he picked Nexus over more prestigious academies, like Hexagon or Prime. Suho responded with brutal honesty. Despite being the biggest academy around, Nexus had fallen on hard times in recent years. It hadn't churned out a single top-ranking student, which had severely tanked its reputation and admissions. Silently, Director Kim had to admit the truth. Nexus was absolutely starving for success, and no current student had shown even a flicker of breakout talent. If Suho truly did snag first place, Nexus would benefit immensely from the spotlight. His proposal, in that sense, was perfectly timed. Still, the director couldn't help but wonder, what kind of person makes such an audacious offer with such an outrageous amount of confidence? Curious, she pressed him, asking how much cash he was expecting from the scholarship. Suho countered by inquiring about the rewards for becoming the top student. She explained that the prize package included a full tuition refund, an additional bonus of 30 million won, and the chance to immediately join the Nexus Guild. Suho simply nodded. It seemed fitting for the nation's biggest academy. But then, with a confident grin, he tacked on that 300 million. One would be even better. The sheer number floored Director Kim, but Suho kept right on going, explaining that, considering the immense advantages that came with being the top student, and the sheer scale of the academy, the amount was more than fair for Nexus. 300 million won? That was practically pocket change. Deep down, Director Kim knew he wasn't wrong. Reluctantly, she agreed, telling him that if he truly ranked first, she would pay him the 300 million won. Later, Suho roamed around the sprawling campus. The more he explored, the more he realized just how massive it was. Bigger than most amusement parks, seriously. Once enrolled, he wouldn't be missing out on anything. The staff member showing him around chuckled with pride, explaining that Nexus was the largest academy in all of South Korea. Suho noticed his guide looked exhausted, and figured they'd probably been woken up just to give him a tour. Feeling slightly guilty, Suho thanked him for showing him around so late. The guide smiled, saying it was the least he could do for someone so important. Just then, Suho spotted someone training alone on the playground. Curious, he asked if that person was a student. The guide nodded, saying that student trained every night at this hour, and was the most hardworking student in the academy. Suho was intrigued. The student's name was Diwan. The guide called out to him, reminding him to take care of his health, to which Diwan replied with a smile, saying he had to push himself harder, since he was already in his third year. Suho recognized him instantly. In his past life, he had teamed up with Diwan for raid missions. Back then, Diwan had been the nation's top tanker, famous for his unmatched endurance and defensive capabilities. It had been unfortunate when pure tankers lost their place in the meta over time. But now, seeing Diwan wielding an axe instead of a shield, Suho realized Diwan still hadn't unlocked his real potential. This was a perfect opportunity. He could guide Diwan now and eventually recruit him into the Great Hunter Association. The guide introduced the two of them. After a brief greeting, Suho asked if Diwan intended to use the battle axe as his main weapon. Diwan confirmed it. Suho then asked why he chose that particular weapon. Diwan explained that, since he aimed to be a frontline fighter, his instructors had suggested the axe, saying it matched well with his build. The guide chimed in, adding that few weapons could rival the battle axe in sheer destructive force. Suho asked if Diwan had only trained with the axe. Diwan admitted he had. He called himself a slow learner, and stated that trying multiple weapons felt like a massive waste of time. It had taken him a grueling 2 years just to become somewhat decent with an axe. And, even now, he still didn't feel particularly skilled. Suho silently analyzed the entire situation and quickly pinpointed the true problem. It wasn't that Dahan lacked effort, but rather that the axe simply didn't suit him at all. It wasn't a matter of dedication. It was a clear case of poor direction. If his progress hadn't improved early on, he absolutely should have switched weapons. Suho found it genuinely surprising that even the top academy in the entire country could miss something so utterly obvious. He suggested a completely different mindset. Since players would eventually receive stat adjustments, it made far more sense to pick a weapon that naturally felt right to them. With skill correction effects, proficiency could rise incredibly quickly, but true battle performance ultimately relied on knowledge and experience. In Dahan's case, the battle axe was clearly a mismatch. While it delivered heavy, impactful hits, the long cooldowns left users incredibly vulnerable. And considering Dahan's large frame, it became even harder to protect him effectively. When Dahan heard this, he was absolutely taken aback. He'd spent the last 3 grueling years training with an axe. Suho acknowledged his dedication, but pointed out that Dahan's real strength might actually be in tanking. He advised Dahan to try using a sturdy kite shield on his left arm and a one-handed blunt weapon in his right hand. According to Suho, this particular setup would significantly enhance Dahan's overall combat effectiveness. Dahan hesitated. Switching roles right before the exam felt incredibly risky, especially since the test was happening the very next day. Suho then asked him to truly think about what truly forms the backbone of any raid party. And while many believed it was the mage, in reality, it was always the tank. A tank's job was to draw the enemy's focus and to properly protect his team in the process. A tank, he explained, needed both a shield and a secondary weapon for effective crowd control. Suho's reasoning finally clicked for Dahan. Driven by this insight, he decided to give it a shot. Suho was glad Dahan didn't let doubt hold him back, and appreciated his quick thinking and adaptability. Suho wished him good luck. Dahan thanked him before heading off. Immediately after, the guide explained that Director Kim had asked him to give Suho a tour, which is why he'd introduced him as a guest. But now, the guide grew curious. Was Suho actually an instructor? He certainly seemed to know a lot about combat and contracts. Suho clarified that he was an instructor. Though internally, he realized it probably looked highly suspicious for someone without a proper license to know so much. He explained that he was more like a stakeholder. The guide nodded and mentioned he just received a call. The contract was ready, and it was time to return to the director's office. Then came the day of the highly anticipated hunter test. The area in front of the association building was absolutely packed with examinees, all armed with their trusty swords, and ready to earn their hunter licenses. Everyone had been preparing relentlessly for this moment, sharpening their skills and reaching peak performance. Ironically, Suho, the same man who had cleared a gate all by himself, was in his absolute worst condition. After finishing the test, Suho walked out, reflecting on the true purpose behind it. It had been organized due to concerns over potential doping, but in his opinion, those measures didn't mean much. Most cheaters didn't use drugs. They used skill buffs during the test. One woman in particular, and several others, had shown magic levels no one at level 5 should naturally have. The system then notified Suho that his magic sensing ability was far sharper than most. He had fully mastered the skill of magic detection. Thanks to that, Suho found it easier to notice any oddities. Even though nothing had been officially reported, he could already tell that many were cheating. Using buffs, he knew it was time to put an end to this. Looking at Chulman, Suho felt grateful to have at least one honest person around. As he walked into the hall, where other candidates were discussing their tests, he couldn't help but feel like he'd unintentionally become a cheater himself. Chulman walked up and asked how the test went. Suho confidently replied that he'd passed, but then asked why Chulman was even there. Chulman explained that he was just helping out, since the association was always short-staffed. He'd also heard that this written test was the hardest one yet, but Suho's confidence was truly impressive. Suho responded that he believed he had indeed solved it, and asked if he could bring something up. Chulman agreed, as long as it wasn't about the test itself. Suho said it was somewhat related. He pointed out that during the test, there hadn't been any checks for buffs and asked why. Chulman asked what he meant by buff checks. Suho explained that while the association did conduct urine and blood tests to prevent drug use and confiscated personal items to prevent cheating through gear, they didn't seem to check for skill-based cheating. He suggested that using magic detection could help spot buffed individuals more effectively. Chulman appreciated the input and promised to look into it before the practical exam. Suho said he'd get ready for the next test. Before he left, Chulman stopped him and said he personally hoped Suho would do well and that they'd get to work together. He wished him luck on the practical, and Suho thanked him. 30 minutes later, at the site of the practical test, the announcer informed everyone that the exam had been delayed by 2 hours due to issues with the dive capsules. All candidates were directed to grab lunch at the cafeteria and wait either in the lounge or the training area. But Suho wasn't convinced. It felt like a flimsy excuse. He suspected Brother Chulman had already begun to crack down on those trying to cheat the system, using illegal buffs, moving swiftly, and just as he'd expected, with 1,200 candidates and a pass rate under 10%, spotting the cheaters could easily drop that rate to 7%. Anyone who passed under these conditions would undoubtedly be top-tier talent. Suho decided to observe the other candidates to spot anyone who might be worth keeping an eye on. Just then, some voices caught his attention. One man was challenging another to a match. The second guy snapped back, telling him to back off and stop picking fights. But the first guy clarified he only wanted to spar, joking that the other was afraid his lack of skill would be exposed. Annoyed, the second man shoved him and told him to stay out of his face. The first man then raised a wooden sword and asked what would happen if he struck first. Before anything could escalate, Suho stepped in and blocked the wooden sword with his own, making the attacker pull back. The second man was stunned and asked Suho if he'd lost his mind, but Suho calmly said he'd handle it and told the man to stay out of it. The guy asked, "Who are you, Suho? Some sort of officer?" Suho simply said he was just another test taker, but warned that dealing with someone like this attacker would only cause unnecessary trouble, so it was best to leave it to him. The attacker then questioned why Suho was getting involved. Suho smiled, introduced himself, and offered to be the attacker's sparring partner, since he was so eager for one. But the attacker wasn't impressed. He scoffed, saying he wouldn't waste his time sparring with someone weak like Suho. That word, weak, caught Suho off guard. The attacker claimed Suho just got lucky earlier, and warned him not to get arrogant, ordering him to leave. But Suho turned the tables. He taunted, asking if the attacker was scared. Annoyed, the attacker demanded what that was supposed to mean. Suho then suggested they find out if it was truly just luck, hinting the attacker was too scared to even test it. Provoked, the man instantly accepted the challenge, hurling insults and dismissing Suho as just another coward. Despite the crowd, Suho agreed to the spar, but insisted they get a supervisor's approval first, and use the designated sparring arena. With permission officially granted, both combatants stepped into the training arena, immediately drawing attention from nearby students. The referee quickly reminded them they could only use training weapons provided by the association, and warned that the match would be stopped if things spiraled out of control. As the match began, the attacker charged first, wildly swinging his wooden sword. Suho blocked it with infuriating ease. The attacker then leapt into the air, swinging downward, but Suho dodged effortlessly. Furious and utterly surprised, the attacker threatened to tear Suho limb from limb. But Suho stomped down hard on the man's wooden sword, and taunted him, calling him pathetically weak. The biting insult pushed the attacker over the edge. This man, Park Young, was known as a mad swordsman, utterly obsessed with strength, always seeking out skilled opponents to challenge. His insatiable thirst for power had forged him into a relentless combatant. Suho remembered just how skilled Young had been during their last brutal encounter, and was surprised to see him among the same batch of test takers. He immediately realized that Young urgently needed to be stopped before repeating his past destructive mistakes. Without a moment's warning, Suho delivered a devastating kick that sent Young flying. As he hit the ground, Suho mocked his earlier arrogance. Stunned, Young gasped, questioning how Suho was so strong. Suho calmly warned him that charging in blindly wouldn't work, subtly hinting that Young had never faced someone as truly powerful as a level 10 before, as most of his previous opponents probably never even got past level 5. Young slowly got back up, a smirk on his face. Yang conceded Suho seemed unsettlingly calm, and declared he'd go all out. Suho welcomed it, and Yang unleashed a barrage of strikes, but Suho dodged them with effortless ease, all while keeping just one hand on his sword. The intensity of Yang's attacks had undeniably ramped up, and Suho recognized the newfound power. Then Yang went all in, unleashing his signature dragon sword technique. A blinding flash of light erupted as their swords clashed. Yang thought he'd finally landed a decisive hit, and began to celebrate, but when the light faded, Suho was still standing, completely unharmed. He had blocked the attack, shocking Yang. Yang trembled, demanding an explanation. Suho smirked, stating the attack was far too slow. In reality, Yang had only managed a basic version of the dragon sword technique. Without a hunter's license, mastering the true technique was impossible. Enraged by the humiliation, Yang charged once more, but Suho effortlessly evaded every single attack. At one point, Suho dropped into a crouch, baiting Yang into one last reckless charge. Just as Yang shouted the match was over, Suho landed a powerful upward strike to his chin, knocking him out cold. Yang hit the ground, defeated and dazed, struggling to understand what had just happened. Suho calmly repeated, his attacks were simply too slow. Though Yang was seething, all he could do was lie there, muttering Suho's name under his breath. Watching this, Suho realized Yang's obsession would now entirely revolve around defeating him, ignoring everyone else in the process. And with that distraction now handled, Suho figured the testing center might finally quiet down. Meanwhile, the supervisors, who had been observing everything, were left stunned, snapping them out of their daze. Suho casually spoke up, reporting he'd accidentally knocked out Park Young, and asked them to take care of him. In the next scene, Suho sat inside a room filled with various machines. Glancing around, he noticed he spotted even more skilled individuals than before, likely anti-doping inspectors, disguised as technicians. As the room grew noisy, Suho became visibly irritated, clearly wishing they would all just leave. A technician then walked up to him and instructed him to lie down. He then explained how the emergency button worked, in case anything detached during the dive process. Suho confirmed he understood. Once the system powered up, Suho lay down, and cables were attached to both sides of his head. A system window appeared, indicating that the Hunter practical test program had been activated. As Suho's consciousness connected to the simulation, the dive progress steadily climbed, 5%, then 40%, then 77%, until it hit 100%. The connection was successful, and the healer class test scenario began. When Suho opened his eyes, he found himself in a completely different world. Right away, he could tell this test wasn't going to be easy, especially considering how few people ever passed the healer exam. In front of him were wounded individuals, calling for help, while some were trapped under rubble. One girl, in particular, was desperately struggling to lift a huge stone. As Suho took in the chaotic scene, he silently criticized the Hunter Association for being so ruthless with this scenario. The whole situation already felt traumatic. But before we continue, let's understand the context of this practical test. It's considered the centerpiece of the Hunter exam. The main goal is to evaluate how well a participant fits into their chosen class. Every year, the simulation scenarios change, and the criteria for passing also vary. Typically, these tests involve one-on-one fights, or surviving waves of enemies. A participant's score depends on how long they last, and how many opponents they defeat. But for healers, it's different. The focus, it's not just about the strength of their healing powers. While healing ability definitely matters, the most prized quality is sacrifice. Healers, who put their very lives on the line to save others, earn higher scores. As monsters began to approach, Suho reflected on the true nature of the test. In this scenario, the healer is expected to die protecting their patient. The issue, his own stats were still active. Walking toward the monsters, he spotted a sword on the ground. Looking at it, he realized he'd have to take a serious beating before dying. Unlike the others, he questioned the logic of letting himself be beaten to death. Dying once had already been enough for him. Nearby, others screamed for help at the sight of the monsters, but Suho knew those screams were illusions. In reality, he was surrounded only by corpses. He approached a terrified girl and asked if she was okay. Shaking, the girl warned that the monsters would return, and they had to run. But Suho knew the real mission. He had to protect her until the end. Reassuring her, he promised that the rescue team would come, and that he'd keep her safe until then. With resolve, he stood his ground, ready to fight the oncoming monsters. Back in the observation room, players started exiting the simulation pods one by one. One of them stepped out, thinking he could have done better. A woman thanked him for his efforts, and instructed him to gather his belongings and head outside. She then moved to another pod and checked the screen. It displayed the details of a participant, Kong Jin Young, Archer class, with a recorded time of 9 minutes and 4 seconds. She commented that this season, scores were particularly low due to the test difficulty. Curious, she asked Director Shin how long Suho had been inside. Shin replied, 30 minutes. Shocked, she repeated the number. She just couldn't believe it had been that long. Rushing over to Suho's machine, she checked the display herself. 30 minutes. Still in utter disbelief, she asked if Suho was actually a warrior. Shin corrected her, stating Suho was a healer. Refusing to believe him, she accused him of lying. But Shin pointed to the sword Suho had been holding, and urged her to look closely. Together, they reviewed the simulation footage. Watching Suho in action, the woman asked again if he was really a healer, impressed by his combat ability. She wondered aloud, might he be disqualified for not dying? But Director Shin clarified, there was no rule requiring death. The test's real purpose was to protect the patient. Until the end, she nodded in agreement. Shin explained further. Suho was meeting all the conditions. He never abandoned the patient, fought near her, and continued healing her throughout. He was risking his life to protect her. As long as all conditions were met, disqualification wasn't an option. Hearing that, the woman concluded that the top score for this exam had already been determined. Meanwhile, Suho was still battling inside the simulation. With incredible skill, he sliced through the monsters in a single blow. But even after his victory, Suho felt it wasn't enough. He needed to be faster. As more monsters appeared, he eliminated them one after another, showing unwavering focus. Eventually, he wiped them all out. A system message popped up. Your understanding of the skill footplay is very high. Congratulations, you've mastered footplay. Suho read the message and realized that although this was a simulation, since it was based on real-world mechanics, the system could still recognize his physical control. The system acknowledged that he was directly controlling his body, making it possible to master physical skills. That is, even here though, the experience gained was less than in real combat. It was still a great way to train. But beyond just his swordsmanship, he had honed countless other skills, elevating every basic sword technique to A rank. No EXP points or item rewards came, but the outcome was utterly satisfying. If he could somehow manage to elevate all his sword skills to A rank or beyond, he might just forge a technique akin to Park Yong's legendary dragon sword. Then, a new message flashed. Great achievement. Your understanding of swordsmanship now surpasses all others. The system is impressed by your unique style and wishes to officially register it. Would you like to create a new swordsmanship skill by merging your basic sword techniques and footwork? Suho smiled, finally poised to forge his very own style. Guardian Sword. A confirmation window popped up, asking if that would be the official name. Suho confirmed, and another message instantly appeared, congratulating him on his supreme mastery and recognizing the creation of a brand new, unique swordsmanship skill. Guardian Sword S. This powerful new ability instantly boosted the effects of all his sword and footwork skills by 50%. As a reward for this monumental achievement, the system awarded him 10 bonus stat points and expressed its fervent hope that Suho would continue walking the path of the sword. A final message confirmed he had unlocked sword mastery S, a supreme privilege granted only to those with a profound understanding of swordsmanship. This lifted all restrictions on learning and using sword techniques, enhanced all sword-related abilities by another staggering 50%, and removed any limitations tied to sword use. Suho quietly let his mind drift back to his past life. Back then, it had taken him over 10 long years to reach this very level of skill. But now, miraculously, thanks to the knowledge he carried from that life, he had progressed at an astonishing pace. He recognized just how much his own value had soared. Turning his focus now to the exam, he recalled that the number of monsters was predetermined, and he couldn't help but wonder. Just imagine the sheer effort poured into preparing this entire spectacle. With every single objective now complete, only 2 terrifying paths lay before him. He could either perish at the monster's hands, or completely eradicate them all himself. The supervisors, glued to the live footage, were utterly stunned into silence. They simply couldn't believe their own eyes at what unfolded. For the very first time in practical exam history, one student had single-handedly defeated every last monster. They were mesmerized not just by his incredible combat prowess, but also because he'd successfully healed the patient. One examiner even playfully quipped that they didn't even need to bother checking the rankings. The winner was abundantly clear. A few days later, the scene dramatically shifted to the Hexagon Guild's headquarters. A confident guild member boldly declared that their student, Kian, would undoubtedly be this year's top scorer. Another member enthusiastically agreed, proud of all the hard work they'd invested in his training. But then, someone noticed a congratulatory letter. As it was read aloud, confusion quickly began to spread. Kian wasn't the top scorer after all. The name on the letter was on Suho. Everyone was utterly stunned, and the atmosphere instantly shifted. It grew tense and confused as someone nervously asked, "Where's Kian?" Just then, the guild master received an unexpected call. And with that, the scene swiftly changed once more. Suho was now on a call with the team leader. The leader apologized for the delayed congratulations, explaining he'd been completely swamped with work. But he made sure to lavish praise on Suho for achieving the absolute highest score. He candidly admitted he hadn't expected such incredible consistency from him. Suho humbly responded, giving all the credit to the team leader, though the leader quickly deflected the credit, insisting Suho's achievements were entirely his own doing. He also highlighted that Suho's exceptional performance had actually helped expose several cheaters who were illegally boosting their skills. This would lead to much tighter rules in future exams, which he viewed as a very positive outcome. Then, the team leader cautiously brought up a question. Was Suho still interested in joining the Great Hunter Association? Suho replied that, although he might stay with the guild just a bit longer, his ultimate goal remained steadfast. He was still set on joining the association. The team leader appreciated his clear answer, saying he'd reach out once recruitment or the testing schedule was ready. Suho agreed with a smile before ending the call. The leader reminded Suho to eat well and look after his health. Suho returned the same kind words. After the call ended, the team leader glanced at something in his hand and quietly reminded himself to eat too. Back on Suho's side, he paused for a moment, something about the leader's tone lingering in his mind. He wondered if everything was alright. Just then, his phone rang again. Suho checked the caller ID and seemed to know who it was. He answered and introduced himself. The caller was Kim Soo, who congratulated him on his success and confirmed payment had already been sent, according to their agreement. Suho acknowledged her efficiency, praising how professional her large guild was. Then came her big proposal. She invited Suho to join the Nexus Guild, promising benefits better than anything other guilds could offer. Curious, Suho asked how far they were willing to go. Kim Soo assured him she'd do everything possible to match his expectations. As a top student and scholarship recipient, she said, adjusting the contract terms would be no problem. She even suggested meeting in person to finalize the deal. Suho, however, politely declined for now, mentioning he had personal plans that day. He promised to review his schedule and get back to her soon. Still, he did hint that, considering he was a Nexus scholarship recipient, it would be logical to join Nexus over any other guild. Kim Soo was overjoyed by his response. Her excitement was so intense that even her coworkers nearby noticed. She begged him not to sign anything with another guild. In the meantime, amused by her enthusiasm, Suho chuckled and agreed to meet soon as the call ended. A gentle smile touched Suho's lips. He still heard the echo of her thrilled voice. Just then, the taxi driver announced their arrival. Suho thanked him, stepping out of the car. Outside, Suho reflected on everything that had unfolded. He'd cleared the test, secured his license, and received his payment. The next chapter of his journey was right before him. With quiet determination, he moved forward, ready to begin farming at Lighthouse General Market. Suho checked his phone, considering how quickly he gathered everything he needed. Now, the only thing left was to buy a weapon. With that goal in mind, he arrived at a small, tucked-away shop, deliberately avoiding the crowded ones. After all, he wasn't sure they'd have what he was looking for. As he stood outside, he wondered if this quiet place might hold the right weapon. Stepping inside, Suho greeted the shopkeeper, who asked what he needed. Suho explained he'd just become a hunter and was looking for a lightweight weapon. The shopkeeper directed him toward a section with cheaper items. When Suho glanced at them, he noticed thick layers of dust and quickly realized most low-grade weapons came without verified data. But that didn't mean every unverified weapon was useless. Some weapons needed to undergo a process called liberation before revealing their true potential. These special weapons usually gave off a subtle aura, a kind of signal. Though most players in places like this wouldn't recognize it, Suho picked up one of the weapons and activated his magic detection skill. A faint smile appeared on his face. He had found it. After walking out with the weapon, Suho thought to himself that, if the owner ever found out the spear's true worth, he'd regret letting it go so cheaply. But for now, it was time to begin. Suho closed his eyes, focused, and began pouring his magical energy into the weapon. The spear rapidly siphoned away his power. His energy quickly began to drain. Realizing just how much it was costing him, Suho stopped short, collapsing to the ground, utterly spent and exhausted. He knew that if he'd pushed himself any further, he might have passed out from pure magic depletion. To properly awaken the weapon, he needed a magic stat of at least 100. Though he couldn't wield it just yet, he knew it would become a powerful asset in the future. He promised himself he'd level up quickly and unlock its full potential very soon. Meanwhile, inside the PBS building, reporter Jiwei received a phone call from Suho. Suho introduced himself, confirming that he was the top scorer in the recent Hunter test. He also revealed that he had personally handled the unprecedented gate incident at Syndrome Station all by himself. Jiwei was utterly shocked by this revelation, taking a moment to silently process the fact that Suho had cleared such a dangerous gate, even before officially becoming a licensed hunter. In Jiwei's eyes, Suho was already a monster. When Jiwei then asked why Suho had reached out to him directly, Suho explained that he had found Jinwei's blog. During an online search, he mentioned that, while he knew about Jinwei's privileged upbringing, he respected Jinwei's decision to pursue journalism. Out of genuine interest, Suho shared that he had truly big plans and would soon become a source of major headlines. He then proposed that Jinwei work as his exclusive reporter. Jinwei was skeptical, wondering if Suho was just trying to tie down a wealthy journalist as his subordinate. Internally, he dismissed Suho as just another ambitious oddball with delusions of grandeur. Even though he understood what Suho was suggesting, Jinwei was uncomfortable with the idea. He admitted he craved exclusives, but he had no desire to work under anyone. Suho clarified that he wasn't looking for a subordinate, but a reliable partner. Jinwei responded bluntly, suggesting that Suho's offer seemed like a tactic to simply boost his own market value. Before joining a guild, Suho conceded there was some truth to that. Still, not entirely. He wasn't doing this to inflate his own value, but rather to gain widespread fame. His ultimate ambition? To become a civil servant. Jiwoo was completely caught off guard. Did Suho mean joining the Hunter Association? The idea of chasing fame just to become a public official seemed utterly absurd to him, but Suho was deadly serious. He genuinely wanted to work in the field as an active part of the Hunter Association. That made Jiwoo question Suho's background. Was Suho just another spoiled rich kid, treating legitimate hunter work as a mere side quest? Suho then revealed he was actually a gate orphan, and that challenging past was what drove him toward public service. It shaped his very purpose in life, to conquer gates. As Jiwoo glanced at his laptop, he questioned if Suho was genuinely being serious. With so many strange people emerging lately, it was getting incredibly hard to tell. But in the end, he decided it didn't matter much anyway. He acknowledged Suho's distinct point of view, but respectfully declined the offer. He preferred covering stories of his own choosing. Still, Suho didn't give up so easily. He suggested a bet, piquing curiosity. Jiwoo asked what kind. Suho proposed to earn Jinwoo's trust by truly proving himself as a hunter. He confidently announced he would attempt to clear the Tower of Challenge completely alone. That very day, Jiwoo was utterly stunned. That tower was legendary, infamous. Clearing it was considered completely impossible, even for a full, well-coordinated party. Doing it solo sounded utterly, downright insane. But Suho was utterly confident that if he pulled it off, it would be more than enough to convince Jinwoo. If he succeeded, he wanted Jinwoo to become his personal, exclusive reporter. Suho remembered Jinwoo from his past life, a top-tier broadcaster from PBS. Famous for his immense pride and elite background, he gained immense popularity as a journalist who never took requests. Yet in Suho's previous life, they had teamed up countless times, all thanks to Jinwoo's incredibly sharp reporting and his rare influence over public opinion. But that very same brilliance made him dangerous to others, like a persistent thorn always in someone's side. Eventually, Jinwoo became entangled in political conflicts, was forced into early retirement, before ultimately vanishing from the scene entirely. This time, Suho silently vowed to prevent that grim fate. During their call, Suho made his bold proposal. If he could conquer the Tower of Challenge solo, Jinwoo had to become his personal, exclusive reporter. Though stunned, Jinwoo ultimately agreed. If Suho truly managed to pull it off, Jinwoo promised he would back him with everything he had as a seasoned journalist. The call ended with Suho confidently asserting it was time to begin. After the call, Jinwoo starts feeling utterly irritated, thinking Suho is seriously driving him absolutely nuts. He keeps dwelling on Suho's sudden, unexpected request, completely confused about where it even came from. Even though he's clearly annoyed, he doesn't completely hate the audacious idea. Something about the proposal feels genuinely sincere, and Suho doesn't seem like the type to scam anyone. Caught between frustration and burning curiosity, Jinwoo mutters to himself that he's truly losing it. Still, he shrugs it off, thinking it's just a harmless gamble. If it turns out real, then great. If not, no big deal. The scene shifts to the imposing Tower of Challenge. Suho stands ready at the entrance, presenting his hunter license to the gatekeeper. The man notices Suho came alone and warns him solo entry is allowed, but it's inherently risky. Judging by Suho's license number, he assumes Suho just passed his test. The gatekeeper suggests teaming up, since even the lower levels often lead to injuries, or even worse. But Suho insists on going in alone. Respecting his choice, the man informs him of the 70,001 entry fee, and tells him to pay once he gets the invoice. Suho nods and thanks him as he confidently steps forward. The gatekeeper shouts after him to be careful and retreat if things get too dangerous. Suho simply gives a nod and walks inside. While walking, Suho reflects on the Tower of Challenge. It's widely known as a training ground for players below level 20. This public gate is government-maintained and designed to forge stronger players. Now that his level's been reset, this is the perfect place to begin anew. As he shoves the door open and steps inside, the system immediately announces his arrival. It warns him he can surrender at any time, and should he choose to withdraw, he'll be instantly warped back to the entrance. Suho summons his sword just as the system initiates the first floor challenge. A slime monster materializes and launches its attack. Mid-fight, Suho observes the monster's large size and its surprising speed, a detail that momentarily catches him off guard. Despite it being merely a level 1 creature, with barely any attack power, its movements are irritatingly swift, and getting bogged down by it could impede his progress. Suho resolves to finish it swiftly. Suho plunges his sword through the slime's core, destroying it, but then he realizes something crucial. This slime can multiply. This irritating trait means that when its core splits, it regenerates into several smaller versions. While there's a limit to their division, this regenerative ability still poses a threat. It is one reason why most players enter the tower in parties, as monsters usually show up in groups on almost every floor. Not wasting a moment, Suho begins annihilating the multiplying slimes. He leaps into the air, stabbing one mid-jump, and then hurls his sword to strike down another. As he falls, a slime whips its tentacle at him. Suho snatches it mid-air, preventing a hard fall, and uses that grip to catapult himself upward. With clean and precise strikes, he slashes through the tentacles and clears out the remaining foes. The system then notifies him he's conquered the first floor and prompts him to move on. Suho looks up, his eyes burning with resolve. With 48 more floors to conquer, there's not a moment to spare. The system then signals the start of the second floor challenge. Suho thinks back to the Tower of Challenge, remembering that in his past life, the highest official record ever reached was the 48th floor. At present, however, the highest record only hits the 29th floor. Both these feats were accomplished in parties. Challengers usually enter the tower as a group, and, naturally, the number of participants directly determines the difficulty level. The more members in a party, the less experience each individual earns, but it's undeniably a safer way to progress. Most hunters chasing top records form parties with level 20 members. With all these thoughts swirling, Suho clears the 18th floor, then looks upward, realizing he doesn't need to stick to the usual methods. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepts the challenge for the 19th floor, instantly activating the next stage. Unlike previous levels teeming with multiple enemies, this floor presents only a single, powerful monster. While that makes the opponent much stronger, it also means that defeating it solo is enough to clear the stage. The moment the monster materializes, Suho charges forward and defeats it with a single, decisive sword strike. The system promptly announces the completion of the 19th floor and offers him the option to proceed to the 20th. Instead, Suho opts to pause the challenge and meticulously examines the monster's body. He immediately notices something strange. Unlike other defeated monsters that vanish instantly, this one leaves behind a peculiar red gate. It's a blatant hint from the tower that there's something more lurking, waiting to be uncovered. Suho retrieves an item from the remains, realizing it holds a very specific purpose, even though it can't be used by itself. Utilizing his magic detection ability, he uncovers a hidden space linked to the red gate. This hidden area reveals itself as the subspace fortress of the Fortress King, Jongpyeong. This subspace is unique because, unlike others created through specific items, it allows living beings to enter and leave at will. Stepping inside, Suho finds himself within a place resembling a cave. A glowing object appears, and the system instantly informs him that the fortress's previous owner is dead. Suho is then asked if he wants to claim ownership. He accepts and promptly grasps the glowing object. It instantly starts merging with his body. The system then confirms that Suho is now the brand new master of the subspace fortress. No longer just a mere item, it's transformed. It's now a skill, permanently bound to him. The system also explains, quite explicitly, that the fortress's appearance will shift and change, depending entirely on Suho's magical power. With a sudden jolt, the space begins to shift. What was once a rough cave, now transforms into a fully furnished, luxurious room. A truly impressed Suho quickly realizes this space is far more sophisticated than he ever expected. Its size expands right alongside his magical strength, and even cleverly adapts to his personal preferences. He feels immense relief that he stopped Jong Pyong-ho from ever getting his hands on this incredible power. That despicable man had once used this fortress to stash everything, from illicit drugs and stolen artifacts, right down to kidnapped people. Remembering the sheer horror of those sleepless nights caused by such vile crimes fills Suho with utter disgust. But now, with the fortress firmly in his hands, he knows such darkness will never, ever repeat. By stopping the rise of the terrifying Fortress King and gaining such a powerful, personal base, Suho feels he's scored an absolutely massive win. With this newfound, unwavering resolve, he gets ready to bravely keep moving forward. Jin-woo was casually scrolling through his phone, reading an article with rapidly growing interest. He quickly noticed that, a surprising number of students had started gravitating toward Nexus. Just recently Suho had once talked about wanting to join the prestigious Great Hunter Association, but this exclusive media coverage strongly suggested that Nexus was absolutely confident Suho would ultimately end up with them. Jin-woo felt a pang of uncertainty. Only time would truly tell. Still, he simply couldn't stop thinking about just how many floors Suho had already brilliantly cleared. Right then, a sudden system alert dramatically popped up. The 30th floor had just been triumphantly conquered. The Tower of Challenge record had been utterly shattered, and someone was already quickly advancing to the 31st floor. The nearby crowd instantly went silent, struck with utter disbelief. Murmurs spread. Was this a new record? A team raid? Or perhaps something even more utterly insane? Their collective shock only deepened further. When the system immediately announced again, the 31st floor? Cleared. Just moments after it began, Jin-woo froze. If this truly was Suho, then he'd completely misjudged him until now. Jin-woo had dismissed Suho's wins as luck and theatrics, but if this insane pace was real, then Suho was a rival he'd be stuck competing with. For a long time, inside the Hunter Association, Director Kim heard the news and was visibly rattled. She quickly confirmed the reports. Suho was actually smashing records live. Realizing Suho's immense value, she decided they had to make an offer so tempting it couldn't be refused. She ordered her team to alert the president and office manager, then head straight to headquarters. Meanwhile, the system-fueled Chulman's rapid rise through the Tower of Challenge was something the world had never seen. If Suho truly wanted to join the association, this was a once-in-a-generation talent. Just then, Chulman's phone rang. It was the vice president of the association. Curious, Chulman picked up. The VP asked where he was. Upon hearing that Chulman was near the tower in Pango, he seized the opportunity. He instructed Chulman to bring Suho in. Chulman lit up, thinking he'd been given the chance to recruit Suho. But the VP quickly shut that idea down. He didn't want a recruitment, just a photo of Suho with the association president. Then he hung up, leaving Chulman stunned and bitter. He thought to himself how these power-hungry executives were, exactly why the public saw them as corrupt and incompetent. In his mind, only hunters deserve to be in charge of the association. He stared at the tower, trying to think of a way to convince Suho to come in. Inside the tower, Suho had just cleared the 48th floor, updating the tower record again. Exhaustion was starting to weigh him down. Constantly pushing forward was draining. He wondered when this madness would finally end. Still, when he opened his status window, his spirits lifted. Hitting level 39 felt like a real reward. With every floor cleared, he snagged 5 bonus stat points, and each one felt like an absolute gift. Knowing the system inside and out made it feel like he was crafting a game character, a second self, and honestly, it was kind of thrilling. With his stats optimized, Suho braced himself for the ultimate challenge. The 49th floor had officially begun. A glowing crystal shimmered into existence before him, and from it, the final boss majestically emerged. A tower dragon, level 49. Suho gaped at it, immediately recognizing just how absurdly overpowered this thing was. Even without pure blood traits, simply being a dragonborn made it ridiculously powerful. It made him wonder if this floor was ever even designed to be beaten. But Suho knew exactly why he was here. He wasn't going to hesitate. Gritting his teeth, sword gripped tight, he charged at the final boss with unwavering resolve. Ready to end this, Suho lunged in to confront the dragon, poised to strike. In response, the dragon unleashed its own devastating assault, forcing Suho to leap into the air to evade it. While airborne, he quickly noticed something critical. For a beast of its colossal size, the dragon was unbelievably swift. Suddenly, a dark aura seeped from its claws, generating a powerful pulling force that dragged Suho straight toward its gaping jaws. Right before he was completely sucked in, Suho latched onto the dragon's mouth, hoisted himself over its massive head, and slammed his sword down with every ounce of his strength. The dragon roared furiously and thrashed its head so violently that Suho was instantly flung away, forcing him to retreat to a safer distance. As he caught his breath, Suho realized something deeply concerning. His strongest strike hadn't even left a single scratch. All he had managed to do was thoroughly annoy the creature. The dragon then smashed the ground with overwhelming force, sending deep cracks tearing through the entire floor. Suho ducked behind a massive rock, silently grateful for his impressive stats. Without them, that shockwave would have killed him instantly. He quickly understood one crucial thing. While the dragon's level wasn't insanely high, its natural traits meant its body was incredibly tough. Standard attacks were utterly useless. He needed to target its weak point, the legendary reverse scale. Since this dragon hadn't hit level 100 yet, it probably couldn't completely hide that scale. After quickly scanning its entire body, Suho spotted the vulnerable point near its tail. Without wasting a single second, he charged in, aiming for the rock-hard scale with all his might. The dragon howled in pure agony, and a system notification flashed. The tower dragon has entered a rage. After its weakness was hit, Suho left his sword lodged deep in the reverse scale, knowing this fight wouldn't end quickly. Dragging this battle out would only make it far more dangerous. He channeled even more power, pushing the blade deeper. Enraged, the dragon unleashed its terrifying, fear-based ability. Suho's body froze solid. As he slipped into a hallucination state, the system confirmed he had fallen under the fear status. He tried to cure himself, but the system informed him that such a high-level fear couldn't be removed. Before the dragon could crush him with its massive tail, Suho opened the entrance to his subspace and vanished. Inside, he immediately chugged a purification potion. The system confirmed the potion's effects. As the hallucinations vanished, relieved, he reminded himself that only people he allowed could enter this subspace. He had bought the potion casually from the general market, unaware he would need it so soon. This fight was far more intense than he'd expected. Even after removing the fear status once, he wouldn't get immediate resistance, and cure spells were utterly useless. That meant he'd have to repeatedly retreat into his subspace and rely on purification potions, something clearly unsustainable. He needed another plan, so he dove into his inventory. For a moment, he thought about calling the mad pulverization scholar, but before he could decide, the system flashed a notification. He had just learned a basic combination formula from a skill book, and then a combination jar materialized. Grasping its true significance, he carefully placed 3 unusual items into the jar: the unknown thief's socks, the unknown minstrel's instrument, and the unknown cleaner's broom. Immediately, the jar began its fusion process. Suho knew that combinations using absolute formulas were guaranteed to succeed. So-called trash items often concealed hidden value. And just like that, the process succeeded. A rare treasure had been created. First Mumu, a ring forged from a basic level formula. Suho also scored 10 bonus stat points for forging a first-ever item. He knew that typically, first-time items were S grade or above, but this one was S+, all because it was a growth-type item. He swiftly equipped the ring, and the system instantly bound it to him. Suho remembered that, in his previous life, he'd tragically missed the chance to obtain first Mumu. Why? Because the mad pulverization scholar discovered it first and made the recipe public. But this time, Suho had claimed it for himself, and with the extra stats, he opened his status window and promptly pumped 4 points into his magic stat, raising it to a perfect 100. The system roared its congratulations. His magic stat had turned a vibrant red, an achievement he'd never hit before level 50. Earlier, he'd thought a purple status would take forever, but now it felt completely within reach. Purple still demanded 700 points, still a long journey ahead, but he was utterly confident he could reach it. After finalizing his stat allocation, Suho then summoned his familiar old spear and began infusing it with potent magic. The weapon greedily absorbed power at an incredible rate. Once the required amount was reached, the system declared a successful awakening. The spear had been utterly transformed, and now the Shadow Spear. Round 2 was about to kick off. The system then unveiled the weapon's origins. It was none other than one of the Shadow Lord's treasures, forged from the very bones of a shadow beast. And it had chosen Suho as its first awakener. The spear could now be summoned right from his shadow, and regenerated using magic and shadow energy. Suho instantly grasped the weapon's immense value. Just as Zhongpyong had the subspace fortress, the Shadow Lord, a powerful monarch-level being, had once wielded this very spear. If that entity still existed within the gate, Suho was now holding its signature weapon. He felt relieved he'd secured it, before anyone dangerous could claim it. Time to test it. He summoned the spear again, appreciating its sheer convenience. Since he couldn't attack from within his subspace fortress, he'd need to step out and hit the reverse scale. While the dragon slept, Suho exited the subspace and climbed to a rocky ledge overlooking the beast, raising the shadow spear. He hurled it straight into the stone, embedded in the dragon's tail. The spear pierced through, and the dragon writhed in pain. Suho jumped down. As the system announced the dragon had entered another enraged state, it unleashed dragon fear. But Suho instantly retreated back into subspace, avoiding all status effects. His hit-and-run tactics continued. Suho struck repeatedly, retreating each time. The process took longer than expected, but soon the reverse scale's durability dropped. Under 10%. It wasn't completely destroyed, but it had become too weak to protect the dragon. Stealth would no longer work. Suho abandoned subtlety and went for a full assault. Bursting from the fortress, he launched himself into the air and drove the shadow spear into the dragon's eye. The impact shook the entire area. Suho was thrown back, but the enraged dragon was relentless. As it searched for him, Suho seized the moment, circling behind and rushing for the tail. The dragon used dragon fear again, but Suho was quicker, shattering the stone first. The system confirmed it. The reverse scale was destroyed, and with it, the dragon's power rapidly drained away. Suho then downed a purification potion and surged into the air, ready for the finishing blow. With a clean slash across its throat, the dragon collapsed. The battle had finally ended. The system then declared that Suho had officially cleared the 49th floor, setting a new record for the Tower of Challenge. He was awarded 10 bonus stat points, and more rewards began pouring in nonstop. Lying on the ground, he processed this incredible achievement. He had conquered the entire tower, something neither his past nor present self had ever managed to do. For reaching level 40, he gained a brand new skill, Healing Spirit, an area of effect healing ability that, once mastered, could cover an entire battlefield. But the evaluation wasn't done yet. Recognizing the sheer difficulty of his feat, the system rewarded him with dragon's blood. Suho was shocked. This was the signature power of Yoma, the infamous monster player. So this was where Yoma had obtained it all along? From the Dragon Mountains. The system explained that inheriting dragon's blood granted a dragon's power, depending on how far the user pushed themselves. Before Suho could even summon the Shadow Spear again, the system suddenly alerted him. The weapon was reacting to the Tower Dragon's shadow. It absorbed the shadow entirely, undergoing another profound transformation. Shadow Spear, plus a hidden function called Shadow Devourer, not even listed in its original description, had grown incredibly stronger. A part of the weapon's consciousness had awakened. Suho checked the updated stats and was utterly stunned. Shadow Binding and Shadow Regeneration had both risen from A rank to S rank. Shadow Binding could now rip out a target's shadow, and completely immobilized them, while Shadow Fangs tore the shadow apart, causing continuous bleed damage. Growth-type weapons truly exceeded normal equipment. Satisfied, Suho prepared to leave. But then something on the ground caught his eye. A massive fang. The system pinpointed it, a mighty dragon's fang, capable of inflicting an incurable debuff, one that completely nullified all recovery. Suho was stunned yet again. He had actually obtained a dragon byproduct, something believed to be almost impossible to secure. It confirmed the tower dragon had been a pure blood dragon, naturally dropping rare materials. This entire battle had been an absolute jackpot, with everything finally collected. Suho finally turned to make his exit, certain that reporter Jinwoo would be waiting for him just outside. At that moment, the tower crystal shattered, and the system calmly declared, "The trial tower has been conquered." The conqueror is the player named Suho, and every other player. Dot was forcefully expelled from the gate. A portal suddenly appeared, and several hunters came crashing out of it, rolling across the ground with utterly stunned expressions. One of them immediately fell to his knees, clutching his head in utter disbelief, muttering, "This couldn't be real." Had someone actually entered the trial tower alone? His teammate, still sprawled on the floor, asked, "Who is Suho even?" The hunter simply pointed ahead and asked, "Is that guy standing there the one?" His partner turned his head, confirming quietly, "Yeah, that's definitely him." Because the size of the crowd is absolutely insane. There isn't even space to breathe right now. The protagonist was completely swarmed by reporters. Cameras were flashing nonstop, and everyone was shouting at him, demanding comments and reactions to the conquest. But Suho silently thought about how utterly exhausted he was. He'd taken a lot more damage from the tower dragon than he expected, and all he really needed now was rest. Definitely not a screaming media mob. He hadn't expected reporters to swarm him like this. His attention shifted when he spotted reporter Jinwoo, who was sitting dramatically on the hood of his own car, looking genuinely stunned. A psycho. That Dot was probably the first thing running through his head, because someone conquering that tower solo was absolutely unreal. Suho casually walked up behind him. A hand landed on his shoulder, and Jin Hui screamed at the greeting. He tumbled to the ground in a panic, then widened his eyes in utter disbelief. As he finally recognized who it was, he stammered Suho's name, asking how he'd possibly escaped the crowd. Suho gave a light smile, explaining he'd just slipped away. He made it sound like he'd just pulled off some secret, ultimate stealth technique, vanishing without leaving a single footprint behind. Reaching out his hand, Suho asked why Jin Hui still didn't trust him. The reporter slowly reached out, glaring at him like he was utterly insane, and asked if he realized how crazy he sounded. Suho calmly replied that, if Jin Hui truly didn't trust him, then he should just say so, and Suho would adjust accordingly. Jin Hui got up, dusting himself off, and stated that if he didn't trust him, he wouldn't have helped him get this far. Then he hurriedly told him to jump into the car, before the press could spot them in the moving car. Suho then received a call from team leader Chulman. Chulman congratulated him for clearing the trial tower, admitting he'd wanted to thank him face to face, but Suho had vanished too quickly for that. Suho thanked him politely, explaining he'd been hiding because he was tired. Chulman chuckled, saying Suho always exceeded expectations. He asked if Suho was still in Pangeo, and if he wanted to meet up. Suho explained that a friend had picked him up, then inquired if there was anything specific Chulman wanted to discuss. Chulman admitted there wasn't anything particular, unless Suho could stop by the association, if he wasn't too exhausted. Suho paused, repeating the words, "The association?" Chulman confirmed it. He explained this was an unprecedented event. As everyone had believed, the trial tower was impossible to clear. It had been functioning as a public gate, and considering its scale, an investigation was needed. Suho responded that he didn't recall investigations being conducted for such matters. When the large guilds cleared difficult gates, if there was information they needed, couldn't they just request it? After a quiet second, Chunman agreed, wishing him a good rest. Suho thanked him, then ended the call. He leaned back, lost in thought. Without a doubt, the chairman or vice chair wanted him there, probably for photo shoots and PR. He respected Chunman, but he had zero interest in doing anything for the higher-ups. If he let them drag him into bureaucracy now, he'd definitely get stuck in trouble. He planned to dodge it until he officially joined the Hunter Association. Jin Hui glanced at him while driving, and asked if he could ask something. Suho nodded, telling him to go ahead. Jin Hui said that with Suho's abilities, couldn't he go anywhere, especially government positions? Suho smiled. The government paid well, and no matter how strong private guilds pretended to be, the government had more actual power. Jin Hui blinked, reminding him that private guilds had fame and influence. Suho responded calmly, fame was temporary. Nothing but a stage spotlight. Right now, private guilds looked like heroes, but eventually, the public wouldn't admire them. They'd fear them. Jin Hui nodded slowly, saying Suho had a point. Suho sighed and continued. If he wanted to end the gate crisis, he needed support. He couldn't do it alone. That was why he chose the government association. Jin Hui smiled, saying Suho would have a massive advantage among players, because no one had that level of duty and conviction. Suho thanked him, while healing his arm with a small healing spell. Then, Jin Hui asked if he planned to apply through normal, general recruitment. He said, it would be a waste for someone like Suho to take a level 9 field position. Suho answered that he wasn't applying for that. Jin Hui then guessed level 7, but Suho replied he wanted level 5. Jiwoo almost shouted, are you serious? Suho told him to stop asking if he was serious, like, every 2 seconds. Jiwoo looked at him curiously and said, of course. He wanted to know why that was so natural. Suho smiled lightly and said he'd explain everything, but Jiwoo better not write any of it in his article. Also, he should probably keep his eyes on the road. After some time spent recounting the story, reporter Jiwoo was absolutely stunned by Suho's plan. He exclaimed, that's a brilliant idea. And Suho calmly replied, yes, it is. But it absolutely cannot appear in the article yet, because I want to officially announce it to you later on. And when that time comes, it will naturally shake everything to its core, which meant Jiwoo would have exclusive access before anyone else in the entire company. Jiwoo stared at him, then asked, are you planning to squeeze every single drop of benefit out of me? And Suho simply replied, if you're friends with a reporter, you should obviously use that fact to your advantage. Jiwoo laughed and said, fine then. You can use me as much as you want. Then he suddenly asked Suho, do you want to go home now? Since your personal information has already been leaked, there are probably countless people waiting near your house. Suho smiled and casually answered, I'll just disappear again, the same way I did at the tower. But Jiwoo hesitated, then asked, maybe you should just stay with me for now? He explained that he lived alone in a big house. The guest room was beautifully furnished, and the security was tight enough that nobody could break in. Suho paused for a moment, then asked, where exactly do you live? Jiwoo proudly answered that his home was in Kaiser, Cheongdam. Suho couldn't help but think, with genuine surprise, those are premium luxury apartments worth hundreds of billions of won. Once they arrived, Suho stepped inside and froze for a second, not because he was impressed, but because this place looked like the final boss of luxury living, the kind of opulence that doesn't boast, it just is, demanding your awestruck gaze. Jinhoo welcomed him as if it were nothing, telling him to treat the entire place as if it were his own home. Suho just nodded mentally, noting that this was precisely what life looked like when someone was born with premium DLC enabled. Jinhoo then pointed toward a sleek device sitting neatly on the table, a convenience function pad. Through the community app installed on it, Suho could order food, shop, call for support, and even summon an emergency healer if needed. Jinhoo added that Suho looked much better now compared to when he first got into the car. Suho simply replied that he was a healer. Jinhoo blinked, then asked again. Suho repeated it, a little annoyed, because yes, he really was a healer. The journalist apologized, admitting that even though he'd read it everywhere, his brain still refused to believe it. After all, healers normally entered a guild first, then leveled up safely. They didn't just casually solo clear the Tower of Challenges. Picking up his bag, the rich guy said he had to return to the office for work, and reminded Suho of the password. Suho told him not to worry and wished him a safe trip. After the door closed behind him, Suho finally opened his system window and checked his status. He decided it was time to distribute the stat points he earned from clearing the tower. He balanced stamina with the other attributes, then poured the remaining points into sensitivity. At this level, it wasn't just an elite route anymore. It was the path of a successor. And, even he had to admit, his stats were looking absolutely insane now. Once that was handled, Suho switched to a different task. He'd been a master at detecting surveillance equipment. In the past, and with his newly improved sensitivity, he could probably detect anything. And even if he trusted Jinhoo, he wasn't stupid enough to blindly assume. A conglomerate kid's place was completely clean. Better paranoid than dead, right? After meticulously checking every single detail, Suho finally collapsed onto the sofa. Utterly drained, he noted the house was absolutely massive, far larger than most subspace-grade homes he'd ever seen. Honestly, finding hidden cameras in this place felt even tougher than slaying that dragon earlier. With no devices detected, he finally allowed himself to relax. But his phone wouldn't stop its relentless buzzing. Notification after notification just kept flooding in. When he checked, Suho realized his personal information had been completely leaked. Someone had exposed his number, and the messages just wouldn't stop pouring in. Accepting this frustrating situation, he decided he needed a new phone and a new number ASAP. Remembering the community app Jinwoo had mentioned, Suho tried using it, and to his surprise, it was incredibly efficient. He quickly transferred all his important data to the new device, designating it for private use. Even though messages kept flooding his old phone, he planned to switch numbers very soon. He glanced at the time, a little past 5 p.m. He figured he had time for a short break before heading out again. Meanwhile, somewhere else that very night, inside a quiet building, a mysterious gate suddenly shimmered into existence. Several masked individuals stepped through it, scanning the area meticulously. No witnesses, no surveillance, nothing. Then, they opened the bags they carried, and began placing bombs with practiced, chilling precision. And while they were still in the middle of setting everything up, Suho appeared right behind them, completely calmly, as if he'd just walked in on a casual meeting. Instead of a full-blown terrorist operation, he said, "Bombing public buildings isn't exactly a great idea, is it?" The masked group froze instantly, utterly confused. Because this building was supposed to be completely empty today, Suho agreed, "Normally, yes. But I came because I expected something like this." Panic erupted. One man yelled for everyone to retreat, and scrambled toward the gate. A girl in the group stumbled and fell to the floor, her teammates hesitating, asking if she just tripped. One tried to lift her, but she wouldn't budge an inch. Another insisted they hurry and drag her through, but the girl's legs remained rooted to the floor. They didn't know it yet though, but Suho had already unleashed Shadow Bind, chaining her with dark energy. Still struggling, the man shouted that something was terribly wrong, and the girl muttered one cold word, "Abandon." The man refused, unwilling to leave her behind, but the girl insisted and ordered them to kill Suho. The remaining 3 charged forward together, fueled by pure panic. But before they even completed their first step, an invisible force utterly crushed them to the floor. Suho's intimidation skills smothered them instantly. With them subdued, Suho asked if they were members of Banshee. The narration clarified, Banshee, a notorious terrorist group, responsible for bombings and widespread chaos. Even though they were eventually caught in the past, the damage they caused was truly massive, and only 4 members did all of it. The group was shocked someone recognized them, and demanded to know how Suho knew their name. Suho calmly stepped toward the man closest to him, and removed his cap. He identified him as Kwak Duho, the muscle, who worked day labor jobs and handled heavy tasks. Then Suho pointed to another, Seo Kaiwan, the bomb maker, who worked as a middle school science teacher. Next, Kim Hye-min, the transporter, an everyday delivery driver, using a movement skill to vanish after attacks. Lastly, Suho turned to the girl, Kuyuma, a university student and the true leader of Banshee. Her EMP ability erased electronics and magic supports with ease. Stunned, Yuwa demanded how Suho knew everything. Suho smiled and said, "Anything could be uncovered, if someone tried hard enough, and you already knew that." Still refusing to believe him, she demanded again to know who he was. Suho acknowledged her quickness, and reminded her she already knew the answer, and boldly declared that if she still didn't trust him, he could prove it right then. by handing her over to the authorities. Realizing he wasn't bluffing in the slightest, she finally broke and asked what he truly wanted. Suho retorted she should have agreed much earlier, and casually noted this wasn't exactly the best place for a chat. He ordered her to retrieve the bomb, suggesting they talk at their hideout instead. She just stared, wide-eyed, wondering exactly how much information he possessed, but she eventually agreed. Suho then turned to Hyunmin, asking if he was good to move, and told him to open the door. After all, they clearly weren't catching a taxi. Once they were inside their hideout, Suho told everyone to relax, even offering them to take off their masks. Yanoa initially refused, but then dramatically ripped hers off anyway, declaring that she only did it because the room felt stuffy, not because he told her to. She immediately demanded answers again. How did he know who they were? Why approach them at all? And why would someone famous for conquering gates bother with a measly terrorist cell? Suho simply smiled, admitting she'd thrown so many questions at once that he didn't even know where to begin. He explained he used his own unique skills he never revealed publicly, to track and identify them, just as they had hidden their own. Finally focused, she asked again, "What do you want?" Suho extended an offer. He wanted them to work with him. He brought up his recent PBS interview and the future plans he'd shared there. Younghwa immediately assumed he meant joining the Hunter Association. Suho confirmed it, but before she could spiral, he quickly clarified he wasn't handing them over for forced recruitment. He explained he would take the level 5 exam, then move through 1 or 2 positions, and eventually join the Special Forces Division. Younghwa looked absolutely stunned. Suho told her not to make that face, knowing they despised the Special Forces, which was exactly why their bombings targeted related sites. He understood completely. Their reasons mirrored his own. Suho laid out the truth. He, too, was a gate orphan. He once dismissed it as mere coincidence, until he later uncovered the shocking truth. The entire catastrophe was manufactured on purpose. Once a gate was cleared, that land instantly became prime real estate. The government was fully aware a gate shock was coming, yet let it happen anyway, all for the sake of profit. Major development projects were the real motive, and Suho knew precisely who was behind it all. Thus, his objective was simple: to become the head of the Special Forces and ensure those responsible paid for their crimes. He elaborated, the Special Forces wielded the highest authority in the association, influenced other government branches, and possessed the power to prosecute hunters. He offered them revenge, but via a strategic, legal path, not reckless terrorism. Yet Yuwa still pointed out, there was absolutely no guarantee Suho would pass the level 5 test. Suho merely smirked, telling her to wait and watch. And with one last, ominous warning, if they dared another attack, it would mean he'd personally hand them over to the government. He concluded their conversation. Suho knew they had to be utterly shocked. Back in his past life, Banshee had remained an untouchable ghost. But during interrogation, he realized they were people just like him. Victims twisted by revenge, turned into villains. If someone had guided them earlier, perhaps things wouldn't have spiraled out of control. So this time, before they completely crossed the line, Suho planned to gently redirect them. No matter the time it took, he was certain Yuwa would give in. His offer was far too tempting, and his competence was undeniable. He urged them to think carefully and make a wise choice. The scene then shifted to the South Korean Hunter Association, where the vice president was already in a sour mood, lecturing team leader Young Chulmin for utterly failing what he called a simple task, and then reminding him that even the president cleared his entire packed schedule. He let it slide for now, though it was just about Suho. He made it absolutely clear, if that same mistake ever happened again, there would be serious consequences. Chulmin could only bow his head and meekly accept the warning before being dismissed and sent back to his duties. The moment he stepped outside, he let out a heavy sigh of exhaustion, thinking about just how long he'd been sitting there, enduring all those complaints, and how, for a second, he genuinely considered quitting everything and joining a civilian guild instead. But then he sharply reminded himself why he had joined the Hunter Association in the first place. After surviving so much already, enduring one more miserable moment wouldn't be impossible. So he whispered to himself, stay strong. Just then, Pai Song-yeol, the head of the Special Investigation Department, suddenly appeared and placed a hand on his shoulder. Chulmin, already thoroughly irritated, wondered why he had to run into this person right now. Trying to act normal, he forced a polite tone. and asked what the chief was doing here. Pai responded with his usual playful attitude, saying he heard his cherished team leader, Yang, was getting an earful again. He even complimented Yang's patience for enduring the old man's constant nagging, but Yang immediately took the blame, saying everything was his fault. As they walked together, Pai shifted the conversation and brought up rumors about Suho supposedly causing problems, but Chulman clarified that Suho wasn't exactly causing trouble, though, yes, the story was spreading fast. Pai noted that only a handful of people were aware, and then casually offered his help. When Chulman asked what he meant, Pai gave him an absurd suggestion. Just accuse Suho of something, drag him in for questioning, and clear things up later. Because, according to Pai, it was all about making the process look clean and controlled. If Suho was summoned, the president would be pleased. The entire situation would look smoothly handled, and Suho would be released right afterward, making the association look incredibly authoritative. He then emphasized that, since Suho already intended to join the Hunter Association anyway, it would ultimately benefit everyone involved. Young stared intently and cautiously called Pai's ideas pretty mischievous, because interfering with someone as successful as Suho could spectacularly backfire. But Pai didn't even flinch, and instead admired Yang's morality, questioning why someone in Yang's position was so nervous over just a single hunter. Yang responded politely, but Pai wasn't done yet. He reminded him that prosecutors still held the authority to investigate and even charge hunters, and that hunters once feared them for a reason, hinting that Yang should be more flexible, instead of strictly clinging to protocol. After a tense pause, Yang nodded and said he'd keep it in mind. Pai left after offering his support, and reminding him that there were always alternative ways besides following rules so strictly. Once alone, Yang quietly replayed everything. He thought about how he used to respect Pai as one of the few hunters inside the association who actually felt grounded, compared to the disconnected elites at the very top. But now he wasn't so sure anymore. Knowledge truly changes people, and Pai knew far too much, which made him incredibly dangerous, leaving Young feeling deeply uneasy. Young went outside, found a quiet spot, and sat down, lost in thought. His mind immediately went back to Suho, how the guy initially supported the association, but then suddenly distanced himself. It wasn't shocking though, since major guilds offered ridiculous benefits that could easily sway anyone. Yet, Young still wondered what Suho was truly thinking. Meanwhile, Suho stepped out of a taxi elsewhere and activated the ring on his finger, called First Mumu. He thought about how reckless he had been when he activated it the very first time. But now, after conquering the Tower of Challenge, he had completely mastered its usage. It was time to get moving. He headed straight for the Seoul Central Blood Center building, and immediately activated his magic detection skill, scanning his surroundings until he found it. A faint, wispy trail of magical energy. Gates naturally give off magical auras, so even hidden ones can't help but leak traces. Following the faint signal, Suho found a faint gate, almost completely hidden like mist, one that clearly required specific conditions to open. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled out a knife, sliced his palm, letting his blood drip toward the gate, because he already knew this particular gate demanded blood. Once it had absorbed enough, the system confirmed the condition was satisfied. A hidden gate had been successfully discovered, and Suho earned 5 bonus stat points. The gate's name, Blood's Decree. Entering, Suho tossed a handful of glow-in-the-dark powder forward to illuminate the dark, cave-like environment. The first stage was undeniably a vast cave system, so he pressed deeper inside until a mysterious liquid dripped onto his head. He looked up, realizing it wasn't just cave water. It was saliva. Above him hovered countless vampire bats, all around level 63, and Suho just smirked at the dramatic welcome. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated intimidation. And instantly, every single bat lost control and crashed to the floor. Calmly, he stepped toward a single fallen bat and drove his shadow spear straight through its body, letting the spear devour its shadow, killing every bat in the room at once. Opening his status window, he felt a surge of satisfaction. This method was absolutely perfect for wiping out low-tier enemies. With an S-class intimidation skill, level gaps became utterly meaningless. Most hunters focused on only 2 primary stats, But Suho had decoded the full, color-coded stat system, and planned to raise everything evenly. Reviewing his numbers again, he wondered if his current level was just too absurd, just for hunting mere bats. His curiosity led him to quickly check the combat log, and that's when he noticed something truly strange. Among the scattered corpses was a blood slime. It must have been cleverly hiding among the bats, and accidentally died from the intimidation shockwave. The cleanup felt incredibly dull, but he recognized intimidation's undeniable power. And that's because, even if high-level monsters could resist fear effects, the skill still worked just fine, unless their foe was truly unique. Before long, he arrived at the boss room, and felt excitement coursing through him. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged inside. The instant he entered, his sword appeared in his hand, and instantly, a massive vampire bat lunged at him. He swiftly blocked the assault, identifying it as a Great King Vampire Bat, countering with a swift, deadly slash. Then, from behind, a hulking golem lunged, forcing Suho to dodge deftly sideways. Yet, neither creature felt like a true boss. These were mini-bosses, and he had to fight both simultaneously. He slashed at the golem, and spinning to counter the bat's relentless attacks. When the golem attempted a mighty punch, Suho smoothly slid backward, evading the blow. Then, he slammed his sword into the ground, unleashing a devastating shockwave that ripped through the room, hitting both monsters. He thought the fight was over, until the dust finally cleared, only to see both monsters still standing. The battle intensified, and Suho quickly understood that physical attacks alone wouldn't be enough to finish high-level targets. It was time to unleash what he'd prepared. At that very moment, both enemies attacked at once, one from the front, and one ambushing from behind. Suho swiftly summoned another sword, and when the explosive clash settled, he had plunged one blade into the bat, and the other directly into the golem. But even repeated attacks weren't enough to finish them. But Suho finally understood the key. Their true weakness was pure silver, infused with holy power, and at that very moment, the system flashed a notification. Holy power had been successfully applied. The silver sword in the bat's body glowed brightly, and a bolt of lightning crashed down on it, slicing its throat clean through, and obliterating the monster in an instant. Suho then stood over the corpse, his foot planted on its head, watching it erupt, disintegrating like an insect crushed under a giant's hand. His holy power proved absolutely devastating. The golem lunged again, but Suho moved first, slicing it to pieces with his holy enhanced blade, until the system confirmed its complete defeat. Gazing down at his weapon, he recognized its flawless effectiveness. A healer-exclusive skill, allowing holy enchantments, had become an incredibly powerful advantage, and enchanting silver weapons with holy energy turned every strike into a guaranteed critical hit, making it the perfect counter for all enemies in this gate. Suddenly, Suho sensed a powerful presence right behind him, and as he turned, he realized the true boss of the hidden gate had finally appeared. The figure stepped forward, radiating pure murderous intent, revealing himself as none other than the Cursed Prince, a monstrous level 76 elite. He furiously accused Suho of invading his domain and slaughtering his subordinates, before demanding he kneel and confess his sins. But Suho had come here to capture him, not bow down. That confidence absolutely enraged the prince, and with a furious roar, he unleashed his power, calling Suho unbearably arrogant. The first strike slammed forward, but Suho blocked it with effortless ease, and calmly asked if the prince was done with his dramatic entrance. Instead of answering, the prince drove his hand into the ground, and suddenly, the battlefield transformed, as blood-veiled mist erupted everywhere, obscuring visibility completely. The dense aura made it impossible to detect movement normally, so Suho braced himself, knowing the prince could attack from any direction. He sensed something behind him and reacted instantly, just as the prince lunged, blocking the strike perfectly, utterly shocking the boss, who couldn't understand how Suho had predicted his attack. Suho retaliated with a confident slash, thinking he'd landed a clean hit, but the prince only laughed and mocked him, saying such weak attacks could never harm him. Then, a system alert flashed. The Cursed Prince had activated Blood Scream. Suho immediately stabbed his sword into the ground and unleashed his healing spirit. A purifying aura burst forth from him, and the prince visibly flinched at the sensation, as Suho's wounds vanished without a trace. With a subtle, knowing smile, Suho revealed his true nature, a healer. The prince glanced down, bewildered, stunned to find a wound on his own abdomen, proof that Suho's earlier strike had connected after all. Suho prepared to unleash another technique, but the prince snapped, raging and charged forward, enraged by the humiliation of being wounded by a mere human. Suho met him head-on, undeterred, his sword clashing fiercely against the prince's clawed hand, as the two engaged in a lightning-fast, high-stakes exchange of brutal blows. For a brief moment, the prince believed he was winning, and unleashed a rapid, devastating barrage of strikes. But Suho suddenly vanished, only to reappear right behind him, landing a perfectly clean hit. Blood gushed from the prince's mouth as he stumbled violently backward, and Suho immediately rushed in, pressing his relentless assault. Refusing to retreat, the prince activated even more power and charged directly back into the fray, and the two collided with earth-shattering force, sending powerful shockwaves across the entire battlefield. When they finally landed, the scene changed instantly. The cursed prince's head had been severed from his body and rolled chillingly across the ground. Suho approached casually, unfazed, and crouched next to the severed head, mocking how effortlessly he'd won, until the head suddenly lunged forward, biting his hand. The still-living prince cursed Suho inside his mind, demanding his blood and vowing to enslave him. With utter disgust, Suho ripped the head off his hand and flung it aside, thinking the prince was basically just a mosquito, biting without so much as a warning. Then, the system announced the start of kin conversion. Suho collapsed to the ground instantly, as blood rapidly drained from his body. Dizziness and a pounding headache overwhelmed him, while a violent, agonizing thirst clawed at his throat. Inside his mind, the prince declared it was already too late for him, but Suho just told him to shut up, refusing to listen as the forced conversion continued. Suho reminded himself that to gain the vampire trait, synchronization had to hit a specific threshold, and once that happened, he had to instantly purify the infection. With holy water the moment kin conversion hit 50%. Suho believed he was so close to acquiring the trait, and reached for the bottle, only for it to suddenly shatter. The prince laughed, declaring this was his domain, and nothing Suho did would matter now. Suho realized the prince had been far more cautious than expected. The destroyed corridor was now fully restored, and even the prince's body was gone. Everything had been reset for the next phase. Still refusing to give in, Suho tried to plan his next move, but the system warned him. His blood was now beginning to corrupt. The prince, overflowing with confidence, declared there was no escape, but Suho revealed he still had one final card up his sleeve. The system immediately responded. All conditions to unlock the second power of dragon blood had been fulfilled. He had reached level 50 and survived a mentally and physically life-threatening situation. A new notification appeared. Dragon armor available. Suho smirked, realizing he'd triggered it just in time. Kin conversion stopped on the spot, and the system confirmed again that all conditions for unlocking the second stage of dragon blood had been met. Dragon armor activated. He now possessed dragon's endowment and dragon skin, granted through the armor. The moment the dragon's endowment effect activated, further assimilation was blocked, and purification began. The corrupted blood inside him converted into pure blood, and was absorbed into his system, while the remaining corruption was destroyed entirely. Thanks to the dragon blood effect, Suho successfully mastered the unknown power hidden within the corrupted vampire blood, and felt his body become lighter. He remembered planning to unlock the second dragon blood power using a custom gate at level 50, but instead, it happened here. Checking his freshly unlocked skill, a total surprise, he stumbled upon Dragon's Endowment. This wasn't just any skill, it was an innate trait, exclusive to those with dragon blood in their veins. It screamed nobility, superiority, and sheer power. While active, it granted complete immunity to infection, corruption, and all things foul. Plus, it automatically absorbed corrupted sources to purify, heal, and even evolve. The system had never hinted at a second awakening condition, but Suho had pried that info from Yongma. Since kin conversion was a life-threatening ordeal, the system recognized it as the perfect trigger. Although the endowment purified his blood, oddly enough, it also preserved the potent vampire power within. He checked another skill, one clearly tied to vampirism. currently sealed away. This was undeniable proof he'd nearly become a full-fledged vampire, and he pondered whether he'd technically acquired it or not. His original goal was simple: snag some vampire traits. But dragon and vampire blood clearly couldn't coexist, not fully at least. Still, the skills he gained were ridiculously strong, so he readily accepted his fate. Another new skill appeared: Blood Weapon, a rare and terrifying ability, only usable by noble-level vampires or higher. The catch? It demanded colossal quantities of blood. He quickly concluded he'd need to hunt down mountains of monsters. His plan: develop Phantom Shadow right alongside it. Just then, the cursed prince started mumbling to himself again. Suho, fed up, snapped at him to stop. His rambling was annoying, utterly incomprehensible. The prince lamented loudly, questioning how Suho could possibly still be alive. After that bite, muttering curses, and calling himself utterly useless. That was it. Suho realized Phase 2 was finally beginning. The system, of course, confirmed it. The cursed king now lamented his bitter fate. His power surged dramatically. Suddenly, a torrential rain of blood poured from above, and from within that sickening crimson downpour, the cursed king emerged once more, now level 80, radiating pure, unadulterated fury, as he declared he would utterly destroy all beings superior to him, burn them all, crush them, and hurl them into the pit. His blood-red wings unfurled, and a terrifying shriek echoed through the chamber. Suho instantly sensed the overwhelming surge of magic power. This wasn't the monster from before. The cursed king had transformed into something entirely new. The king unleashed a brutal dark force attack, which detonated into a colossal explosion. But when the dust settled, Suho had vanished, only to instantly appear in the air above the king's wing and deliver a devastating sword strike. Yet the cursed king barely registered it, and scoffed that a mere blow like that could never bring him down. Suho now realized that not only was his power growing, but his intelligence was growing as well. The king swung his wing like a massive weapon, swatting Suho away with raw brute strength. Suho quickly steadied himself, and instantly recognized the imminent danger. The king charged forward with another attack, and Suho met the incoming strikes head-on, his sword blazing with holy power, and boldly declaring that holiness would overpower all the strength the king possessed. But in the very next instant, the cursed king utterly shattered Suho's weapon, and scoffed that holy power meant absolutely nothing to him now. Suho quickly retreated, analyzing the dire situation. A wholly enhanced weapon had shattered like fragile glass, meaning ordinary weapons were completely useless now. Without hesitation, he summoned his bloody sword. Upon seeing it, the cursed king erupted in sheer rage, demanding Suho hand it over, all while launching another brutal assault. But Suho infused the bloody sword with pure holy power, and effortlessly sliced right through the strike, utterly shocking the king, who couldn't even begin to comprehend what just happened. Suho finally understood the truth. Blood weapons' power and durability scaled up based on his stats, and now, at his current level, the sword had already reached the formidable red rank, more than enough to decisively end this fight. And the cursed king conjured a menacing bloody spear, vowing to tear Suho limb from limb, and charged in. The attack came blindingly fast, but Suho quickly shifted his bloody sword into a shield form, and effortlessly blocked the spear, leaving the king utterly stunned once more. Suho then calmly informed him he wasn't the only one capable of transforming a blood weapon. He then smoothly reverted his shield back into a sharp blade, and in one clean, decisive motion, slashed the cursed king's throat. The king's severed head hit the floor with a thud. Still wearing a twisted smile, oozing with arrogance, he confidently declared that severing his head truly meant nothing. Suho simply kicked the severed head across the floor, and then summoned his formidable shadow spear. He slammed it forcefully into the ground, and immediately, shadowy chains erupted, wrapping violently around the severed head, a powerful shadow bind locking it firmly in place. Suho knew he needed to finish this before this monster could cause any more problems. The system promptly notified him that vampire blood had been activated, and the absorbed blood was now securely stored within the blood jade. Meanwhile, the cursed king screamed at Suho to release his grip. Suho carefully examined the blood jade. It was the first time he'd seen it in person, and it already held a massive amount of collected blood. According to the Blood Monarch, the blood jade could only be seen by its true owner. The Blood Monarch himself had once been a normal healer, working at the Central Blood Institute, until fate cruelly dragged him into a hidden gate. By Blood's decree, he eventually reached the boss room, but tragically failed to defeat the cursed king and was bitten, turning him into a vampire. Normally, that would mean certain death, since once bitten, the victim would transform into a monster, and the gate would permanently seal. But the Blood Monarch resisted the curse, using his innate healing abilities, and neutralized the kin conversion. At that pivotal moment, new vampire skills awakened, completely reshaping his entire stat system. With his newfound power, he defeated the cursed king, conquered the gate, and became known as the infamous Blood Monarch, a global villain feared worldwide. Eventually, Suho tracked him down and extracted all the critical information about kin conversion, blood weapons, and vampire blood. But even now, the cursed king erupted in fury. He vowed revenge, utterly refusing to endure such humiliation. But Suho merely welcomed it, practically daring him to make a move. Then, the system activated the Phantom Shadow. It instantly resonated with the cursed king's shadow, and fully absorbed it, leaving not even a trace behind. With that, Suho finally acknowledged that Blood's decree had finally been cleared. The system confirmed the Hidden Gate's conquest, and triumphantly declared Suho the MVP. An exit gate materialized before him as he prepared to leave. Suho took a moment to reflect on everything. Once again, he was starkly reminded of the sheer, overwhelming reality of dragon power. No matter how terrifying kin conversion seemed, it paled in insignificance next to true dragon blood. Still, he couldn't help but feel annoyed that the vampire had managed to escape. Then, the system announced a special reward. After meticulously analyzing Suho's talents, it granted him a unique skill, perfectly suited for him, and awarded 10 bonus stats for his incredible achievement. The new skill? New Blood. Suho had never heard of it before. As he scrolled through the system window, he quickly realized its immense value. It was an absolute jackpot, a game-changer for his future. But that wasn't all. He had also obtained an S-rank original vampire skill, something even the legendary Blood Monarch never possessed. Since his previous vampire traits were only a plus rank, and none were labeled royal or original, Suho concluded that this remarkable development must be due to the unique effect of new blood. Originally, he planned to monopolize powerful existing skills, but reality had turned out far, far better. Still, he sternly reminded himself not to get careless. Just because things were going well now, didn't guarantee they always would. With the gate conquered and his objective secured, Suho then spoke exactly what needed to be said. He had gained what he came for, and now it was time to go big at Nexus. The scene then shifts dramatically to this big, tall building, Nexus, and people moved steadily through the corridor, while Miss Sui led the group forward. Through open doors, a man could be seen sitting calmly in a chair, who, it turns out, is the guild leader, and tells Miss Sui to step right in. She informs him that Hunter and Suho sent her with a message. Tomorrow, he'd be coming to join the guild. The man repeats the statement in disbelief, almost questioning if he heard correctly. The back of his chair still facing them. He processes the news, then finally speaks, stating that proper preparations needed to be made. When his face finally becomes visible as he turns, he adds that no one knows what this Suho is planning, and everything needs to be handled carefully. Before he changes his mind, outside, tall buildings stretch toward the sky. Before the scene shifts inside an elegant, well-furnished room, Suho stands at the entrance, looking in, and finds Jean Huey sprawled across the couch, drooling in his sleep. Suho stares for a moment, then finally asks why he's sleeping there. The reporter weakly sits up on the couch, explaining that Suho conquered the Tower of Tests today, and, even if temporarily, they're now living together. And to top it all off, Suho is his partner. While speaking, the young man clutches a bottle happily, declaring that such a milestone absolutely calls for a celebration. He explains that when he returned home, Suho wasn't there, but he couldn't just ignore such a historic moment. So, he started drinking by himself. Suho watches him for a moment, then remarks that handling everything at once must have been exhausting. He assures him that in the future, there'll be plenty more reasons to celebrate. Still clutching the bottle, the drunken reporter blinks and asks if Suho is absolutely sure about that. Suho simply tells him to relax. The future will reveal everything. Looking at the food laid out on the table, Suho asks the surprised and slightly tipsy reporter if he still wants another drink, even at such a late hour. With a big, satisfied smile, Jin Hui immediately agrees. Next to the plates of food sits a glass of wine, and Suho comments that he'd tried the community app. Jin Hui had recommended it, and it worked like a charm. He also added that he genuinely liked the apartment itself. While they were eating, Suho mentioned he'd read the reporter's blog, and could tell the young man was doing quite well, leading him to assume his companion must be incredibly wealthy. They continued drinking wine together, and with a cheerful tone, Jin Hui explained he wasn't just rich. He was the youngest son of a chaebol family, meaning he couldn't simply be considered normally wealthy. Surprised, Suho asked if he truly belonged to a chaebol family. Then he took another sip from his glass. Jin Hui continued speaking, saying that since Suho had shared one secret, he wanted to share one of his own in return. He revealed he was the youngest son of the president of the Daisen company. Suho responded that if he was the president's son, then he was likely also the heir. But the reporter shook his head and explained his father had many children from different women, and his own mother had been just a mistress, meaning he was merely an illegitimate son. He admitted he'd never told anyone that, but since he'd likely be working with Suho for a long time, he felt Suho should know everything. Suho looked at him with surprise and asked if that meant journalism was just a hobby for him. Jin Hui answered that it was partially true, and he genuinely enjoyed the work. He added that his father gave him anything he wanted, yet he had no right to inheritance and no influence within the company. He had even been offered the opportunity to run a subsidiary company, but he refused, admitting openly that he was a good reporter, but knew nothing about business. Suho lifted his glass again, remarking that at the very least, Jin Hui was an excellent journalist. Jin Hui smiled brightly. That means a lot to hear, the reporter replied. He then confessed he'd never met a hunter quite like Suho. Both men then slowly rose to their feet. Jin Hui then suggested a toast for the two of them. Suho agreed without a moment's hesitation. Their glasses clinked together with a light chime. The next morning, bright and early, Suho ambled through the apartment, a yawn escaping him. From the kitchen, Jin Hui greeted him with a cheerful good morning as he poured boiling water into a cup. Suho asked if he really planned to work all weekend. The reporter replied that he had plenty on his plate. Standing by the window and rubbing the last of the sleep from his eyes, Suho commented, "Maybe we shouldn't have drunk quite so much last night." But Jin Hui just laughed, assuring him everything was fine. "I actually had a great time," he added. Suho then asked why he was already heading out, hunting for new material. The reporter answered that he couldn't just live off articles about him forever. Hearing that, Suho casually admitted, "That's exactly why I respect you." This made Jin Hui pause, clearly surprised by the unexpected compliment. After taking a sip, he asked what Suho planned to do today. Suho reminded him, "Today's the day I mentioned." Before fully realizing it, Jin Hui asked, "Are you heading to the Nexus?" Suho nodded, explaining that last night, he'd hit level 50 and received several upgrades. "So it's time." Those words made Jin Hui freeze, and he nearly burned his hand with the water. Startled, because just yesterday, Suho had been level 40. He turned to stare at him in utter disbelief, demanding to know how someone could possibly jump 10 levels in a single day. Suho just shrugged like it was nothing. He clarified, to be exact, "I'm now level 51. The reporter stared at him, like he was some kind of unresolved riddle. He mumbled, "The more I get to know you, the more mysterious you become." Suho commented, "The way you say that sounded strangely suggestive." As Jin Hui scratched his head, Suho then asked why he was looking at him that way. Then, without warning, the reporter abruptly pushed him into the hallway, declaring that if he planned to enter such a serious organization, he needed to look the part. Suho protested, arguing he didn't need anything fancy and was perfectly fine with casual clothes. But the reporter absolutely insisted, claiming he'd gladly lend him proper clothes and even a watch. As Suho continued to resist, the reporter declared that appearances really mattered at places like Nexus, sternly reminding him that he could also pick any of his luxury cars. If he walked in using public transportation or showed up in a taxi, everyone would absolutely stare. A quiet, upscale district came into view as a sleek, red car rolled to a stop immediately, drawing all eyes from the people waiting outside. The door lifted upward and Suho stepped out, now dressed in a sharp elegant suit that fit him perfectly. For a second, he cleared his throat and mused that everything had turned out surprisingly well. A suited man then approached politely, offering a business card and introducing himself as Bae Dong-yuk, the head of Nexus. Suho accepted it with a polite smile, introduced himself as On Suho, and followed him deeper into the guild building. Soon after, he found himself seated across from 3 Nexus representatives. Dong-yuk calmly stated that over the past few days, Suho must have significantly raised his level, and wondered if that sudden progress had made him reconsider his goals, especially since he previously mentioned wanting to become a government official. Suho explained that absolutely nothing had changed. His goal remained precisely the same. The leaders exchanged genuinely surprised glances, prompting Su-ae to ask what exactly that meant. Dong-yuk then leaned forward and asked why Suho would want to join a private guild, if his true intention was government service. Suho responded honestly, explaining that joining Nexus would make reaching his goal significantly easier. He then announced that he planned to take the 5th rank exam this year. Someone asked if he just wanted bonus evaluation points. Suho replied that, while technically yes, that was only one piece of a much larger strategy. If he only chased the Hunter Association, they'd assume he had no other options. That's precisely why he intended to join Nexus, because once the association saw others offering sweeter terms, they would improve their own as well. He added that while serving Nexus, he'd dedicate himself fully to the guild, making the partnership truly mutually beneficial. Dong-yuk listened silently, as Suho promised to give 100%. But the guild master eventually leaned back and said he understood. However, he wanted to ask one question. He pointed out that when Suho first approached them, Nexus was struggling, and the hero's abilities were a complete unknown. Hiring him back then was risky, but still reasonable. But now, any guild in Korea would fight for him. But why, out of all of them, did he only approach Nexus? Suho smiled quietly while the guild leader continued, saying that Suho was clearly talented, but his true intentions remained unclear. Folding his hands, Dong-yuk warned that unless Suho answered honestly, cooperation would not be possible. Suho closed his eyes briefly, then replied that he had very personal reasons. He reminded Dong-yuk of the public speech he gave earlier. The one where he promised Nexus would do everything in its power to destroy all gates in Korea. Suho acknowledged that Nexus provided more support to victim families than any other guild and was clearly the most passionate about eliminating the gates. He said he had no doubt that speech was sincere. Because of that conviction, he wanted to work with Nexus, help them, and contribute everything he had. He smiled widely and added that he hoped they could continue their cooperation, even after he eventually joined the Hunter Association. Dong-yuk lowered his gaze and admitted the reasoning satisfied him. He then asked if Suho truly thought joining the association was truly necessary, since Nexus already toiled tirelessly to clear gates and back up hunters. Suho agreed, but explained that if Nexus genuinely aimed to end the gates completely, then they'd need to venture where even other hunters couldn't dare go, like the sealed, high-risk gates under strict government control. His gaze then landed on an image of one such chained portal. Beyond ordinary mid-level entrances, there were also the 5 Great Gates. That's precisely why he needed government authority. But until that time arrived, every successful raid would blast Nexus's name alongside his own. The sheer impact would completely reshape the power structure of Korea's guilds, and Nexus would ascend to number 1. Dong-yuk rested his hands on the table and stated, but all of this would only last as long as Suho remained with them. Suho nodded, stating that's why he promised to give his all while he was here. Suho blinked in shock, then suddenly asking if he'd already found team candidates. After their previous conversation, Suho confirmed it and revealed the first candidate, Kang Daehan. Ski froze, then asked again, as if she couldn't believe what she'd just heard. Suho nodded, then casually mentioned he was the one who convinced Daehan to become a tank. She shot to her feet in outrage, demanding to know what Suho planned to do if tanking didn't suit him. Suho calmly lifted a hand, telling her to relax. He made this decision after analyzing everything properly. He reminded her that Daehan had passed the exam with exceptional scores. Ski frowned reluctantly, remembering the results. Daeon had unexpectedly ranked second. She admitted she'd planned to thank whoever was responsible, but Suho simply shrugged, saying it wasn't a big deal, which only irritated her further. The third Nexus representative finally spoke up, stating Suho's proposal sounded excellent, but he needed clarification. If Suho truly intended to clear sealed gates, he had to know this. Those locations were government protected, with zero access for private guilds. Civilian safety was their absolute top priority. He questioned how Suho planned to even get inside. Suho calmly retorted, asking if he doubted his abilities. He then declared they'd finalize the contract once he presented them with the pass, proving he was trustworthy. Dongyu paused, reconsidered, and changed the offer. Instead of a pass, Suho would clear one sealed gate first. Then, they would sign. The secretary sweated the sheer scale of these terms, making him mutter that Suho was offering conditions worthy of actual royalty. Suho insisted the terms were perfectly fair. The secretary noted that, despite Suho being incredibly promising, he was still just seen as a new hunter, with no official standing. But Suho declared that was exactly why. He'd clear a sealed gate immediately and prove himself. Dongyu observed him carefully, then agreed Suho would undoubtedly prove his worth. With a satisfied smile, the guild master stated he liked today's outcome, and they'd finalize details later, once the gate was cleared. Later, Suho left the building and drove away. Dongyu and his secretary stood by the window, watching the red car disappear into the distance. The guild master quietly ordered preparations, assemble a special support team, and prepare all necessary documents for Suho. The secretary hesitated, asking if they should wait until Suho made good on his promise. Dongyu replied with a confident smile, saying Suho would absolutely follow through, and supporting him early would only strengthen their alliance. Closing his eyes, he declared he believed Suho would keep his word. The secretary, slightly overwhelmed, asked what made the guild master so certain. Dongyu answered that it wasn't a guess, and the secretary already knew it. The man finally nodded, recalling Suho's determined gaze and the unwavering certainty in his voice. The scene quickly shifts to the colossal headquarters of the Great Hunter Association of South Korea. Inside one of the offices, young Chulman slumps over his computer, clutching his head in sheer frustration. He's desperately racking his brain, trying to figure out how to get Suho into the organization, especially since Suho showed absolutely no intention of joining willingly. Chulman briefly considers offering him a reward for clearing the test tower, but quickly dismisses the thought, knowing full well that upper management would never approve it. They didn't want a picture of Suho receiving thanks. They wanted a shot where Suho stood, smiling brightly beside the association president, making it look like they were already close allies. Though Chulman despises the idea of using force or pressure, Chief Pai's earlier suggestion echoes in his head, a suggestion that essentially amounted to dragging Suho in by force, if necessary. Chulman groans, drops his head onto the desk, and wonders why he ever chose to work in this stressful place. As he curses his life choices, his phone vibrates. The caller ID is an unknown number. With low energy, he picks up and introduces himself. This is young Chulman speaking, trying to figure out who'd be calling him from an unrecognized number. But the moment he hears the voice on the other end, his expression completely changes. It was Suho. Chulman shoots upright from his chair, eyes wide, barely believing he heard correctly. The scene instantly shifts to a small kookbop restaurant, where steam rises from simmering pots. Suho and Chulman sit at a table, facing each other. Suho remarks that he hasn't visited this place in a long time, and notes that this restaurant serves the best boiled pork. Chulman blinks, and asks in surprise how Suho knew about this place. With a serene smile, Suho casually lies that he used to come here often, back when he worked nearby. Chulman slowly nodded, taking in his explanation. He scooped up some soup with his spoon, admitting he never expected Suho to reach out first. Then, he asked why Suho had changed his number. Suho explained that he'd been getting far too many calls, so he simply got a second number. Now, Chulman could just use that one instead. The civil servant nodded understandingly, commenting that Suho must be exhausted from all the unwanted attention. Lowering his gaze, Chulman sincerely thanked him for contacting him, admitting he'd nearly given up hope of ever seeing him. Again, Suho asked how he could think that, and picked up his chopsticks. Then he calmly asked whether the higher-ups were pressuring him, and if they wanted Chulman to convince him to join the association. Caught off guard, Chulman stiffened, raising a hand to his face, as if to shield his reaction. He nervously asked why Suho would assume that. Holding the chopsticks near his cheek, Suho explained that he found it odd that the association president suddenly requested a meeting after the tower clearing. Normally, no matter how difficult the gate, the association simply handled paperwork. They never actively tried to recruit someone. Speechless, Chulman stared downward with a nervous smile. Suho continued, saying that after thinking about it, he realized the executives only wanted to take photos for publicity. Hearing that, Chulman looked at him almost fearfully, but Suho reassured him that everything was fine. He just wished they'd been straightforward about it, since there was nothing wrong with saying so. Chulman apologized, but Suho waved it off, saying there was no need. He had already understood the situation himself. In fact, he was even grateful to Chulman. The civil servant pointed to himself in confusion, unable to believe he'd heard that correctly. Suho continued, explaining that situations like this often involved blackmail or even force, yet Chulman handled everything professionally. Rubbing the back of his neck in embarrassment, Chulman confessed it still felt fundamentally wrong. Suho then casually brought up that he decided to visit the association. Chulman froze mid-motion, asking if he was serious. Suho continued eating calmly, confirming it. He explained he wanted to thank Chulman, and felt that meeting the association executives could actually be quite beneficial. Chulman slowly nodded, agreeing it truly could be. Suho asked when he should visit the association. Chulman suggested they discuss it after finishing their food, but halfway through speaking, realization struck him. He shot up from his seat, eyes shining with excitement. With sudden determination, he declared he'd arrange a meeting immediately. Sometime later, the duo arrived at the building of the Korean Hunters Association. Suho posed for a photo beside the president of the organization, Young Kyung-won. He smiled for the camera, then told Suho he was glad to finally meet him. He commented that Suho must be extremely busy, so he truly appreciated him accepting the invitation. The vice president, Park Hyaman, added that it wasn't every day someone got to meet such a promising newcomer. Suho smiled politely and replied that meeting the leaders of the association was a great honor. Behind that expression, however, he could barely tolerate the sight of these people. It had been a while since he last saw them, but disgust immediately resurfaced. Kyung-won asked if Suho truly intended to join the Korean Hunters Association. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Suho answered that it was his dream, exactly what he'd said during the interview. Before the exam, the president asked why. With his gaze lowered, Suho explained that he became an orphan due to a gate outbreak, and he wanted to eliminate portals as soon as possible to protect humanity. But in his mind, Suho reminded himself that this was only one reason. The other was to prevent the president and his lackeys from destroying the association from within. Kyung-won cheerfully lauded Suho's noble intentions, while Suho silently observed that this man would cling to his position until his very last breath, right up until he was unceremoniously shoved out. He absolutely couldn't wait to witness the expression this old pig would inevitably make when that glorious day finally arrived. And Kyung-won wasn't the only problem infesting the association's ranks. Then Park Hyaman spoke up again, claiming Suho truly knew how to leave a lasting impression. With arms folded across his chest, he declared that Suho had no interest in material gain, only wanting to protect the general public. A truly respectable ambition. The vice president pressed his fingertips together and solemnly proclaimed that Suho had blossomed into a strong and noble man. His parents would undoubtedly be proud. Suho thanked him politely, while inwardly musing that Kyung-won was most likely the true mastermind behind this elaborate recruitment stunt. In his mind, Suho immediately labeled him a pathetic bootlicker, existing solely to polish Kyung-won's metaphorical shoes. It was because of fools like these that most gates remained uncleared in his previous life, and he absolutely intended to strip them of their chance to ruin things ever again. Then Kyung-won happily inquired which department Suho desired to join. Suho rubbed his chin thoughtfully and replied that he'd carefully considered several options, but ultimately settled on the gate department. Chulman froze, utterly shocked, while the vice president immediately pressed for a reason. Suho calmly explained that, unlike private guilds, the association held direct access to gates, handled all initial inspections, and could even participate in the actual raids. Kyung-hoon remarked he was utterly amazed to encounter someone so selfless, stating Suho had bravely chosen the most perilous department in the entire association. Park Hyuman nodded and declared that people like Suho belonged there. The president then turned to Chulman and instructed him to demonstrate their utmost sincerity. A confused Suho then asked what that truly meant. Kyung-hoon fired back, stating that if Suho was truly committed to tackling the portals, then he should be granted access to a selection of real gates to clear, as the association had plenty on hand. Chulman nearly choked on his own words, quickly reminding the president that those specific gates were either sealed away or incredibly deadly. But before he could even finish his plea, Suho cheerfully declared it sounded absolutely perfect. Chulman tried once more to argue that it was an incredibly dangerous idea, but Suho clenched his fist and announced with pure excitement that he would personally clear the gates that posed the greatest threat to humanity. Kyung-won responded confidently, stating this was precisely what he expected from Suho. Still in shock, Chulman stammered out to the president, but the man simply asked if there was a problem. Feeling immense pressure, Chulman lowered his head and claimed everything was fine, assuring him he would prepare what was needed. Kyung-won then told Suho to get ready to clear those portals. Suho politely thanked him, while Chulman glared furiously at the ground. He knew that for these unawakened executives, the deadliest gates were nothing more than mere playthings. That's why he utterly despised leaders who had never once stepped foot inside a gate. They had no idea how truly catastrophic the danger was. Countless hunters had perished attempting to clear those very portals, and yet these two men were willing to send Suho to almost certain death. While Chulman clenched his jaw in sheer frustration, Suho smiled calmly, already fully aware of exactly what was waiting inside those sealed gates. Chulman leaned toward the president and whispered something Suho immediately grasped. These two were only thinking about their own profit and didn't care how many hunters died. As long as the raid succeeded and the association gained more influence, human lives were utterly irrelevant. Kyung-hoon looked at Suho again and asked what rank he planned to achieve during the exam. Suho smiled and confidently answered that he intended to take the level 5 test by the end of the year. Kyung-hoon asked if he even knew how incredibly difficult that exam was. Suho simply replied that reaching that top rank would open up so many more opportunities for him, and that he planned to join a guild to gain crucial experience. Meanwhile, Kyung-won raised his hand, exclaiming, "That's an absolutely excellent idea. Experienced applicants are definitely preferred." He then inquired, "How long do private guild contracts usually last?" Suho stated that the contract's length wasn't his top priority. Gaining genuine field experience was what truly mattered. If a guild truly fulfilled his requirements, he would stay until it was time for his next big exam and the association. Kyung-hoon then stifled a yawn and muttered that he hoped Suho could find such an ideal place. Suho, smiling subtly to himself, mused, "If the president approves terms like these, then joining Nexus is absolutely possible." He sensed a golden opportunity to build a bridge between Nexus and the association. Suddenly, the grand doors burst open, and someone loudly announced Pei Yongyo's arrival. Suho's expression immediately stiffened. Pei entered confidently, playfully joking, "My bosses are eating something delicious. Without me." Then he abruptly stopped, noticing Suho calmly sitting there. A wide, knowing grin stretched across his lips. He politely turned, pretending to leave, but Kyung-hoon promptly told him to stay, pointing at Suho and introducing him as the very hunter who cleared the test tower. Pei tried to recall the name, then suddenly exclaimed, I remember," with a hearty laugh. He declared it was incredible to finally meet him, and extended his hand warmly, introducing himself as the chief of the special department. Suho shook it, formally introducing himself as Suho. They exchanged polite, yet sharp, compliments, though Suho's own smile remained razor-sharp. Once everyone was seated, Kyung-won raised his hand and informed Pei that Suho intended to take on the level 5 exam. Pei blinked, clearly in shock, stating it would be extremely difficult. Suho, however, simply said he wanted to try anyway. Pei could only stare at him, utterly stunned. One of the other executives then added that the association planned to grant Suho access to sealed gates, given his bold claim to clear them. Pai froze, eyes wide. He then mumbled under his breath, covering his mouth in disbelief. Looking worriedly at Suho, he asked if he was really sure, because those gates were incredibly dangerous. Suho noticed the anxiety on his face, and found it strangely amusing. He replied that he was well aware of the danger. Still uneasy, Pai crossed his arms, and said he couldn't stop Suho, even if he wanted to, but he sincerely hoped things would go well. Suho silently acknowledged that Pai was a hunter, someone who valued talent. His expression showed genuine concern, not for himself, but for the possibility that someone promising might die needlessly. Pai then added that, if Suho wanted to join the special department, he would personally take care of him. Suemon immediately raised a finger, and warned him not to poach. Suho had already chosen the gate department. Pai asked why. Suemon replied that Suho wanted to destroy all gates, and have priority access to them. Pai nodded slowly, now understanding. He said that if that was all that mattered, then his department could also support him. Turning his head, he smiled at Chulman and asked him to confirm that. Sadly, Chulman nodded, hands on his hips. Pai commented that if Suho passed the level 5 exam, his relationship with Chulman might become rather complicated. Facing the young hunter, he added that they could discuss all of that after the exam, but for now, he sincerely wished Suho success. Suho thanked him politely, thinking privately, what a sly fox. Suho quietly glanced at Chulman, already realizing that if he passed the exam, he would outrank him, and, that alone, would put Chulman in a painfully awkward position. Suho let out a subtle sigh. That was exactly why dealing with Chulman felt. Things were complicated. He was careful not to make the man feel cornered or overshadowed. With the meeting now over, the two men strode side by side down the long corridor. Chulman kept his eyes glued to the floor. With his shoulders slumped in worry, Suho stole another look at him, before finally speaking up, asking if he was troubled by Chief Pai's earlier words. Chulman readily admitted it. He knew better than anyone just how talented Suho was, but even with all that ability, clearing a sealed gate was incredibly dangerous. His voice turning serious, he urged Suho to be extremely cautious, and offered to personally speak to the president, to ensure the association provided as much support as they could. Suho looked at him with sincere appreciation, adding he truly valued his concern. But Chulman wasn't just being polite. He meant every word. He reminded Suho he had only recently become a hunter, cautioning him once more that sealed gates were a whole different league. Then, he asked if Suho understood why the government trusted no one but the Hunter Association to clear them. Suho calmly replied that even top-tier guilds were rarely allowed into sealed gates due to national safety protocols. Chulman halted his steps and looked at him with confusion, asking why he would still insist on going there. Suho answered simply. He was absolutely confident he would succeed. He assured him everything would be fine. Then, with a faint smile, Suho mentioned that among the sealed gates managed by the association, there was one called Nameless Sword. Immediately, Chulman stiffened, declaring that gate was among the most perilous in existence. Suho's expression didn't change. He just smiled a little wider, and said he already knew how to clear it. The next day, a military vehicle stood, parked against the backdrop of typical Asian buildings, in the Gwangju district. Right beside the Nameless Sword Gate Square, two formidable soldiers stood directly in front of Suho and Jiwoo. One of them then instructed the pair to hold their position. Suho complied instantly, no questions asked. The reporter leaned in close to Suho and whispered something urgent. The atmosphere here feels incredibly tense. Suho, ever so calm, simply replied that, while the association technically controlled this gate, it was still a formidable military facility. Suddenly, both young men spotted something up ahead. The soldiers exchanged crisp, formal salutes, and then one of them turned directly to Suho to confirm if he was truly the renowned hunter Suho. Once his identity was confirmed, the soldier introduced himself as Major Kim Jong-gu, the senior commander overseeing this entire square. Suho responded with a polite greeting, expressing his pleasure at meeting the major. Major Kim then informed them that the team leader was already waiting for them inside. Jiwoo, pointing further ahead, asked, "Are we heading straight for the gate?" He received an immediate and firm yes. As the colossal structure loomed larger into view, the reporter's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Its overwhelming scale left him utterly stunned, muttering that this would make for extraordinary material. Major Kim then began to explain that the towering walls encircling the gate were meticulously constructed from solid iron and a special alloy specifically designed to repel any monsters attempting to break out, while simultaneously preventing the portal from expanding further. And Jimu could only gape in awe at the sheer scale of it all, admitting, "This portal is far larger than I ever imagined." And the closer they got, the more fascinating details he began to notice. Suho added that the military had implemented countless precautions to ensure the portal itself remained incredibly difficult to reach. The group pressed onward until Major Kim finally brought them before Chulman and proudly announced that Huntaro Suho had arrived. The civil servant offered a warm smile and greeted Suho warmly. The two exchanged knowing glances, full of familiarity and palpable relief. Chulman then remarked that it had been quite a lengthy trip to reach this remote location, adding that he was glad Suho managed to arrive so quickly. Suho, noticing Chulman had arrived even earlier, then inquired when he himself had arrived. The civil servant coolly stated he'd only just arrived himself. His gaze then shifted to the person beside Suho, but before he could even ask, the reporter brightly introduced himself as PBS reporter Jo Jinwi, extending his hand and declaring it a pleasure to meet him. They shook hands, but Chulman's confusion remained and asked why a reporter was even here. Suho quickly stepped in to clarify that pictures would only be taken after the raid was complete, and wondered if Chulman would permit it. The civil servant replied that this wasn't a classified facility, so there was no reason to refuse. Though still a bit confused, he confessed he was mostly surprised Suho brought his own reporter. Jin Woo gratefully thanked him for the permission, practically brimming with excitement, said they'd likely meet often from now on, so he should definitely remember his face. Chulman replied he certainly would. Major Kim then approached Suho once more, carrying an M416 automatic rifle. He stated that per the association's message, the raid leader would be none other than Hunter Suho, who confirmed it with a nod. The major hesitated for a moment before apologizing and asking what level Suho currently was. Suho replied he was level 51. Major Kim stared in utter disbelief, then quickly looked away and muttered that he understood. They then reached the entrance, the heavy reinforced door towering over them. Major Kim stated that the inner perimeter of the portal had already been prepared and Suho could enter immediately. He firmly warned that the moment Suho stepped inside, the door would be sealed. Suho thanked him with a calm smile. Just then, someone called out his name. Chulman hurried towards him and asked if he had any strategy in mind. Suho calmly answered that he did. Major Kim watched their interaction, clearly perplexed by their casual conversation. In a setting this perilous, Suho stated that explaining his strategy would be tough, but he'd clear this gate, just like he cleared the Tower of Challenge. He then added, if he succeeded, then Chulman should remember his promise to help him clear the remaining portals. As well, the door unlocked and slowly opened. Chulman wished for his safe return. Suho reassured him not to worry, saying 1 hour would be plenty. Chulman's eyes widened, and he repeated in shock, 1 hour. Suho glanced back with a confident smile and said they'd meet again very soon. The door closed behind him. Jinhui exhaled and said Suho had officially gone inside. Closing his eyes, Chulman replied that now all they could do was wait. Major Kim quietly asked if everything would truly be okay, because a place like this could never be cleared by someone alone, simply because they had high stats. He then asked, isn't Suho also a healer? Jiwi blinked in confusion, and the major asked again. The reporter grinned widely and corrected him, saying Suho was only nominally a healer. Major Kim looked even more confused. Chulman raised his hand and stated that he had never seen anyone wield a sword the way Suho could. The major asked if he was truly that skilled. Chulman explained what he had witnessed. During the hunter practical exam, Suho was supposed to be taking the healer test, but instead, he slaughtered every monster with a sword, while still protecting his patient, and thus, he passed without issue. Jiwi, gripping the strap of his bag, said this was his first time hearing about it, and wondered aloud if it was even allowed to take an exam that way. Chulman admitted he had been shocked too, but Suho had fulfilled all the requirements, so it didn't violate any rules. Both the soldier and the reporter stared at him in utter disbelief. Major Kim concluded that Suho must possess a profound mastery of swordsmanship, and suddenly understood why he came here. They were specifically here to challenge this gate. He looked intently in the dungeon's direction. Chunman nodded, his expression firm. He agreed. Major Kim is absolutely right. Before Suho stood the nameless sword portal. Its entrance allowed only one person at a time. The moment he stepped inside, towering cliffs immediately surrounded him. The system's voice then boomed. You have officially entered the gate. Walking through the dense forest, sword in hand, he glanced around, realizing how long it had been since his last visit to this place. The winding path through the trees was clearly visible, and Suho remembered vividly how he used to constantly struggle clearing this gate, barely surviving his past attempts. Suddenly, a sharp ringing echoed beside him, and he spotted a fleeting black shadow moving swiftly between the trees. The system then declared the boss's appearance as a formidable knight in armor stepped forward. It was the nameless swordsman, level unknown. He stood poised, his blade at the ready, and immediately, the air around him began to shimmer with a bright, ominous yellow glow. The system confirmed the nameless swordsman had activated the battlefield. It explained that while this zone was active, the swordsman's status would exactly mirror the user's. Furthermore, all fighters within this field were strictly prohibited from using anything except a sword and sword-related skills. Suho smiled, greeting him like an old acquaintance he hadn't seen in ages. The knight charged forward instantly. The two clashed fiercely at close range, Suho parrying the enemy's blade with his own. He struck back, but the knight blocked effortlessly. White streams of energy, almost ethereal, shimmered around the warrior. As the two briefly separated, watching his opponent, Suho meticulously analyzed his footwork. He noticed how the Sword Emperor constantly adjusted his stance, in perfect balance, minimizing any rebound. After every strike, the knight swung again, relentless. Suho understood clearly, no one, at this current point in time, could defeat this opponent with pure swordsmanship alone. The Sword Emperor clutched his weapon with both hands, and Suho instantly noticed the enemy's style shift. Right after their blades crossed, he completely changed stances to catch Suho off guard, using an entirely new technique. But that wasn't all. The knight unleashed attacks from unpredictable angles, constantly changing direction. As the Sword Emperor closed in, Suho acknowledged the undeniable truth. The most dangerous thing about this opponent was how perfectly he adapted his tactics, based on whoever he was fighting. The knight struck again, and Suho dodged, realizing just how cunning this enemy truly was. But that was precisely why Suho had learned so much from him in his past life, and with a small, knowing smile, he braced himself. As the nameless swordsman unleashed a leaping attack, Suho spotted an opening and slashed, but the enemy twisted away at the last moment. Even so, Suho's blade scraped across the armor, leaving a faint cut behind. Suho lightly asked if he'd managed to surprise him. The Sword Emperor simply stared back in silence. Suho remembered perfectly well that this opponent never spoke a single word until the moment he died. The knight stood ready, still holding his sword with both hands. Suho struck again, landing another hit, and prepared another assault, revealing that this was already his 7th time challenging the nameless swordsman. He attacked fiercely. The knight's counterstrike swept just above Suho's head. With a precise slash, Suho deftly severed one of the knight's limbs, and followed it with a powerful kick, sending the Sword Emperor crashing backward into a thick bush that stood before the thicket. Suho recalled how many people throughout history had wondered who or what actually hid beneath the armor. The knight rose again, now missing a leg. Suho asked if he knew how disappointed he'd been the first time he discovered the truth. Calmly gripping his sword, he stated that everyone simply called this enemy either the nameless swordsman or the Sword Emperor, but the truth was surprisingly simple. He was merely the lingering spirit of the Sword Demon. A ghostly limb flickered into existence, replacing the severed leg, and one of the Sword Emperor's hands likewise shimmered into a spectral form. The opponents clashed once more. Blades rang out violently, their furious impacts carving deep sword marks into the ground and rocks around them. Suho blocked a powerful blow, his sword glowing with vivid red streams of energy, and then counterattacked his blade, punching a massive hole straight through the enemy's chest armor. He struck the very same spot again, and the ominous purple cracks crawling across the Sword Emperor's form spread even further. With another swift leap, the knight retreated, but Suho immediately closed the distance. Studying his enemy with intense focus, Suho revealed that his own fighting style had been forged, specifically to counter every single style the knight employed. A faint smile gracing his lips, he delivered another decisive slash. Large fragments of armor shattered and flew through the air. Finally, Suho stood victorious over the fallen enemy. The system declared the nameless swordsman defeated, and the sealed gate officially cleared, with Suho recognized as the MVP. Looking down with a faint sadness, he quietly admitted he was glad to have met the nameless swordsman again, and that, in truth, he should thank him, because without this formidable opponent, he would never have been able to reach such incredible mastery in swordsmanship. A broken piece of armor lay discarded on the ground, and Suho noted it was thanks to this very enemy that he had once earned the legendary title of the Sword God. Black streams of energy swirled ominously around him, as he wished the spirit to finally rest in peace, promising to remember him every Teacher's Day each year. The system granted him additional experience, points, and bonus stats. System windows immediately appeared, one reporting a significant level increase, another detailing a plus. One increased his stats and an additional skill point, and another awarding 5 bonus points for clearing such a difficult gate. A sword lay abandoned on the ground. Suho sighed, regretting that this ethereal ghost possessed no blood or shadow. Therefore, his bloodsucker and shadow eater skills proved utterly useless here. Still, here he was. He picked up the weapon, meticulously examining the blade. This sword alone made the entire trip worthwhile. His reflection shimmered across its gleaming surface. The system identified it as the Nameless Sword, belonging to the Nameless Swordsman. Rank F. The blade quivered, then abruptly shattered in his grasp, rising as countless floating fragments. The system announced the Nameless Sword had been absorbed, activating Sword Understanding. Suho smiled, as he learned the soul of the Nameless Sword had profoundly altered his fighting style and transformed the very nature of his Guardian Sword. Then, a description unfolded. Guardian Sword, rank S+. This ideal technique was created by Suho, based on the most fundamental principles, achieving perfect balance among attack, defense, and evasion. After merging with the soul of the Nameless Sword, its rank had increased even further. The technique had absorbed the sword's will, and now possessed unlimited growth potential. Suho realized with pure awe that his ideal sword technique had just been born. The scene shifted to the anxious spectators, watching multiple screens intently. Jinwoo murmured that everything seemed quiet. For now, Chunman glanced at him, admitting that, although he trusted Suho completely, considering the enemy's immense strength, clearing this place might still take quite a bit of time. Jinhui objected immediately, reminding him that only half an hour had passed. Major Kim stepped forward and asked Chunman for permission to check the situation himself. Once he was allowed, he prepared to go, until the reporter suddenly told him wait. Confused, the major asked, "What's wrong?" As sweat dripped down the journalist's anxious cheek, Jinwoo pointed urgently at the portal, shouting that everyone needed to look at the screen. Suho appeared, stepping through the now open door. Jinhui burst out, shouting that the gate had been cleared. Suho, still adjusting to the blinding outside light, was stunned when someone called him Pro. And just like that, Jiwoo and Cholman came sprinting toward him, like overly excited kids chasing down candy. Jinwoo even held his camera high above his head, as if he were filming an epic festival. Suho told them to try and calm down, but the reporter's entire face was practically glowing with pure joy as he demanded to know how they were supposed to calm down. When Suho had cleared a sealed gate in under an hour, he yelled that it was absolutely insane. Cholman looked caught between pure fear and utter happiness, as he reminded everyone that Suho had just defeated the Nameless Swordsman. the very same monster who hadn't been beaten. Even after over 200 attempts, he anxiously asked if Suho was even alright. Suho smiled and said he felt absolutely great, casually adding that he'd taken care of it with ease. The Major stared at him in utter disbelief, as if trying to process the idea that a monster who had slaughtered hundreds could be considered easy. Standing beside Jiwoo and Chulman, Suho noted the Major's stunned expression. This soldier was desperately trying to understand what kind of person he was truly dealing with. Chulman then practically bounced with excitement, suggesting they take a commemorative photo, since a sealed gate had just been conquered. The Major hesitated, but Chulman just waved it off, insisting it was only a simple formality, and that there was nothing to worry about. He reminded the Major that he was just a regular soldier after all, so he rarely appeared in photographs, and that having a Korean army major in the picture would make the proof far more credible. Finally, Jungkook agreed to join the photo. Cut to another scene. The picture now appeared on a laptop screen, in front of the Nexus Guild leader. Suho explained that, as he had mentioned earlier on the phone, he had successfully cleared the Nameless Swordsman's sealed gate. In the photo, with him, were a representative of the Hunter Association and Major Kim Jong-gu. He also pointed at the reporter beside him, introducing him as Jo Ji-woo from PBS. They explained their agreement to take the photo together, specifically to prevent any manipulation of the news. Jin Huey, ever so politely, handed over his business card, introducing himself as Suho's personal reporter. Dong-yuk pressed a thumb to his temple, stating he had absolutely no need for the card, and had never once considered manipulating anything in the first place. Standing before Suho, the guild leader demanded, "How in the world did you manage to pull this off?" Suho simply blinked, asking what part he meant. Dong-yuk gestured wildly at everything, demanding specifics. How he'd gotten permission to access the sealed gate, how he'd cleared it so fast, and how he'd survived something that had killed over 200 hunters. Suho calmly explained that he met with the president of the Korean Hunters Association to get permission, then simply went in and killed the monster. Dong-yuk stared at him in utter confusion, running a hand through his hair as he tried to make sense of it. Suho then asked if, now that he had proven his skill level, they could finalize the contract. Holding up 2 fingers, he said that the guild leader could choose the salary amount himself, but he had 2 conditions. As long as he was in Nexus, he needed full support, and if he passed the Hunter Association exam, his exclusive contract must be terminated immediately. He added that he had already informed the association president about clearing the gate, and that several guilds had contacted him, but he told all of them he would only accept an offer from the one willing to fully support him. Dong-yuk eyed him with distrust at first, a strange expression flickering across his face, then suddenly burst out laughing and said, the deal was accepted. He called for the secretary to bring the paperwork. The man returned Suho's confidence with renewed excitement, saying the hero had proven himself right. After he doubted him, Suho extended his hand, and they shook firmly. The guild leader warned that there would be a lot of work ahead. Suho confidently replied that he was ready. Later, on a road bustling with evening traffic, Suho flashed a bright smile and playfully mentioned that since his friend brought him there, he'd be glad to drive him all the way back. Jinwoo chuckled in response, saying he was simply fulfilling his duties as Suho's official manager. When Suho questioned why he'd call himself that, Jinwoo explained that, since Suho kept feeding him such exclusive content, the least he could do was pay him back somehow. He then added that this particular sedan didn't shake nearly as much as the old minivan he used before, so he specifically bought this one. Suho stared at him, utterly stunned, realizing once again that this man was truly born with a golden spoon. As they continued driving, Suho asked if the reporter wouldn't get scolded for skipping work all day. Jinwoo proudly replied that several exclusive articles had already been published that very day, so no one would dare complain, especially since he'd promised the editorial office he'd eventually bring Suho right to them. Suho realized there was no way this man would let such a golden opportunity slip. Jinwoo suggested they could start by reporting the successful clearing of the sealed gate, then gradually move on to covering his joining Nexus. With the news spaced out, there should be no problem maintaining public interest, though realistically, no one knew how long they could truly keep public attention. Suho closed his eyes and simply told him it was fine. He could handle things however he liked. Then Jinwoo hesitated and asked something more serious, asking how Suho managed to read the nameless swordsman's strategy. Suho calmly explained that the monster had a very predictable pattern, and he was already quite familiar with the sword Emperor's formidable reputation. Knowing the fight had to be done solely with cold weapons, he admitted it might sound arrogant, but he was absolutely certain he was better with a sword than that monster. Jinwoo simply stared, completely bewildered. Still gripping the wheel, Suho pressed on, explaining that experience played a massive role in the battle, and that his own swordsmanship was incredibly formidable. The reporter quickly reminded him that the monster had slaughtered over 200 warriors, including the country's greatest swordsman. He asked if Suho truly grasped the situation. Suho calmly explained that the nameless swordsman perfectly mirrored the opponent's status and adapted its combat style accordingly. Inside that gate, only pure sword skill mattered. No items, no external abilities. Nothing else could possibly influence the fight. Still driving, Jinwoo finally asked if Suho even possessed a swordsmanship skill. Suho replied that he did, and it was rank S, but it didn't appear in his status window. The car suddenly swerved as Jinwoo slammed his forehead onto the steering wheel. Completely stunned, he demanded to know how Suho had acquired a rank S swordsmanship skill, and when it had even happened. Flames practically burst behind him in his excitement, and Suho quickly told him to calm down, because he was absolutely boiling over. He warned that information should be delivered gradually, not dumped all at once. Jinwoo exhaled heavily and countered that if Suho wanted to know anything about him, he could ask anytime and get instant answers. After finally slowing the car, he admitted that Suho had a true talent for shocking people, and that he'd never imagined he would end up working for someone like this. Suho simply reassured him, and Jinwoo thanked him for calling him first, apologizing for doubting him in the beginning. Suho laughed, saying it was all fine. They finally arrived back at their luxurious apartment complex, and Jinwoo asked if that meant they were done for the day. Suho nodded, saying he needed rest. The reporter immediately offered to walk him home, and Suho thanked him warmly. Later that night, as darkness settled outside, Suho finally sat down on something soft and let himself truly breathe, thinking with quiet satisfaction he could truly be proud of today's incredible results. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, he then realized he wasn't even tired, despite all the grueling work he had just put in. Pulling the towel away, he summoned his status window. The system reported 7 remaining bonus points, and he instantly knew this might finally be enough to unlock Unified Train, though its conditions were incredibly strict. Every stat except one had to share the same rank, and all stats at that designated level needed to possess identical values. If even one bonus point remained unused, the system would automatically raise the lowest stat to match the higher ones. Suho worked through the window meticulously, watching as the system evaluated each requirement. Then, the long-awaited notification appeared. All conditions have been met, and the skill, Unified Train, was fully activated. He blinked in surprise and watched on as the remaining bonus points were distributed. To equalize every stat, his personal card refreshed, showing that all of his characteristics now stood at the exact same values. Red level, rank 14, across the board. Joy rising in him, Suho clenched his fists and thought, I've finally done it. In his past life, he never even imagined this was possible, so he'd never even tried. Now, staring at the window, he broke into a bright, satisfied smile and let himself fall back onto the bed, thinking that he needed to keep pushing forward. Exactly like this, his phone rang beside him. The caller ID displayed a name he hadn't seen in a while. Guyuma, still lying down. Suho said, it's been a while since I heard your voice, and you've called at a great moment, since I'm in an excellent mood. She immediately remarked that he must have a lot of free time. Confused, he asked what she meant, and told her not to speak so formally. Yua said she had read the article. Smiling, Suho pressed the phone closer, surprised the piece came out so quickly. He said he hadn't checked the comments yet. He pressed her for everyone's reactions, eager to know. But she once again called him sir. Then she insisted they meet in person first. Suho reiterated that he just wanted her immediate answer. She sharply reminded him that they still hadn't accepted his offer yet. Soho then told her that if she or anyone else weren't satisfied with anything, he wouldn't force them. This absolutely stunned her. Soho, once more, pressed her for an answer. Yunhua closed her eyes tightly and asked what they were even supposed to do now. Suho got up from the bed, saying he'd explain everything tomorrow. When they met, he suggested everyone come to Nexus Academy at 1 p.m. She immediately objected, stating Tu had work and she had lectures. His expression hardened, laced with disappointment. He told her he must have overestimated them. Apparently, none of them cared about anything, except for useless nonsense. He had to pull the phone from his ear as Yuhua exploded, cursing him out, and then yelled that she would still come. She screamed she'd be at Nexus Academy at 1 p.m. and hung up. Suho smirked and bid her farewell. The next day, at the magnificent Nexus Academy building, Yunhua crossed her arms, barking at him not to get full of himself, claiming she skipped her lectures only because she felt like resting, not because of him. The others stood before Suho, who casually sat on a bench. He stated he didn't recall asking why she came, and she snorted angrily, irritated. She demanded to know why he'd gathered them all. Soho stood up and said he brought them because he had something important to say. Smiling, he announced that today he was going to kill them all. The Banshee members stared at him, absolutely stunned, while he handed them each a tablet, asking them to fill out forms first. Yuhua squinted at the device, assuming it was some dark contract, to hand over their corpses to him. But reading the text, she realized it was simply a skill survey. She asked if he wanted their personal information. Suho raised a hand, informing them that once he officially joined the special department, he'd require freelance agents, and he'd already stated his need for true shadows. He reminded them again, he wouldn't just use anyone for such a crucial role. Turning his back, he explained their training would be absolutely brutal, pushing them to exhaustion. They'd master everything, from basic combat techniques to fully maximizing their unique skills. Only they would ever see their personal information, so complete honesty was essential. Their relationship absolutely had to be built on trust. Since he had already bared his own secrets, it was now their turn to reciprocate. The group exchanged a few uneasy glances. Later, inside the Nexus Academy's sprawling training hall, Suho clutched a sleek black key card, and with a smile, declared it was time to begin. He then recalled exactly how he'd acquired it. Miss Sui had explained that this very card granted unrestricted access to every corner of the academy, even the S-rank only training hall. This would help him avoid any unwanted attention. She'd also provided guest cards, just as he'd requested. As he examined the card, Suho suddenly realized he'd been so hyper-focused on everything else that he'd completely forgotten about Diwan, whom he'd promised to meet right here. He'd arranged that very soon. Nearby, the Banshee members lay still inside their training capsules. Suho figured he'd simply deal with challenges as they arose. Suddenly, the very landscape began to warp and shift. Towering, jagged cliffs materialized before them. They had entered the perilous Kunlun Mountains. Suho stood before the Banshee squad, a welcoming smile on his face. He informed them they would now be training here, whenever they had free time to spare. He then cast a keen eye over them, thinking that since they were all still below level 50, he could train them however he pleased. Yanawa immediately demanded to know what exactly they would be doing here. Suho calmly answered that they would start with fundamentals and intense combat technique refinement, because with their current skill level, the special department would undoubtedly catch them eventually. He then asked if they truly believed these flimsy tricks would never fool the special department forever. Yunho snapped back, claiming their plan was flawless, and no one would ever catch them off guard. Suho merely smiled, arms crossed over his chest. He calmly reminded her he'd already caught them himself, and that perfect crimes were merely a fantasy, especially in a world teeming with superpowered beings. He explained that for this very reason alone, they absolutely needed to learn to protect themselves, and ideally each other. Then, with a snap of his fingers, an array of countless weapons materialized around them. He instructed them to pick one weapon, because developing solid fundamentals and conquering their fear was their top priority now. Yanawa cautiously picked up a weapon and inquired if there was anything else. Suho then asked if she remembered what people had called him lately. She mumbled that people had started calling him the sword god. His right hand glowed as he confirmed that was, indeed, his accurate nickname. Leaning on his sword, he told them they were standing right before a true master of swordsmanship, and it would be foolish to expect him to teach them anything else. To truly maximize swordsmanship in this realm, they shouldn't use any of their other innate skills. He couldn't explicitly forbid it, but those skills would only become a hindrance later on. The group frowned. Suho then told them, "Try to kill me." He swung his sword. As he announced, "The training has begun." In an instant, he lunged straight at them. Heads flew. He asked the stunned survivors why. They still had time to look so surprised. He then swiftly finished off the remaining two. The squad respawned again. Suho then told them that since they'd already died once, they shouldn't freeze up like complete idiots. They quickly adopted defensive stances. Suho praised their quick thinking and said they would restart. Looking upward, the group suddenly realized his next attack was already coming from directly above. Suho slammed down into them again, scattering bodies. He even mocked them mid-combat. He told one participant that his grandmother moved faster. He then elbowed another right in the chest, asking how someone who worked in delivery could possibly be this slow, jokingly wondering if he was fired because his customers must have starved. While waiting for their orders, the boy slammed into another teammate. Turning to the third, Suho questioned how a teacher could be so slow, unable to even parry such a simple strike. He wondered what he could possibly teach kids if they could already outpace him. The young man insisted he hadn't dodged on purpose. Suho retorted his excuse was worse than a schoolboy's. Their hands trembled as they gripped their swords. One cursed loudly, asking when the bastard would finally shut up. They attacked together. Suho thought their growing self-control would help them avoid panic. When they eventually entered real gates, a blast tore through the terrain. Suho told them they would become his shadows, not mere errand runners, but real warriors who would help clear gates. Stepping on their swords, he told them sternly that there was no easy path to becoming strong. You became strong only when you believed. There was no retreat left. The bloody training continued relentlessly. After a long time, the exhausted Banshee members struggled to get up again. Raising his hand, Suho said he was satisfied with their effort, but he had other things to do. The group stared at him in shock as he told them that the simulation would automatically end at the right time, and they must continue training until then. Yunho asked in disbelief if he was really just leaving them. A digital clone of Suho appeared behind him. Suho told her not to worry. The clone had all the same abilities as him. The copy lifted its sword and insulted them, calling them pigs and trash, and demanding they prepare to fight. Furious, the enraged Banshee members cursed Suho as a complete bastard. Suho stepped out of the capsule and glanced back at the four others, still training. That was enough for them for now. He answered a call. Miss Sui's voice came through. She said an article had gone up about his recruitment into the Nexus Guild, and she called to confirm it. Suho asked if the author was Zhou Jiwei. She confirmed it was his exclusive report. The PR team wanted to publish additional information. Gazing out the window, Suho declared, "That's perfect. In fact, another article should be prepared right away." Sue hesitated, suggesting it might be too soon. Suho explained that the public's reaction would likely be harsh, especially since he'd previously stated he dreamed of joining the government, then abruptly joined a private guild. There would definitely be negativity. Sue assured him that, following his plan, public opinion would quickly settle. Soon enough, Suho thought about the fact that he still hadn't publicly announced he was taking the Rank 5 exam at the end of the year. Though it wouldn't remain a secret for long, he told her he'd explain everything later and needed to make another call. He phoned Jiwei, who greeted him happily. While working busily at his laptop, Jiwei asked what he needed. Suho replied, "I heard the article about Nexus had been published, and that public opinion is heated." He said he had an idea. He wanted another article. This time, it would cover his next challenge, the clearing of another sealed gate. Smiling, Suho announced, "I'm planning to take on the Swamp of Despair next." A new article quickly spreads across the internet, announcing that Suho has successfully cleared the sealed gate of the Nameless Sword. People online explode with shock. How could he have just cleared the Tower of Trials, yet already moved on to conquering a sealed gate? One person wonders aloud, is Suho now the newest Sword King? Another corrects him, instantly saying, the guy should be called the Sword God. A second article quickly follows, reporting that Suho has joined the Nexus Academy. Immediately, users start reminding everyone that he previously said. He wanted to work for the Hunters Association. Others accuse him of being corrupt and throw insults without restraint. Then a third headline drops. Nexus Guild Hunter. And Suho is about to conquer yet another sealed gate. The infamous Swamp of Despair. Someone's calling him a complete psycho. Another scoffing at those who said Suho only joined Nexus for the cash. Now, what's with their faces, huh? Someone else chimes in, I believed in him from the start. Another declares, Suho's my idol now, and I'll personally come for anyone who dares insult him. Suho scrolls through these comments on his phone. Most are buzzing with excitement and positivity. He cracks a confident smile, thinking, everything's going exactly according to plan. Just then, Chulman shuffles in, looking utterly wiped out. His head droops forward, propped up by one hand. Suho immediately presses him. Was I granted access to the Swamp of Despair? Chulman replies that he was just discussing exactly that. He recalls the association president's enraged expression. The head had practically screamed. Of course Suho should be given access, and even called Chulman an idiot for not doing it immediately when Suho first asked. Chulman adds that now, it seems our hero, practically, has automatic access to every gate he needs. While Chulman mentally braces himself for endless paperwork, Suho thanks him for the effort. As they weave between the office desks, Suho explains that he plans to take the exam for the 5th rank at the end of the year. But it's a secret, so Chulman, you can't tell anyone. Chulman immediately seals his lips with his fingers and swears he'll remain silent. Like a fish, Suho laughs to himself, thinking he was only joking, but the guy's reaction was priceless. He tells Chulman they should move toward clearing the gate now. Now, the scene shifts to Yongjongdo in Chan, where the sealed S-rank gate, known as the Swamp of Despair, looms ominously. Suho stands before the massive, swirling portal. While several cameramen record his every move, people whisper nervously that no hunter has ever returned alive from this gate before, even though Suho is incredibly unique. Many doubt if he can truly conquer this place. Meanwhile, inside the security room, Jinhui's eyes are glued to the screen, nerves on edge. He tries to calm the worried man next to him. He even dares to suggest a bet. With a confident grin, Jinhui bets $1,000,001. That Suho will absolutely clear the gate. Still anxious, the other man reluctantly agrees, just hoping Suho makes it out alive. But he's convinced clearing this place is utterly impossible. Meanwhile, Chielman stands absolutely frozen, paralyzed with horror. As he yells, the gate is disappearing. Everyone stares at the screens, utterly dumbfounded. Jinhui gasps, did Suho actually clear it already? The other man shouts, that's impossible. In a panic, Jinhui elbows Chielman right in the face, demanding to know, how many minutes was Suho in there? 10.20? Chielman shakes his head, barely able to say, it wasn't even 10. It's been less than 5 minutes. From the moment Suho stepped inside, the truth becomes clear. The system had informed him, that the Swamp of Despair had no entry requirements, and any number of players could enter. And now Suho stands at the base of a colossal, ominous staircase, stretching endlessly upward into an eerie, alien sky. He remembers clearly that this particular gate, caused even more casualties than the notorious, nameless sword, and absolutely no one had ever returned from it. Outsiders never truly understood, what truly happened inside. Suho knows that traditional monsters don't appear here. To clear the gate, one must simply climb the stairs. But every single step is a psychological nightmare. Packed with terrifying, insidious mental traps. That's why horrific monsters surround the staircase. Victims, frozen into statues. Suho truly understands the real strategy. For clearing this place, you absolutely need an item. Or a skill-granting S-rank mental protection. Otherwise, the endless, crushing despair will kill you. And your corpse will become just another statue on the stairs. This gate is truly called the Swamp of Despair. For that very reason, no one has ever made it back alive. With a faint, almost defiant smile, Suho steps onto the first stair. He thinks, none of this matters right now. Immediately, a crushing, soul-devouring wave of despair slams into him. His legs can barely stay steady. Ominous purple streams swirl behind his head. But then, he smiles. The system declares, Dragon Blood activated, granting complete mental damage immunity. with dragon blood surging through his veins. This entire gate becomes nothing more than an easy stroll. Then Suho ascends to the very next step, as terrible monsters lurk all around him. Yet, he continues walking with an unwavering calm. The higher he climbs, the fewer statues he notices. Only a handful ever manage to make it even halfway. Twisted faces gaze at him from the sidelines. Forever trapped, he knows he cannot save them. In his past life, the hunter who cleared this very gate spent hundreds of days just strengthening his mind. That man had attempted to save the trapped victims, but the moment he touched the statues, they all turned to dust in the end. He was left utterly alone, unable to save a single soul. Finally, Suho reaches the very top. He gazes down at the lifeless forms below and acknowledges how much they must have suffered. Pressing his palms together, he solemnly promises to set them free. He knows he can only release their trapped, suffering souls. A pristine white portal now awaits him. The system declares him MVP and awards him with additional experience points and a crucial skill point. It also announces he is the very first person ever to clear this portal, awarding 5 more invaluable skill points. Then, a level increase notification splendidly appears. More stats boosted, and yet another skill point added. Smiling, Suho confidently says, "It's time for the ultimate final reward." The system grandly grants him the Ring of Emotions. This ring allows him to perceive emotions as colored auras, absorb white or black emotional energy, and reshape it at will. However, its duration is unknown. Suho recalls that in his previous life, the only person who ever obtained this legendary ring was the very same player who cleared this gate. That man had used it to heal profound emotional wounds, but it was later cruelly stolen by his enemies. Suho lifts his hand, thinking that this time, things will undoubtedly be different. He carefully slips the ring onto his finger. Standing triumphantly at the top of the stairs, the ring instantly begins absorbing the dark black, emotional energy lingering within the corpses. Thanks to dragon blood, Suho takes no mental damage. He touches the ground, and the system reports that the ring reacts to strong emotions. Its color turns black, and absorption begins. Black energy swirls as Suho raises his right hand. The ring has absorbed the maximum amount it can. It isn't enough to purify the entire staircase, but he has no other option. Now that he faces the exit portal, turning toward the gateway, Suho quietly says that it's time to leave. The moment Suho stepped outside, reporters instantly surrounded him. Their cameras flashed nonstop. He lifted a hand to cover his face, as journalists urged him to look into their lenses. Before he could steady himself, Chulman and Jinwoo rushed toward him, both overflowing with excitement. Chulman, practically punching the air, demanded to know how Suho had managed to clear the portal in exactly 4 minutes and 17 seconds. And this gate? It was said to be even more dangerous than the nameless sword. Jinwoo shouted that he needed to write an article. Immediately, Suho told them to calm down, but with a smile, he invited them for a photo, and the two happily agreed. As news of the cleared gate exploded online, people questioned whether Suho had truly conquered the swamp of despair, a gate no one had ever returned from. The answer was yes, he really had. Dongyuk stared at his tablet in disbelief, overwhelmed that the completion time was under 5 minutes. He covered his face with his hands, unable to believe what he was reading. Just then, the landline rang. When he picked up, the caller introduced himself as John Kyung-hwan, the president of the Korean Hunters Association, who politely asked if Dongyuk had a moment to discuss something. Dongyuk immediately assumed this was about Suho. When asked if he could come to the association, Dongyuk offered lunch instead, and the president agreed. After hanging up, a man entered the office to speak with him, but Dongyuk simply called his secretary, Kim Gang, and tasked him with arranging a meeting with Hunter regarding Suho for later. A sleek white car pulled up, and Jinwoo informed Suho of their arrival. As they stepped out of the vehicle, Suho asked if he was heading to the broadcasting station. Jinwoo explained that the Swamp of Despair article was already prepared. It only needed minor edits before release. He also enthusiastically suggested a restaurant tour next time, since he enjoyed writing food reviews, and Suho happily promised to join him. As the car departed, Suho gazed happily at his ring, saying that Jinwoo's passion had filled it with plenty of positive energy. Entering a bustling restaurant, Suho approached a table, where Taeyeon greeted him loudly. As the esteemed protector of South Korea, the president encouraged him to sit beside Mr. Dong-hyuk. Suho thanked the association leaders and took his seat, noticing Kyungwon, Suman, Dong-hyuk, and the head of the Special Force Division, Pai Song-yeol, all gathered. Confused by the sudden formality, he listened as Kyungwon congratulated him, praising the unprecedented speed with which he cleared both sealed gates, and declared him the very future of the nation. Suman proposed a toast and Suho, raising his cup, chose to toast their shared success. Glasses joyfully clinked around the table. During the meal, the president mentioned hearing that Suho's guild contract had no fixed term. Dong-hyuk confirmed that, while most contracts lasted 3 years, and Suho was a special case, who could contribute immeasurably to the country, thus, he would not be restricted at all. Kyungwon laughed, pleased that guild leader Dong-hyuk shared the association's goals, then asked Suho if he agreed with the arrangement. Suho said he deeply appreciated the guild leader's consideration. Very much. Chief Pai added that he looked forward to Suho joining the Hunters Association, as it would boost not only their organization, but the entire nation with a strange, knowing smile. Human added that the president wanted to present Suho with a special letter of thanks. Internally, Suho rejoiced. This letter, he realized, practically guaranteed he'd ace the level 5 exam. Out loud, he simply stated he was deeply honored. Kyunghwan then explained that they had originally gathered to celebrate the nameless swordsman's victory, but Suho cleared another gate so quickly that even they couldn't possibly keep up. Suho humbly replied it was only possible because the president granted him the access he needed. The leaders absolutely loved his answer. Chief Pai, still holding his cup, asked how Suho had managed to clear the swamp of despair, since no one had ever returned from it, and information about it was minimal. Suho instantly recognized Pai's talent for extracting secrets, something he remembered from his past life. So he immediately maintained his guard. Smiling, he casually explained that inside the gate, there were no monsters, only a single staircase. And after stepping onto it once, he felt the danger and quickly used his tools, while continuing to climb until he succeeded. The association representatives stared, with their mouths agape as Chief Pai stroked his beard, impressed that Suho avoided mental overload, where others relied solely on stability. Human then asked about his current level, saying he'd heard Suho wasn't even level 100. Suho replied that he was only level 53. Chief Pai nearly choked, and asked what ability he gained. When the ring on Suho's finger emitted white light, Suho sensed immediately that the association wanted to shape him into an obedient weapon. He explained that he was a healer, but because he preferred swords, he acquired the sword path. Chief Pai said the sword path wasn't unusual, though unexpected for a healer. Suho noted privately that the special department had many unique abilities, so his didn't impress them much. Yet, he disliked the feeling of being treated like a hunting dog. Out loud, he added that while his main skill was swordsmanship, he needed support to fully develop his healing powers, because a hunter's lifespan was notoriously brief. Dong-wook and Kyungwon both readily agreed that hunters faced constant peril, and that the Nexus Guild could best support his growth. The leaders beamed, as Kyungwon proudly declared himself a crucial link between the guild and the association. Chief Pai added that Suho could rely on him too. Overwhelmed by the avalanche of support offers, Suho raised his fist high and vowed to clear every single gate in Korea. The leaders erupted in applause as Suman refilled his drink. As night fell, the meeting concluded and Suho and Chief Pai stepped outside. Bidding farewell to the association leaders, Suho remarked he had thoroughly enjoyed the evening. As their car pulled away, Chief Pai reached under his jacket, offering Suho a cigarette. Suho declined, but the chief lit one regardless, remarking he always smoked after a good party. He then passed Suho his business card, stating he usually ignored calls, but would answer Suho's. He then inquired about Suho's current residence, and Suho explained that his old place was overrun with fans, so he was staying at a hotel. Chief Pai frowned, stating this was a national issue. Popular hunters, he continued, immediately became swarmed by obsessed crowds. Suho brushed it off as normal affection, which instantly darkened Pai's very aura. Suho realized his comment sounded incredibly naive to someone who viewed unawakened civilians as mere pawns. a mindset shared by the president and vice president alike. Chief Pai mentioned that, though the exam would be held at year's end, Suho had practically already passed. Suho simply acknowledged this. The chief confessed he once thought Suho was modest, but now saw he wasn't simple-minded at all. He then casually linked arms with Suho and suggested they rehearse a superior-subordinate dynamic, since Suho would soon be under his command once he joined the association. Suho agreed, prompting Pai to laugh. Then he casually asked if Suho wanted to quit clearing gates altogether and join the Special Force unit immediately. Suho tensed, realizing Pai was clearly baiting him. Pai flicked his cigarette, a subtle gesture. Suho instantly grasped the true motive. The chief had lingered until the very end, intent on recruiting him personally. This was more than just gathering intel. Through Donghyuk, the ring of emotions activated, releasing a soft, white light. Suho internally prompted Pai, subtly shaping his intentions. Smiling, he reassured Pai that all was well, then emphasized the Special Force unit's importance. The ring amplified positive emotions. As white streams rose from Pai's eyes, he noted Suho actually possessed ambition, a quality he genuinely admired, unlike most hunters with their empty dreams. He then inquired about Suho's closeness with Chu-man. From the Gate Department, Suho confirmed Chu-man was a close ally, but also expressed a desire for strong ties with Pai, and especially the president, hoping for truly productive cooperation. With the Special Force head, Pai, evidently pleased, rested a hand on Suho's shoulder, complimenting his excellent communication skills. Suho thanked him warmly, then expressed his hope to join the department via special recruitment. Pai rubbed his chin, pondering aloud. That recruitment for level 5 hunters was already set for the year's end, so there seemed no need for special recruitment for someone who'd qualify regardless. Suho, meanwhile, knew the ring's influence had deepened Pai's interest into something akin to emotional loyalty. It wouldn't last forever, of course, but it was more than enough for now. Standing together, Pai voiced his surprise at Suho's commitment to joining the association, and inquired about special recruitment. Pai explained it wasn't a common practice, but could be arranged if necessary. Suho praised him as an amazing person, prompting Pai to cover his mouth shyly. He then explained that recruitment decisions originated from higher authorities, but if the special department faced a shortage, they could justify a special intake. Pai added that if such recruitment were to happen, they'd need some proof of Suho's value to the department. Suho asked if he just meant clearing gates. Pai quickly reminded him that the Special Force dealt with powerful awakened criminals, a mission far more critical. Suho had definitely forgotten that part. Pai emphasized that criminals with awakened abilities were incredibly dangerous, and though Suho had impressive skills, gate clearing and crime fighting were two entirely different beasts. He then suggested Suho prove himself by choosing any wanted criminal he wished and bringing them to the department. If successful, he'd be accepted. Within a month or two, a car then pulled up. Pai noted that most newcomers would panic at the mere mention of wanted criminals, but Suho was clearly unfazed. Smiling, he declared he'd await Suho's news. Suho recalled how in his past life, Pai hadn't even known his name until after the nameless swordsman's victory. But this time, things were already so different. Watching the car depart, Suho understood that soon, the real villains and their underlings would be among the new recruits, who would make perfect sacrifices for his plan ahead. Several neat buildings stood ahead, and Suho's shadow stretched long across the pavement. As faint cigarette smoke wisped from nearby windows, he muttered, realizing he'd walked right into a snake's nest. Activating his magic detection, he spotted a pack of suspicious figures lurking inside, and confirmed he'd finally found the right place. He casually picked up a brick with his left hand, and in the very next moment, smashed it straight through the window of the room where the criminals were gathered, shocking them. One thug stammered, asking what was happening, while another one yelled that some punk was messing with them. In a frantic rush, the criminals rushed outside to confront the audacious intruder. They stopped cold in front of Suho, demanding to know what he wanted. The blonde among them stared at him nervously, asking if he was drunk or just plain crazy. Suho just smiled calmly and confidently stated he was completely sober. He then directly asked if they were those same scumbags who'd been stealing crypto wallets through their ridiculously complicated scams, and a jolt of fear instantly flashed across the thugs' faces. Suho, then demanded if they were holding a man named Seo Ji-won hostage. The criminals then traded anxious glances, utterly baffled by who this stranger was, or how he knew absolutely everything. Someone blurted out he might be a cop. Another snapped that they had to get rid of him anyway. A third hesitated, asking if this would get them into even deeper trouble. But the reply was immediate and harsh. This bastard already knew too much, so nothing worse could possibly happen now. If they didn't deal with him right then. Suho offered them a weary smile, internally scoffing at how pathetic these opponents were, and mentally challenged them to try catching him. If they could, they might even prove useful to him. He summoned the Shadow Spear and unleashed a shot, narrowly missing one thug, as chains instantly erupted to coil tightly around him. Ominous purple energy swirled around the man's trapped body, as his bald friend shrieked his name in utter panic. Several more criminals charged at Suho, yelling insults, only for him to dodge effortlessly. A blonde man lunged with a spear, somehow managing to land a clean hit, but it did absolutely nothing. The criminal's eyes widened in disbelief as Suho, lightly splattered with blood, grinned. The system then announced, blood weapon activated, and a long crimson shaft instantly materialized in Suho's hand. He plunged it straight into the thug, sending him sprawling violently across the ground. Suho mused, I can't kill them, but no one said he couldn't beat them senseless. Another criminal rushed forward, yelling, you idiot, only to be sent flying by a devastating strike. Soon, only the bald thug remained, trembling and muttering, this is madness. He tried to run, but Suho impaled his leg with the blood spear, and calmly inquired, where exactly do you think you're going? With all the criminals now defeated and lying sprawled around him, Suho warned them to stop screaming, unless they wanted an extra dose of pain. He then stored all of them within his subspace portal, dusting off his hands with a flourish. Suho declared the only thing left was to find Seo Ji-won. Inside the kitchen, which was a complete disaster zone, Suho finally found the man he was searching for. Ji-won was slumped on the floor, fast asleep in front of his laptop. Suho called his name, and the man blinked, awake, staring blankly at the hero. When Suho asked if he'd finally come to his senses, Ji-won looked around shakily, asking what happened. Suho greeted him warmly and introduced himself. Ji-won froze, then asked in horror if this was really the Suho from the news. He couldn't understand how Suho ended up here, nor where the criminals who held him hostage had vanished. Still shaking, he looked absolutely terrified. Suho remembered reading in Ji-won's autobiography that he had been beaten and imprisoned for 6 months by these thugs. He saw the man was too traumatized to speak normally right now, so he extended his hand. The ring responded to Ji-won's intense emotions, identifying them as black. Suho then pressed his palm gently to Ji-won's chest to absorb them completely. When Suho asked if he felt better, Ji-won stared at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the trembling had stopped. Suho knelt in front of him, explaining softly that he saw his terrible condition and used one of his skills to help. Ji-won gasped, then hesitantly asked what would happen to him now. Would he be going to jail? Suho asked why he would. Ji-won admitted he'd done many wrong things. Suho reminded him that he had been forced into everything, and people like that didn't belong in jail. Ji-won reluctantly agreed. Still suspicious, he asked how Suho knew he was here, when Suho hadn't even joined the association yet. Suho answered that he just found him, utilizing a unique skill, a secret known to no one else, and that he'd shared this vital information because he genuinely needed Ji-won's help. Ji-won anxiously clutched his left hand, claiming he was utterly useless. Suho, however, firmly disagreed. Ji-won was the only person in Korea with the cyber-type trait. Ji-won stared in utter shock as Suho revealed this. Among countless traits worldwide, cyber-type was one of the absolute rarest, allowing its users' consciousness to enter the digital world. Only 2 had ever awakened it. One was Seo Ji-won, and the second was known as Overload. Overload discovered the terrifying potential of digitization and attempted to seize control of the entire internet, becoming a nearly unstoppable threat. Even after the system arrived, the one person who managed to defeat him had been Seo Ji-won himself. A year after escaping escaping the criminals, Jaiwon disappeared, sacrificing himself to destroy Overload. He was later honored with the nickname Media. Everything about his tragic life had been meticulously recorded in his autobiography. Thinking of that, Suho vowed that this time, he wouldn't allow Overload to appear, nor would he allow Jaiwon to die. Suho told Jaiwon this was exactly why he needed him. The world would one day be destroyed by the gates and the system. And Suho couldn't stop that nightmare alone. He asked if Jaiwon would help him. Trembling again, Jaiwon looked at him in awe. As black streams flowed from the ring, the system announced another full absorption. Jaiwon closed his eyes, wondering whether someone like him could truly threaten the world. He admitted he would have sold his soul for escape, but now, he felt he had to help the person who saved his life. Kneeling, he clenched his fist, realizing someone with the same power as him could cause unimaginable destruction. He said he didn't know if he could truly do it, but he would help. Suho saw the man described in the autobiography. A person who endured hell yet remained selfless. Suho offered his heartfelt thanks. Their first order of business, he declared, was to eat. Jaiwon then confessed he was completely broke. Suho smoothly slid slippers his way, assuring him not to worry. He'd cover everything. Jaiwon, stunned, asked how Suho knew all this. Suho, with an awkward grin, offered his reply. It was all thanks to his incredible skill, he claimed. Tears welled up in Jaiwon's eyes. Suho acknowledged the suffering he knew the man had endured. Later, as they shared a meal together, Jaiwon apologized for devouring his food with such greed. He hadn't had a proper meal in ages. Suho quickly reassured him it was fine, ordering another plate. After finishing his soup, Jaiwon thanked him, then shyly ventured a question. Suho reminded him they were now a team, after all, so they could speak freely and openly. And since they were only a year apart in age, Jaiwon could just call him by his first name. Jaiwon, watching another bowl being whisked away, agreed, then told Suho he could also treat him like an old acquaintance. He then asked why Suho chose the Hunter Association instead of joining or founding a powerful guild. Because government work, he pointed out, came with countless, stifling restrictions. Suho closed his eyes thoughtfully and declared that no matter how strong a guild became, its power would always be limited. He wanted to stop the world's destruction with minimal casualties possible, and the association was the only place that could truly help. With that, Jaiwon finally nodded, finally understanding. Suho then put down his spoon and said he wanted to make a solemn promise. Once he officially joined the association, no one would ever dare do something like this to Jaiwon, ever again. Jaiwon smiled gratefully, saying he would trust him. Suho stood, offering to sort out the man's troubling past. Jaiwon, confused once more, followed as Suho slipped on his jacket and asked if the thugs who'd kidnapped him really grew up in the same orphanage as him. It was time to pay them a not-so-friendly visit. The moment Jaiwon saw those thugs again, rage consumed him. He beat them mercilessly as they begged him to stop, calling him brother, insisting he'd kill them at this rate. His fists dripped with their blood, yelling at them to shut their mouths. Even the blonde thug was out cold against the wall. When Jivan offered to heal the villain yet again, Suho glanced at the man and questioned just how many times they'd done this already. Jivan cheerfully replied, 7 times. Suho quickly warned him that special forces would be arriving soon, meaning their little beating session had to end. He then healed the blonde man, recalling how deeply this man had suffered from similar past trauma, hoping this might help him escape his painful past. A sleek gray car then pulled up, and Chief Paisung Joel stepped right out. He noted that Suho already seemed to have figured everything out. Suho, standing beside the unconscious blonde, thanked him for coming personally. Pai claimed he had special feelings for Suho and couldn't help himself. Suho felt slightly offended by such an odd phrasing. The kidnappers were all lying unconscious. Pai asked if these really were the criminals. Suho promptly confirmed it. Pai observed that, even though they were knocked out, they didn't have a single scratch on them. Suho explained they had resisted arrest, but he patched them all up afterward. Pai burst out laughing, saying he really liked Suho's style. A true hero who definitely didn't hold back. Suho quickly apologized, admitting he wasn't exactly experienced in this field. Pai clarified he wasn't scolding him at all. all. In fact, he completely approved. He even said Suho could beat villains nearly to death if he wanted, as the association's healers could easily erase all evidence of violence. Pai then pressed his foot on the blonde's head and muttered that criminals like these guys deserved nothing less than execution, but society was simply too obsessed with humanity. Suho internally mused about how he'd learned this method back when he worked with this special department in his previous life. Pai then noticed Jaiwan standing right behind Suho and commented he'd heard the criminals use this boy in their schemes, and that it was his first time seeing someone with cyber-type abilities in person. He added that Jaiwan seemed dangerous and needed to be brought in. Both Suho and Jaiwan glared daggers at him. Suho questioned if that was truly necessary, explaining that Jivan was merely a victim here. He handed Pai a folder containing the young man's testimony and documents confirming everything. Pai was stunned Suho had gathered all of it so quickly. He then asked if digitization could be used inside a gate. Suho instantly understood Pai's underlying motive and explained that the skill belonged purely to the digital domain, making it utterly useless in gate combat, but incredibly valuable in cybersecurity. Pai scrutinized the documents and stated that if the ability wasn't useful in combat or support roles, then the special department didn't need him. Suho softly pleaded not to punish Jivan. Pai commented that Suho was getting soft, taking care of the guy, but after hearing everything, he admitted Jivan had suffered horribly. Turning to his subordinates, Pai declared that Suho was right. The victims shouldn't be punished. They would close the case and ensure Jivan received compensation. Suho bowed deeply and thanked him. Pai said justice was always his goal. Then he asked how Suho knew about this case. Suho had been waiting for this moment. Raising a single finger, he said. Seo Jaiwan had sent a digital distress signal. Using his unique skill, Suho checked its validity and organized a rescue. Pai asked if that was truly what happened. Suho thought, of course not, but said nothing aloud. Pai handed the folder to his subordinate, praising Suho for always finding the perfect solution. Suho said it was just sheer luck. Pai replied that luck favored the capable. With a hand on Suho's shoulder, he promised to arrange the special recruitment. As agreed, Jivan finally stepped closer, asking what he should do now. Suho pointed behind him and said that Jivan would be coming with him. Jivan gazed around the apartment in shock as Suho grabbed a drink from the fridge. The place was opulent, almost too perfect. Jaiwan couldn't help but exclaim his thoughts aloud. Suho casually replied that it wasn't his place. This belonged to Jo Jinwoo, the PBS reporter, as he poured the drink into a glass. He added that the owner was currently away on a business trip, so they had the whole place to themselves. Jaiwan accepted the glass nervously, asking if the owner wouldn't be furious about bringing someone over without permission. Suho brushed it off, saying it wasn't a big deal, but warned Jaiwan not to talk too much. Jaiwan slapped his chest dramatically and promised to stay silent as a fish. Then, he quickly asked what Suho wanted him to do next. Suho lifted the glass to his mouth and clarified Jaiwan had been kidnapped right after hitting level 50 and awakening his ability, right? Jaiwan confirmed it. Suho said that meant he would soon have to face overload. For that, he needed to grow stronger, fast. Strong enough to reach a level close to Suho's own, if they wanted to prevent the end of the world together. Shocked Jaiwan asked if that meant he had to clear gates with him, but Suho shook his head while typing on the laptop. They wouldn't level him up the traditional gate-clearing way. Instead, Jaiwan needed to learn how to use his cyber-type ability with maximum efficiency. Turning the laptop toward him, Suho asked how he felt about going online together. Jaiwan hesitated. Was that even possible? Suho told him to read his own skill description, but pointed out something the system didn't mention openly. Although Jaiwan transferred his own consciousness into the network, nothing said he couldn't pull someone else inside with him. Jaiwan stared at him in disbelief, but agreed to try. He placed his hand over the laptop and activated digitization. A glowing digital circle formed above his palm as the system notified Suho that player So Jaiwan was attempting to transfer his consciousness into the digital world, requesting permission. Suho approved. The system then announced the transition process, and Suho's expression tightened in surprise. A moment later, he found himself standing in the middle of a massive vineyard, under a bright sky, realizing he had literally entered the laptop's home screen, the Windows wallpaper he'd always seen, but never imagined he'd experience firsthand. Jaiwon, running from behind, called out to him in excitement. He said it felt bizarre seeing someone else here, because until now, he'd always been alone in this digital world. Suho admitted this was his first time too, and it felt amazing. Jaiwon looked around at the endless fields, and asked if they really were inside the wallpaper photo. Suho confirmed it was an actual winery image, complete with grapevines. He even plucked a grape and chewed it out of curiosity, earning a laugh from Jaiwon, who reminded him that the digital world had visuals, but no taste or smell. Suho spit out the illusion, but admitting he wanted to test it anyway. They walked through the vineyard, as Jaiwon asked how they were supposed to increase his level here. Suho was surprised he didn't know. Levels rose based on experience points, and the system didn't care whether actions happened in the physical world or not. He even reminded him that he had increased his sword proficiency during his virtual reality hunter exam. Jaiwon then asked if leveling in a virtual environment was really possible. Suho clarified that skills could be trained there, but not character levels. However, this digital world was different. Here, nothing resets after death. Here, everything was real enough to kill you. And that was what made it capable of affecting the system. They stopped in front of a pair of closed digital doors, labeled File Cleaner. Jaiwon asked what this folder was. Opening it revealed a cheerful computer window, claiming to organize devices easily. Suho revealed it wasn't an antivirus program whatsoever. It was malicious malware. When Jaiwon questioned if he truly intended to level up using a virus, Suho confirmed his plan. Malware behaved exactly like monsters, relentlessly attacking and destroying systems. Therefore, Jaiwon needed to risk his life and defeat them. To gain experience, Suho warned him again. Dying here means dying for real. He also cautioned him never to answer the guide's questions, because doing so would unleash even more viruses. As they stepped further inside, a cute, blue-haired girl greeted them sweetly, asking if they wished to use the free file cleaner. Suho just smiled, remarking, "Sounds tempting." Jaiwon nervously admitted he almost fell for it and answered her. Suho handed him a weapon and promptly told him he likely belonged to the magician class, so he should stick to the back, attack, collect bonuses, and let Suho tank the front line. The blue-haired girl reappeared, but with a much sharper, menacing tone, repeating her question this time. Dozens of black, glitching monsters with glowing eyes emerged ominously behind her. The system couldn't even properly describe them. Only incomprehensible, corrupted characters filled the status window. A terrified Jaiwon pointed out just how many there were. Suho manifested his bloody sword and reassured him, "Although we're stuck inside, the monsters cannot escape through the door. If Jaiwon can't escape either, he'll die, so he needs to use his magic well." A massive black skull monster lunged forward, but Suho decapitated it instantly. He reminded Jaiwon to prepare his spell. A digital circle lit up around Jaiwon's hand as he confirmed his readiness, and Suho charged fearlessly into the horde, cutting down wave after wave of corrupted entities. Eventually, after a tense, grueling battle, the monsters scattered into pixels. As Suho finished them all off, Jaiwon collapsed onto one knee, utterly exhausted and shaking. He admitted he honestly thought he was going to die. Suho told him, "You're still alive, and now level 59. He then asked, "How are you doing, Jaiwon?" Jivan announced he'd hit level 55. Suho immediately realized this guy was far more talented than he'd ever expected. With the right guidance, Jivan could work incredibly well alongside the Banshee group. Suho helped Jivan back to his feet, suggesting they both log out and get some rest. Jivan eagerly agreed. Back in the real world, Suho chugged a Coke on the couch, relieved there was a safe way to level up without having to enter actual gates. He then checked the public reaction to the news article about him clearing the swamp of despair. The internet was flooded with admiration, with people demanding the government give him a medal, fans wanting souvenirs, and endless praise. Suho rubbed his nose proudly. As long as he kept clearing gates, the world treated him like a bona fide hero. And honestly, that kind of respect truly made life worth living. Seeing everything proceed exactly as planned, he decided it was time for the next big step. Suho ended up on a late-night call with guild leader Faye. He went straight to the point, wanting permission to clear the S-rank gate under Nexus Guild's name. He threw in the promise that every single piece of loot would go straight into the guild's pockets. No strings, no conditions, just pure grind value. The gate in question is the infamous mole mine, an S-rank dungeon packed with mana stones, and crawling with those freaky mole monsters that moved like they were speedrunning through the dark. Suho eyed the place, already picturing how utterly annoying it was going to be. So many damn moles that grabbing even one mana stone felt like snatching candy from a nest of feral toddlers. Still, he smirked, like this entire death cave was just another warm-up. Clearing it was exactly what he planned to do. On the other end of the call, Guild Leader Bay was quietly analyzing the situation. If mortality inside the gate spiked, the government could snatch the dungeon away. Under national safety protocols, which meant having Suho clear it, would actually secure Nexus Guild's ownership. The guy genuinely thought Suho's idea was gold. He just didn't understand why the kid sounded so urgent about it. Suho, still lounging, explained that he might join the Korean Hunters Association earlier than expected, which meant he wouldn't be able to finish out his contract properly. So before dipping, he wanted to at least do something worthwhile for the guild. It was his version of paying rent before leaving the apartment. They understood, even though a hint of disappointment slipped through. At least Suho told him straight, instead of doing some dramatic, last-minute announcement like half the hunters who ditched for the association without warning. Suho added that he'd personally put together a team to fight the moles. The guild would only need to arrange miners, and none of this had to be rushed. The guild leader finally accepted the plan, saying he'd contact Suho once all preparations were done. The next day, Suho was in the lounge of the Nexus Academy, where Dihan greeted him warmly with an outstretched hand. Suho shook his hand, mentioning that it had been a while since they last met, and then told Jivan, who stood beside him, that this was Kong Dahan, the one who had taken the exam in the same group as him. Rubbing the back of his head, Dahan admitted that he only passed the exam thanks to the advice he received from Suho. They all sat around a table, and Suho asked whether Diwan had managed to join any squad yet. Diwan replied that he was still training, entering gates and gaining experience on his own. Suho looked at him thoughtfully, remembering that usually when a newcomer joins a guild, they're assigned to a squad to build experience and increase their survival rate. Smiling slightly, he asked Dahan if he would like to gain experience in his own squad. He explained that he planned to clear gates soon, and it would be helpful to have him. Dahan's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly declared that if Suho was truly interested, then he was ready to lend his full assistance. He practically yelled with glee that he was always prepared to help. Suho simply smiled, declaring they'd start right away, which left Dahan utterly dumbfounded. Within the simulator, the Banshee squad members found themselves battling a digital copy of Suho. "We need to flank him," one shouted. From the opposite direction, the fight intensified, filled with cries of effort and pain. Yonghwa stood, her hand clenched into a tight fist, as the phantom Suho lunged directly at her. With a single, brutal strike, the copy decapitated her. The entire squad recoiled in shock, while Yonghwa, grinding her teeth, swore that one day she would personally end Suho with her bare hands. The actual Suho, standing calmly behind her, casually remarked she was already doing much better. The squad whipped around, staring in utter disbelief, unable to process that the actual person had just appeared. As he suddenly worked through the system window, Suho observed the squad's suddenly gloomy expressions. Yonghwa, meanwhile, grumbled that they'd died 100 times already, and their morale was absolutely in the dumps. Suho simply smiled, noting that, judging by their eyes, they were already accustomed to dying in the simulation, and no longer saw it as a catastrophe, which is a very good sign, he added. Jaiwan and Diwan watched the whole scene unfold in surprise. Suho then announced that new members had just joined his squad, introducing the two to the Banshee team. The Banshee group scrutinized the newcomers, while Suho explained they had arrived earlier, and then shared their names. Diwan smiled, but Jaiwan appeared distinctly nervous. Suho then turned to the Banshee squad and asked, "Are you tired of this place yet?" Yonghwa clenched her fist even tighter, declaring they were nowhere near bored. Burning with fury, she vowed she wouldn't rest until she personally managed to lop Suho's head off. And indeed, the entire Banshee group was practically radiating killing intent. Suho simply smiled, declaring he liked that attitude, and advised the newcomers to develop the same instinct. Yoon questioned the necessity, and Suho gently explained its absolute importance. It was vital for surviving inside actual gates. He then declared that starting today, they would all train together to clear gates. Yuhwa stepped in closer, and Suho informed her one newcomer was a mage, the other a tank, so sword training wasn't needed. She'd need to organize the squad effectively, utilize the clones well, and train everyone hard. Yoonho agreed readily, but asked him to at least elaborate on the gate. Suho tweaked the system window, mentioning he'd have to alter the clones' settings, but they'd soon grasp everything themselves, so they should be prepared. When she pressed him again about the gate type, Suho simply stated it would be a very ordinary one. He then added that it would be inconvenient to address each other with meaningless shouts in real combat situations, so they needed proper forms of address. Yoonho admitted she didn't know what to call him, but she'd rather die than call him Appa. Suho, still working through the window, suggested that since they were one team now, she could simply call him team leader. She accepted that arrangement. Suho then mentioned he needed to leave for other matters, and requested they notify him. Once preparations were finalized, Daehan and Jaiwon watched in utter confusion as the digital Suho pulled a sword right from the ground. When they nervously asked what to do, Yanawa told them they'd soon witness it themselves. The virtual Suho then pointed his sword at them, calling them trash, and demanding to know why they were just standing around like ducks. He commanded them to attack instead of just staring. Daehan was absolutely stunned, muttering he never imagined Suho acting like that, while Yoonho remarked, he's always like this. She warned the newcomers to brace themselves if they didn't want their heads rolling. Meanwhile, the real Suho stepped out of a taxi outside. The driver explained cars weren't allowed any farther, so Suho would have to continue on foot. Suho agreed calmly and simply walked on. He stood before towering buildings. He then activated his ring, using first Mumu's power. The system promptly reported that the skill, Monochrome Solitude, had been activated to completely erase his presence. Walking down the sidewalk, he observed the neighborhood of Payu, once famously known as the Golden Land. Seeing the beggars nearby, he remembered how incredibly prosperous the place used to be. But after multiple gates appeared, and too few hunters to clear them out, the area had become utterly desolate. If not for the gates, this place would never have turned into such a ruined district, passing by its impoverished residents. He thought about how the area was now rife with crime, gangs, drugs, and hunger. He knew he couldn't save everyone here. Still, he remained determined. He needed to clear the gate quickly, and when the right time came, this place could become incredibly useful. Looking up, he realized that this abandoned area had attracted a certain group of people who could prove useful to him. He stopped before a familiar door, remembering he used to come here often. In his past life, a man peeked through a small window in the door and asked who he was. Suho said he wanted to purchase the mine. Just as first Mumu deactivated, the man immediately recognized him as Suho, smiling. Suho confirmed it. The man opened the door and invited him inside. Pointing at a sofa sitting across from him, the man explained that, although they weren't officially open yet, he already had orders about how to treat Suho. He asked if Suho had ever been to Payu. Suho, instead, asked whether the man was uncomfortable. The man repeated the question in confusion, and Suho mentioned that he didn't look comfortable in the mask he was wearing. Surprised, the man asked how Suho noticed that. Suho told him not to worry since they were alone. The man removed the mask, revealing a stunning red-haired woman underneath. She commented that she had expected someone capable of clearing 2 portals all on his own. To possess abilities of this caliber, Suho instantly recognized her, Choi Yun, one of the country's most renowned gate brokers. In his past life, he'd accessed countless portals thanks to her, but at this point in time, she was barely known. Choi Yun crossed her legs and asked how Suho even knew about this place, adding that she found it quite interesting. He used the slang term mine instead of the official term gate. Suho thought to himself that Choi Yun only gained popularity much later, after joining the Union, Korea's largest underground guild. Placing his briefcase on the table, he simply stated, "I always learn what I want to know," then suggested they talk about gates. She asked which ones he was looking for. He asked if she had access to the Twisted Forest. Choi Yun stiffened in surprise, and Suho pushed the briefcase toward her, stating he wanted to buy a pass and would be entering alone. She explained that the Twisted Forest had appeared on the market less than 3 days ago, and very few people knew about it at all. She asked how he even knew she had access to it, and what the price was. Suho answered that explaining such things in the black market wasn't necessary. He reminded her that when dealing with gates, people didn't talk more than needed. There were two types of gate deals: buying the gate itself or buying a one-time entry ticket. Ownership cost far more, but even single entry into a popular gate could be expensive. Choi Yoon nervously apologized and said that a one-time entry into the Twisted Forest cost 100 million won, and clearing it alone was extremely difficult. She asked whether he was sure he wanted to attempt it. Suho held up a thick bundle of cash, telling her not to worry, since it was his responsibility. He said she could take a deposit now, and he'd give her the rest once they reached the gate. Smiling, Choi Yoon admitted he'd surprised her. Despite all her questions, she agreed to take him along. Their car then crossed a bustling bridge. Suho's eyes caught an emblem on the dashboard. From this small detail, he realized Choi Yoon had already joined the union. He considered that a definite plus. Their influence would certainly prevent any trouble. Gazing out the window, he listened intently as she asked if he was at all surprised to be crossing into North Korea. He admitted it was quite unusual. He recalled how, after the gates first appeared, North Korea had plunged into total chaos. China had tried to seize control, but failed due to the creatures guarding its borders. Meanwhile, South Korean hunters moved much more freely. During their ride, Choi Yoon remarked that Suho was far more straightforward than she had expected. She mentioned that after reading about him in articles, she had assumed he'd be quite different. Suho simply replied that he just wanted to leave a good impression. They then stepped out of the car, right in front of a group of armed men. Choi Yoon announced she'd brought a guest who wished to enter the Twisted Forest, adding that the payment had already been made. One scar-faced man grumbled he'd expected a nobody, but seeing Suho here truly surprised him. The girl sharply told him to mind his manners, then demanded to know where his boss was. A bald man then stepped out of a nearby tent, introducing himself as the leader here, and said it was an honor to meet Suho. Suho quietly examined him, recognizing him as Bang Dok, also infamously known as the Woodsman. He was a notorious human trafficker who had once kidnapped countless people, branding them logs and selling them like merchandise. In his past life, the man had been captured and sentenced to life imprisonment. Suho didn't remember him ever working with the union, or even owning a gate. They then stood before a white vehicle, and Choi Yoon asked if they could enter the gate. Immediately, Bang Dok replied that she could, but a hunter who cleared 2 portals alone shouldn't be allowed in. Confused, she asked why. Bang Dok then slowly removed his glasses. They claimed tickets were exclusively for those who absolutely couldn't clear the portal themselves. Someone like Suho, however, didn't meet their criteria. Suho frowned, thinking such a justification perfectly fit a human trafficker's twisted logic. Choi Yoon challenged him directly, asking if he was trying to hike the price right then and there. She crossed her arms, warning him not to expect her to accept such treatment. Bang Do-ak quickly forced a smile, turning away and claiming it had only been a joke. Suho knew that even this woodsman wouldn't dare argue much with a union broker. Bang Do-ak grumbled that no one let him joke around anymore, then told them to follow him. Choi Yoon politely gestured for Suho to go ahead, assuring him she would ensure his safety. Meanwhile, several unpleasant-looking men stared at Suho with undisguised hostility. Suho knew that if he managed to successfully clear the gate, an ambush could be waiting for him on the way out. That's why brokers were responsible for keeping clients safe, and why so few existed when the shutter lifted. When the glowing portal shimmered into view, Bang Do-ak asked Suho whether he truly intended to enter alone, and if he thought he was invincible. Suho simply ignored him and stepped into the gate. Inside, a blue portal shimmered before him in a twisted forest. The system reported that entry had begun. It also stated the rules. Only hunters level 99 or below were allowed, and the maximum squad size permitted was 8. Suho stepped into the eerie forest, lifting his gaze as he took in the twisted landscape. He hadn't expected to end up in this place. In his previous life, he had never entered this gate either, but he had heard enough about it to know what truly awaited inside. Calling forth his shadow spear, he decided to first search for anything useful. Closing his eyes, he activated magic detection, and purple streams rose upward. A massive yellow eye glared back at him as he realized the trees themselves were monsters. The system identified them as twisted ants. Level 93. Suho hurled his spear, striking right beside the monster's eye. He mused that an axe would be perfect, but he didn't have one on him. The ant unleashed a deafening roar. As Suho swiftly summoned his bloody sword, he mused that the mole mine boss was far more of a pain than these creatures. Just like with the nameless swordsman, he'd need serious leveling before he could easily defeat something like this. He slashed forward, slicing the monster's attack in half. As the system blared, decapitation activated. Clutching the weapon tightly, he acknowledged the clear difference. A whopping 30 levels separated him from the ant, so no wonder he couldn't just instant kill it. He resolved to fight, using only his skills as a swordsman. His blade left a bloody trail in its wake, as another roar echoed. Soon, he stood over the monster's mangled remains, his sword trembling slightly. Even defeating a single ant was difficult, but he could feel his levels slowly creeping up. He forged ahead, thinking that the sheer number of monsters made this the ultimate training ground. Suddenly, a gaping, tooth-lined maw opened beneath another ant's eye, as Suho launched himself skyward, soaring high into the air, and promising to turn this creature into firewood later. Fallen trunks formed a heap beneath him as he stood on top of the annihilated ants, declaring that he finally managed it. Flinging open his status window, he realized that despite the slow progress, he'd achieved the result he wanted. Surprise flickered across his expression as the system congratulated him. The light of healing had hit maximum level. It explained that F-rank healing now used mana far more efficiently, increased healing effectiveness, and slashed regeneration time. It displayed the progression from rank 50 to 100, and he recalled how before level 40, he only had access to a single class skill. At level 50, class skills soared to rank A, and after level 60, they climbed again. Upon reaching level 100, he gained the power to completely change his class. Leaping down from the shattered tree trunks, Suho casually strode forward, hands in his pockets, sensing the boss monster would appear any moment now. Meanwhile, deep within a serene, quiet pond, sat a mysterious creature adorned with formidable horns. Its eyes were closed, but then snapped open. The system immediately identified it as Malayan, the notorious ruler of the Twisted Forest, a fearsome level 100 monster boss. Suho halted directly before the horned figure, finally confronting his very first one-star monster. He mused that monsters below level 99 weren't typically given special classifications, but from level 100 onward, they earned 1 star for every 100 levels achieved. Malayan spoke, declaring an uninvited guest had arrived. Suho retorted that he, himself, hadn't been invited to anything in this world, since the monsters were the first to open the portals, yet they dared call others uninvited? To him, it was practically laughable. Summoning his deadly shadow spear, he declared Melian simply didn't understand a thing. The system reported, divine power activated. He rushed forward, hurtling the spear with fierce intent. Melian effortlessly caught it with a single hand, sensing the intense divine energy. "Are you a servant of the gods?" it questioned. Suho formed a crimson sphere of blood in his palm, acknowledging the boss's astute guess. The projectile shot forward like a crimson bullet, impacting the spear with brutal force, forcing it to stab deep into Melian's chest. Suho scoffed, "I expected more from a one-star boss." Boss Malayan, unfazed, removed the spearhead, a predatory smile slowly spreading across his face. He declared with chilling menace that Suho had made an utterly unforgivable mistake. The system warned that now, the entire forest trembled with Malayan's unleashed fury. His terrifying killing aura washed over Suho, until the ancient dragon blood within him surged to respond, activating his dragon's armor, shielding him from the overwhelming, intense aura. Suho noted, Melian's aura is indeed powerful, but this fight now is essentially between a mere deer and a mighty dragon. Malian roared, demanding to know what dark magic was shielding him. Suho declared it wasn't magic at all, just a reward for his relentless efforts. He summoned the shadow spear once more. The boss scoffed, asking if that was truly his limit. Suho retorted he could do much more if necessary. The spear plunged into the ground before Malayan, and ominous black chains coiled around the boss as the system swiftly activated. Shadow binding and shadow bleeding. Malayan effortlessly tore through them. Then he demanded, "Did Suho truly believe such paltry tricks would work on me?" He raised his arms, the water around him bubbling, as dark energy surged violently upward. Menacing formations erupted from the murky pond. With a confident smile, Malayan urged Suho to truly feel the vast difference in their strength. Suho watched on calmly, declaring he was keenly looking forward to it. A powerful strike hurtled toward him, which he swiftly dodged with ease, responding with blood-enhanced sword attacks. His blade glowed crimson. As the system activated, decapitation, Suho acknowledged this enemy was indeed far tougher than those mere ants. He agilely leapt back to evade a massive root, then cleanly severed another. Malayan sneered, claiming Suho had no idea how to wield a sword. Suho admitted it with a wry smile, stating he only needed to wait a moment longer. Malayan studied him, unable to discern his true intentions. Suho's slashes continued relentlessly, and faint red marks began appearing on the roots. Malayan then realized Suho had stopped using divine power, and utterly couldn't grasp the purpose of these weaker attacks. Suho's movements made no sense to him. Malayan spread his arms, preparing another attack, sending multiple roots surging forward. He promised to violently cut Suho to pieces, but when the attack reached Suho's position, the roots split apart effortlessly. Standing calmly on a stone island, Suho's calm expression sharply contrasted Malayan's shock. Malayan tried desperately to justify it, imagining Suho had merely struck weakened points on the roots. But as more roots fell with clean, precise cuts, Suho declared his technique seemed to have worked. He'd been meticulously using decapitation. Also, the system could properly assess his technique. And now that it finally recognized his mastery, it significantly boosted his raw strength. Gripping his striking red and black sword, he watched as the system dramatically announced his swordsmanship had now surpassed all others, upgrading decapitation to rank S. A follow-up message then stated that the will of the nameless sword itself reacted to this incredible power increase. Smiling, Suho eagerly read the new system notifications. The sword's very consciousness had awakened. It blessed him, chose a new target, and then the system congratulated him for becoming the true successor of Void-style swordsmanship. Malayan unleashed yet another swarm of deadly roots, shouting that Suho absolutely could not stop this attack. Suho looked up, struck once, and split the massive root neatly in half. The system instantly identified the technique as the first form of the Void style. Malayan, absolutely enraged, demanded to know what sorcery this even was. Suho coolly replied that it wasn't magic at all. Holding his now bloody sword forward, he declared the real fun was only just beginning. The system then announced that Suho's profound understanding of swordsmanship had surpassed all others, and would now be added to the system's database. Suho thought back to when he first created the style, mistakenly believing he had reached his absolute limit. Later, he realized there were true monsters, like the legendary Nameless Swordsman, whose skills exceeded all human abilities. The first technique he learned afterward was Void style, Steel Cutter, and he had achieved it in this life far, far faster. Malayan furiously promised to utterly crush this dark magic, but Suho just asked if life had taught him nothing. The system then activated Cutting Steel. Suho slashed, and Malayan raised his hands in utter disbelief, utterly unable to comprehend what he was even seeing. Suho questioned if the boss was blind in his old age and promised to finish him for good. Malayan, however, refused to back down, summoning giant, twisted monsters behind him. The system identified them as Twisted Forest Golems, levels 96 to 98. Suho declared Malayan had summoned pathetic creatures. Malayan just smirked, ordering his golems to kill him. Suho charged forward, striking down one with a single blow. As the system activated Cutting Steel, once more golems collapsed, dropping green stones. Standing among the defeated monsters, Suho told Malayan that Cutting Steel was no longer a challenge for him, meaning these creatures didn't stand a chance. Malayan snarled, sending more vines toward him. Suho sliced them apart, declaring the boss had exhausted all his strength. He jumped up onto a stone, then another, proclaiming it was time to finish this. Leaping into the air, he kicked Malayan mid-flight, knocking the boss right into the water. Water streamed down the monster's body, as Suho summoned a shadow spear and wrapped him in chains. Malayan, struggling, demanded he stop talking, and accused him of daring to mock a being of his stature. But the chains held him firm. Suho swung his blade and beheaded him with a single, decisive strike. The system announced that Malayan king of the Twisted Forest, had been defeated and the gate was cleared. Suho was named MVP, receiving bonus experience, a skill point, and yet another, as all his abilities rose with the level increase. A green sphere floated up from Malian's corpse. This was what he came for, Suho realized. The system described it as the cursed druid sphere, rejected by the gods, an artifact that controlled unstable minds and corrupted them. It had allowed Malian to become the sole druid and guardian of the Twisted Forest. Suho examined it, thinking that while the void style was valuable, this sphere had been his true goal from the start. With that, he decided it was time to leave. Outside the portal, people watching gasped. As they realized the gate had been cleared, Cho Yun was shocked he had succeeded. Bang Duek stared, utterly enraged, remembering their earlier conversation. The gate was S rank, allowing up to 8 participants. It was practically an unbeatable challenge. This gate had been his personal goldmine. He vividly recalled all the effort he poured into securing its ownership. But now, one mere boy had snatched everything away. Furious, he roared at Choi Yun, demanding if she had any idea how much he'd invested, claiming that even 100 million won wasn't nearly enough compensation. His men grinned menacingly as he ordered them to skin Suho alive. Choi Yun stepped forward, asking if they truly understood the severe consequences of what they were about to attempt. Bang Duk cursed loudly, yelling about what the Union had ever done for him. Before he could finish, the tip of a shadowy spear burst right through his chest. Shocked, he stared at his own blood before collapsing. As his followers screamed in utter panic, Suho coolly stepped out of the portal, then approached the terrified gang members. Leaning over their fallen leader, squinting slightly, he asked Choi Yun if they could just leave now. The remaining men glared, telling him to just go. Suho then asked if they intended to refund the money he had paid. The tip of his sword landed against one man's shoulder, and, pressing the blood-red and black blade to his throat, Suho calmly stated that, since the portal owners had broken the rules, they should pay the price. He demanded a full refund. The man quickly agreed. A car door slammed shut as they left the scene. Choi Yun, now behind the wheel, sincerely thanked him. Suho replied that, of course, she should be grateful. Then he added that thanks couldn't be put in his pocket, so a more substantial gesture wouldn't hurt. She admitted he was sharp-tongued, and he answered that it was only natural, since he was a swordsman. Handing her his phone, he asked her to give him her number, so they could stay in touch. Choi Yun said she'd call him first instead. Suho said he would definitely welcome it, especially if she found another suitable gate. After saying his goodbyes, he stepped away from the car. As he walked away, Cho Yun softly remarked that he was far kinder than she'd ever expected. The scene then shifts to Nexus Academy at 9 a.m. Countless footsteps echoed across the pavement as someone wondered aloud where they were going. Suho, holding open the trunk lid, stated he'd explain everything once they arrived. As he closed the trunk, he added that they shouldn't keep their boss waiting. Leading his squad onward, he revealed they were heading to the miner's quarry, which instantly sparked visible excitement in his comrades. The group then gathered before the protective frame, surrounding the portal, just as a car pulled up. Bae Dongyuk approached, thanking Suho for making it. Suho replied that he was fortunate to arrive, without encountering any trouble. Before them loomed the imposing walls of an iron barrier, and Suho asked if the landkeeper's mine lay within. Dongyuk explained that a safety zone had been constructed to contain the gate's raw energy, and behind him stood a team of workers, all clad in bright yellow helmets. He confirmed that he had arranged the mining team, exactly as Suho had requested. Suho thanked him, then suggested they begin the briefing. Dongyuk agreed, confirming it was time. Inside the meeting room, Suho held a tablet. He explained that, deep inside the mine, lived creatures known as landkeeper kobolds. If they managed to eliminate these creatures, they would be able to gather a massive number of monostones. Their strategy, he stated, was straightforward: destroy every monster, collect as many monostones as possible, defeat the boss, and clear the landkeeper's gate. A guild secretary then asked in surprise if it was truly that simple. The group exchanged thoughtful glances, and someone wondered aloud why no information about the portal boss had been shared during the briefing. Suho replied that he would fight the boss alone, so he felt it didn't require further attention. Raising his index finger, he reminded everyone that, as previously promised, all profits earned from clearing the gate would exclusively belong to the Nexus Guild. He then shook hands with Dongyuk, who said he was relying on him. Suho thanked him for the trust and promised not to disappoint. Then, with a smile, he instructed the nearby miner that his squad should hold back, only beginning to mine once they got the signal. The miner nodded, confirming his understanding. Turning back to face his squad, Suho asked if they were prepared. Since this was their very first time entering a portal, he asked if anyone felt nervous. The illusion of a monstrous version of Suho hovered ominously in their memories. With tears welling in her eyes, Yunho admitted they all were, remembering how he tormented them during training. Suho told her not to exaggerate. Standing before his squad, he explained the mission would be long, so they'd need to conserve their stamina. He assigned Han to cover Jaiwan, and instructed the others to maintain their positions. Their priority, he stressed, was the safety of the miners. Unlike the Kunlun Mountains, the dead here wouldn't resurrect. They had to be extremely cautious. An ominous red portal pulsed before them. Suho called for everyone to follow him, and the squad responded eagerly. The system announced their entry inside. He walked through a dark passage. The system displayed data for the Landkeeper's mine. Maximum level, 88. Allowed maximum capacity, 56. Soon, a spear was impaled on a kobold's head. Suho then rushed at another kobold, oddly wielding a blood-coated shaft, and eliminated it as well. Blue blood flowed from the monster's mouth as a blood jade refilled itself with the spilled liquid. Suho thought it was impressive how few kobolds were present, giving him enough time to gather their blood. One of the miners was astonished, exclaiming that Suho had destroyed all the enemies with a single blow. A Banshee squad member beside him agreed wholeheartedly. When the miner asked if the boy had never witnessed Suho in action, Kawin confessed it was true. Their leader usually just talked a big game. Yanoa urged them to keep pace. The squad charged forward, joining the fray. Their orders: eliminate the kobolds and protect the miners. Jivan raised his hands, forming a magic circle, promising them cover. Diwan swiftly decapitated another kobold nearby, and Yuan instructed everyone to hold formation and avoid rushing in. Suho glanced over his shoulder, a small smile playing on his lips, satisfied they were following his instructions, and nothing had gone wrong yet. Yanoa told the miners to start their work. Once the hunters pushed a bit further, the miners immediately began digging. Massive crystals glimmered all around them. As one miner announced, "We've nearly finished gathering the stones," and requested they be taken to the surface. He also told his teammates to double-check for any valuables and remove any monster corpses blocking the way. A miner suddenly noticed something to his left. His companion asked what he was staring at, and the young man exclaimed, "I can't believe what I'm seeing." As monsters spat blue blood around them, Suho delivered another precise strike, then pierced a goblin to his left. Clenching his fist, he activated his bloody weapon. His eyes turned stark white as defeated enemies piled up beneath him. Resting the blood sword on his shoulder, he stood tall amidst the fallen creatures. The miners in his squad stared at him in stunned admiration. Several workers raised their arms joyfully, shouting that working with Suho was an honor. Suho suddenly sensed something amiss and ordered everyone to gather. Yanoa responded immediately. In a section of the mine, he pointed out a branching passage. The squad confirmed they saw it. Suho explained the Nexus Guild had abandoned attempts to clear this gate because endless hordes of kobolds had overwhelmed them. Someone asked if they needed to split up. He summoned his bloodied sword. Suho declared he would go alone. Stunned, they questioned him again, but he just raised his weapon and declared that a boss was lurking inside. With one powerful strike, stones exploded outward as his cutting steel skill blazed to life. Diwan was amazed Suho could cleave through solid rock with a single blow, and Yanhwa wondered aloud how such immense strength was even possible. Standing before the narrow passage he'd created, Suho explained he'd purposely made it so tight so monsters couldn't swarm out all at once. He ordered them to remain here and guard the right side, while he headed left. When someone asked if they should simply kill any goblins emerging from the cut passageway, Suho confirmed that was the plan, adding that, originally, he'd intended to block the entire entrance, but then he realized they wouldn't gain any experience that way. Turning away from his squad, he told them not to look for him under any circumstances. If he didn't return within 12 hours, they were to leave the mine entirely. Manhwa agreed. Suho thought to himself that he would need all 12 hours to finish what he planned. Turning his head once more, he told them they'd meet again soon. Duho muttered that Suho had blocked the entrance and questioned whether the man was sane. Hyunmin said that even though Suho was their leader, going alone would be extremely difficult, and he feared Suho might not manage. Jivan countered that Suho would be fine, reminding them all that their leader had cleared 2 sealed gates and multiple dangerous portals, single-handedly. Yanoa smiled, saying they all remembered that, so they simply needed to believe in him and do their part. One of the fighters agreed and said they needed to make sure Suho would be shocked at how much they'd improved by the time he returned. The group clenched their fists with determination, ready to demonstrate everything, all the lessons they'd mastered in training. Massive stones lay strewn across the ground ahead. Suho then declared that nothing could hold him back now. Ahead, a countless army of kobolds stretched into the distance. He then declared, "It's finally time to begin." With a slight smile, he noticed there were, indeed, a truly overwhelming number of monsters ready and waiting. But then, he also remarked that their numbers meant absolutely nothing to him. The landkeeper kobolds began to snarl as the system identified them as level 72 to 74. Suho immediately rushed forward to attack them. The monsters lunged at him with guttural growls, and he delivered a flurry of rapid, precise strikes. Suddenly, a smaller kobold dropped down from above, but Suho noticed it instantly, raising his weapon in defense. He blocked the blow, a hint of amusement on his face. He then admitted that these creatures actually knew how to use their heads, surprisingly. Still, all it really did was add unnecessary trouble. The system then confirmed the defeat of the landkeeper kobolds from outside. Dahan delivered a final, devastating strike to an enemy. Then, with a smile, he turned to one of his comrades to announce they'd successfully dealt with all the monsters. A Banshee squad member nodded in agreement, remarking that as long as they remained alert, everything would be just fine. One of the miners suggested they take a break and cook something up to eat. The miners tiredly sat down beside the crystals, relieved it was finally time for lunch. One of them was surprised that half the workday had already flown by. Soon, a miner approached the squad, asking if the young hunters were feeling tired, and praising them for doing such an excellent job. Jivan admitted there had been some tough moments, but now everything was finally calm. Younghwa stood just behind him, listening intently as the miner praised Jaiwan for defeating an entire horde of those kobolds. Jaiwan then explained that this was only possible because Suho had cleverly created a narrow exit tunnel for them. If the monsters had swarmed them all at once, they wouldn't have lasted for even an hour. Younghwa carefully examined the fallen kobolds. She had a strong hunch Suho had been here. A quiet worry for his safety crossed her mind. Her thoughts drifted back to their first meeting. Oh, how terribly wrong that encounter had gone. At the time, she'd just assumed he was completely bonkers. But as time went on, she found herself genuinely starting to fret over him. A faint, gentle smile touched her lips. She accepted that she couldn't help him in this moment, and honestly wondered aloud to herself, who exactly should be worrying about whom? Meanwhile, deep within the mine's eerie depths, Suho perched on a stone, his bloodied sword resting nearby. He was calmly munching on a chocolate bar, grumbling about how the kobolds weren't attacking him, even though he was openly snacking right in front of them. He wearily pushed himself to his feet, noticing the monsters were still just glaring, frozen and refusing to move. He wondered aloud if they'd finally developed a healthy fear of him. Then he shrugged, adding that it hardly mattered now, since they no longer held his interest. Perched high atop a sheer cliff face, he decided there was only one thing he truly wanted: to track down the portal's elusive boss. It was far too dark to see anything clearly, so he quickly pulled out a flare gun. The system promptly informed him it would light up the area for a considerable duration. Suho fired, and the cavern instantly blazed with brilliant, scattered lights, revealing the cavern's hidden depths. There, a strange creature with an elephantine head appeared. The system identified it, a Bulgasari. Level 99. Suho instantly recalled that Bulgasari were notoriously almost impossible to defeat, known for feeding on ore, and possessing bodies tougher than nearly any other monster. As he cautiously approached, he remembered that Bulgasari ranked among the 3 most dangerous non-star monsters. Summoning his shadow spear, Suho declared, "It's time to begin." He hurled his spear, striking the Bulgasari right on its head, but the monster merely gave a ticklish flinch in response. His smile grew distinctly odd as he realized the spear had simply bounced right off the creature, as if he'd struck solid stone. The Bulgasari, finally roused, then truly awakened. Its massive, clawed paws scraped the ground as it slowly rose. Tossing its head back, it unleashed a deafening roar. The kobolds instantly clutched their ears, trembling in terror. Far below, the miners jerked their heads up, seized by panic. Felt like an earthquake, one gasped, barely believing it, while another, utterly distraught, lamented that he'd never imagined dying quite like this. Manhwa watched as stones began tumbling from the cavern ceiling, and a chilling realization hit her. The tremor's source was exactly the direction Suho had gone. Cold sweat trickled down her face as she desperately tried to comprehend what was unfolding. Meanwhile, Suho calmly gazed up at Bulgasari, a slight smile on his face as he noted the creature definitely didn't appreciate being woken up. The system, however, sharply warned that Bulgasari was using its boss monster-level fear skill. The enormous jaws let out another thunderous roar, but Suho stood firm, completely unfazed. The system reported that the dragon's blood, surging within him, had activated, granting him full resistance to the fear effect. Bulgasari's monstrous eyes glowed with raw menace, as Suho coolly summoned his bloody sword, practically inviting the beast to attack him. Bulgasari then fired a wicked steel projectile from its trunk, aimed directly at Suho. He remembered that Bulgasari converted ore stored inside its body into deadly ammunition, spitting it out with incredible, crushing force. Though the technique was primitive, almost crude, its destructive power was utterly terrifying. He gripped his sword tightly with both hands, thinking that steel was one of the strongest materials known, and few things could possibly match it. With a clean, precise slice, he bisected the projectile. Steel Slash had activated. A smirk playing on his lips, Suho boldly announced it was time to tame this monster. He felt a wave of relief that he had collected so much blood earlier. Bulgasari roared furiously and charged forward. White energy pulsed violently from its massive body, and its massive paws thundered across the ground. The creature opened its mouth wide, lunging forward, moving with shocking, unbelievable speed. Suho internally admitted such speed felt almost unfair. The monster smashed into the cavern wall with full force, just as Suho narrowly leapt aside. He was shaken, but he made it just in time. He knew he couldn't waste a single moment. The entire cave could collapse at any second. Leaping from a rock, he conjured his blood-red blade. Gripping it tightly, he prepared. He channeled every drop of gathered blood into the mightiest strike he could unleash. With one decisive slash, he severed one of Bulgasari's massive trunks, utilizing his Steel Slash skill. The monster roared, writhing in agony, as the massive, severed trunk crashed to the ground. Landing on one knee, Suho scrutinized the creature closely, realizing the Steel Slash attack's true effectiveness didn't depend on the depth of its penetration. No matter how thick the enemy's armor, his blade would still inflict devastating damage. Witnessing the fallen trunk, a surge of confidence hit him, convinced he could truly conquer this beast. Suho recalled the widely known strategy against Bulgasari, a fiery assault. In his past life, this monster was only ever defeated by overwhelming flames, but he reminded himself such a method demanded an enormous amount of firepower. And since he wasn't a mage, he had no means to wield that power. Standing with his blood-imbued sword in hand, he understood this was why he had no other choice but to rely solely on his formidable blade. Before him, Bulgasari's enormous paw scraped the earth, the monster growling low and dangerously. Its eyes shifted, and Suho perceived a sudden, ominous change. A powerful wave of energy surged from the beast, and the system warned that Bulgasari was shrinking its body to activate rapid recovery. The stump of the severed trunk pulsed faintly. Suho recalled the creature's legendary regeneration. Once Bulgasari was wounded, it would compress its entire body and utilize the minerals it had absorbed to restore itself completely. This was precisely why the monster was considered immortal and notoriously difficult to slay. A small, almost comical, appendage began sprouting from the raw wound. As the rapid regeneration took hold, Suho simply smiled and asked, if the monster expected him to just stand there and idly watch this process. Vibrant yellow waves of power spiraled around Bulgasari, and the system reported the monster was initiating Ultra Enhancement. A new exoskeleton began forming as absorbed minerals hardened along its body, giving the beast an even more threatening form. The two opponents faced each other. Suho realized Bulgasari was using every skill it had, unleashing its full strength in an attempt to defeat him. Clearly, the monster believed it needed all its power for this single confrontation. Suho, still smiling, accepted the challenge. The monster launched itself forward, the system stating it was using the skill Ultra Rotation. Holding his bloody sword, Suho braced himself. He had always wondered what Bulgasari, known as one of the strongest monsters, was truly capable of, and he was equally curious to see whether his blade would be able to break through such formidable power. The two clashed. His sword met the monster's rotating body. With a violent impact, Bulgasari's eyes gleamed, yet Suho remained calm as he slashed at its form. The creature's limbs suddenly sprawled outward. In a helpless motion, Bulgasari growled weakly, looking upward, as if trying to understand what had happened. Suho tried to make sense of whether he had already defeated the beast. Raising his sword high, the system announced the activation of Steel Slash. Suho struck with full force, slicing the monster cleanly in half with a single, decisive blow. A deafening roar echoed, the monster's remaining eye glowing, as Suho pointed a green spear toward it, declaring that Bulgasari now belonged to him. Outside the chamber, the miners and the heroes squad waited near a collapsed section of stone. One of them said that the shaking seemed to have stopped. Yanoa looked up, while Jaiwin, standing beside her, remarked that the kobolds had stopped emerging, and it appeared the expedition had already gathered enough Mona stones. The girl lowered her head slightly. Jaiwin said that now all they could do was wait. Suddenly, Yanoa's expression brightened. She spotted a system message pop up, confirming the gate had been successfully cleared. The miners gasped, seeing the exact same message flash before them. The system then declared Suho the most valuable player. Yanoa and Jaiwin exchanged relieved, knowing smiles, and Jivan chimed in, "I expected nothing less from my boss." Meanwhile, deep inside, the system informed Suho that, for his truly exceptional achievement, he was awarded 5 skill points. Smiling, he gazed at the glowing green sphere, and the system granted him several more points, along with a level increase and a boost to all his stats. Holding the shining sphere in his hands, he excitedly declared, "I did it." He recalled delivering the final blow, thinking that any other monster in Bulgasari's position would have instantly perished. But he hadn't come here with the intention of killing the beast. The sphere emitted streams of green energy, as he explained to himself that his sole goal had been to tame the monster, using the control sphere he had obtained. After defeating Malayan, he then tossed the green sphere onto the ground. It cracked open, and a tiny, elephant-like creature appeared. The system identified it as Bulgasari, level 99, with multiple high-level skills. Suho noted that having traits like Phantom Beast and Species Domination alone would be enough to classify the monster as S-rank. Yet, this creature possessed both. He knelt before the miniature elephant. As the system activated healing, his hand hovered over the creature, whose eyes were closed. Suho gently greeted it, and the little monster responded with an odd sound. Rising to its feet, Bulgasari faced him attentively. Suho told it to listen carefully. Surrounded by enormous crystals, he explained that, although the creature's enthusiasm was admirable, they couldn't return here again. So, they needed to gather all the ore in the area. The tiny Bulgasari's ears flapped, looking cheerful. Suho asked if they could begin, and the creature made another series of unusual sounds. Meanwhile, his squad waited at the other end of the mine. Confused and growing increasingly anxious, they wondered why their leader was taking so long. Meanwhile, Suho now stood inside his impossibly luxurious subspace house, a hidden dimension that only a select few individuals in the world could ever possess. Surrounded by its vast, quiet expanse, he found himself thinking again about his past life and everything he'd learned from living through the world twice. In that old life, the only player who'd ever controlled Bulgasari was a person known as Gaia, the Master of Earth. Their fame had risen entirely, Because Bulgasari was an overwhelmingly powerful creature. Suho remembered every detail of how Gaia used Bulgasari. The monster was a mythical beast, capable of devouring any kind of metal, converting all of it into pure strength, while also storing enormous quantities of minerals within its body, turning itself into a walking mountain of compressed energy. Inside the subspace house, Bulgasari, now affectionately nicknamed Bulbul, was shockingly cuter than its terrifying full-sized form. It resembled a cheerful, metallic-skinned, gray hippo, bouncing energetically around the room. Then Bulbul opened its mouth wide and inhaled an entire mound of gleaming, magic stones, like a living vacuum. Once it had consumed everything, it rolled onto its back and began radiating a deep, powerful glow. Suho watched this with satisfaction, thinking this little creature was unquestionably the greatest miner in the entire world. He smirked to himself. By now, the Nexus miners outside should have collected their portion, exactly as agreed in the contract. Whatever remained inside this subspace belonged solely to him, and he had ensured that. Outside the mine, Daehan Yanawa, Jaiwin and the rest of the team continued to wait. Near the sealed tunnel, Daehan grew increasingly restless. Convinced that Suho had been gone far too long, the miners whispered to each other, assuming Suho must have defeated the boss, but perhaps suffered injuries during the fight. Some even considered venturing deeper to check, but Jivan held his ground, insisting they follow Suho's strict orders. Yanawa agreed, even though worry gnawed quietly at her thoughts. She reminded everyone that a team, without trust in its leader, would simply collapse. And Suho had clearly told them not to enter, for at least 12 hours. None of them wanted to break that trust. Suddenly, the stone wall exploded outward. In a burst of purple energy, Suho walked out through the smoke, appearing completely calm, as if he had finished a short training session, rather than a life-threatening battle. His squad rushed toward him immediately, demanding to know why he had taken so long. Jivan, especially dramatic, practically jumped in front of him. Suho teased that if they were that worried, they should have come looking for him. The group quickly reminded him that he was the one who forbade them from doing so. Suho's teasing expression softened when he placed a hand on Jivan's shoulder, acknowledging that the boy had followed his orders loyally. Yanawa admitted she was relieved that their trust had not been misplaced, though she still disliked being treated like a child. Suho simply said that they had lived entirely different lives, and that was the undeniable truth. Their darker pasts had shifted completely, and he felt a quiet pride at having changed their future paths. Afterward, Suho thanked the miners and said that it was finally time to leave the cave for good. The group cheered enthusiastically, more than ready to return to the surface. Meanwhile, in his office, guild leader Bae Dongyuk waited anxiously. The longer the silence stretched, the more tightly he clenched his hands. If anything happened to Suho, all responsibility would fall on him, and the Nexus Guild would drown in trouble. Suddenly, someone burst through the door with news, announcing Suho and his entire team had returned safely. Dongyuk rushed out relieved to greet them. Suho confirmed the gate had been cleared, and he then requested the results be officially registered. Later, everyone gathered in the office to review all collected materials and data. Dongyuk was absolutely stunned. Despite Suho's unusually short contract period, the profits were absolutely massive. They estimated over 7.2 billion won in resources, possibly even exceeding 10 billion. After processing this, Suho quietly recalled the raw stones he had claimed for himself earlier. He nearly laughed at the thought. His personal haul alone was worth a fortune. To be fair, Dongyuk offered Suho's squad for 10% of the gate's entire profit. As a bonus, Suho pretended to be surprised, even though he inwardly thought it was too generous. He had already taken enormous amounts home, so demanding anything more would just feel greedy. After a polite exchange, they eventually agreed on a balanced reward that satisfied both sides perfectly. Once that matter was settled, Suho brought up something else. He wanted to form a secret raid unit within the Nexus Guild, since he would soon join the Hunter Association. As a government hunter, he would be unable to lead his team officially. He asked Dongyuk to quietly support them and register them within the guild, so they could continue serving as a hidden force behind the scenes. Dongyuk loved the idea and agreed immediately. Suho reflected that only because he had regressed could he build a foundation this solid, avoid the betrayals of his past life, and truly test each person until they proved to be trustworthy allies. This time, he wanted real companions walking beside him, not just opportunists. Later, Suho entered the locker room, where his squad was gathered, still buzzing with excitement about the previous mission. Ji-won immediately leaped toward him with his usual, overly enthusiastic greeting. Suho gathered them around and shared the news. Starting today, they were all officially members of Nexus. The team was stunned. Several Banshee members had given up their previous jobs just to follow him, and now they would receive proper pay, clear advancement paths, and official B rank status, with potential for A rank promotions. Dahan and the others were ecstatic, celebrating like they'd just won a grand prize. Right then, Suho's phone rang. It was Chief Pai calling with even more good news. Suho's special recruitment for the Hunter Association had been approved. Soon, he would formally join, receive a commendation, and begin his government contract. Chief Pai joked that Suho was becoming far too impressive, and Suho responded that he fully intended to keep surprising everyone from here on out. The very next day, inside the Nexus lounge room, the entire Banshee squad was deep inside the digital space, created through Jiwon's digitization skill. The bright, white environment looked futuristic from outside, but inside, the environment was filled with glitch-covered monsters, their red eyes flickering as they crawled out of broken streams of corrupted data. The creatures let out distorted screams as they swarmed the team. Everyone held their positions, while Dahan barked commands, keeping the formation from collapsing under the chaos. Manhwa glanced toward Jiwon, who was catching his breath while leaning heavily on his staff. She asked if he was alright. Jiwon insisted he was fine, though he was clearly pushing himself too hard, determined not to look weak, and wanting to prove he truly belonged in the Banshee squad. One of the older members gave Jiwon a playful smack on the back, nearly knocking him off balance, teasing that their youngest member was really fired up. Today, another stepped in to steady him, placing a hand on his shoulder and telling everyone to quiet down. Manhwa reached out, helping Jiwon straighten up. He warned him, don't let a single weakness show. Not if they wanted to hit level 100. Not if they wanted to keep pace with their leader's legendary reputation. They still had a long, grueling road ahead. The others agreed. If Jiwon wanted real recognition, he absolutely had to keep fighting. Their collective determination surged with power. The entire team shouted in unison that, no matter how tough the climb got, they'd give it absolutely everything they had. A short distance away, Suho watched them, surrounded by the digital remains of corrupted monsters he'd already decimated. Their sheer enthusiasm amused him. He thought the team had become almost too energetic. He told Jiwon to set the program to hard mode, but even he hadn't expected things to escalate this intensely. He even joked internally that if a virus like this ever spread online, the entire internet would probably collapse in a flash. Suho then walked up to Jiwon and asked if he was holding up. Jiwon tried to appear completely unfazed, saying he was just taking a quick break before jumping right back into battle. Suho simply told him they were done for the day, and it was time to log out. Jiwon froze. He couldn't believe Suho had already cleared the stage. The rest of the team, exhausted but utterly irritated, felt like their leader had been playing a different game entirely. They insisted they were only getting started. Suho quietly smiled. He knew now that they were pushing themselves even harder for his sake. With that, he exited the virtual space. Later, back in the real world, Suho sat alone inside Angel and Earth Coffee, a serene cafe near the edge of Seoul. He checked his phone, organizing his next steps. Since he'd just entered the special recruitment program, his free time would shrink rapidly. He absolutely needed to move fast. His next priority, locating a certain individual. Soon, a sleek white car pulled up outside. Cho-yoon stepped out casually, then strode inside. As if she owned the entire place, she confidently ordered a strawberry frappe. Suho, however, was quick to remind her. She wasn't exactly in a position to be making demands, considering he was the one who called her here to collect on the favor she owed him. But before she could utter a single protest, the waiter set the drink right in front of her. Suho had already ordered it for her. She blinked in utter disbelief, wondering how he knew exactly what she'd order, and even the timing. Suho simply brushed it off, claiming it was simple intuition. The truth was, his vast library of memories, carried over from his previous life, contained even the smallest, most specific details, like her favorite snacks. Switching gears, he asked if she had located the person he requested. She passed him a thick document folder, still confused as to why he wanted info on what she perceived as a mere junkie. Suho corrected her instantly. The man he sought was a highly skilled craftsman. In Suho's memory, that junkie was destined to become one of the greatest blacksmiths in the world. Nam Hee-won, he mused to himself. Finding information on someone like Hee-won wasn't easy, yet Choi-yeon had still pulled it off. She was undeniably good at her job. Suho then continued. The next step involved using a safe house in Cheongdam, one that belonged to the Union. The girl froze. She knew these safe houses existed, but only the highest ranks had authority over the Cheongdam location. Even brokers rarely stepped inside. Her nerves flared. She pointed out that even knowing about the place was highly unusual. Suho simply reminded her that she owed him a favor. She tried to negotiate, but he pressed her harder, even teasing her that, if her entire life's worth amounted to mere paperwork, maybe he shouldn't have helped her at all. Cornered and sweating, she started spitting out childish excuses. Finally defeated, she said she would make the call. She stepped outside. Suho waited calmly, knowing the Union would eventually choose the most logical outcome. His request would be approved. Upon her return, she looked utterly defeated and asked if it truly had to be Cheongdam. Suho's twisted expression made the answer painfully obvious. She regretted asking. He chose the location simply because it was the closest. She told him he could use it, but only under one crucial condition. She explained that if he met that one condition, he could access the Cheongdam safe house at half price. Even so, half the price was still ridiculously expensive. She pulled out her phone, ready to accept the Union's terms. But Suho told her to wait. He wanted to know the full catch first. She thought he was being extremely strict for someone asking for favors. But Suho replied with a shrug, saying he had to be, after all. He was joining the Hunter Association. Finally, Cho-yoon told him the condition. He had to help clear a newly discovered gate. The Union had found one they didn't want exposed, because it appeared in an extremely public area. Nam Hansen. Suho asked about the monsters inside. She explained the gate was known as Sky Mountain, and filled with wyverns, massive, fast, sky-blue dragons that were difficult even for trained hunters. Only those under level 110 could enter. She added that it wasn't supposed to be a solo operation. Suho only needed to join the raid team and assist. But Suho already knew everything about Sky Mountain. He asked whether the wyverns were sky blue. She confirmed it and asked how he knew. Suho stood up, asking her for the raid time. She said he could go immediately if he wanted. With a calm, confident smile, Suho told her to change the condition, because he would be clearing the gate alone. A couple of days later, the sun was shining over a quiet forest clearing, where a blue, swirling portal stood like a breathing doorway. Boxes of supplies were stacked nearby, prepared for the raid, but Suho walked right past them without slowing down. He headed straight for the gate. Not far behind him, Cho-yoon stood beside Kim Soo-won, a hunter from the Union. Kim Soo-won remarked how surprising it all was. Suho had refused all supplies and insisted on entering the gate alone. Choi-yoon simply shrugged it off. She believed he had his own grand plans, and their boss had explicitly stated that whether he succeeded or failed, watching Suho would be utterly fascinating. She still felt utterly confident he'd emerge victorious. Suho always blew expectations out of the water. In the end, Kim Soo-won, meanwhile, remained incredibly curious. If Suho succeeded in soloing this gate, he would become an even greater legend. If he failed, the fall would be absolutely dramatic. Either way, he found the situation utterly captivating. Inside the gate, the system loaded a brand new environment, Celestial Mountain. The surroundings were rugged and rocky, bright and soaring high above the clouds, with fierce winds swirling through the mountain peaks. The system clearly stated that only hunters under level 110 could enter, and the maximum party limit was 31. Yet, Suho stood there, utterly alone, planning to clear everything entirely by himself. He remembered reading association reports about this perilous place. Officially, it wasn't classified as extremely dangerous, but the grim reality was far different. Many hunters had tragically failed here, and several had died with wyverns dominating the skies. The association usually sent mages and archers, while warriors were strongly advised to steer clear. since aerial combat was simply too difficult for them. But Suho felt these rules simply didn't apply to him. He gathered blood in his hand and activated his fearsome blood weapon skill. A wicked, bloody sword formed in his grip. Looking up the winding mountain path, he decided to skip it entirely. Using leap, he soared upward through the sharp winds, as if they were nothing more than a gentle breeze. He ignored the twisting trails and bolted straight up the mountain. He soon reached a plateau where sky wyverns had gathered, all of them over level 100. The leader, a sky wyvern at level 109, stood among them as Suho rapidly approached. The wyverns reacted with immediate irritation and surprise, clearly confused by his sudden appearance. That a lone human would charge them so boldly. One wyvern unleashed a lightning-fast attack, but Suho was even quicker, slicing the beast in half with a clean, quick draw. The other wyverns recoiled in terror, realizing instantly this human was unlike any foe they'd ever faced. Still, they wouldn't give him a fair fight. When it was clear none could beat him, one-on-one, the wyverns tried to overwhelm him. From every single direction, Suho quickly saw through their coordinated strategy. The initial attackers were just a diversion. The real danger was their leader, sneaking up from behind. As the leader lunged for a surprise strike, Suho deftly dodged and slashed upwards, landing a precise hit that enraged it. The sky wyvern unleashed its fierce skill. A wave of blue pressure washed over the mountain, but Suho's dragon blood made him immune. To him, the wyvern's intimidation was almost amusing. Only true dragons could ever scare him. These wyverns were merely cheap imitations. Frustrated, the leader blasted its breath attack. Meanwhile, the lesser wyverns tore massive boulders from the mountainside and hurled them at Suho, trapping him. While the leader prepped for another strike, it was a surprisingly well-coordinated tactic. As the rocks came crashing down, the leader charged in for the kill. Suho activated Leap once more, soaring above the crowded attack. From the air, he unleashed Airstyle's first form, Sever, and prepared Cutting Steel. He descended like a sharp blade from the heavens, and carved the leader from head to tail. With one decisive strike, with the leader defeated, Suho surveyed its remains, and felt he was finally adapting to his newer techniques. Still, he sensed room for improvement. He continued his climb, heading higher, towards the true boss of this gate. But suddenly, the entire air darkened. A massive monster stepped into view, far larger than the others, with dark blue scales and a crown of jagged horns. When it roared, the entire mountain trembled. Far above, the Sky Wyvern King announced its presence. Suho realized the king must have sensed its fallen minions. Now he stood squarely in the king's domain. Everything before this had been just a warm-up. As Suho reached the mountain's summit, the sky dimmed, as if responding to the king itself. The giant wyvern landed, blocking out the sun. The system reported its level, 113. It let out a massive roar, accompanied by a wave of dark energy. Once again, Suho resisted it effortlessly, thanks to his powerful dragon blood. Although the Wyvern King was certainly intimidating, resembling a true dragon, Suho reassured himself that real dragons were far more terrifying. The Wyvern King circled above, waiting for Suho's next move. Suho disliked wasting time, but he felt that mastering his techniques during this battle would actually be beneficial. Then, something else caught his eye. A nest, absolutely filled with glowing wyvern eggs. He suspected that approaching these eggs might provoke the king. He stepped closer, and his guess proved absolutely correct. The Wyvern King immediately dove at him, blasting wind so powerful the ground cracked. Suho felt the immense pressure, but stayed calm. The Wyvern King repeated its fierce skill, but it had no effect. Suho attacked with Cutting Steel, but the boss's thick scales reduced the damage. A level gap of over 40 levels made a noticeable difference. But instead of feeling discouraged, Suho actually welcomed the challenge. This was a perfect opportunity to sharpen his abilities even faster. The Wyvern King roared again, summoning another massive flock of wyverns. Suho had certainly expected more enemies, but even he was surprised by the sheer number that appeared. Still, his upgraded stats allowed him to move faster, strike harder, and jump higher. Perfect for this incredibly chaotic situation. The wyverns attacked from all directions. Suho jumped onto one wyvern's back and used it like a makeshift platform. The system immediately notified him. His leap skill had reached rank S. Now he could jump one more time in midair, effectively doubling his movement in the sky. Suho immediately put it to the test. He stepped right onto empty air, effortlessly closing the gap to the Wyvern King. With impeccable timing, his blood weapon transformed into a long, crimson staff. Suho extended it, striking the Wyvern King's neck, slamming the colossal beast to the ground. Even so, the monster defiantly struggled back up. Suho couldn't help but respect its sheer durability. Letting out a light chuckle, he hoped this boss would last a bit longer, so he could test out even more techniques. The Wyvern King, utterly desperate, forced its subordinates to attack once more. But the lesser wyverns hesitated, as if fearing Suho more than their own ruler. Some even appeared to be trembling. Suho quietly remarked that perhaps he had become the true Wyvern King. The real king shrieked in outrage, and the minions finally resumed their assault. Suho zipped through the air, bouncing from one wyvern to the next. Still, he noticed, his sword-drawing technique wasn't leveling up as fast as he'd hoped. These opponents were strong, yes, but not quite enough to push his technique further. Deciding to accelerate the pace, he rushed straight toward the mountain peak. There, he discovered something truly enormous. The Sky Wyvern Queen, far larger and mightier than the king. Covered in majestic purple scales, she guarded her nest and couldn't leave its side. This gave Suho a crucial advantage. The queen was powerful but bound to her nest. She attacked by rolling massive boulders his way, but he used sword drawing to slice them apart with ease. Her piercing screams summoned every last wyvern on the mountain. Suho remained calm. He understood she would rely on her minions, rather than attack him directly. At that moment, the Wyvern King swooped down in a full-force assault. Suho decided it was time to finish this battle. He chose not to unleash his strongest skill immediately. Instead, he wanted to reach a higher level of sword drawing. The best swordsmen relied solely on their blade, and Suho wanted to honor that principle. He honed his focus on perfect timing and precision, repeating the same sword-drawing motion again and again. The system itself reacted to his growing mastery, recognizing that his understanding of the blade had now surpassed all others. System alerts flooded his vision, practically screaming with power. His sword-drawing technique had evolved to a supreme level, and the guardian sword within him responded in kind, granting him a new form, Cloud Cutter. Rank S+ red energy flickered menacingly in his hair and eyes, and Suho unleashed Cloud Cutter with a devastating, powerful swing, sending a massive vortex of bloody, crimson energy, crushing straight through the Wyvern King. The boss collapsed, dying with a final, desperate cry. The remaining wyverns shrieked in a mix of fear and grief. But Suho was far from done. He activated Cloud Cutter once more. In one single, sweeping strike, he utterly destroyed all remaining wyverns, including even the queen. The system proudly announced his triumph. Suho stood victorious on the mountaintop, his sword resting casually on his shoulder. The gate had been thoroughly conquered. After the intense battle finally ended, Suho paused for a moment to check his status window. The gate had clearly given him a massive boost, and his experience bar was sitting comfortably ahead of schedule. His strength stat was already brushing past 80, and he didn't have far to go at all before hitting the next tier of power. A small, satisfied smile formed on his lips as he saw the new additions, Double Jump and Cloud Sash. These were the exact skills he'd been aiming for. It felt incredibly good to see his meticulous plan finally paying off. Turning toward the queen's den now, he decided it was time to collect his well-deserved loot. Inside were 12 valuable Sky Wyvern Queen eggs. The association's advanced team had only confirmed 6, which meant the remaining half naturally fell right into his hands. Now with the job complete, he shifted his attention to the massive pile of wyvern corpses. Monster byproducts sold for incredibly high prices, especially when used to craft rare, powerful materials. And the Sky Wyvern Queen's corpse was considered a top-tier prize. Summoning his shadow spear, he decided to let it handle the cleanup duties. He placed the spear beside the queen's massive body, and it immediately began its gruesome work, devouring the corpse piece by agonizing piece. As it absorbed the flesh, the spear's purple energy flared, growing more vicious, more powerful, and utterly alive. Time to upgrade the blade to its next level. Witnessing the incredible transformation, Suho then realized that even a 1-star beast could serve as perfect nourishment for the Ghost Blade's shadow-devouring power. Judging by the spear's current condition, just one more powerful meal should push it even further. With that in mind, he pointed the spear toward the king's corpse next, letting it feast once more. Meanwhile, outside the gate, Total chaos had already erupted. Someone shouted that the gate's readings had been completely deceptive, and people around him stared in utter disbelief. They finally realized the guy inside wasn't just any healer. He was actually a sword master. Among the bewildered crowd, a black-haired man wiped sweat from his forehead. Overwhelmed, he knew better than anyone that, even with a full raid party, clearing that gate was never a guarantee. Yet somehow, this man had done it solo, and not even as a combat class, but officially registered as a healer. Cho-yoon brushed it off casually, reminding him that she'd already said he would clear it easily. He agreed, but couldn't understand why she looked so excited. She just told him it must be his imagination. Their conversation paused. As Suho finally walked out of the gate, they congratulated him for conquering it solo, the girl cheering first and the guy echoing her enthusiasm. Suho thanked them, then reached into his inventory, pulling out the wyvern eggs. He placed all 10 sky wyvern queen eggs before them, saying he'd found that many inside. Kim Soo-won stared, stunned by the sheer quantity. Suho calmly insisted he had retrieved every single egg, while keeping quiet about the extra ones he'd kept for himself. As for the Sky Wyvern King and Queen corpses, he explained that both bodies had fallen to the base of Sky Mountain during the fight, making it impossible to recover them. Of course, hiding the fact that Ghost Blade had already devoured them cleanly, leaving no trace. Lowering his voice, Soo-won asked if he could ask a question. Suho told him to go ahead. Soo-won hesitated, then asked how someone officially registered as a healer could wield a sword like that. Did he really fight those wyverns with nothing but swordsmanship and healing abilities? Even with exceptional sword skills, taking down flying monsters with only a blade shouldn't be that simple. Soo-won thought Suho, being both a swordsman and a healer, would have brought arrows, throwing spears, or at least long-range spell scrolls. As a fellow hunter, he was dying to know how the hell Suho managed it. Suho simply smiled and said, one sword was enough. Soo-won stared at him like an utterly amazed fanboy, asking if he really meant he took down all those flying wyverns, including the king and queen, with only that one sword? Suho confirmed it. Soo-won practically glowed, thrilled and brimming with admiration, while Choi-yoon nudged him, asking if this wasn't the same guy who'd been whining earlier. Changing the topic, Suho asked Choi-yoon if he had fulfilled all the conditions. Choi-yoon happily said he had more than fulfilled them. He'd solo cleared the gate and recovered all 10 eggs. As promised, she guaranteed him free use of the largest unit in the Cheongdam residence, adding that her boss never went back on their word. She then asked when he wanted to start using it. Suho told her he wanted to start today, and also requested access to future reports on items and magic stones. He asked if that was possible, smiling. She said it absolutely was. He could contact her for anything, from item disposal to money laundering, and she'd provide top-tier service. Suho suddenly pushed a small diary toward her, saying he had one more favor. She told him to go ahead. Inside was a photo of a green-haired man. Suho asked about a patient named Nam Hee-won at the Yongdong Post-Danak Center, and said he needed information on him. Flipping through the diary, Choi-yoon realized with a jolt it was the exact file she'd pulled up before. Confused, he asked what this Hee-won person actually did. Didn't Suho mention he was some kind of technician? Suho swung open his car door and questioned if he really had to re-explain the whole backstory every single time he asked for a favor. She quickly stammered an apology, admitting she'd slipped up again. As he settled into the driver's seat, she grumbled from outside the car, feeling genuinely hurt. After everything they'd been through together, shouldn't they be able to chat more freely by now? Suho calmly replied she could ask how he was doing, but nothing beyond that. Clasping her hands dramatically, she dramatically muttered, "You're so cold." Then she informed him that the Cheongdam residence would be ready in 2 hours, and she'd send the address once everything was perfectly set. He told her to also send over Hee-won's information. Checking her phone, she confirmed he was indeed a patient at the Danyak Center, and that prying into junkies records would take only a few dozen minutes. She scrolled through her contacts and told him she'd get back to him shortly. Sometime later, while driving, Suho received a call from Choi-yoon. She told him the Cheongdam residence was ready for immediate use, and she'd already gathered all the information on Nam Hee-won, sending it directly to his phone. Suho thanked her for her diligent work, but Choi-yoon still pressed, asking why he was digging into a person who was a drug addict. Suho simply ended the call, refusing to entertain the question any further. He opened the map location she'd sent. Looking at the screen, he muttered the name Yongdongpa, realizing this was where the man lived, and deciding he would go recruit him immediately. Soon after, he arrived in front of a cluster of old, worn-down buildings that looked more like a forgotten slum than anything else. Standing before one of the dilapidated structures, he noted that this must be the house where Nam Hee-won stayed, yet another semi-basement apartment. He glanced through one of the grimy, small windows and noticed the curtains were pulled shut from the inside. He pressed the doorbell, only to realize it was completely broken. So, he started pounding on the door, yelling out for Nam Hee-won. After a moment with no reply, he figured the guy wasn't home, and said he'd have to come back later. What he didn't realize was that inside the room, 3 men stood over a collapsed Nam Hee-won. The brown-haired thug crouched beside him, asking if Hee-won really had visitors coming, then deciding they should finish the job before anyone saw him. But before he could act, a heavy thud shook the entire door. All 3 thugs froze instantly, startled by the sudden impact. The one responsible, of course, was Suho. As he stepped inside, the tattooed thug demanded to know who he was, but Suho shut him down coldly, saying his identity was none of their business. The tattooed thug tried to swear at him, but before he could get the full insult out, Suho's hand struck across his cheek with a sharp, rapid slap. It was so fast that the other 2 didn't even register what happened, until the man staggered back. Suho glared at the remaining thugs, his voice heavy as he ordered them, "Come here. Every single one of you." Outside the room, Suho had already confirmed 4 presences inside, using his magic detection. Now, 2 of them were shouting in front of him, demanding his identity and yelling, "Who the hell are you?" The second thug, standing beside the first, kept staring at Suho as if he recognized him from somewhere. The third thug was still lying, unconscious from Suho's earlier slap, and the fourth was none other than Nam Hee-won himself. One of the 2 remaining thugs stepped closer, accusing Suho of ignoring him. He didn't get another word out before Suho casually swung a powerful slap across his face. The guy's expression twisted into something both hilarious and tragic as he flew backward and collapsed onto the floor. The last conscious thug witnessed everything. The first slap, the second, and now his second friend dropping like a broken puppet. He barely had time to react. Before Suho even turned his head, he delivered another brutal slap. This one sent him spinning in a full circle, crashing far across the room. For the most dramatic fall yet, Suho walked over, checking one of the men's breathing, wondering if he'd actually hit him hard enough to kill him. Satisfied they were still alive, he shifted his attention to Nam Hee-won. He lifted Hee-won by the shoulder, telling him to get up if he was fine. But the moment he got a clear look at the man's face, Suho froze. Hee-won's hand was limp and drugged, his expression twisted unnaturally. A syringe lay discarded beside him, and Suho realized what had happened. Those thugs had injected him with something, and tormented him afterward. Judging by how stiff his body felt, almost petrified, the injection had been done a while ago. Checking his breathing and physical state, Suho understood quickly that the poison symptoms were serious. He needed to act fast. He activated his recovery skill, the evolved form of Cure. He had upgraded Cure into Recovery, specifically for scenarios like this. Real illnesses, real poisonings, real damage unrelated to the system. Originally, the skill only affected the area his hands touched, but Isabella had once told him that pouring magic into it allowed him to forcibly expand the range. A slow grin spread across his face as he channeled magic into his hands. He thought about how he was now, using information gained from someone who once tried to kill him to save someone else. The world truly worked in wild ways. After some time under Suho's treatment, Hee-won slowly opened his eyes. His vision was still blurry, and the first thing he saw was a blurry figure, asking if he was awake. He stood up fast. Suho calmly told him that this was his home. When Hee-won finally focused, he noticed the beaten thugs sprawled across the room, and looked terrified, asking why they were in that state, and just who this guy even was. Suho explained they just wouldn't listen, so he had to restrain them. But the real issue was the drug coursing through Hee-won, who was shaking violently. Hee-won insisted he never took anything willingly. They forced it, they injected him. He begged Suho to believe him, trembling as he repeated it was the absolute truth. Suho watched him, realizing the guy was too agitated to talk properly right now. From his past life, Suho recalled an interview with Hee-won, who later became a famous blacksmith. In that interview, Hee-won admitted the Chungsik gang had forcibly injected him with drugs, and he'd suffered long-term after-effects of addiction because of it. With that memory in mind, Suho decided to properly treat him. He placed his hand close to Nam Hee-won, and the system responded. The ring of emotions reacted to the target's strongest emotions. The color being absorbed was black. Suddenly, Hee-won clutched his chest, overwhelmed by the searing pain. Then, as the ring drew out his dark emotions, the tension eased and relief washed over him. Once the process ended, Suho asked if he was feeling better, and the green-haired boy nodded. Suho stood and told him he believed him. He properly addressed him as Mr. Nam Hee-won, confirming the people who injected him belonged to the Chungsik gang, and that the thugs on the floor were from the same group. The Chungsik gang's original name had been Gold-Made Hand, but the intention behind the naming was so ridiculous that the association simply renamed them the Chungsik gang. Suho asked Hee-won if he was attending a rehab center. Still shaking, Hee-won said yes, then asked how Suho knew. Suho answered lightly, saying he found out while digging into the Chungsik gang. He reassured him he no longer needed to worry. Forcing drugs on someone already in rehab was a seriously severe crime, and Suho said he would personally take responsibility and resolve the case. Hee-won's expression brightened. Hee-won offered Suho his heartfelt thanks. Suho then informed him that, given the seriousness, he'd return soon to check in on him. He then inquired if Hee-won was experiencing dry mouth or withdrawal symptoms. Hee-won readily admitted he was, and that he was beginning to feel cold. Suho then knelt before Hee-won, asking him to take a seat for a moment. Hee-won complied. Suho then activated his recovery skill, and a brilliant blue light gathered around his hands. At the sight, Hee-won watched in silent awe. Suho clarified that this was a special healer's recovery technique, specifically designed for drug addiction. It worked by relieving withdrawal symptoms and expelling the lingering drug energy from the body. But achieving full recovery demanded continuous, long-term care. Such recovery consumed a significant amount of mana, and only a handful of healers possess the training to manage it. That's precisely why, in Suho's past life, Isabella had become one of the most influential figures among the last crusaders. That's also why, after returning, he had chosen the path of a healer. Rising to his feet, Suho told the green-haired boy that addiction treatment demanded consistency, and they would need to meet again for continued care. But for now, he had to make his way to the Chungsik gang station. Terrified, Hee-won pleaded with him to wait. He remembered he'd wanted to ask something earlier, and asked who Suho was affiliated with. Suho stated his name, confirming he was a hunter, operating under the Korean Hunters Association. As Suho left, Hee-won stayed seated, utterly amazed, muttering the name and Suho to himself. Even a person without a TV, like him, had heard that name mentioned repeatedly over the past few days. His name was plastered across all the breaking news, and now he realized the very person who had saved him was the same in Suho everyone had been talking about. Looking down from above, the slum resembled a war-torn zone. Following multiple gate shocks, half of Young Dompa had crumbled into utter ruin, effectively transforming it into a sprawling slum. Suho strode through its broken streets, the air heavy with the stench of neglect. Given that the district lay right in the center of Seoul, it had inevitably become a perfect breeding ground for rampant crime. Gazing up at the crumbling surroundings, he knew this had to be the place, the one both the police and association conveniently pretended not to see. Before him stood a building with a bold sign that read, "Gold Made." Suho stared at it, wondering what kind of gang had the sheer audacity to brand themselves with such a grandiose name. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. The first floor? A convenience store. Shelves intact, lights on. Suho immediately understood the situation. A convenience store in the middle of a slum, still operating smoothly, was clear proof. This place was openly run by gangsters. There was no way it would remain untouched. Without some serious backing, he walked to the back of the store and found a staircase. As he climbed, a voice sparked from above, telling him to freeze. A bald man appeared, ordering him not to move, and threatening that he'd die if he took another step. He demanded Suho's identity, acting like he had authority over anything. Suho looked at him with a small smile. A gatekeeper, how classic, he thought. Then he asked, "Where's Changsik?" The bald man snapped in anger, shocked to hear the name spoken so casually. The thug shouted, demanding to know who he thought he was, to speak their boss's name so freely. But then his expression shifted, as he suddenly recognized the face in front of him. The man froze, as he realized this was Suho himself. Suho waved lightly, thanking him for the recognition. The thug, thinking Suho was trying to high-five him, even raised his hand in response. Suho stepped forward and delivered a brutal slap, sending the bald man flying. He walked past with a grin. Continuing up the stairs, Suho spoke calmly, telling them to inform Changsik to come out. Inside his office, Changsik heard the sounds of fighting, erupting right outside his door. The noise grew louder and more chaotic, until the door finally burst open. A thug went flying through the air after a swift kick from Suho. Suho calmly stepped inside. He muttered, "Not a single one of these gangster jerks seems to understand words." Behind him, the mangled bodies of the thugs were scattered across the hallway, like discarded trash. Running a hand through his hair, he asked Changsik, "Was it really that hard to bring me here?" Stepping over yet another fallen thug, he added, "I wonder what your gang would even do if I actually resisted?" Changsik sat before him, his expression straight and utterly unreadable. Two bodyguards stood behind him, rigid as statues. As Suho approached, he knew exactly what kind of place this was. Over 80% of this organization's members were awakened. The very fact that awakened criminals operated openly like this was clear proof that the nation's security had already collapsed. In his previous life, the Changsik gang had grown even larger than this current version. They had created countless victims, and it had taken an exhausting amount of time to finally take them down. Remembering that, Suho clenched his fist. In a cold tone, he said, "This is exactly why cancer needs to be removed before it grows." Changsik tried to speak, addressing him as Hunter Suho, and asking, "What are you doing so suddenly?" Suho stepped closer, telling him, "Don't act clueless. You're the ones who started all of this." Changsik demanded to know, "When did I supposedly start anything?" Suho told him, "You're playing dumb to the very end. You messed with someone named Haewon." He dropped a syringe on the desk, and both the boss and his bodyguards stared at it. Suho told them, "I just met Haewon myself. Do you truly intend to keep denying it?" Changsik leaned toward his subordinate and quietly asked, "Who is Haewon?" The underling whispered the explanation into his ear. Suho raised his leg and slammed it down on the table, breaking the surface clean in half. He said, they had reduced his closest friend to that state. His eyes blazed red as he demanded to know why. The two bodyguards froze in their tracks. Changsik maintained a firm expression, trying desperately not to show his fear. The boss ran a hand across his face, then ordered the bodyguards to step outside. They hesitated, daring to ask why. He then barked at them, demanding they get out. The rest of the guards, seeing this, immediately scrambled out of the room, leaving only Suho and Changsik inside. Changsik swallowed hard and stammered that he believed there was some misunderstanding, suggesting they could talk this through calmly. Suho advanced slowly, stepping past the broken table. He stated that every word they spoke only earned them another beating. Changsik, now visibly trembling, warned him that if he dared to touch him, he would call the police. Suho's fist shot out, connecting with his face, dismissing his threat as utter nonsense. The blow sent Changsik skidding across the floor, still seated in his chair as if glued to it. Suho remarked that hearing the word police coming from a gangster boss was truly hilarious. Changsik groaned in pain on the ground. Suho added that he figured a boss like him wouldn't go down from a single punch. Changsik forced out a pained laugh, saying he wouldn't just sit there and take it. But the moment Suho stepped toward him, pure terror flooded back into his eyes. Suho reminded him once more that he was practically begging for a beating, tightening his fist, and with that, Suho's punch drove straight toward the boss's face. Outside the office, the guards heard the repeated thuds of fists slamming into something or someone. Alarmed, they rushed toward the room, shouting for their boss as they threw the door open. They found Suho standing in front of a shattered glass window. He calmly told them their boss had fled. One of the guards stared at him in shock, asking what just happened. Suho explained calmly that Changsik had smashed the window and bolted. He pointed out the broken frame, like it was the most obvious thing ever. The bald guard raised his hand, like a confused school kid, stammering that they were on the 3rd floor. Suho brushed him off, stating that Changsik was a level 100 hunter. He could easily escape something like this without a problem, so they should stop babbling nonsense. With a smile, he declared his plan to dismantle this entire place, starting right now. He then added that anyone who wanted to join him could follow him straight to Cheongguk. Just hearing the name made the entire group freeze solid. Cheongguk was the correctional facility, right next to Cheonsong Penitentiary. While Cheonsong held regular criminals, Cheongguk held awakened offenders. Since the whole place was packed with violent, awakened criminals, it was practically a hell within hell. A pro version of hell where only the strong survive. Its reputation alone was enough to make these half-baked punks tremble like cowards. Exactly like the situation unfolding now. Sweat poured down their faces. Suho reminded them that he had connections to the Great Hunter Association. He told them to run before he tossed them all inside. Otherwise, he would drag them, along with Changsik, straight to Cheongguk. The thugs gritted their teeth in terror. Then, the next second, they bolted at full speed, shouting that they didn't know any boss. Watching them scatter, Suho simply said. He expected about that much loyalty from gangsters, calling them vermin cockroach bastards. He warned that if even one document disappeared, he would carve them up slowly. He ordered them to leave empty-handed. Once the building was clear, Suho activated his magic detection. A blue magic circle formed beneath his feet. After a moment, it detected something special. Radiating mana on the 3rd floor. It was in the corner of the room. Suho approached the spot and uncovered a hidden safe. He called it obvious, saying, "The bastard must have thought hiding it here, it would keep its contents perfectly safe." This was a top-tier safe from a renowned manufacturer, the kind that only unlocked with the registrant's unique mana signature. He placed his hand on the reinforced steel. A faint blue light pulsed across its surface. With this level of durability, simply cutting the steel would destroy its contents. So, he needed to slice the door off cleanly. Suho then summoned Bulgasari. The tiny elephant monster popped out from subspace, standing at attention like a loyal soldier. Suho told him he only wanted the door removed. Bulgasari obeyed instantly, gripping the door with its tiny trunk, and ripping it free as the creature cracked the safe open. Suho praised it, telling it to eat well. Inside the safe, he found piles of cash and gold bars, but none of that mattered to him. What he actually came for was the dark ledger, filled with the names of countless victims. The Changsik gang had begun with ruthless loan sharking, preying on ordinary people to build their power. Later, they recruited unsuspecting hunters and deliberately addicted them to Avosoner, one drugs, to control and extort them. This insidious addiction operation was the backbone of their entire influence. The drug was far more potent than ordinary narcotics, and in the end, no one could resist its pull. Holding the documents, Suho thought of Nam Hee-won. He realized Hee-won was one of the rare cases who managed to escape. Without his personal strength, even he would have fallen completely. Suho thought they deserved the Cheongguk prison. For crimes like this, he promised himself he would make every last one of them feel exactly what their victims felt, down to the bone. After the wild fight, Suho brought Nam Hee-won back to his small apartment and finished healing him. Hee-won kept thanking him over and over. Finally able to breathe normally again, Suho told him he would still need time before a full recovery, but at least for now, he was out of danger. Then, Suho handed him a folder. Hee-won asked what it was, and Suho explained that these were bond documents from the Changsik gang itself, proof he'd single-handedly dismantled the entire criminal group. Hee-won could barely process what he was hearing. The notorious Gold Hand Gang, with all their terrifying influence, was truly gone. Suho then revealed the gang's true, insidious method. They trapped people in crippling debt, thanks to their outrageous interest rates, turning their victims into mere insects, caught inside their sprawling anthill. Even though Hee-won had done everything right, and never missed a single payment, they forcibly addicted him to drugs, to ensure he could never escape their grasp. Still trembling, Hee-won admitted he had survived, only because of his extraordinary special ability. He explained how he desperately fought the addiction, made his own antidotes, and begged for help. But absolutely no one, not the police, not the association itself, cared about what happened to people in these wretched slums. He felt everyone on the outside was just another version of the enemy. Suho understood him completely, telling Hee-won that the reason he joined the Great Hunter Association wasn't for personal prestige, but to fix this broken system for people just like him. Suho placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and praised his unwavering courage. Overwhelmed, Hee-won broke down, thanking him again and again. Then, Suho shifted the conversation to something crucial. It was time for a new proposal, and potentially a new ally. He asked if Hee-won was ready, and Hee-won affirmed he was. Suho explained that he had learned about Hee-won's special power, synthesis. With synthesis, Hee-won could combine any materials and forge a brand new result. The outcome always perfectly matched his intentions. That was the core of his extremely overpowered ability. Suho said that while reading through the gang's files, he discovered just how massive the number of drug victims really was. There were far too many for him to treat alone. But Hee-won had already secretly crafted antidotes before, so Suho offered him a real job to create a proper neutralizer for everyone. To help even more people, Suho promised top pay, a luxury safe house, and full medical support, all for Hee-won's own addiction recovery. Hee-won looked utterly stunned. He thought being healed was already far more than he ever deserved. Now, he was being given a chance to help others live safely, and even get paid for it. To him, this felt like something only a true hero would do. He thought that if a godlike hero existed, Suho must be that person. He once said he would do it, adding he needed no extra payment, and would work as hard as he possibly could, out of gratitude alone. But Suho, firm as always, said he would pay him properly, so everything stayed official and fair. After that, they headed to Suho's new base, the building he was granted earlier. It was a 3-story place in Cheongdam, with friendly staff, a full lab on the top floor, and everything Hee-won would need. Even the Banshee team showed up, curious to see the fancy new place, but they left immediately after their workaholic boss dumped yet another assignment on them. Meanwhile, Hee-won was completely in awe. Suho told him to pick a room, get settled, and start working on antidotes as soon as he was ready. Suho said he had to leave for Nexus HQ, but Hee-won could contact him anytime. Later, Suho got on a call with reporter Jin-wee. He gave him the full scoop on the hidden crimes plaguing the slums. Jin-wee, being the genius reporter he was, said he could expand the story tenfold. He would frame Suho as the hunter who stormed into a dangerous slum, crushed a criminal organization, saved the victims, and sparked a new era of hope for the people living there. He said he wanted to create a major feature article with all the details, so the world could not ignore it. Suho believed him completely. Public influence was exactly that reporter's specialty. Afterward, Suho met with guild leader Bai Dong-yuk at Nexus Guild, and laid out the plan. Nexus would buy every neutralizer Hee-won produced, bringing aid to victims all across Korea. This heartwarming story would completely redefine Nexus's reputation, molding them into a guild of genuine heroes, a force the world would finally take seriously. Dong-yu was absolutely thrilled, shaking Suho's hand, and promising to look after Hee-won from that moment on. With everything finally falling into place, Suho felt confident. His win-win plan was in motion. Heal the people, spread the truth, make the criminals pay, and show the world that real, lasting change was finally possible. The scene then cuts to Chung-sik, the once feared boss who made entire slums kneel, now reduced to a mere shaking wreck. Inside a completely trashed luxury room, he was on his knees, trembling uncontrollably. Suho's name kept echoing inside his mind like a persistent curse, a curse he could not escape. No one had to spell out what had happened. The syringe and the half-empty bottle beside him made everything clear. He had taken some powerful drug, the kind that burned strength into the body, while simultaneously tearing holes through the mind. Those substances twisted people from the inside out, and his scattered, frantic expression showed exactly that. He muttered Suho's name obsessively, like it was the only thought left in his fractured skull. The moment Suho stepped through the glowing blue portal, he entered his secret subspace that had once been a fancy, private domain of polished marble and luxurious furniture. Now, the place looked like a complete disaster zone, as if a tornado had torn straight through it. He scanned the area, noting the cracked marble floor and the expensive furniture knocked over and scattered across the ground. To him, it was clear that someone had completely wrecked the place. On the floor, Chung-sik lay twitching, his skin pale, his body reacting in strange spasms. Suho observed him, and figured that the drug must have done something unbelievably intense to the guy. It became obvious that this gangster had not run away, but had been dragged into Suho's subspace instead, effectively kidnapped by the sheer chaos of the situation. Suho walked over, knelt beside him, and placed a hand on his body. His vibrant blue healing energy instantly surged forth. The system promptly announced, "Recovery initiated." Chung-sik, still disoriented, appeared as if he'd just narrowly escaped a bizarre, waking nightmare. Suho sharply demanded he pull himself together, his tone completely devoid of calm or gentleness. Suddenly, Chung-sik snapped, erupting in a mix of rage and panic. He went wild, screaming incoherently, as he lunged forward to attack Suho. Suho barely reacted, simply kicking him squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward with ease. Effortlessly, Chung-sik continued screaming, desperate to be let out, spiraling into sheer terror. As if convinced he was trapped with a true monster, Suho smirked, rolling his eyes dismissively, noting to himself that Chung-sik still had plenty of energy left. He figured the drug was overstimulating him, but internally mused that he'd brought extra, so the man needn't worry. Sensing danger once more, Chung-sik crumbled into absolute desperation. He dropped to the floor, crawling and pleading with Suho to release him, insisting he do anything to avoid the drug's effects again. Suho had no sympathy whatsoever. He stepped onto Chung-sik's chest with punishing force, pressing him down firmly. Chung-sik shrieked for help, insisting he'd been kidnapped. But Suho reminded himself that no one could possibly enter this secluded place, and that Chung-sik's foolish gang members had already fled. He internally vowed to hunt them down and make them pay just as much. For now, he ordered the criminal to sit still, reflect on his choices, and drown in regret, since that was the only useful thing available to him at this moment. Later in the afternoon, Suho returned to his brand new house. He-won came barreling toward him, absolutely buzzing with excitement. Suho noticed how hyped he was, and He-won proudly revealed he had just finished creating a brand new neutralizer for the dangerous drug. The new version was dubbed Hammer 2. The system promptly displayed information, identifying Hammer 2 as a Grade C item that excelled at neutralizing the drug's effects. Called Illusion, Suho was genuinely impressed, especially since He-won had crafted it in just 2 hours. He-won explained he'd refined the old version, naming it Hammer 2, because it metaphorically crushed illusions. Suho remembered how Hammer 4 had saved lives in his past life, which meant Hammer 2 should still be a reliable creation, even if it wasn't the absolute strongest yet. Yet, He-won attributed the success to Suho's help, and described the entire process as similar to grinding for items in a game. He believed that with enough time and money, luck would eventually follow. Suho thought He-won was always humble, and wondered how much stronger he'd become when he leveled up even further. Suho then asked if Hammer 2 could be mass-produced, and He-won agreed enthusiastically. He'd already perfected the formula, meaning they could craft large quantities, as long as they gathered the necessary ingredients. Suho found that incredibly reassuring, and then checked He-won's current level. He-won had just hit level 51, thanks to creating the new drug. Because of this, Suho concluded he wouldn't need to call Jaiwan. For now, He-won was already functioning as a high-level hunter. With that decided, Suho shifted his focus toward helping all the victims from the slums, ready to use what they had gained to fix the damage that had been done. The next day, several news stories appeared online, claiming that the police and the Hunter Association were ignoring the suffering in the Yangdongpo slums. Unfortunately, only around 500 people viewed the article. Throughout the entire day, the hype simply wasn't there. Suho realized that Jiwoo had been right. There were too many terrible places in the world, so unless something was explosively dramatic, people rarely paid attention. Still, this was only the beginning. Suho then got busy, and he distributed large boxes filled with food. Water and magical neutralizer potions were delivered, bringing relief to the grateful residents of the slums. Soon after, a truck pulled up, absolutely packed with even more supplies. Everyone pitched in to unload everything, swiftly distributing food and potions to all. Suho realized Nexus had truly delivered on their promise of support. Just then, his phone rang. Chief Pai was on the line, chatting with the easygoing vibe of a favorite uncle. They discussed tomorrow's appreciation plaque ceremony, agreeing to keep the whole thing short and sweet. Suho was secretly thrilled, because getting a plaque like this hinted at a potential special recruitment opportunity. After some pleasantries, Suho called Jinwei, eager to discuss the upcoming ceremony and recent news. He noted that while the slum article hadn't gone viral, he suspected it had likely caused some issues for Jinwei with the Hunter Association. But Jinwei remained completely unfazed, pointing out that only super popular stories truly blew up, and he'd broken no laws anyway. He then added he planned to upload part 2 very soon, and that the PBS news group would probably cover the ceremony as well. Then, he suddenly asked if Suho had an Instagram account. Suho didn't, which instantly annoyed the reporter, who claimed tons of fans were waiting to follow him. The conversation then took a truly bizarre turn. Apparently, there was an entire fan cafe dedicated to Suho, whimsically named in Shin Temple. His fans there lovingly called him the guardian priest. Suho slowly realized the moderator running this entire cafe was none other than Jinwei himself. The reporter sheepishly admitted to managing it, explaining it was to keep Suho's reputation spotless and prevent any unnecessary drama from other, more chaotic fan groups. Honestly, the logic was sound. He even offered to manage an Instagram account for Suho, boasting about his incredible social media prowess and promising to make Suho incredibly popular. But Suho preferred to do things himself. He simply asked the reporter to send him content for posting, and he would just copy and paste it. That incredibly simple approach made the reporter absolutely giddy with excitement. He even suggested Suho start uploading selfies and snap photos for his fans. But Suho felt incredibly self-conscious about taking pictures. The reporter advised him to just relax and be himself, and at least create the account first. Soon enough, Suho would undoubtedly become an influencer. Right after the call, Suho created the Instagram account, and immediately, his phone exploded. His phone began buzzing nonstop with notifications. A massive number of users started following him instantly. Back inside the house, Haeun noticed his phone constantly buzzing, but Suho simply brushed it off, saying it was fine. He figured Jinwei must have already started aggressively promoting the new account, so he just muted all the notifications. Finally, the highly anticipated big day arrived. The appreciation plaque ceremony, held at the Hunter Association headquarters, was about to begin. A massive crowd had gathered inside. Reporters, fans, and people holding up signs shouted Suho's name and his title, Guardian Priest. Suho had expected a simple, quiet ceremony, but the screaming fans and swarming reporters told a very, very different story. The sheer number of people was absolutely overwhelming, forming a literal sea of excitement. Security guards struggled desperately to control the surging crowd, begging them to stop pushing and to wait patiently. Outside, 2 association workers stared in utter shock, completely stunned by the massive turnout. They checked and confirmed with disbelief that all these people had come for only one person, Hunter on Suho. They found it truly unbelievable, especially since the event had never even been posted online anywhere. It was the first time in the association's entire history that such an insane scenario had occurred. For an unofficial event like this, Suho's fame had clearly reached another level entirely. Inside the auditorium, the joyful chaos continued. Fans absolutely filled the entire space, holding signs for On Suho and Sword God, buzzing with electric anticipation. One girl even gushed that she had skipped school just to attend this event. Others discussed how the fan club president, Golden Horse, was notably absent, so they planned to take plenty of photos just for her. Meanwhile, in the press section, reporter Jo Jiwei was frantically busy texting. He informed Suho that a massive crowd had shown up just for him, and asked where MC was. Suho had actually arrived early, and had been observing everything, while using his monochrome solitude skill, which made him invisible to others, unless he chose to be seen. A fan even sat directly in front of him, with no idea the sword god was right behind her. Soon, Suho received a message from Chief Pai, asking him to meet in the hallway, next to the waiting room. He slipped out silently to meet his senior. Chief Pai was astonished by the number of fans, and jokingly called Suho a superstar, which made Suho chuckle. Chief Pai then mentioned that the recent article about the Yeongdeungpo slums had stirred public sentiment toward the Hunter Association. Suho already knew the article would make the association look bad, but Chief Pai seemed unconcerned about reporters, which explained how easily the journalist had entered. Today, Chief Pai congratulated Suho for the award and rushed off for something urgent, maintaining his typical cool and distant style. Then, an announcer called everyone to take their seats. The ceremony was about to begin. Suho walked toward the stage. As the crowd erupted in excitement, cameras flashed everywhere. Fans screamed about his appearance, some claiming they finally understood why people fell for him, and others joked that they would let the sword god cut them. Suho stepped forward and received his appreciation plaque from Association President Young Kyung-won. They posed for photos. The president teased him about being good at posing, and Suho responded politely, giving credit back to the president, keeping the atmosphere smooth. The president praised Suho's work in Yeongdongpo and hinted that good news, likely a job offer, was on the way. Suho assumed this meant special recruitment. The president then invited him to share a few words. Suho thanked everyone, stating that he had only done what he truly believed he was meant to do. He admitted it felt strange to receive a reward just for helping people, but he promised to work hard. Fans screamed their adoration, shouting, "We love you," and he could only laugh and gratefully thank them. A brief QA followed, with reporter Kim Sang-won asking Suho if he still intended to join the association, to which Suho simply replied, "Yes." Another reporter brought up his new Instagram account, and Suho explained a friend had recommended it, so he decided to give it a try. Someone else noted he'd already gained 50,000 followers in a single day, and asked how that felt. Suho revealed he had turned off notifications, and actually didn't know the exact number, but he could certainly tell people were interested. Someone then inquired about his very first post. Suho shared that he would probably upload the plaque he received today. Then, Jinwoo stood up, and the room instantly tensed. Staff members whispered nervously among themselves, realizing he was the same reporter who had penned the scathing article criticizing the association. President Kyung-hwan grew visibly irritated, believing his staff had made a huge mistake by letting him into the room. But the reporter ignored their simmering reactions. He was there to ask the real questions. He then asked if Suho had seen his article on the Yeongdongpo slums. Suho had. The reporter then mentioned the criticism that the police and the association were ignoring people desperate for help, and asked if Suho was aware of the pressing issue. Suho calmly stated he was fully aware of it. It was a remarkably risky moment, because the room was packed with powerful association members. But the reporter pressed on. He asked if Suho joining the association would genuinely help improve things. The president nearly shot out of his seat, barely held back by his frantic aides. Suho, with a slight smirk, stated that if he joined, he would do everything. He vowed to use his power to eradicate corruption, ensuring no one would ever doubt the association ever again. The reporter thanked him profusely, bringing the public ceremony to a close. Later, Suho and Jin-woo departed together in a car. Suho praised him for his excellent work. The reporter joked that the staff's angry glares had made him incredibly nervous, but Suho noted he'd acted brave the whole time. The reporter then apologized, wondering if his questioning had been too harsh. He explained his job required him to act while public attention was still high. He wanted to maintain the momentum, and that's precisely why he planned to release another article soon. Suho appreciated it, as he finally got to voice what he truly wanted to say about improving the association. The reporter was almost in disbelief that Suho meant every single word, but Suho clarified he would never lie. While receiving an award, he genuinely intended to make real changes. A few days flew by, and Suho received his new civil servant ID. He had been officially appointed as a level 5 official, far faster than anyone had ever expected. At the very same time, the entire internet absolutely exploded with discussions about Suho's past achievements, especially the infamous incident where he single-handedly beat down violent criminals in the Yeongdongpo slums. Dozens of online articles popped up, gathering millions of views. People everywhere just couldn't stop talking about him. Some users claimed Suho was the only cool person in Yeongdongpo, while others hailed him as a genuine hero. Still, some were simply jealous, complaining that the police or the Hunter Association, should have handled the situation instead. A few wondered if Suho was simply following Nexus's orders, or if he was just seeking too much attention. Some online troublemakers some jokingly suggested he might get sued by the criminals he defeated, but the majority agreed. The real losers were the criminals, not the man who stopped them. People argued a lot, but everyone agreed that something massive was happening. Then, major headlines appeared everywhere. The news declared that Suho was joining the prestigious Hunter Association. Broadcasts repeated it constantly, referring to him as the hero of Yongdongpa, and announcing that Swordmaster Suho had earned a special, grade 5 position. Crowds of fans and reporters waited at the entrance of the association building, screaming his name, like he was a celebrity attending a concert, rather than a civil servant arriving for work. The shouting did not stop. People wondered what would happen to Nexus now that Suho had moved to the association. Questions popped up online about whether he still had a contract with them, and whether Nexus would be upset. Inside the Nexus office, the boss, Bae Dongyuk, remained calm. He mentioned that everyone was talking about them now, and that it was time to release an official statement. Nexus sent out multiple news articles, wishing Suho good luck, clarifying that there was no contract issue, and explaining that they had never paid Suho any signing bonus. The message was clear. Nexus wanted everyone to know they supported Suho's decision. Elsewhere, two men watched the news and read newspapers. They seemed like hunters. They commented that Nexus was the best guild, while others like Hexagon and Prime cared only about money. They brought up how Hexagon had done terrible things, such as letting a weak hunter die because he didn't receive a potion in time, and forcing mages to work until they collapsed. A TV report showed Nexus's guild leader, Bae Dongyuk, in an interview. The reporter asked whether Nexus had kicked Suho out due to public pressure, and Bae Dongyuk denied it. He explained that Suho wanted real field experience before taking his civil service exam, and that joining Nexus was just a step along the way. He confessed he was sad to see Suho go, but added that Suho was meant for a role where he could save people, not with some private company. Suho and Nexus were clearly boosting each other's public image. Over at the Hunter Association, Suho tried not to break a sweat under all the attention. The crowd kept screaming as cameras flashed non-stop. He considered the immense weight of being watched by so many people. He then recalled Jin Woo's advice, who had told him to show his face to the fans, otherwise they'd be deeply disappointed. Suho silently admitted the advice made perfect sense, despite wanting to keep his cool, mysterious vibe this time around. He wanted full control of his own story, instead of letting others dictate it. Suho then entered the Hunter Association lobby. Waiting inside were President Kyungwon and Vice President Kumin, awaiting his arrival. Flashbulbs popped everywhere as the president welcomed him with an almost overwhelming friendliness, proclaiming the day historic and congratulating him. Before extending an invitation inside, they then stepped into the elevator. The moment the doors slid shut, the president immediately dropped his formal tone and became significantly more casual, asking if Suho was doing well and if he was aware of his schedule. Suho replied that he was fine, but hadn't yet been informed of the specific details. The president explained that the vice president would handle all the explanations. Once the elevator arrived at the designated floor, as the president departed, leaving Suho behind with Vice President Sumon. Suho found it a bit unusual that the vice president himself would be handling the briefing, but Sumon merely led him through the hallway to an office where Chief Pai waited, alongside Chun Man. Sumon then explained that these two would be his guides, before wishing him good luck. Chief Pai greeted Suho with a broad smile, telling him to sit down and acting extremely friendly, even asking Chu Man to fetch Suho a drink. Suho found it quite amusing that two people from two different departments would both be training him. Chief Pai told Suho to call him senior in private, reserving the title chief for official situations. Suho nodded, recognizing the true significance of that request, because Chief Pai was notoriously strict about titles and reputation. Then, Chief Pai began testing Suho's knowledge of his new job. Suho explained that he knew about the probation period. Normally, a grade 5 officer would train at the HR center before being assigned to a branch office. But because the Hunter Association was unique, Suho would rotate through all departments for 2 or 3 months each. Every department was eager to take in a superstar like him. Chief Pai assured him that after the training, Suho could join the Special Forces Division. Suho remembered the true promise, which was that he would go to the Special Forces instead of the Gate Management Department. He also understood that with so many eyes on him, he had to follow the official process. Chief Pai then introduced Chuman as Suho's overall supervisor. Each department had its own boss, but Chuman would oversee the bigger picture and answer Suho's questions. After Chief Pai left, Suho realized that the man had only come to issue a silent warning to Chuman not to steal Suho for his own department. Suho found it a bit petty, but let it go. Chuman then explained the training plan. There were 5 departments: Special Forces, Administration, Awakening, Gate, and Resources. Suho already knew and recited what each department handled. Chuman was impressed, but believed Suho had probably memorized it from a document. He informed Suho that his first rotation would be in the Awakening department. As they walked toward the department, Suho noted that this meant he would meet Director Lee Wanik, a member of the president's faction, and someone Suho planned to remove later. Chuman continued explaining that every department would have people monitoring Suho and putting him through a battery of tests. This meant he had to ace every challenge thrown his way. Still, Chulman remained confidently positive, insisting Suho would do just fine, keeping the same cheerful, supportive attitude he always carried. When they arrived at the Awakening department, Suho immediately thought to himself that he wouldn't need his memory abilities for this part of the job. There was one person here no one could ever forget. Inside the office stood Lee Wanik, looking authoritative behind his desk. He stood up immediately to greet them, calling it an honor to have a national superstar like Suho start his first rotation in the department. He also said he would be the one grading Suho's work, and acted overtly friendly. Suho's thoughts drifted to what he knew about this man. Wanik was famous inside the association, and had close ties with the chairman. After leaving for another company, rumors circulated that he was involved in human trafficking, but nothing came to light because Kyung-hoon had covered it up. Suho believed things might turn out differently this time, since he now knew the truth about the past. This place needed to be cleaned from top to bottom. Someone knocked on the door, and Wanik identified the visitor as Jun Song. Before calling him in, he introduced him as the officer who would help Suho in the Awakening department. The two shook hands politely, and Jun Song said he had heard a lot about Suho and felt amazed to work with someone so popular. Suho behaved humbly, but internally, he admitted he had no memory of this man. Everyone below team leader was simply called officer, so it made sense Jun Song tried light-hearted joking, even mentioning that he wanted Suho's autograph later. He then encouraged Suho not to stress about the job, pointing out that Suho already had a clear future destination. Suho pretended not to understand, but Jun Song clarified that everyone knew he was headed to the Special Forces Division. Suho realized that Chief Pai had not kept anything secret at all, but he didn't mind it. Having a powerful person by his side, it just made life easier, even if it felt a little awkward, to be treated like a pampered royal. Then Jun Song handed him a slim folder he described as the department's quick manual. Normally, the manual was absolutely massive, but they'd created a special, simplified version exclusively for Suho. Connections truly made all the difference. He then explained that the Awakening department was divided into 2 primary sections, Awakened Affairs and Non-Awakened Affairs, each with its own dedicated teams. Suho would first have to take a theory test and complete 1 field training session with each respective division. He reassured Suho not to worry at all, since everything had been meticulously prepared. He then handed him a business card and told him to call if anything unusual happened. After he had left, Suho sat down and immediately began reading the manual. Even as a summary, it felt like a massive amount, but Suho felt no burden whatsoever. He possessed the library of memories, which functioned like a cheat system for his brain. The system then activated, and all the information flowed into his mind's eye, absolutely effortlessly for him. Any memory test was utterly trivial. Roughly 40 minutes later, Jun Song returned, announcing it was time to begin. He had expected the test to take at least 30 minutes, because the questions were specifically designed to be difficult and tricky, but once Suho began, his pen flew across the paper like a blur. Junsong stared in absolute disbelief. Suho finished in just 10 minutes, and calmly handed in the paper. It was the very first time anyone had ever completed the test that quickly. As Suho prepared to leave, Junsong offered to show him the cafeteria, but Suho declined, stating he already had lunch plans. Suho then placed a discreet call to Chulman. He asked if Chulman happened to be busy, and since he wasn't, Suho suggested they grab lunch together, and specifically asked him not to tell anyone. Chulman eagerly agreed. Back in Chulman's office, Junsong entered. While the supervisor was finishing his call, he told him Suho had already completed the theory test. Chulman was shocked it was over so soon, but Junsong insisted it was absolutely true. Together, they examined the test, and then fed it into the grading machine. With bated breath and nervous anticipation, the machine blazed to life, displaying a perfect score of 100. Thinking it must be a malfunction, they meticulously checked it by hand, but after multiple reviews, the result remained exactly the same, a flawless, perfect score. Junsong nearly lost his mind. He exclaimed that no one had ever achieved this feat, especially not on their first day. He finally understood why Chief Pai had wanted Suho so badly. Chulman could only laugh. He admitted internally that he'd secretly hoped to work with Suho first, but Chief Pai's influence was simply overwhelming. It was impossible to compete when Suho performed at such a god-tier level. Meanwhile, Suho was just casually yawning in the hallway, completely unfazed. None of this meant anything to him. After meeting for lunch, Suho and Chulman sat on a bench next to a vending machine. Suho said that since Chulman had treated him to lunch, he wanted to buy him coffee. Chulman then asked why Suho had suddenly wanted to eat together. Suho explained that he didn't know many people in the association yet, and simply didn't want to eat alone. Chulman was the only one he knew well. Chulman joked that if Chief Pai heard that confession, he'd feel a little hurt, but Suho said he simply wanted a comfortable place to eat, so it couldn't be helped. After a quiet, comfortable pause, Chulman congratulated him on his perfect score. From that morning, he explained he graded it immediately, because Junsong kept pestering him relentlessly. He joked that Suho was absolutely insane. He could fight like a demon. He'd entered the association as a special grade 5, and now he turned out to be freakishly smart as well. To him, Suho felt like the ultimate protagonist of some grand story. Suho humbly said it was thanks to the people around him, and that he'd encountered similar tests before. Chulman playfully teased him, warning that too much modesty could annoy people. So Suho just laughed, openly admitting, "Yeah, I'm amazing." For the first time in what felt like ages, he finally smiled sincerely, and it felt incredibly refreshing. Ever since restarting his life, it felt like he was constantly grinding through assignments. But just sitting here now, sipping coffee with someone he used to be close with, brought him back to memories of simpler times. He vividly recalled almost dying from poison, from believing it was all over. But now, he vowed never to be defeated like that ever again. He was determined to overcome every disaster, and finally reclaim a peaceful life for himself. Suho then asked Chulman for any tips on working within both the awakened and non-awakened divisions. Chulman then started to explain. He asked if Suho knew what the awakened division's job was. Suho simply replied, yes, they managed both awakened and non-awakened individuals. Chulman nodded, but stressed that their most crucial task was maintaining updated information. Nobody could see an awakened individual's status window, except for the individual themselves. Each person had to physically come in and update their records. Should they miss the deadline, they'd face fines and, eventually, jail time. After repeated warnings, they even had a special term for these troublemakers: malignant non-updaters. Managing these stubborn individuals was their primary job. He went on to explain that awakened individuals were practically superheroes. Some were so durable, bullets couldn't even scratch them. Others could vanish into thin air, as if they'd never existed. Every nation required their data to be updated regularly. It might sound like the association treated them as potential walking disasters, but there was simply no better method available yet. Suho then asked about the non-awakened side. Chulman replied that it worked similarly. Sometimes, people awakened as players and then went into hiding. Rather than registering, the department's job was to track down and arrest those unregistered players. Suho already knew all of this, but he still played dumb, pretending to be new after his break. Suho made his way back into the building, strolling alongside Jun-sung. The officer casually asked if Suho enjoyed his meal, before revealing they'd be starting their work in the awakening department. He congratulated Suho once more on his perfect score, noting even the director himself would be pleased. Soon, they arrived at an office where a man was already waiting. This was none other than Lee Moon-ho, chief of the awakening section. He greeted them warmly, immediately stating he'd already heard all about Suho's perfect score. He then handed Suho a folder, explaining he could begin his field training immediately. He wished him luck, and Suho simply acknowledged it. Walking down the hallway, Jun-sung began to explain that Suho's first mission involved handling malignant non-updaters. His task? To track down those troublesome individuals and force them to update their information. He then handed Suho a folder conspicuously labeled non-updater list. Suho questioned if this was truly the list of individuals he had to handle, and Jun-sung readily confirmed it, stating the list wasn't very long, so the work should be manageable. But as Suho glanced at the list, his expression instantly hardened. He found the entire thing utterly ridiculous. Every single name belonged to someone. Notoriously dangerous individuals, known for giving even the awakening section a seriously difficult time. He wondered if this was yet another hidden test from Chief Pai, who loved testing his subordinates endlessly. Still, Suho decided he was ready for whatever came next. He'd take down every person on that list, one way or another. Since Jun-sung worked at a desk and not in the field, he introduced Suho to a new mentor, Han Ho-sung, a grade 7 field officer, whom Jun-sung introduced as a veteran at catching non-updaters. Then, Jun-sung quickly slipped out of the room, leaving the two alone. Suho introduced himself, while Ho-sung casually leaned back against a desk, looking completely relaxed. He suggested they check the list first. When he saw the names, he let out a deep, exasperated sigh. The association had told him to treat Suho like a VIP, yet they handed him this insane list. This list was packed with legendary troublemakers who had completely vanished or were deemed impossible to catch. Ho-sung suspected that the association wanted Suho to look like a hero, especially since everyone was watching. He asked if Suho already knew how to operate the stat scanner and the necessary tools. Suho confirmed he did, so Ho-sung stated no extra training was needed. Next, he asked if Suho planned to choose his first target. Suho said he did, and pointed at a photo of a man with long, dark hair. Ho-sung questioned if Suho even recognized the man. He was a notorious, non-updating hunter who had fled overseas and consistently evaded capture. But that didn't faze Suho. He declared that if the man was still on the list, then he absolutely had to be pursued. Suho pressed his hand firmly onto the list, covering the photo of his chosen target. With a confident smile, he prepared himself to track down every single one of those legendary troublemakers. The page displayed a photo of a dark-haired man named Kim Gung-won, an illegal pharmacist whose true occupation was designing doping substances. He provided doping drugs to both ordinary and professional athletes. The problem was that the drugs he distributed did not rely on chemical doping effects, but on skill-based doping, something far more dangerous and much harder to trace. Suho scanned through the information and noted that Kim Gung-won denied all charges, yet multiple reports had already been filed that confirmed the accusations. An update to his status window had been requested years ago, but he had continuously fled, avoiding every attempt to track him. His current location was presumed to be overseas. Normally, when an unregistered hunter becomes untraceable for a long time, they are declared missing. But the fact that his name remained on the active list meant one thing: he was still operating. Suho realized that even the Awakening Division recognized the ongoing threat he posed, despite this being an obvious hunter-related criminal case. This case fell under the jurisdiction of the Awakening Division, not the Special Forces Division. the Special Forces Division never made a move, without concrete evidence, no matter how suspicious the circumstances. As Suho closed the file in his hands, he mused that the Special Forces Division also suffered from chronic manpower shortages. But the bigger issue was Chief Pai, who simply avoided anything he deemed unprofitable or bothersome. Han Ho-sung scratched his neck, expressing his concern. The suspicion was understandable, but catching someone presumed to be overseas seemed impossible. Suho stared at him and asked, "Do you truly believe the man is overseas?" Ho-sung reacted with a jolt of shock. Suho explained, "Kim Gungwon is absolutely still in Korea. The reports mention that domestic athletes are still using his substances. The fact that his drugs are so easily accessible means his base has to be inside the country." Suho pointed out that drug smuggling procedures are extremely strict, making it nearly impossible to maintain such a smooth supply line from abroad. Ho-sung, taking a seat, admitted the reasoning was convincing. "But a report is still just a report," he added. "We still don't know for sure if those individuals are actually using doping drugs." Suho looked him in the eye and declared, "We'll verify it ourselves." Ho-sung responded, "Skill-based doping leaves no physical traces in the body, unlike chemical doping. That's a major challenge." Suho declared he would handle the verification personally, which only confused Ho-sung further. The officer pointed out that this wasn't even an official request for acquisition, but only an anonymous tip. That means Suho wouldn't receive a warrant. He wondered how Suho intended to manage anything without one. Suho remained firm. He stated he had a separate plan and wanted to handle this case alone. "It's technically a field evaluation, so I want the chance to try my own method first. If it fails, they could always revert to Ho-sung's approach afterward." Ho-sung, still confused but not wanting to press the issue, simply brushed it aside and told him to proceed however he wished. Suho bowed slightly, thanking him for trusting him. Ho-sung added that he could contact him anytime if he needed help with that. Suho left the office, ready to execute his plan. Ho-sung, leaning back in his chair, thought to himself that he had no idea what kind of plan Suho was relying on, but he assumed Suho would learn the hard way. Tracking a fugitive, unregistered hunter was nothing like what Suho had done before, and the reality of it would hit him soon enough. As Suho stepped outside, he pulled out his phone and contacted Nexus Academy. He informed them that he was heading there immediately, and that he needed something done. After some time, Jaiwon appeared, laughing and commenting that the request seemed easy enough. Inside the Nexus Academy lounge, Suho and Jaiwon sat together, while Jaiwon confirmed that all he had to do was locate Kim Gungwon. Suho verified it. Jaiwon studied the file and concluded, if they followed the numbers listed in the reports, they would eventually trace Kim Gungwon's phone. Once they found the phone, they would have his location, and Suho could take him down from there. Suho watched him and felt certain he had made the right decision by coming to him. Jaiwon, shyly brushing it off, said it was a simple task and asked if they should begin right away. He mentioned that one more person would join them, and that person was Hyungmin from the Banshee team. Jaiwon wondered why Hyungmin was involved, but Suho explained that Hyungmin's ability was essential. They would infiltrate a heavily secured phone and extract data from inside it. Now Jaiwon understood the purpose. With the plan settled, Suho signaled the start. Sometime later, Jaiwon made a phone call, pretending to be someone named Kwon Songmin, calling from a telecom base station, asking if the phone belonged to Mr. Ham Dae-young and pitching a new internet plan. The person on the other end, however, only responded with utter disinterest and abruptly cut the call. Suho observed him, noting his remarkable acting skills. Jaiwon brushed it off, stating that, since they'd confirmed the informant's number was legitimate, it was time to move forward. Jaiwon then activated his digitization skill, and immediately, the three of them shrank and entered the smartphone. They landed on the digital screen inside the device, confirming they were in the correct place. Jaiwon explained that all they needed to do was find traces of contact or trade records with a drug dealer, and searching text messages or messenger apps would make it a quick process. They quickly spotted a Telegram icon, recalling that Telegram was commonly used for such illegal trades, so they started there. When Jaiwon approached the icon and tried to access it, he realized it was locked, which immediately tensed him. Suho looked at Hyungmin and subtly indicated that he would handle it. Jaewon grew confused and warned that firewalls like this were not easy to break. Suho explained that Jaewon didn't know Hyungmin's personal skill. Hyungmin had the ability to create a special doorway capable of bypassing any barrier. His skill was called portal creation. Hyungmin raised his hands as a blue orb formed, and suddenly, a door appeared right in front of him. Suho understood in that moment that apps like Telegram would normally alert users of hacking attempts, but Hyungmin's ability didn't attack the firewall. It simply created an entrance through it, leaving no trace. It reminded Suho how the Banshee team had carried out terror strikes with precision, thanks to Hyungmin. Meanwhile, Jaewon thought about his past struggles, remembering the time he dealt with firewalls through manual labor and sheer, painstaking effort. Suho, noticing his gloomy expression, reminded him that he was the only one that could grant them access. In the first place, burdened by his emotions, Suho quickly led the group through the newly opened portal. Among the messages, they uncovered crucial information. The trio immediately honed in on one specific detail. It clicked. They had finally found the right place. Suddenly, a room materialized before them, ominously labeled drugs. Within, two avatars were seated, locked in conversation. Jaewon quickly identified them: Ham, Daeho, and the drug dealer themselves. Luckily, they hadn't left the chat room yet. These avatars were the chat logs in physical form. Suho carefully placed a hand on a box on the table, and from its contents, quickly deduced that the avatar directly before them was unequivocally the drug dealer. Their next move, traced the information higher up the chain. Jiwon confirmed that the door right behind the dealer's avatar led directly into the dealer's private Telegram account. As they ventured through it, they were met with countless doors, each representing a distinct transaction that the dealer had carried out. Jaewon was absolutely stunned that the chat rooms, visualized as an entire, towering building, revealed the sheer number of people connected to the dealer. Suho studied the massive structure, then declared, "It's time to send every one of them straight back to prison." They immediately began tracking the top of the entire chain. Suho issued clear instructions: search every chat, collect all phone numbers and their call records. Eventually, Suho and Jaewon pinpointed a very particular number. Jaewon immediately identified it as the key supplier. Following this, they would finally reach the true source. The trio painstakingly repeated the exact same process for a while, scouring for even more vital intel. After what felt like grueling hours of searching, they finally stumbled out of another digital doorway. Feeling completely drained, Suho wondered aloud just how many layers of subcontracting still existed. Young Min, equally drained, speculated they were being exceptionally cautious, given the utterly illicit nature of their business. Suho firmly believed that after tracing through so many layers, it was high time they uncovered something genuinely concrete. At that exact moment, Hyungmin pushed open another door, only to discover Kim Gungwon's very own phone. Within this digital room, photographs of the man were plastered across every single wall, from the ceiling to every corner, top. It was absolutely everywhere. Hyungmin was utterly floored by the sheer volume of images. Jiwon stared at the photos, utterly bewildered, wondering why this man's ego had blown up so dramatically, and why he had taken so many selfies. Suho explained these were likely arbitrary, self-taken photos, used for verification or identity tracking. He then added that since the GPS was still active, they could retrieve the location and head there. Soon enough, Jiwon compared the data and pinpointed Kim Gungwon's home. Suho asked where it was, and Jiwon explained the location was in Gangnam, Seoul, at Acro Tower, inside one of its many rooms. Meanwhile, a bulky man with a nasty scar across his face lounged back, radiating the kind of smugness only dirty money could buy. He was bragging that profits were soaring, all thanks to their dear Mr. Gung. This was Baek Ji-hyun, the boss of the Platinum Gang, and across from him sat Kim Gungwon, feigning humility while absolutely soaking in the praise. He claimed his results were always stellar because of Baek. Then he casually brought up whether the police situation was fully handled. Baek confirmed without hesitation, stating that every layer of law enforcement, from cops to prosecutors, even the Hunter Association, had already been bribed, and none of them could be touched. Right then, the lights flickered out, plunging the entire room into darkness. Everyone automatically glanced upward. Gungwon muttered about a power outage, while Baek Ji-hyun quietly assumed the same. Gungwon complained that this wasn't some cheap building, and there was no gate rupture happening, so the power cutting out made no sense. Baek followed up, irritation bubbling inside him, thinking about the ridiculous maintenance fees they paid and how this nonsense was utterly unacceptable. He promised himself he would give the management a serious piece of his mind. Baek Jian then turned to his bald bodyguard, ordering him to go handle it. The bodyguard then moved toward the door, without question, but before he could reach it, the door exploded inward with a violent crash. The deafening sound ripped through the room, instantly snapping both men out of their irritation. Their attention locked onto the sudden chaos, as they struggled to process what the hell had just happened. The answer, however, walked in on its own. Suho stepped right through the broken entrance, gripping the bald man's head, the bodyguard's head, like a piece of trash. He slammed it into the floor so hard the skull cracked. A cold smirk aimed straight at Gungwon, letting the bastard know he'd been found. Gungwon froze solid when he saw Suho, demanding to know just who he was, while Baek stood beside him, casually puffing on a cigar, commenting that Suho looked oddly familiar. Suho then rose to his feet and introduced himself. Holding up his ID, he identified himself as On Suho, a record updater of the Awakening Department of the Korean Hunter Association, and stated that Kim Gungwon had intentionally refused record updates for years. That alone was enough reason for an on-site arrest. Kim Gungwon, terrified and utterly shocked, recognized him as the legendary sword god On Suho. Suho coolly confirmed that identity, scratched his neck, and told him to cooperate obediently. Instead, the men immediately took their fighting stances. Suho merely looked at their sheer audacity and warned that if they didn't want to die, they should submit. Moments later, the two criminals were kneeling on the ground, with thoroughly beaten expressions, while Suho stood tall and triumphant in front of them, thanking them sarcastically for their cooperation. In their defeated minds, the criminals thought he had absolutely beaten them one-sidedly, and wondered how that possibly counted as cooperation. Suho then turned to Yunho, and thanked her for her EMP ability, which had allowed them to enter so easily. Younghwa blushed and playfully twirled her hair, admitting the job had felt so easy and anticlimactic that it seemed like a complete waste of training time. Hyungmin, standing nearby, revealed that she had actually skipped training and excitedly rushed right over. But before he could finish, Yunho sharply elbowed him, reminding him that when the team leader called, she always expected them to come running cheerfully. Meanwhile, Suho sat in a chair facing the criminals, suggesting they continue their little chat. He first focused his gaze on Kim Gungwon, taking out his stat measuring device. He remarked on its impressive capabilities. The system's rules prevented people from seeing others' status windows directly. However, the association could still check stats through reaction results based on input values. Officially, this innovation boasted an accuracy above 70%, but in practice, Suho had extracted 100% accuracy from it. Kim Gungwon panicked, thinking to himself that Suho had completely outmaneuvered him, until the results reached 100%. Suho smiled at him, reminding him he had even healed him, so there was no reason to look so upset. He reiterated that if their measured stats later failed to match what they recorded now, he would die. Faced with that statement, Kim Gungwon desperately agreed. Then Suho focused his attention on Baek Ji-hoon, who had recently risen as a big shot in Gangnam. Thanks to Kim Gungwon, Suho knew this man would need to be arrested someday. But since today was only an on-site assessment, it would still be difficult. Still, he couldn't pretend he hadn't seen him. Standing right there, Suho looked at him and addressed him as Baek Ji-hoon, pointing out that the man had said something unclear earlier. Baek Ji-hoon asked what he meant. Suho continued, stating that Baek Ji-hoon had bribed the police, prosecutors, and the Korean Hunter Association. The sudden accusation left Baek Ji-hoon trembling, as Suho pressed him for more details, specifically wanting to know who, inside the Korean Hunter Association, was involved. Suho placed a hand on Baek Ji-hoon's shoulder and warned him to refrain from actions that could cause misunderstandings, or he would die. That chilling tone sent shivers down Baek Ji-hoon's spine. He promised to understand. From the sidelines, Yanoa and Hyungmin watched the intense scene unfold. Yanoa commented that it brought back vivid memories, recalled how utterly terrifying it had been back then. Meanwhile, Hyungmin admitted he never expected Suho to become someone he respected this much. Baek Ji-hoon then confessed he'd bribed Park Kyu-man, the vice president of the Korean Hunter Association. Suho pressed, Was it just one person? Baek Jae-young cried, insisting it was only me. He begged Suho to believe him. Suho looked at him, sensing he wasn't lying. He then pondered. If Park Kyu-man knew nothing about the awakening and non-awakening assessments, if Park Kyu-man had known, he would have removed anyone connected to him from the list, or given them special instructions for protection. This meant someone had deliberately targeted Park Kyu-man. It couldn't have been Section Chief Lee Mun-ho, the one who'd provided the list. But the mere fact that Lee Mun-ho was assigned the evaluation task meant someone higher up had pressured him. Someone above Park Kyu-man or on equal footing. Possible candidates narrowed down to Chairman Jong Kyung-won and Special Unit Chief Pai Song-yeol. To Chairman Jong Kyung-won, Park Kyu-man was like a tongue in his own mouth, so he had no reason to harm him. Pai Song-yeol's official rank was lower than Park Kyu-man's, but most people said his internal power was far greater. Suho concluded that the most likely suspect was Pai Song-yeol. According to his memories, he didn't remember the vice president and Chief Pai being on bad terms. He decided he would have to watch carefully. If Kim Gung-won were captured, either Pai Song-yeol or Park Kyu-man would surely react. Suho grabbed Kim Gung-won by the collar, telling him, "You're coming with me," while telling Baek Ji-hoon that he'd be seeing him again, and intentionally refraining from arresting him. At that moment, that statement thoroughly confused Baek Ji-hoon. Suho warned him to watch his back, promising a return. And just like that, Suho and the Banshee team exited the lavish room, leaving a thoroughly busted-up Baek Ji-hoon behind. He was utterly confused, and some time later, Suho returned to the association headquarters. There, he found Senior Ho-sung dozing on a sofa. The moment he noticed Suho, Ho-sung yawned and casually asked if Suho had found Kim Gung-won, clearly assuming Suho had failed the mission. But when Suho calmly confirmed that he had indeed found him, Ho-sung was utterly confused, struggling to believe his ears. So Suho repeated the update, unfazed, stating he had located Kim Gung-won, updated his status window information, and placed him securely in the interrogation room. Ho-sung was still rattled as Suho told him to follow along, so they could check on the prisoner later. Ho-sung and Suho stood behind a one-way window, watching Kim Gung-won sit inside the interrogation room. While someone questioned him intently, Ho-sung pondered how this vicious S-class problem case had evaded capture for years, yet Suho had apprehended him in just one day, or, more accurately, in just a few short hours. The notorious criminal was even cooperating peacefully. Ho-sung's gaze then shifted to the stat measuring device, and he mused about how the machine normally produced only 70% accuracy. Yet this time, the results had come out nearly identical to the target's real stats. He looked at Suho, bewildered, and marveled that something so notoriously difficult had been handled with such effortless ease, as if Suho had just taken a simple stroll. Suho then declared the charges were proven, and that they could hand Kim Gung-won over to the Special Forces Department immediately. Ho-sung nodded, still utterly confused. He finally asked, "How did you manage to catch him?" Suho, wearing a perfectly straight expression, and not even glancing his way, said he simply asked around here and there, and got lucky. He then calmly asked if he could bring in the remaining non-updaters too. Ho-sung agreed and suggested they go together. But Suho suddenly turned to him, declaring he wanted to catch all of them himself and earn the highest possible evaluation. This sudden declaration caught Ho-sung completely off guard. Suho gave a slight bow, stating he'd ask for help if necessary, but urged Ho-sung to prioritize transferring Kim Gung-won to the Special Forces Department. As Suho walked off, the somewhat disheveled 7th grade officer stood there alone, simply muttering a confused okay. A few days later, the office was abuzz with chatter. Someone brought up intern and Suho, saying tales of him catching all those vicious non-updaters were spreading like wildfire. People wondered how he'd managed to finish in just 2 days what even professional awakeners couldn't. They declared the true sword god was also the true squad god, and the class difference in work was just overwhelming. But then, they also questioned if the awakening department would now shoulder all the blame. Someone suggested the department might start despising intern and Suho because of this. Inside the awakening department, everyone was loudly cheering Suho's name, calling him sword god repeatedly. These workers had faced endless scolding due to those S-class problem cases, but hearing praise, even once, felt 1,000 times better than constant criticism. They passionately shouted their love for Suho. A woman in the office pleaded with him not to leave, begging him to work there forever. She admitted she never said things like this, but had never witnessed talent like his. A senior employee, eyes practically sparkling, declared he'd even joined Suho's fan club, telling others to call him Suho Priest, all while proudly clutching a poster of Suho's face. As Suho left, documents in hand, his colleagues cried out, begging him not to go. Suho thanked them, but gently reminded them he still needed to finish his work with the awakening department first. Soon after, he received a call. The name on the screen belonged to Pei Sung-yeol. Chief Pei, looking at documents, asked Suho if he was busy, telling him to come see him if he had a moment. Suho realized instantly that the bite he'd been waiting for. He had finally arrived inside Chief Pai's office. Chief Pai handed a can of Coke to Suho and immediately commented that Suho's performance in the awakening department had been absolutely impressive. Suho responded modestly, simply saying that it was nothing. Chief Pai sat down and questioned him, and wondering how Suho could call it nothing when he consistently produced results far beyond anyone's expectations. Suho thanked him. Chief Pai then asked, "Was the first person you caught Kim Gungwon?" Suho confirmed it, taking a sip of Coke with a smirk. Chief Pai pointed out that if Suho had only seen Kim Gungwon, Suho realized immediately that things were unfolding exactly as he'd expected, and that Chief Pai already knew absolutely everything. Well, that made everything simpler. Suho revealed that he had also seen Baek Yeom. Chief Pai then asked why he had let him go. Suho explained that he believed the man was too big for him to handle. Chief Pai asked why Suho spoke, as if he already understood what he was implying. Suho clarified that he assumed Chief Pai was referring to Baek Jeom's powerful connections. Chief Pai confirmed it. He then asked Suho to explain why he hadn't reported back right away. Suho said he waited because he had no justification to report. Chief Pai wanted to know what kind of justification. Suho clarified that he planned to join the Special Forces unit, but since Chief Pai's name hadn't been mentioned yet, reporting prematurely would have looked like overstepping. Suho assumed that if he waited, either Chief Pai or the vice president of the association would call for him. Chief Pai approved of his decision and told him to report everything directly to him. From now on, he said he would, in return, tell Suho everything he wanted to know. Suho agreed. Chief Pai asked if Suho wasn't curious why he had to report to him. Suho answered that there was no need to be curious, since Chief Pai surely had his own reasons. Laughing, Chief Pai called him a crazy kid. Then he pulled out a credit card and handed it to Suho. Praising him for a job well done, he suggested celebrating with something pricey and his friends. After work, he specifically told Suho not to settle for cheap eats, like pork belly, but to truly indulge in whatever he desired. Suho attempted to decline, but Chief Pai gently reminded him that when an adult offers something, one should accept it with gratitude. As Suho left the office and walked down the hall, he recalled having just walked past the vice president moments ago. Without a single word exchanged, it became abundantly clear that some unspoken tension existed between the vice president and Chief Pai. Pulling out his phone, Suho called Jaewon. He informed him he'd be sending a few numbers and instructed him to gather all possible information. Jaewon agreed without a single question. Suho probed, asking why he didn't inquire about the specifics. Jaewon simply replied that if Suho told him to do something, he would simply do it. Suho then realized this must have been the exact same feeling Chief Pai experienced earlier. Suho encouraged Jaewon to work hard, promising to treat him to something expensive and telling him to pick out whatever he wanted to eat. Jaewon erupted in celebration on the other end of the line. After ending the call, Suho thought of reporter Jo Jinwee. He called him, checking his availability for the evening. Later that evening, Suho and Jinwee clinked their beer glasses together. Jinwee congratulated him on officially beginning his work as a hunter. Suho thanked him, then asked if he'd been swamped with articles. Jinwee said it hadn't been difficult at all, since all he had to do was add some extra flavor to the solid foundation Suho provided. He then asked about the Banshee team and the others. Suho explained he'd set aside a separate table so they could bond better with Hyun and the others. Suho then told Jinwee that Hyewon would want to greet him too, so they'd invite him properly next time. He added that he'd prepared this small repayment for last time. Jinwoo insisted he should be the one repaying Suho. He explained that Hammer 2 had also helped save victims, and that the Nexus had soared into a nationally beloved guild, which made his feature articles absolutely skyrocket in popularity. Raising his glass high, he said he looked forward to their future work together. Suho raised his glass in kind and affirmed their continued collaboration. The very next day at the association, the manager of the non-awakening division, Lee Se-in, greeted Suho with boundless energy. She told him she'd heard all about his incredible achievements and was thrilled to welcome him to the non-awakening division. Seeing his modest expression, she reminded him not to be too modest, because it didn't suit him well. She then asked if he knew what the division handled. Suho replied that they searched for unregistered hunters. She confirmed it with a nod and told him that it would be as difficult as finding a needle in a vast desert. She said he shouldn't aim for more or less, but simply find exactly one person to complete his field evaluation. Suho confidently said he would find one quickly. She handed him a blue file labeled unregistered and remarked that she liked his confidence. She informed him that Officer I.M. would guide him through all the details. Finally, she told him to do his absolute best. A while later, as Suho went through the reports she'd given him, he decided to review the documents he'd received earlier. From I.M. Jun-sung, he found them to be merely scattered, fragmented reports. He pondered the fact that there was no real way to identify an unregistered hunter unless the person themselves confessed. Unless their level had increased noticeably, they were indistinguishable from normal people. Hunter registration existed to prevent unforeseen, dangerous incidents, but some people deliberately avoided it because they disliked being awakened, especially when certain jobs could only be taken by non-awakened individuals. Athletes were a prime example. Then someone called out to Suho. It was Jo Song-gil, an investigator for unregistered hunters. He said he heard about Suho's record-breaking achievements in the Awakening Division. He mentioned that his colleague, Han Hozong, had praised Suho endlessly, so he was looking forward to meeting him. Suho responded politely. The officer asked whether Suho intended to handle this assignment alone. Suho said he would try alone first. Turning away, the officer told him to contact him if he got stuck, and Suho realized the man had simply come to dump all the work on him. Suho decided to meet the first person he had marked for evaluation. Somewhere else, a dartboard was filled with perfectly centered arrows. A blonde boy named Park Goon had shot all of them. People behind him praised his skill, saying that his abilities never disappointed. Another person commented that he would likely win the upcoming tournament again. Someone else noted that the first place prize money would be large, and they felt jealous. Two other students approached Park Goon. A girl invited him to go to karaoke with them after a long time, but Park Gung said he needed to help his mother at the shop, telling them to go without him. The black-haired boy complained that, even on the day before the tournament, when practice ended early, he still had responsibilities. Park Gung apologized, saying they would go next time. Later, he arrived at the restaurant and announced he was home. Inside, he saw an officer eating. It was Suho casually eating fancy dishes. The boy immediately recognized him as the sword god, but his mother shushed him, reminding him quietly not to bother customers. The boy agreed, and his mother asked why he was home early, when it was still training time. He explained that practice ended early, because the tournament was tomorrow. She wondered why he wasn't out with friends. Instead, he just tied on an apron, claiming he couldn't leave her to work alone. Then he offered to cover the sword god's bill, if it hadn't been paid yet. When Suho asked for the bill, she agreed. The boy stated the total was 10,000 won, and asked if he wanted a receipt. Suho declined, then addressed him by his name. The boy froze, stunned that Suho knew him. Suho then revealed he was with the Korean Hunter Association's non-awakening department. The mere mention of the non-awakening department made the boy's face turn ashen. He immediately began backing away, apologizing, claiming he was busy and had no time. Suho insisted it would only take a moment, but the boy bolted straight out of the restaurant, apologizing as he ran. His mother watched him leave, wondering why he was acting that way. In a nearby alley, the boy slumped to the ground. A system window hovered before him, asking if he wanted to pursue his power. He stared at it miserably, wondering why this had to happen now of all times. Still shaken, Goon remained crouched on the ground. He had told no one about the status window that had appeared days ago. Yet somehow, the association already seemed to know. If people discovered he was an awakener, even at level 1, it would be over for his archery career. An awakener was still an awakener, and revealing it now was not an option. He forced himself to stay low, convincing himself to endure a little longer. His phone suddenly rang. As he answered, he slowly stood up, steadying himself, and told her he was nearby. She mentioned that Hunter and Suho had already left, and Goon immediately pressed for more, wanting to know if he really left. Without saying anything, his mother explained she had only spoken briefly with the sword god, and that nothing else had happened. Hearing this, Goon felt his tension ease for the first time. He told her he was fine, that he would return to the dorm to rest for the tournament the next day, and that she should go ahead and eat dinner without having to worry about him. She agreed, though. She cautiously checked if everything was truly alright. That question snapped something inside him, and he raised his voice, insisting that absolutely nothing was going on. The call ended shortly after. Goon exhaled slowly. His mother hadn't sounded anxious or suspicious, and that alone brought him immense relief. It seemed the sword god had chosen not to tell her anything. The reason behind that decision deeply bothered him. Clutching his phone tighter, he wondered if that man intended to expose him later, though clearly not yet. No matter what was coming, he absolutely could not abandon tomorrow. This tournament mattered more than anything else. It was the biggest high school archery competition in the country, and the first place prize was 50 million won. That money was his grandmother's only chance at surgery. He had lived his entire life for this single moment. Once the tournament was over, he would report everything properly. All he needed was just one more day. The next day, the scene shifted to the training center, where Park Goon sat alone in the waiting area. He looked unsettled, his thoughts heavy, as he wondered if the sword god hadn't come all the way to school properly before. The tension sat clearly on his face. From behind, his dark-haired friend suddenly greeted him, startling him slightly. Goon reacted instinctively, brushing it off by saying he was feeling a bit sick. His friend noticed the reaction and pointed out that Goon seemed nervous, though the blonde boy immediately denied it. Park Goon was reminded that, even if he wasn't in perfect condition, first place would still naturally be his. His friend added that no one could deny it, smiling, as he mentioned that Goon had never lost first place. Since joining the school, he had outranked all the upperclassmen and secured the top spot every single time, which was A. This was the very definition of true talent. Hearing this only made Goon even more uneasy. He quickly pointed out that his friend defeated upperclassmen daily. The response came with a casual shrug. His friend admitted that despite all that, he was still perpetually stuck in second place, because in the end, the world only ever remembered the one who stood first. With a knowing smirk, his friend added that, considering the immense amount his family spent on him, failing to even secure second place would spell serious trouble back home, especially with a father like his. His friend lightly clenched his fist and brushed it aside, telling Goon that regardless, he had a powerful reason to win and absolutely had to secure that victory. He promised to watch until the very end. Goon thanked him, admitting the encouragement helped him relax, if only a little. Just then, Goon's attention was pulled away by the coach, calling for him. Meanwhile, one Suho watched him from the background with a dark smile. As soon as Goon entered an office, he noticed the coach, speaking with a man dressed entirely in black. One look was all it took for him to recognize him. The man standing there was none other than Suho himself. Goon immediately wondered what he was doing here. Fear crept in fast, cold sweat forming, as he chillingly realized this officer might have come to take him away. The coach quickly excused himself, saying he would leave, so the two could speak comfortably. Once alone, Suho addressed Park Goon, and brought up where he had gone the previous day. The question made Goon stumble over his words, utterly unable to respond properly. Suho then asked the boy if he was awakened. The words hit Goon like a physical hammer blow. His fear intensified, his thoughts spiraling. He desperately wondered if he should tell the truth or lie. The tournament was right around the corner, and even just participating meant absolute victory for him. He needed the prize money for his grandmother's crucial surgery. archery. There was no other way he could possibly earn such a large amount. Outside of archery, just this once, he desperately wanted to hold on. Suho placed a firm hand on the boy's shoulder, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. He pressed for honesty, still trembling. Goon finally admitted the truth. He confessed that he had awakened. Suho's expression softened into a gentle smile as he thanked Goon for his honesty. Then, without hesitation, he firmly stated they would report the awakening immediately, and that Goon would have to withdraw from the tournament. He assured him he could ensure the coach and others wouldn't hear about it. These words left Goon completely stunned. Desperation overtook him as he pleaded, explaining he hadn't even chosen a class yet and was still only level 1. However, Suho's response was cold and firm. He acknowledged Goon's situation and understood what he wanted to say, but the law was absolute. Even if Goon entered the tournament and reported afterward, any results within a 2-month window would be nullified. This realization shocked Goon even further. Suho explained that reporting now was the better option and told him to come with him to the association. With no real choice left, Goon reluctantly agreed. Suho led him toward his car, watching as the boy followed quietly, without resistance. Seeing this, Suho felt a sense of relief. In his previous life, Park Gung had won this tournament, but later lost the title in disgrace after his so-called best friend, Hong Won-suk, reported him. That incident twisted him deeply, eventually pushing him into villainy and turning him into the notorious criminal known as Gang Wei. It was a painful decision, but with Suho's interference, the boy was saved from his hellish fate. Meanwhile, as they drove along, Suho casually brought up why the boy was acting like some kind of criminal, even though nothing about him really fit that label. The boy shifted uncomfortably and admitted it was because he had hidden the fact that he had awakened. Suho immediately shot that idea down, insisting he hadn't actually done anything wrong. At that moment, the boy's head whipped towards Suho so fast, it was almost reflexive. Clearly caught off guard and confused, Suho calmly told him to stop worrying, because he wasn't a criminal in the first place. Still unsettled, Goon struggled to understand and try to grasp Suho's meaning. Suho explained it simply. He asked whether anyone had suffered damage because he delayed reporting his awakening. The boy admitted that no one had. Hearing that, Suho concluded there was no problem. Without a victim, there was no crime, and no reason for him to carry guilt. He then instructed Goon that once they arrived, he should report his awakening at the first floor registration desk. Suho continued, warning him that he likely wouldn't be able to do archery for some time, and perhaps never again. Still, he acknowledged Goon's talent, reminding him he was an excellent archer, and that another great future would eventually open up for him. Not long after, the car arrived at their destination. At the association's registration center, Suho dropped the boy off and prepared to leave. Just as he turned away, someone called out to him. It was Investigator Joe, standing nearby with a cigar in his hands. With a casual tone, Joe remarked that handling everything alone must be tough. Suho answered calmly that it wasn't that difficult. A faint smile crossed his face as he added that he was only just getting started. Joe echoed the words, noting that if Suho was only beginning, then there was no need for his help. Suho responded with a polite bow, assuring him that he was fine, and then took his leave. As Suho walked away, he made a call to Jinhoo and asked if he had some time to talk. Behind him, Investigator Joe let out a quiet sigh. Gazing at Suho's retreating back, he murmured that the man was clearly struggling, even if his pride kept it well hidden. Soon after, the young man reached the reception desk. The woman working there informed him that his player registration card was finally ready. He thanked her, accepting the card. Staring down at the card in his hand, a weighty thought settled over him. He realized he could never go back to being an ordinary person. Closing his eyes, he reflected on the past few days, feeling an unexpected sense of relief. Despite having lied during that time, he decided the first thing he needed to do was tell his mother the truth. He tried calling her repeatedly, but even after 8 attempts, there was no answer. Worry crept in fast, and the fear that something might have happened to her grew. He rushed toward their small restaurant, his heart pounding, only to be met by a large crowd gathered outside. As he stepped inside, he saw people packed into nearly every corner, completely awestruck. He wondered what on earth was going on. A dark-haired girl noticed him and complained that her group had been first in line. Another man looked at him closely and asked if he was Park Gung. The moment the crowd realized who he was, excitement erupted. People began cheering, recognizing him as Ansung High School's archery prospect. Several even asked him to take pictures with them. Overwhelmed, he tried to understand how they even knew who he was. He wondered if the sudden increase in customers was because they had come to see him. The girl quickly cleared up the misunderstanding, explaining that they weren't there for him, but because the restaurant had been recommended by the sword god. The explanation only confused him further. She excitedly added that the sword god had posted about the food on Instagram. The post had already gathered over 87,000 likes and 47,000 comments. Some customers laughed among themselves. It's oddly charming that Sword God's very first post ever was nothing more than a simple food recommendation. Still utterly bewildered, the boy was trying to piece together how they'd known who he was. One of the more bookish-looking customers casually explained that thorough research before a pilgrimage was simply basic behavior. Others then pressed him with curiosity, demanding to know if he'd truly met the legendary sword god. Puffing out his chest with a hint of pride, he readily admitted he had. He even bragged that he'd personally handled the sword god's payment himself. The girl reacted with open jealousy, but quickly pointed out that his mother looked utterly overwhelmed and suggested he go help her out. Without hesitation, he rushed into the kitchen and told his mother he'd help out. She immediately questioned him about the competition, asking why he was here instead of training. Tying on an apron quickly, he simply brushed her aside, saying they could talk later, and that he needed to start cleaning first. Outside, a crowd of customers excitedly gaped at the special sword god menu, commenting on how humble and cute it felt to see the sword god eating simple snack food. The entire day passed with him, serving customers non-stop. By evening, exhaustion finally caught up to him. He leaned against the counter, utterly drained, and remarked that since the restaurant first opened, this had easily been the busiest day they'd ever experienced. His mother, still utterly bewildered, commented on the sudden chaos, and then asked again why he was even there, instead of at the competition. Before he could answer, someone outside called out, asking if the restaurant was open. His mother turned and apologized, explaining that they were closed for the day because they'd run out of ingredients. The man replied that he wasn't a customer. He introduced himself as Jo Jin-wee, a reporter from PBS, and said he'd like to interview Park Gung if he had a moment. The boy stood there, confused, wondering if the man truly wanted to meet him. The reporter confirmed it, explaining that they'd received a tip. According to that information, Park Gung had just pulled out of a major competition, all because he honestly reported that he'd become an awakened person. These words hit like a brick, leaving his mother frozen in shock. She struggled to grasp what an awakened person's honesty report even was, and questioned what was truly happening. The scene then shifts to the archery training grounds, where Coach Won-suk pats his shoulder, offering a few words of encouragement. The boy responds confidently, stating he'll give his all for the competition. But once the coach walks away, his thoughts immediately turn sharp and bitter. He hadn't expected Park Gung to make the first move. Originally, Won-suk had planned to report Gun's awakening right after winning the competition himself, aiming to utterly crush his future. He believes the higher someone climbs, the harder they're meant to fall. But now that Gun has withdrawn from the match entirely, everything's changed. This unexpected move forced Won-suk's debut much earlier than planned. Just a few days earlier, he'd overheard Gun muttering to himself about his awakening, and that memory burned deep within him. Jealousy had always lingered inside him, and it finally made sense why that beggar kid had been shooting so unnaturally well. The thought that Gun had deceived him and tried to block his future filled him with pure resentment. But now his eyesore is gone. This is his time. He will win the competition and prove himself to everyone. As he begins training, whispers spread around the field. People quietly remark on how perfectly he's releasing the bow, even claiming it looks better than Gun's technique. The praise feeds directly into his confidence, twisting it into pure greed. He sees himself as the true bow god. His focus suddenly breaks when he overhears people talking about an official who has just arrived. That official is none other than Osuho. Confusion spreads among the crowd as they wonder why the sword god is here. Suho approaches Won-suk directly and called him by name, asking him to come along to the association. Won-suk was completely caught off guard and demanded an explanation immediately. Suho simply replied that it wasn't something to discuss publicly, and explained that Wonsok was scheduled for an investigation, which would take about a day. Anger surged through Wonsok as he snapped, refusing outright, questioning why an investigation was suddenly happening now. Suho, however, remained calm, and stated everything would be explained. On the way, Wonsok's frustration exploded as he flatly refused, again insisting he couldn't go, and asking if Suho himself would agree, if he were in the same position. That's when Suho revealed the reason. He mentioned Wonsok's older brother, Hong Dong-suk. Just hearing that name drained the color from Wonsok's face. Suho explained that Dong-suk was currently under investigation for draft dodging involving a fake awakening report. Because of that, all family members were required to undergo awakening verification. As well, the case involved many people and was being treated as a very serious matter. Suho looked directly into Wonsok's eyes and asked for his cooperation. Fear crept in fast as Wonsok struggled to process the words draft dodging and corruption. Behind him, other students whispered among themselves, remarking that the sword god was personally escorting him. A girl murmured that it looked like his family had committed a crime. At the association, a dark-haired boy shouted loudly, demanding to know who had reported him. Sitting across from an officer at a desk, he accused him of hypocrisy, pointing out that the same officer had issued his player license. The officer warned him that continued refusal to cooperate would only make things worse. At that moment, Suho arrived. Bringing Wonsok along, he watched the situation explode. Suho reflected that he'd snared everyone he could recall who was tied to the draft fraud. Now, everything was blowing up all at once. The moment Wonsok saw his brother, his restraint shattered. He struck him instantly, knocking him to the ground. Unleashing his fury, he blamed him for ruining his competition, spitting insults. Observing the scene, Suho mused on how distorted they all seemed. Investigator Joe rushed over to Suho, begging for help. Suho replied calmly that interns weren't allowed to perform official duties, and he was currently busy undergoing a field evaluation. Joe protested, but was suddenly called away by his superior and had to leave. Watching him go, Suho thought he'd already spoon-fed them more than enough. How much more did they expect from him? Not long after, he arrived at a PC cafe. Looking around, he noted how dated it felt. The place still allowed indoor smoking, had no customers, and carried an atmosphere frozen in time. After the cataclysm and the rise of virtual reality, the online gaming industry had collapsed rapidly. PC games that relied only on monitors had no chance against VR games. It surprised Suho that this place was still operating at all. His attention shifted to a gray-haired man seated nearby. Instantly, Suho realized he'd finally found him. He took the seat beside him and opened the game, OPS. The gray-haired man noticed and commented on seeing someone play OPS. After such a long time, Suho admitted that returning to the game after so long wasn't easy. The man found it amusing and remarked that OPS was practically a dead game, so having even one more player felt nice. He suggested playing together and asked Suho to add him as a friend under the name Railgun. Suho recognized the name immediately and realized he was sitting next to the number one. The man, a top-ranked OPS player, confirmed it with a casual shrug. Suho quickly expressed his deep respect and admiration. A wave of generosity washed over the man, and he rose to his feet. He then offered to treat Suho to something delicious, explaining that he actually worked there and could get him as much as he wanted. As his eyes scanned the packed shelves, he asked Suho what he'd like to have. But before he could even choose, Suho sharply interjected, asking if his name was Kim Kyu. The man's reaction was immediate and telling. The gray-haired man froze solid in utter shock, fear flashing vividly across his pale face. He slowly turned to Suho, confirming his identity. Suho, utterly unfazed, calmly pulled out his ID card, immediately revealing his official affiliation with the Korean Hunter Association's Non-Awakening Inspection Division. Fixing an intense gaze directly on the man, Suho then demanded to see his identification. The gray-haired boy trembled violently, stepping backward. He finally confirmed, his voice shaky, that he was Kim Gwan. His overwhelming fear was glaringly obvious the moment his identity was exposed. Suho stared unblinkingly straight into his eyes, his gaze unwavering and resolute. Already well aware of the undeniable truth, he again demanded identification without the slightest hesitation. The boy tried desperately to compose himself, claiming his ID was securely locked inside the staff room, and insisted he would return with it shortly. As he began moving swiftly toward the nearby stairway, Suho shadowed him, following close behind, already fully anticipating his next move. The moment they finally reached the top of the stairs, the boy suddenly bolted, springing away without warning. He sprinted off, exactly as Suho had predicted he would. Outside the building, the exhausted boy leaned heavily against a wall, gasping for air, his thoughts spiraling wildly, as he frantically wondered how the association had possibly managed to track him down. He didn't even realize that Suho was already standing directly behind him, like a silent, ominous shadow. Before the boy could even react, Suho casually remarked on his escape attempt, and in that very same instant, delivered a powerful, precise flick to his forehead. The sheer impact alone sent searing pain shooting through the boy's entire body, instantly stunning him, making him drop to his knees. Trembling as the pain overwhelmed his senses, Suho reminded him coldly that any refusal to cooperate, or another attempt to flee, would result in immediate arrest. Kneeling beside him, Suho listened as the frightened boy protested, insisting he had done nothing wrong. Suho then called him by his real name, Kim John, shattering the boy's composure. He asked whether the person inside the building was his older brother Kim John. The boy denied it instantly, but Suho remained unmoved. Already seeing through the lie, he told him they would go back inside first, as he needed to confirm Kim Ji-hun's real body. Anger suddenly overtook the boy, and he rushed forward with a clenched fist. The attack was effortlessly stopped with one hand, shocking the boy as Suho twisted his arm without strain. Suho made it clear that he had come to help them, but their actions were only creating unnecessary trouble for him. Moments later the boy gave in, tapping out under the pressure. Suho smiled calmly, warning him that one more attack would end with him being tied up, and he ordered the boy to show the way to his place. Inside the room, the twin of the gray-haired boy lay motionless on the bed. Suho stood over him quietly observing, and it did not take long for him to realize that the boy was in a possessed state. On the bed lay identical IDs belonging to the twin brothers, both bearing the same name, Kim Gwon. Suho turned his attention back to the gray-haired boy and questioned when his brother had awakened. He then revealed that Kim John's possession trait could only activate on the same player, and hearing this made the boy visibly tense. Suho warned him not to lie, stating that their work dates at the PC cafe could easily be checked. Realizing there was no escape from the truth, the boy broke down and desperately asked what Suho was planning to do next. With his eyes shut tight, he explained everything in a rush. He then revealed a devastating truth. He was paralyzed from the waist down due to a terrible accident, while his brother had fallen into a vegetative state. With no parents, no money, and absolutely no support, this was their only chance at survival. Suho calmly stated he wouldn't do a thing, a statement that utterly baffled the boy. For clarity, the hooded boy was Kim Gwon, the younger brother, while the disabled one was Kim John, who was now possessing his own younger brother due to his vegetative condition. Understanding that, the situation pressed on. Suho looked calmly at the boy and explained he was there to help them, instructing him to sit down and listen closely. The boy, irritated and unwilling to trust him, resisted until Suho finally introduced himself as On Suho. Suho, the name struck a nerve, sounding familiar enough to spark pure panic. The boy frantically pulled out his phone to search the name, only to realize that the sword god himself was standing right there in front of him. At that very moment, the original John returned to his own body, confusion washing over his face, as he tried to process what was truly happening. Pulling himself toward his wheelchair, John focused on Suho, asking him to explain, in detail, how he intended to help them. There's an old saying that truly helping the helpless means giving them work, instead of simply handing out money. And Suho applied that principle without hesitation. He stated he intended to find a job for Kim John, then directly brought up the question, did John wish to become a hunter again? The boy reacted with utter confusion, unable to grasp how Suho could say such a thing. While clearly seeing the condition of John's legs, he went on to make it abundantly clear that if Suho's idea involved entering gates, by possessing his younger brother's body, then that path was completely off the table. Suho responded calmly, clarifying that it wouldn't involve possession at all, and that the job would be for Kim Jong himself. The boy frowned deeply, irritation rising as he told Suho to stop joking around. If something like that were truly possible, this would have happened ages ago. He pointed out his level was already past 50. He couldn't even enter the lowest level gates anymore. To make a living, Suho then expertly shifted the topic and asked John if he was familiar with partner items. These items were unique pieces of equipment, perfectly synchronizing with a player's innate traits, amplifying their abilities in incredible ways. John was aware of them, but he also knew how incredibly unrealistic they were to obtain. Partner items were like winning the lottery, with only a handful of players across the entire world ever finding one that truly matched their soul. Suho acknowledged that immense difficulty, knowing better than anyone else that finding an item perfectly suited to a person was nearly impossible. Still, he knew that in his previous life, Kim Jong had become infamous because of a specific partner item. Suho assured the boy that he knew exactly which item resonated with John's possession trait, and through that item, he intended to give both brothers a completely new life. Hearing this, the boy clenched his fist tightly, his emotions absolutely boiling over. He demanded to know why Suho was doing all of this, after they had been ignored by everyone for so long. He questioned whether there was something Suho wanted from them. In return, all this time, Kim Jong had knocked on the doors of welfare centers, district offices, and countless organizations. Yet not a single hand ever reached back to him. He had fallen from being a successful hunter to someone society quietly labeled as weak and utterly disposable. And that slow abandonment carved deep scars into him. Because of that neglect, Kim Jong eventually ended up walking the path of a villain. In the present, Suho stated that John had never been abandoned, but the boy clearly didn't believe those words. What followed left him completely shaken. Suho stepped forward and knelt right in front of him, lowering himself without a moment's hesitation, and apologized for arriving late. He admitted that he should have come to help. Way back, deep within the system, Suho was genuinely committed to helping Kim Jong, even though he hadn't created the system, or the state itself, for that matter. Still, he fully embraced his responsibility as a public servant. He was determined to fulfill that duty sincerely, with no excuses and a calm smile. Suho explained his delay wasn't due to neglect or indifference. He simply hadn't found a viable solution before. This time, however, was different, and he promised his help. Kim Jong stared at him in silence for a long moment. Before finally apologizing, he admitted, in return, that he'd never experienced anyone truly trying to help him before, making him overly sensitive and defensive. Suho then stood back up and told him he would have reacted the same way in that very position. He then assured him his brother's awakening report wouldn't interfere with their disability pension, making it clear he'd already considered all the consequences. Suho even went as far as stating he'd personally deal with the PC cafe owner if Jahyun wasn't paid properly, though the man was spared when Jahyun explained that the owner had treated him kindly. Shifting the focus forward, Suho stated he would soon introduce John to a guild for hunter-related activities. The boy wondered how any guild would accept someone like him, but Suho dismissed that concern entirely. All John needed to do was wait patiently until Suho returned with the partner item. That would change everything for them. After some time, Suho returned to the Hunter Association. As he stepped out of his car, his thoughts lingered on why Chief Pai and the vice president had contacted him so suddenly. Before he could reflect any further, his attention was pulled away by Park Gun, running straight toward him. Suho asked why the boy was here, and Park Gun quickly explained that his mom had packed him some food. This was all thanks to Suho's Instagram post and the recent news coverage. Both had been getting an amazing response. The boy openly expressed his gratitude, clearly thrilled with how things were going. Suho calmly brushed it off, saying he hadn't done anything special. He only posted the food he mentioned because it genuinely tasted good. As for the news coverage, he casually denied reporting anything himself. Gun awkwardly agreed. Suho then asked if the boy had changed his class. Gun immediately brightened, explaining he'd chosen the archer class. He was still serious about becoming a hunter, and went on to ask if Suho had any guild recommendations for him. And just as we all predicted, Suho brought his new sidekicks to the Nexus Guild. The guild leader, seeing an applicant personally recommended by Suho, instantly approved him with a broad smile. Sometime later, Suho was seen knocking outside the vice president's office. A calm voice from inside acknowledged his presence. He was told to come in. As he stepped through the doorway, Suho bowed respectfully and asked if he had been summoned. The vice president confirmed it, saying he wanted to check on how Suho had been doing lately. After Suho took his seat, the vice president smiled and mentioned he had heard Suho's recent achievements were quite impressive. Suho casually brushed it off, attributing everything to simple good luck. Vice President Kamen responded with a wide smile, pointing out just how modest Suho was, especially considering he'd been dealing with nothing but difficult assignments in the awakening department. He even mentioned that Suho had handled a military service corruption case that wasn't technically part of his evaluation. All while looking straight at Suho, the vice president then interrogated him, asking exactly where he'd managed to get this highly sensitive information right now. Suho immediately realized what was really going on. The vice president was desperately probing for his sources, judging by the speed of the vice president's reaction to issues linked to the awakening department. Suho's suspicion only grew stronger. There was a high probability that Director Lee Wanik and the vice president himself were somehow involved in the corruption case. Realizing this, Suho decided to throw out some bait. Closing his eyes for a moment, Suho explained he'd conducted thorough field inquiries based on tips. The vice president immediately shot back, claiming those tips weren't related to draft dodgers at all, and demanded how Suho had truly investigated the case. It was then Suho realized the vice president must have already personally reviewed all the tip-off documents in excruciating detail. Suho then added that he'd also obtained vital information through various acquaintances, relying on informants he'd built connections with during his time as a hunter. That response visibly stunned the vice president, who fiercely pressed him on what kind of people would go that far to help him. Suho coolly replied the information came from his network of connections. When the vice president then forcefully demanded to know exactly what kind of connections, Suho simply brushed it off, saying they were just from here and there. That infuriatingly vague answer caused the vice president to completely lose his composure. He actually raised his voice, demanding to know, what does here and there even mean? Suho apologized politely, but stated that, since those connections involved sensitive government agencies, he couldn't possibly disclose them. The vice president then pressed further, asking whether those agencies had any ties to their organization as well. Suho responded honestly that he simply wasn't sure. The vice president pressed him again, half accusing, half pleading, asking, "Are you really going to treat me this way?" and saying he felt personally hurt by it. Suho listened in absolute silence, giving zero reaction at all. The vice president then argued that information like this should be shared with someone who ran organizations like him, claiming that this was how influence spread and associations grew, and questioning how such information could even be misused. With a faint smirk, Suho added that he had heard there were internal connections within the Day One Association as well. Since the source was reliable, it was probably an insider. The vice president immediately latched onto that, expressing interest in meeting those informants. Suho replied cautiously that they were extremely wary of exposure, which would make such a meeting difficult. The vice president suggested meeting them under the guise of being a client, but Suho insisted that even then, it wouldn't be possible stepping closer. The vice president desperately asked if Suho was truly going to do this to him. After a brief pause, Suho finally said he would ask them once. That answer instantly pleased the vice president, who told Suho to give him a response by today. Suho agreed, saying he understood. With the conversation finished, Suho stated that he would take his leave. He thought to himself that he had hooked the vice president perfectly, exactly as planned. The scene then shifted to the non-awakened department, where Suho ran into Am Young-sung, standing right in front of him. Suho calmly checked whether his evaluation had already been completed. Am, however, was visibly sweating while juggling a stack of files. He awkwardly explained that the awakening department was completely swamped at the moment, and asked Suho to wait a little longer. The staff handling evaluations were buried in work, and it would likely take several more days to finish everything. Hearing that, Suho was genuinely taken aback, wondering what this sudden delay was even supposed to mean. Around them, chaos filled the the department. Other officers were shouting behind his back, clutching their heads and groaning about the absurd number of draft dodgers who'd suddenly appeared. Just compiling the list was taking forever. Another officer miserably mumbled about his mom, apologizing in his heart for not being able to go home. Suho then calmly asked where he was supposed to wait. Meanwhile, AM hesitated before realizing Suho hadn't even been assigned a seat. Yet, Suho simply stood there blankly, waiting for an answer. Not long after, the scene cut to him outside the building, holding a cup of coffee. Standing beside him was Chulman, openly laughing and pointing out that Suho had basically been kicked out. Suho admitted it with a frustrated sigh. Chulman took a sip of his drink and casually mentioned that he'd heard Suho caught a massive number of draft dodgers. Suho asked how that news had already spread. Chulman explained that even when people asked the Awakening department, no one responded. So, everyone just ended up watching the situation unfold from the sidelines. Suho thought to himself that this wasn't exactly good news. The department was clearly busy, dealing with something ugly, and there was no reason to air its dirty laundry in front of others. He then asked Chulman if he knew much about internal politics. Chulman was surprised by this sudden question and wondered why Suho was asking something like that out of nowhere. Suho explained that he thought it would be better to understand these things. He wasn't planning to pick sides, only trying to avoid danger by knowing what was coming in advance. Chulman immediately understood why Suho was asking. Watching him, Suho reflected that Chulman showed a lot through his expressions. Even though he looked dull on the surface, he was actually sharp and cautious, someone who had clearly suffered through internal power struggles before. In contrast, Suho realized that all he had ever done, he swung his sword, utterly fixated on survival, that he never had time to even look around. Chulman then began explaining the internal structure, involving Vice President Suman and Chief Pai Sungil. On the surface, the association harbored two major factions, the Vice President's line and the Special Unit Chief's line. Suho recalled that, before the regression, those two hadn't appeared to be faction leaders at all, and had even seemed to be on the same side. But looking at it now, that clearly wasn't the case. They were never allies to begin with. Suho suspected that cases like the Sunbae Gam incident were likely handled by slowly gathering information and tightening a leash from behind the scenes. Chulman continued, explaining that the factions themselves were easy to distinguish. The Awakening Department and the Management Department belonged to the Vice President's line, while the Gate Department and the Resource Department fell under Chief Pai's line. He then asked Suho why the president didn't seem to have a faction of his own. Suho answered simply that the president was the highest-ranking person in the association. Chulman agreed, adding that the president only needed to survive his term, so his focus leaned more toward external relations. Chulman inquired if there was anything else Suho was curious about. Suho said no, stating that he would keep everything he had heard in mind. Chulman then offered to arrange a temporary seat for him in the Gate Department. Suho thanked him, but expressed concern that doing so might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Instead, he suggested studying for other department theory exams at a cafe. Chulman agreed and said he would provide the necessary study materials. Suho thanked him once more, thinking to himself that taking the rest of the day off, hey, that might not be such a bad idea after all. Sometime later, Suho pulled up to the Nexus Guild Villa in Payu. The moment he stepped inside, the Banshee team and Jaiwon's faces immediately lit up. They were genuinely thrilled to see him after so long. Suho calmly gestured for everyone to take a seat, setting the mood before diving into anything. Jaiwon found it a bit odd to see Suho here during work hours, but Suho just brushed it off. He explained it was a legal skip. What mattered more, he added, was that the timing had finally aligned perfectly. The group didn't quite grasp what he meant at first, so Suho reminded them of the promise he'd made back then in the past, and he acknowledged that the Banshee team all harbored a deep grudge against the special unit. The revenge they craved? He intended to help them achieve it, and in a concrete, irreversible way. But for that, preparation was absolutely necessary. That was the real reason he'd gathered them before. Because he needed people who could move in secret, acting as his hands and feet, without drawing any attention. Manhwa pointed out they were still officially In a training period, she reminded him he'd once said, the revenge would come. After he entered the Special Forces unit, Suho admitted that had indeed been the original plan. However, he'd recently stumbled upon something quite interesting. If things went smoothly, they could stir up chaos within the organization. Even before he officially joined the Special Forces unit, he explained the plan revolved around exploiting internal faction conflicts. With a faint, confident smile, Suho revealed the first target they would take down, Vice President Park Human. As promised earlier, Suho brought the vice president to a specific location. That evening, after stepping out of the car, the vice president glanced around, clearly finding the meeting place unimpressive, even shabby. Suho, he calmly explained that the individuals involved were extremely cautious about security and requested his understanding. As the vice president opened the door, he assumed they must have private rooms inside, reasoning that choosing such a location meant the informants were being cautious. Inside the building, plotting, the Banshee members stood waiting, white masks completely concealing their faces. The vice president began to sweat, his mind racing as he noticed no other signs of life. He wondered if something had gone wrong, or if someone had overheard them. Still, he reassured himself that Sword God Suho was right there, meaning nothing serious could possibly happen. Suho then turned slightly away from him and stated this was indeed the right place. The vice president grew profoundly uneasy, sensing something deeply off about Suho's tone. Suho continued, saying the timing was perfect for getting things done. In that instant, the Banshee members surged forward with overwhelming, terrifying speed, subduing the vice president before he could react. They slammed him to the ground in one smooth motion, completely cutting off any chance of resistance. Standing tall over him now, Suho coldly stated the harsh reality of the situation. The vice president had been kidnapped, and Suho had no intention of explaining every detail. At his signal, Guak Duho stepped in and delivered a precise, swift blow to the back of the vice president's neck. The man's body went instantly limp as he fell into unconsciousness. This marked the true beginning of Suho's plan. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the vice president slowly woke up from his unconscious state. The moment awareness returned, he shot to his feet and began slamming his fists against the door, shouting at the top of his lungs, demanding to know where he was and whether anyone was there. Before any answer came, a strange, wet gurgling sound echoed from behind him. The noise caught him completely off guard. Fear instantly froze his body solid. As his thoughts spiraled, he wondered what terrifying sound that was. Could it be some kind of monstrous beast? The gurgling sound only grew louder still. The instant he realized, the sound was definitely coming from a specific direction. Panic completely took over, and he screamed in terror, pleading for anyone, to save him. He begged someone to get rid of whatever horrifying monster was there. Then, his eyes finally locked onto the source of the unsettling noise. To his absolute shock, it wasn't a monster at all, but a person, chained up and tightly restrained. As he stared at the horrific sight, the vice president's mind reeled in utter confusion. He quickly realized the figure was completely bound and utterly unable to move freely. Just then, Suho calmly walked into view and remarked that the vice president looked surprisingly lively, even for him. The instant the vice president saw him, rage exploded from him as he hurled furious threats, convinced Suho wouldn't get away with this audacious act. Suho didn't hesitate for even a single second. He summoned his menacing blood weapon and brought it down hard on the vice president's hand. In a single, ruthless strike, bones cracked, fingers shattered, and the vice president collapsed to the ground. Screaming in agony, Suho coldly scolded him, questioning if he was truly brave or simply too stupid to act like that in this dire situation. Immediately after, Suho activated his healing ability and instantly restored the very injury he had just inflicted, telling him to stop whining because he didn't want to hear another peep. Trembling, the vice president demanded to know what horrific crime he had committed to deserve such cruel treatment. Watching his pathetic display, Suho thought the man still hadn't come to his senses. He raised his weapon menacingly once more, commenting on how casually the vice president was still talking. That was enough to completely break him. Absolute terror flooded the vice president's face as he frantically begged for forgiveness, apologizing repeatedly, pleading not to be hit again. Suho straightened up and told him, "That's much better. Cooperation would make everything so much simpler. And if they played along nicely, their conversation wouldn't have to get violent. He even mentioned he didn't enjoy hitting people. Suho then moved closer to the chained man, giving him a light nudge with his foot, before explaining exactly who he was. The man, now restrained, was Changsik, the notorious boss of the Changsik Gang, an organization steeped in loan sharking and drug trafficking. His crimes were so severe he was kept here under constant supervision and re-education. Suho made it crystal clear that from now on, everything hinged on the vice president's choices. He could continue living as Park Kyumon, or he could end up as Changsik instead. With that chilling final warning hanging in the air, Suho calmly told him to behave himself. Sometime later, the vice president was kneeling before Suho. Exactly as instructed. He had painstakingly written down everything he'd ever done. In excruciating detail inside the notebook. Suho glanced through it briefly. And simply told him, "You've done well." Then, almost casually, Suho remarked that the vice president, had really been busy over the years. So much so that it was no surprise. He ended up getting swallowed by Pisa Unjayal. That single line hit Park Kyumon like a physical shock. Before he could even properly react, Suho told him not to pretend. He didn't know what was truly going on. Suho calmly revealed he had caught Kim Gungwon, and that alone, was enough to make Park Kyumon's position, dangerously unstable. The vice president stared at him in utter disbelief, and asked if it was truly real. Suho sounded almost annoyed, asking if he seriously hadn't known. With a sigh, Suho mocked how incredibly slow he was, explaining that Kim Gungwon, had been added to his investigation list early on, as someone notoriously difficult to catch, but clearly malicious, and in the process of tracking him down. Suho had met Baek Ji-hyun. He even uncovered that son Baek Ji-hyun had been secretly bribing the vice president. Suho then confessed he'd intentionally let Baek Yum go, just to gauge Park Kyumon's reaction. Then, Suho showed him his phone, and revealed who had contacted him first. And surprisingly, it was Pae So-young. Suho explained that Pae Sung-jool was already hard at work, plotting behind the scenes to take Park Kyumon down, while Park Kyumon himself remained completely oblivious to everything happening around him. Suho added that he had assumed all the Awakening Department executives were firmly on Park Kyumon's side, but it turned out not a single one had reported anything to him. Grinding his teeth, the vice president cursed them in a fit of rage, furious at how well he thought he'd treated them. Suho coldly pointed out that, given his dire situation, Park Kyumon's life was already hanging by a thread. If Pae Sung-jool decided to act, it could all be over at any moment. Completely shaken, the vice president begged him, desperately asking if there was truly no way to survive. Suho crouched down in front of him and said, "There is a way, but only if Park Kyumon did exactly as he was told." If he complied, Suho would ensure he survived inside the association, and could even fight Pae Sung-jool on equal footing. Relief washed over the vice president's face, as he desperately agreed, promising to do everything Suho commanded. Suho then took out a small, black pill and handed it to him, ordering him to swallow it. Trembling, Park Kyumon asked what it was. Suho calmly explained that it was an item bomb, absorbed into the body once consumed, and triggered only by his commands. It couldn't be detected by any search skills, and was extremely expensive, so he told him to eat it quickly. Fear completely overtook the vice president, as he initially refused, asking if he really had to consume something like that. Suho replied that he needed insurance, in case of betrayal. If Park Hyun genuinely didn't want to eat it, he didn't have to. Suho leaned closer and told him if he didn't want to live here, alive and unharmed, he could always live on as Changsik, under a different name instead. He told him to choose wisely. Shaking violently, Park Kyumon stared at the pill, then closed his eyes and swallowed it in one motion. Suho nodded in satisfaction, and told him that from now on, they would clean up the messes he had made, one by one. When Park Kyumon asked what messes he meant, Suho explained that if he wanted to live, he needed to stop Pae Sung-jool from attacking him. And that started with fixing every wrong he had committed. So far, he didn't care how Park Kyumon handled it, or who he pinned things on, as long as no innocent person was sacrificed. If he crossed that line, Park Hyun already knew what would happen. The vice president quickly swore that would never happen. Suho told him to relax, saying he would simply sit back and watch. Then he gave his first direct order. As soon as Park Hyun returned to the association, he was to deal with the draft evasion case. Suho asked who had been involved, and Park Hyun confessed that it was him, the awakening department head, and the non-awakened division chief. He admitted he had taken 70% of the money, while the rest was split among his subordinates. Suho thought that whoever subcontracted the job had clearly stuffed himself silly with money. He ordered Park Hyun to return all the money and silence everyone involved. When Park Hyun hesitated, saying he still had his share, but didn't know about the others, Suho coldly pointed out that if the money wasn't returned, things would explode. Either retrieve it or fill the gap himself, but make sure no noise came out of it. Park Hyun quickly agreed. Suho then added another command. As soon as Park Hyun returned, he was to immediately proceed with Suho's awakening department evaluation, both the field evaluation. With the written exam already complete, there was no reason at all for this whole process to drag on any longer. Park Hyun quickly apologized, promising to handle it. Finally, Suho delivered his last instruction, telling him to simply close his eyes. The vice president froze, utterly bewildered by the sudden command. Suho calmly lifted his bat, warning him he wasn't one for repeating himself. In the very next instant, the bat decisively struck the side of Park Hyun's head, and the vice president collapsed, losing consciousness once again. Meanwhile, outside the building, Hyunmin was starting to grow seriously impatient, wondering why Suho was still taking so long inside. Doho agreed, pointing out that Suho had been in there for quite a while now. Yet everything had gone completely silent. At that exact moment, the door suddenly swung open, and Suho stepped out, with the vice president casually slung over his back, as if he weighed absolutely nothing. Yanoa stared at the chaotic scene in utter confusion, asking if Suho had actually hit him. Yanoa. She pointed out that there hadn't been any noise at all. Suho responded calmly, saying that technically speaking, that was exactly what had happened. You see, when you hit someone properly. He then gestured for Doho to take Park Hyun and put him inside the car. Suho told everyone he would explain their future plans later, but first, he asked them to gather together. He handed Yanoa a notebook, explaining that they would now use Park Hyun to carry out some vital internal maneuvering. They were making their move before the situation fully consumed the association. But before that, they needed to clean up the messes Park Hyun had created. The notebook he had just handed over was none other than the vice president's corruption ledger. As the group quickly skimmed through its contents, Yanoa remarked that there weren't just one or two corrupt acts written inside. She then asked if they were going to erase everything. Suho clarified they'd only clear out the corruption that Pai Sung-jail already knew about. Even if Pai Sung-jail eventually uncovered everything written there, it wouldn't matter. They'd use Park Hyun as needed, then toss him aside afterward. Suho then asked if anyone among them harbored a personal grudge against Park Hyun. If so, they could adjust how they dealt with him. After reviewing the notebook and deliberating amongst themselves, the group confirmed that none had any personal business with Park Hyun. Suho nodded, satisfied, and declared it was time to head back. Just as they were about to leave, Ji-won spoke up, observing that the vice president didn't appear to have any serious injuries. Curious, he asked how Suho had gotten him to talk. Suho calmly replied that he'd made Park Hyun swallow a bomb set to explode if he disobeyed his orders. So, naturally, he'd stay obedient for some time. Ji-won was flabbergasted, asking if such an item actually existed. Suho immediately shot that down, stating it was a complete lie. There was no such thing. After subduing Park Hyun, the group finally dispersed and began heading their separate ways. Suho instructed the Banshee team that he and Ji-won would go home, while the rest should drop off Park Hyun and then report back to Nexus. Younghwa nodded without a moment's hesitation, confirming her understanding. Suho then turned to Ji-won and inquired if he had finished analyzing the numbers Suho had provided him earlier. Ji-won replied that he'd already checked them, but found nothing for Pae Sung-jo, Park Hyun, Lee Won-ik, or Lee Moon-ho. To dig any deeper, they'd probably need to trace things all the way back to the messenger app's headquarters. As they settled into their seats inside the car, Suho remarked that meant those numbers weren't saved as contacts. He instructed Ji-won to shift their focus to the numbers they regularly contacted instead. Then he asked how long the task would take. Jaewon estimated it'd be done by tomorrow, but Suho pushed him further, asking if it could be finished today. Starting next week, Suho planned to begin pruning park cumin, and timing was crucial. The very next morning, Jaewon came running in, his loud voice snapping Suho out of his sleep. He excitedly announced he'd found a number used by Paisum Jaeol. Sitting down, Jaewon explained that in Lee Wonek's records, there was one unfamiliar number that appeared repeatedly. There were only call logs, no messages or chat history. After tracing it further, Jaewon confirmed it was Pai Sang-gil's second phone. Even more suspicious, that phone had no other contacts and no call recordings at all. Suho praised him for the good work and casually suggested that if Jaewon hadn't eaten yet, they should grab dinner. Jaewon replied that Hwon would be arriving soon as well, so they could eat together. Suho paused, then asked if today was the day Hwon was coming back. Not long ago, Hwon had finished treatment for drug addiction and had been developing antidotes. After that, he had gone alone on a nationwide trip, finally living out a dream he'd carried for a long time. After some time, Hwon finally arrived and casually greeted them, as if he'd just stepped out for a walk. Suho immediately noticed something off and pointed out that Hwon had gone traveling. Without even carrying a bag, Hwon simply pulled out a card and said that one card was more than enough. He even kissed it dramatically, explaining that he'd made plenty of money from antidotes. He'd lived miserably and painfully for so long that it was finally time to spend it properly. Jaewon looked at him with pure admiration and commented that such a mindset was insane, but, you know, in a good way. Thinking it was something worth learning, Suho instantly shut him down. He warned him not to pick up any strange habits. Soon after they began eating together, Suho remarked that Hwon looked genuinely refreshed after his travels, and then asked which place had left the biggest impression. Hwon immediately replied Busan, mainly because the tteokbokki and kimbap there tasted absolutely amazing. He even claimed the Busan accent somehow made the food taste even better. Suho quickly brushed that off, saying Hwon had just finished his drug treatment, and questioned what kind of high he was still on. Hwon got visibly annoyed, and insisted he was being completely serious, not joking at all. Jaewon then jumped in, exclaiming that now Hwon was finally back, they could finally drag him online for some gaming again. Looking straight at Hwon, Jaewon promised to prepare a death, then quickly corrected himself and said, "An amazing dungeon." Instead, Hwon immediately refused without hesitation. While Jaewon kept pushing Hwon, Suho finally stepped in and said Hwon was needed for something far more important. Suho told him there was actual work he needed to do. When Hwon asked what that was, Suho simply replied that Hwon would be making clothes, and told him to follow him to the second-floor lab. Upstairs, Suho led him into a room absolutely stacked full of boxes and packages. Hwon stared at the towering piles and asked what all of this was even supposed to be. Suho explained that these were all the materials for the single outfit he planned to make. Hwon was utterly stunned and wondered how many outfits could possibly come out of that much material. Suho calmly replied that it was all for a single outfit. As Hwon opened one of the boxes, he found it filled with piles of green slime stones, a truly low-grade material most people wouldn't even take for free. These stones formed when slime monster fragments hardened through magical reactions. Suho then instructed Hwon to fuse all of them into a single mass and weave it into fabric. Hwon could barely believe his ears. Suho, already turning to leave, told him to stay positive, since even fusing materials would grant him experience. He added that he'd go search for the remaining materials in the meantime. Slime stones were the last thing they could buy with their money, so Hwon would need to gather and work diligently if they wanted to finish on time. Hwon asked what the final item was even supposed to be. Suho explained that once Hwon reached a point where no further fusion was possible, the item would be complete. If materials ran short, Suho would simply order more to fill the gap. Left alone in the room, Hwon stood there in total confusion, muttering that Suho really did just say whatever he wanted and walk away. The scene cut to a quiet village on the outskirts of Gyeonggi Province. Deep into the night, the place was dead silent, the kind of silence that felt unnatural, rather than peaceful. Suho stepped out of his car and entered the abandoned building ahead. The moment he crossed the threshold, he activated colorless solitude, letting the world around him fade into isolation. If his memory was right, what he was looking for was definitely here. He expanded his magic detection, and almost immediately, his senses locked onto something strange. A Buddha-like statue stood inside, its surface faintly pulsing with dark, twisted magical energy. Without hesitation, Suho lifted the statue and carried it outside. For a brief moment, he stood facing it in silence, studying it as if it were alive. Then, in one smooth motion, Suho summoned his blood weapon. A bloody sword materialized in his hand, crimson energy crackling violently through the air. He slashed down, the blade tore through the statue diagonally. Red light flashed as the upper half slid cleanly off, and crashed onto the ground with a loud, heavy thud. For a split second, all was still, then a sickening gurgle broke the silence. The fallen statue gave a sudden, unsettling twitch. From deep within the stone, ominous red eyes snapped open. With a malevolent glow, thick black energy poured forth, swiftly wrapping around both broken halves. In the very next instant, the shattered piece lifted and seamlessly fused back together, perfectly, restoring the statue completely, as if it had never been split. Suho stared calmly at the revived statue, and muttered, claiming it had come to exactly the right place. This wasn't just some ordinary cursed item. No, it was a soul shield, a parasitic being, embedded deep inside the artifact itself, designed specifically to trap souls within a terrifying soul prison. But Suho quickly realized something was very, very off. Normally, you see, a soul shield would be completely immobilized inside its prison, utterly unable to act or move. But this one had hijacked a statue, using it as a vessel, scuttling around like a grotesque hermit crab, hiding in a borrowed, stony shell. Tightening his grip on his sword, Suho decided it was high time to drag it out. He activated Steel Slash and brought his blade straight down with devastating force, splitting the statue vertically from top to bottom. The stone shattered instantly upon impact, but instead of perishing, the black energy exploded outward, surging relentlessly toward Suho, swallowing him whole. The system blared a warning. The parasitic spirit was invading his mind right now, attempting to corrupt and utterly destroy it from within. Suho, however, didn't even flinch. The very next moment, he activated his mighty dragon blood. A faint, knowing smirk appeared on his face, as the parasitic spirit itself suddenly sensed something terribly, terribly wrong. The system promptly reported that, due to the dragon armor's powerful draconic effect, mental corruption simply could not progress. What had tried to invade him now screamed in sheer panic, and desperately fled. But before it could fully escape, the draconic energy completely purified it away. The menacing black energy vanished into thin air as the purification process finished. Then, the item's form suddenly changed. A small, skeletal figure materialized right in Suho's hand. The system then informed him that he had successfully obtained the freed soul prison. An A-rank item, originally forged by a necromancer, was designed to seal evil spirits. It had become cursed after taking damage, overloaded with countless trapped souls. But the parasitic spirit lurking inside had now been completely purified. He only needed one more material now. With that final piece, he could craft a perfect partner item, perfectly suited for Kim Guan. Clenching his fist, Suho felt the plan tightening into place. Now it was only a matter of time. After a few days had passed, Hyewon looked like his soul was halfway out of his body. His face was pale, his eyes hollow, and his entire posture screamed utter exhaustion. He staggered over, begging Suho to save him, calling him team leader, and whining that the fusion still wasn't finished. He'd worked nonstop all weekend, genuinely feeling like he was dying. Suho only smiled calmly and said, "People don't die that easily, Hyewon." Hyewon immediately started ranting about his insane workload, but Suho cut in smoothly, telling him to think more positively. He reminded Hyewon that this was still better than the days he'd spent, barely surviving in the Yeongdongpo slums. The moment those words landed, Hyewon froze, staring at Suho in disbelief, and muttered that this was straight-up cheating. Suho didn't deny it, he simply smiled, turned around, and told Hyewon to keep going. Left behind, Hyewon grabbed his hair in pure frustration. As Suho stepped outside, he thought to himself that, No matter how much Hyewon complained, he would finish the job properly in the end. Right then, his phone rang. It was the vice president. He reported that all the money had been returned to the people listed in the notebook, and that everyone involved had been silenced. Suho told him to keep speaking normally, unless they were alone together, since anything else would look suspicious. The vice president agreed. He added that everything had been handled cleanly, and that the draft evasion scandal was framed as if it were exposed through an anonymous tip-off, so the draft dodgers wouldn't dare speak up. Settling into his car, Suho inquired about Director Lee Won-ik and Manager Lee Se-in, the vice president. He replied he would summon them separately later that day and deal with both immediately. Suho acknowledged it, reminding him to also handle his own evaluation case. Then he gave another instruction. He wanted to be transferred to the resources department. As the call ended, Suho's thoughts sharpened. Other departments only held people worth targeting, but the resources department was different. That place held items and skills that truly became flesh and blood, including things not even registered in the official database. Suho knew there were hidden, extremely important items buried deep within those resources, and his next move was simple. He was going to take them. A black-haired officer stepped forward and introduced himself as Kim Suk, an evaluator from the Resource Management Department. He shook Suho's hand and explained he'd brief him on the on-site evaluation. As they headed over, Suho returned the greeting, introducing himself as On Suho, and saying it was nice to meet him. As they walked, Kim Suk-won began explaining the structure of the department. In resource management, equipment items were handled by the equipment team, skill books by the literature team, consumables by the consumables team, and general materials by Special Team 1. Then there was Special Team 2, which was responsible for cursed items, making a total of 5 teams in all. Kim Suk continued by explaining that the on-site evaluation was split into 2 parts. One test covered all teams together, while the other was exclusive to Special Team 2. Listening quietly, Suho thought about how that made sense. Unlike the 4 teams dealing with standard items, Special Team 2 was dangerous in countless ways, yet he wasn't particularly worried at all. Even the cursed items used for evaluations were just for practice. If anything, the first test would be the true headache. That one focused purely on dry logistics, meaning nothing but grueling manual labor. Before long, they arrived right at the warehouse. Kim Suk then explained that this was the external resources warehouse, managed by their department. Inside, workers were bustling, organizing items, moving around with practiced efficiency, and calling out instructions to each other. Kim Suk told Suho that, from here on out, he would need to learn where each team's items were stored, how to locate them quickly, and how to properly sort and store them. This knowledge was part of the written exam, but the field itself was full of wildly unpredictable variables. Suho then asked if he should begin the evaluation immediately, without any prior training. Kim Suk looked at him carefully and remarked that he seemed incredibly confident. Just as Suho calmly confirmed he was, an item suddenly slipped from a high shelf and dropped straight onto a staff member's head. Nearby workers rushed right over, checking on him and shouting for a stretcher. Kim Suk handed Suho a safety helmet and explained that this was precisely the kind of variable he'd mentioned earlier. Due to magical reactions, items could shift, move, or fall at any moment. He asked whether Suho still thought demonstration training was truly unnecessary. Suho calmly put on the helmet and said, "Yes, I should start the evaluation immediately." Clearly taken aback, Kim Suk warned him that falling objects weren't the only possible accidents, and strongly suggested training first. Suho simply brushed it off, thanked him for the concern, and said he was perfectly fine with that. He said he would be on his way, leaving Kim Suk standing there. Kim Suho could only manage a stunned, "Okay." He thought to himself that Suho was utterly fearless. As Suho casually strolled through the massive warehouse, he muttered, "It's been a long time." He remembered back when he'd rotated through the resource management department. He used to do this exact kind of work to build up his physical endurance. Those days were genuinely rough, but compared to jumping straight to the top floors and facing true threats, simple sorting like this felt laughably easy now. Believing the item he was looking for should be close by, he stopped before one of the storage racks. Reaching inside, he pulled out an apple. The system identified it as a stone apple. an apple made entirely of stone. He noted how crude and worthless it appeared. Suho glanced around, casually checking if anyone was watching him. Once he confirmed no one was paying attention, he touched the apple. Instantly, its surface transformed into a vivid red. Suho smirked. To anyone else, it looked like useless junk, forgotten in storage. But when infused with red-grade mana, this item revealed its true value. The resource department simply didn't have anyone skilled enough to notice this, thanks to their lack of talent. This item's hidden option now belonged to him. At that moment, a black snake suddenly emerged from above the stone apple. Suho instantly recognized it as the poison-eating snake. The snake opened its jaws wide and lunged straight for him. Instead of dodging, Suho deliberately let it bite into his neck. The system immediately responded, informing him that the poison-eating snake had seeped into his body, and that the trial of the snake quest had been triggered. Watching the system window, Suho thought he had just obtained the cornerstone of the poison dragon path. In his previous life, among all monsters specializing in poison, the strongest were always the poison dragons, the poison demon and the poison king. They wielded overwhelming toxicity and nearly unmatched resistance to poison. Back then, Suho had eventually gained complete poison immunity by consuming the Venom Lord's heart. But that was something only obtainable in the later stages. This time, he needed to start preparing early and steadily raise his poison resistance. Only then could he properly deal with the damned poison witch who had betrayed him, Suzuki Endo. Among her countless spells, poison magic was her specialty. He didn't care about anyone else, but against her, he would answer poison with poison. In Suho's mind, there was no greater humiliation than being crushed in your own field of expertise. Inside his office, Kim Suk leaned back casually in his chair, lazily thinking about Suho. In his mind, it was only a matter of time before Suho started complaining, saying he couldn't take it anymore. No matter how strong someone was in theory, practice was a completely different beast. That was exactly why the warehouse had earned the nickname, the Labyrinth. Right at that moment, Suho walked in and calmly announced that he had brought all the items listed in the evaluation. Kim Suk, still half lost in his own assumptions, reminded him that he had clearly told him to undergo training first. Then, his eyes shifted to the boxes Suho was carrying. He froze, blinking in disbelief, and asked what Suho had just said. Suho repeated himself, stating plainly that he had brought everything written on the list, and asked him to check. Kim Suk immediately broke into a sweat as he scanned the list he had personally handed over earlier. This was insane. He had intentionally mixed in items with confusing names, obscure codes, and misleading color classifications, and yet every single one of them was there. Still, he told himself it wasn't over yet. Suho still had a sorting task to finish. A short while later, Suho had expertly sorted through everything. From the first section to the third, he did it flawlessly, without a single mistake. As Kim Suk watched, he felt his preconceived notions unravel. He had always believed that combat talent and administrative work were completely separate domains. Yet here stood someone who excelled at both. A truly well-rounded genius actually existed. Unable to contain his shock, he admitted, "That was truly amazing." Suho casually brushed it off, saying it was nothing special. Kim Suk shook his head and explained that this wasn't just departmental pride talking. Objectively speaking, the resource department was undeniably the hardest among all departments, and its trainees consistently received the lowest on-site evaluation scores. Here, Suho thought back to his past life. The only reason it seemed easy now was because this was his second life. During his first go-around, this place had been absolute hell as well. More importantly, since no one had mentioned the stone apple, it meant no one had noticed it. Even if someone had, they probably dismissed it as junk. Reacting to the mana, Suho then asked if they would proceed straight to the special Team 2 test. Kim Suk explained that they had originally expected the first test to last until today or tomorrow, so the schedule for the next phase was already set. When Suho asked what he should do next, Kim Suk replied that they wouldn't know the exact schedule until at least tomorrow afternoon, and told him to head home for the day. Suho smiled, genuinely relieved. He remarked that it worked out perfectly, since he had something else to take care of anyway. Back at home, Suho stood in front of several glass containers, filled with a mysterious green liquid that looked unmistakably like poison. He then turned his attention to the system window. He decided it was finally time to begin. The window displayed the trial of the snake. A challenging quest indeed. One only the poison-eating snakes chosen could undertake. Inside Suho's body, for instance, rested the very egg of the poison-eating snake. And to hatch this peculiar egg, he needed to continuously supply it with poison by drinking it himself. If the poison supply was delayed for more than 10 minutes, the entire trial would reset. If that delay happened 3 times or more, the quest would fail entirely. And even worse, the egg would simply disappear. Even worse, if detoxification occurred at any point, the egg would vanish instantly. Looking at those daunting conditions, Suho thought the quest itself sounded deceptively simple, but actually fulfilling it was anything but. Supplying poison by drinking it? That was far, far easier said than done. He closed his eyes, took a long, shaky breath, then opened the lid of one of the bottles, holding it grimly above his face. He stared into the bubbling, reacting liquid inside. Even the lowest grade poison made his teeth chatter uncontrollably. Memories surfaced of the times he had been poisoned before. That deeply unpleasant sensation, still vivid in his mind. Even so, he steeled himself, gritting through the pain. He began drinking. A few seconds later, he finished the entire bottle in one agonizing gulp. His face turned pale, sweat breaking out across his skin. Clearly, he was hating every single second of it. The system message appeared immediately, informing Suho that he had entered a low-grade poisoning state. Hours passed, and Suho was still emptying bottle after bottle of potent poison. His movements had slowed, his breathing uneven, his entire body looking utterly drained. He thought to himself that the inside of his body was starting to sting, little by little. But for now, it was still bearable. Then, something changed. From deep inside his body, the egg suddenly began absorbing the poison he had just consumed. Suho placed a hand over his chest, right around his solar plexus, and frowned slightly, as he felt something wriggling within him. So you're here after all, he thought. Right then, a system notification flashed, informing him that his low-grade poisoning state had been instantly removed. His body felt utterly normal once more, and the agony from the poison he'd swallowed earlier vanished into thin air. Suho immediately grasped what was happening. It was the egg, inside his body, directly absorbing the poison. Staring at the remaining boxes of poison bottles, he finally understood why the quest had used the word supply. A slow grin formed on his face. Good, then I'll supply it properly. With that, he started chugging another batch. He chugged the bottles, desperately, emptying one after another without a pause. Dozens went down. Eventually, he stopped, exhaling sharply. As expected, there was a limit to how much effect poisons of the same level could have. Now that he'd built up some resistance, he needed something stronger. His gaze dropped to the bottle clutched in his hand. This was a stronger poison than anything he'd taken. So far, the moment he drank it, Suho felt like he was going to die. Before the egg ever hatched. It's painful, but he had no choice if he wanted to hatch it. Time blurred as hours slipped by and night fell. Suho was now kneeling in the dark room, surrounded by scattered empty poison bottles. His body trembled uncontrollably. And suddenly, blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. The system notification appeared, informing him that he had entered a top-grade poisoning state. His breathing turned ragged. As his hands shook and clenched into fists, he had to endure. It wasn't over yet. The egg, it was shaking a little more, gritting his teeth. He grabbed his own shoulder, hard enough to leave marks. And activated his healing skill. Thinking he needed at least some healing. But the pain was far beyond what his body could handle. Poison kept tearing him apart from the inside. And at the same time, his healing skills kept barely, only to be stitched back together. He'd take damage and heal, again and again. He had to endure no matter what. Then, all at once, the egg cracked. A surge of pain, even worse than before, slammed into him. And in the next instant, the egg finally broke. The system chimed that the top-grade poisoning state had been removed. Suho collapsed forward, gasping for breath. Slowly, he lifted his trembling hands and saw a tiny snake hatchling, coiled gently in his palms. More system messages flooded in, announcing that the poison-eating snake egg had hatched successfully. The quest was completed, and the poison-eating snake recognized him as its master and coiled itself around him. It congratulated him on acquiring the poison-eating Snake, ranked S+, and granted him 5 bonus points for achieving a great accomplishment. Suho stared at the little snake, half laughing, half exhausted. With a weak smirk, he muttered, jokingly, that he had almost died because of that little bastard. Suho looked down at the small snake, resting in his palms, thinking that even the poison dragon must have started out this tiny. It felt closer to the manifestation of a skill than a true summon, but since its evolution path changed, based on the type of poison it consumed, calling it a summon wasn't exactly wrong either. He gently wiggled the snake's head with his thumb, silently counting on it, and the little creature happily bowed back, as if it understood. His gaze shifted to the few remaining poison bottles scattered nearby. He had already consumed almost all of them. If the egg had needed that much just to hatch, he couldn't even imagine how much this thing would devour later. For now, though, he decided to feed it the rest. The snake perked up the moment it saw its food, opening its mouth, eagerly chugging down the entire poison bottle all on its own. The system then notified him that the poison dragon was incredibly satisfied with its meal. Suho couldn't help but smirk, realizing the snake clearly knew how to pick out the expensive stuff. Raising it was definitely going to cost a ridiculous amount, and costly materials would still be needed. But since he had money to spare now, it didn't really matter all that much. The whole process felt similar to how blood jade worked. He could only use as much as the snake digested and converted, and while it could digest all types of poison, the time required varied greatly depending on their strength. After it finished, Suho ordered his new pet to go back, and the snake instantly vanished back into his body. He thought to himself, he would have to raise it diligently before he met Suzuki again. His attention then shifted to his surroundings. The room was a complete disaster. Bloodstains were everywhere, and empty bottles lay scattered across the floor. He glanced at the clock and froze. He had started the quest before 6 p.m. the previous day. Just how many hours had he been locked in this room? At least, Kim Suk had said it was fine if he came in late. When Suho stepped out, Hee-won nearly dropped his cup, spitting out the coffee he had just taken a sip of. He stared in shock at Suho's bloodied clothes and his utterly ragged condition. Suho casually greeted him with a simple, "Good morning." Hee-won, trembling slightly, asked why he looked like that. Suho glanced at his own hand and just brushed it off, saying he had just been doing something. Hee-won's face went pale as another thought hit him. He nervously asked if there had been someone else in the room with him. Something not human anymore, maybe even a monster. Suho explained that he ended up like this because he was clearing a quest. Then, just as casually, he changed the topic and asked why Hee-won. He still hadn't reported on the task he'd been given, saying it was taking longer than he'd expected. Hee-won immediately snapped back, insisting he wasn't slacking at all, except for eating, sleeping, and going to poop. He had been doing nothing but non-stop synthesis. He even questioned whether the work had an actual end. Suho, completely unfazed, told him he was still far from done, waved at him, and told him to work a bit harder. Left behind, Hee-won could only scream internally in despair, crushed once again under his never-ending workload. Sometime later, the scene shifted back to the Hunter Association, where Kim Suk guided Suho toward his second test. Just as planned earlier, he explained that the second test would take place in the special warehouse. Suho asked if it was called the special warehouse because it only stored cursed items. Kim Suk confirmed that was correct, and added that the theme of the second test was purification and destruction. He continued, explaining that Suho had already learned this. In theory, items classified as cursed items were usually handled in 3 ways: purification, destruction, and sealing. Sealing simply meant locking away cursed items with no known solution into storage, while purification and destruction were the main practical methods. Suho thought to himself that in reality, destruction was chosen most of the time. Purification conditions were hard to discover, and sealing everything wasted too much space. In a way, the place where the most item destruction happened nationwide is right here, in Special Team 2 of the Korean Hunter Association's Resource Management Department. Soon they reached the test area. Suho already had a feeling he would find a certain weird individual here. He was greeted by the team leader of Special Team 2, who introduced himself cheerfully as Jo Jon-hyuk. While exchanging greetings, something behind the glass caught Suho's attention. He spotted that familiar odd figure, the man-crushing scholar known as Grinder Kong Soo-gi. a nickname earned because he ground every item. Without exception, Suho thought about how, all thanks to him, and all his relentless grinding in his past life, he'd even acquired items like the first muumuu. Strangely enough, his past life's trolling was now actually coming in handy. Team leader Joe informed Suho that they would move directly into the second test. He then explained without delay that they'd kick things off with a purification evaluation and told Suho to put on his protective gear before entering. Heeding his instructions, Suho changed into the protective equipment. Once inside the room, the team leader then placed a box before him, and Suho silently hoped that the test subject would be something he recognized. Within the test chamber, Suho stared down at his assigned test subject. From outside, over the microphone, team leader Joe announced that, from this point on, Suho would perform the purification using the tools laid out before him. He had 2 hours, and 21 types of purification tools were provided. Suho thought that the known purification methods were easy, but what if he applied an undisclosed purification formula? Instead, he could use it as an excuse to approach Kong Suji. Later, his test subject turned out to be a small, red-colored fruit called the hamu fruit, harvested from a hamu tree. Suho considered his options carefully. Revealing its true purification method right now could cause quite a stir, but in the end, it didn't really matter. What mattered was sticking to his schedule. Outside, Kim Suk checked the documents and explained that the hamu fruit came from a demonic tree. When it received a strong impact, the poisonous spores inside it would spread, creating something like a toxic mist. Team leader Joe added that the purification method was simple. It just needed to be burned with a monotorch, and it was safe as long as it wasn't thrown. But while they were busy taking it all in, Suho had already picked up the fruit in his hand, and he decided to throw it. The very moment they understood what he was about to do, both supervisors' jaws dropped to the floor. They shouted in panic, desperately telling him not to throw it. But alas, it was already far too late. Suho had already made his decisive move. Suho hurled the fruit with every ounce of his strength. The instant it violently struck the ground, a deafening crash reverberated through the test room. The fruit slammed into the floor with a powerful impact, sending fragments scattering outward. And yet, bizarrely, not even a single speck of dust rose into the air. Outside the room, everyone froze solid in shock. Without any obscuring dust cloud, Suho's movements were perfectly visible through the glass, along with the fruit, still firmly embedded in the floor. For one brief, stunned moment, the entire area was plunged into stunned silence. Then, team leader Joe abruptly snapped out of his daze, grabbing the microphone and roaring in absolute anger, demanding to know what Suho thought he was possibly doing. His extreme reaction was more than justified. This special warehouse was truly one of the most secure facilities in the entire association, rivaling even research labs and construction sites in its sheer strictness. Yet Suho remained completely and utterly unfazed. He calmly picked the fruit up from the floor and calmly stated that it had already been purified. His words made absolutely no sense to those listening, and confusion instantly spread like wildfire. When questioned for further explanation, Suho simply offered to demonstrate the proof. He held the fruit out with a bright, almost impossibly innocent smile, his expression so clean, so utterly devoid of malice, that it left everyone watching utterly dumbfounded. Jo Jun-hyuk was the first to properly react. The very instant he checked the updated item description, his eyes widened in utter disbelief. The fruit's ominous curse had completely vanished. Every single cursed option had been utterly removed. It was now completely safe to handle, safe even when subjected to physical impact, and could now be consumed without any danger. Suho then calmly added that it also possessed a minor recovery effect. Recovery. That single word sent a jolt of shock through team leader Joe. Suho then explained that, among the 20 unpurification tools provided, one particular item was the shock hammer, a device designed to purify cursed items, using controlled impact force. What Suho had done was simply apply a force far greater than the shock hammer could ever generate. He then went on to explain that the hamu fruit's hidden recovery option could only be unlocked if the user's strength stat exceeded red grade. Anything below that threshold would fail entirely. The realization hit them like a bombshell. Joe immediately began shouting orders, telling the staff to write everything down and meticulously record the results. He demanded the entire team be gathered at once. If this discovery held up under verification, it would send shockwaves through the academic and research communities nationwide. The warehouse buzzed with frantic movement. Even Kim Suk-hoon stood there in utter disbelief. He had already known Suho was extraordinary after the very first test, but this went far beyond his expectations, especially in a purification assessment. Approaching Suho cheerfully, he asked Suho if he truly grasped what he had just accomplished. This wasn't just a good score. This was the discovery of an entirely new purification method. The 20-second method recognized globally, one that the entire world would soon adopt. Suho, however, only responded casually, asking whether this meant his score was safe, or if he was at risk of failing for not using the standard methods. Kim immediately dismissed the concern, assuring him that as long as he was in charge, Suho would receive full marks, no question. As they left the testing room, Kim Suk casually asked how Suho had learned a purification method like that. Suho answered without hesitation, calmly lying that he discovered it by chance inside a sealed gate at the time. He hadn't even known purification formulas existed, and if it weren't for the level 5 special recruitment course, he wouldn't have realized there were already 21 recognized methods. Kim Sok burst out laughing, remarking that people destined to succeed always found a way no matter what. Suho brushed it off modestly, insisting it was nothing special. Kim Sok then gave Suho a firm thumbs up, flashing a satisfied grin. As he told him Suho had passed the second test outright, he declared he would personally take responsibility and award him full marks, making it clear Suho had nothing to worry about. Suho thanked him, and as Kim Sok walked off, he muttered that at this rate, the schedule would need adjusting again. Left momentarily alone, Suho's gaze swept across the bustling special warehouse. Before settling on a familiar figure, he approached him naturally and offered a greeting. The person he addressed was none other than Kang Suk-gi, the future mad-crushing scholar, also known as Grinder King. Officially, he wasn't just a team member, but the deputy team leader of Special Team 2. Kang Suk-gi responded with an awkward, stiff smile, clearly uncomfortable with small talk. Suho casually asked if he was working on purification. Kang Suk-gi answered briefly, offering nothing more than short, clipped replies. Only now did Suho truly realize just how peculiar he was. In his previous life, Suho hadn't noticed it, but Kang Suk-gi showed absolutely no curiosity at all, not even toward the groundbreaking purification method Suho had revealed earlier. Instead, he simply turned back to his work, acting as though Suho didn't exist. At that moment, Jo Jon-hyuk passed by and called Suho over. Seeing Suho standing near Kang Suk-gi, Jo gently guided him a short distance away and spoke cautiously. He told Suho he had worked hard today and could head home if he had nothing else scheduled. Suho thanked him but asked if it would be alright to stay a little longer to look around the special warehouse. Jo considered it briefly, then agreed, warning him to be careful around the deputy team leader he had been talking to. Jo explained that Kang Sol-gi was quite the eccentric character, always preferring to work in solitude, a polite way of saying he wasn't exactly a people person. Normally, such a warning would deter most people, but Suho desperately needed an opening. He casually mentioned it was a shame that one of the items Kang Sol-gi was working on looked oddly familiar to him. He thought he'd seen something similar inside a sealed gate once before. The mention of a sealed gate instantly snagged Jo Jon-hyuk's interest, especially when Suho added that he couldn't quite recall all the specific details. Jo, ever the professional, insisted. They talked to the deputy team leader right away, claiming purification work made it an absolute matter of duty. Despite Suho's feigned hesitation, Jo confidently strode up to Kang Sol-gi and declared he was counting on him. Kang Sol-gi responded curtly, agreeing without an ounce of enthusiasm. Once the awkward arrangement was made, Kang Sol-gi silently returned to his work. Suho stood nearby, observing him quietly. The atmosphere between them remained heavy, thick with unspoken words. Kang Sol-gi methodically processed the cursed items, one after another, purifying what he could, and discarding the rest into the designated destruction bin. His movements were precise, efficient, and almost mechanical in their execution. Then Suho spoke, calmly pointing out that Kang's Solji had missed a crucial step in the purification process. Kang's Solji paused, stared intently at the item, then nodded in acknowledgement, and thanked him. Suho simply smiled and continued his quiet observation. From that point on, Suho's persistent presence clearly began to bother Kang Solji. Though he said nothing, he continued his work. Before long, Suho pointed out another skip step, then another, and then yet another. Each time, Kang Solji silently corrected himself. After a while, Suho spoke again, suggesting they take a break and grab some coffee. Kang Solji immediately declined, stating he didn't like coffee. Suho replied that was perfectly fine, and simply asked him to listen for a moment. Then, Suho casually dropped the question. Had Kang Solji been stealing items like this? The truth finally dawned on him. Kang Sugi's carefully built composure shattered. His eyes widened in shock. His heart hammered wildly in his chest. He stammered, demanding to know what Suho was talking about. Suho stepped closer, his tone calm yet cutting. He revealed he knew Kang Sugi had deliberately been tossing perfectly usable items into the destruction bin, only to smuggle them out later. He warned that if this continued, he would expose every secret Kang Sugi was keeping, including the truth hidden within his own stomach. Kang Sugi froze solid. The accusation of item theft was one thing, but the mention of his stomach struck a far deeper chord. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he swallowed hard. Unable to respond, Suho leaned in slightly, his smile never fading, and addressed him again as deputy team leader. Then, in that same unsettlingly calm tone, Suho suggested they grab that coffee after all. In the backyard, Suho led Kang Solji to a quiet corner he often used with young Chunmin. After a few sips of coffee, Suho finally broke the silence, addressing him as deputy team leader. Kang Solji answered stiffly, clearly on edge. Suho asked when it had started, and when Kang Solji tried to deflect, Suho clarified he was talking about the thing embedded in his stomach. Kang Solji froze instantly. His eyes widened, his lips pressing together so tightly they nearly trembled. This was supposed to be a secret only he knew. After a long, suffocating silence, his voice finally came out shaky, asking how Suho had found out. Suho didn't bother answering directly, and he said what mattered wasn't how he knew, but the thing lodged inside Kang Solji's body. He asked to see it. Kang Solji hesitated, then slowly untucked his shirt and began unbuttoning it. Halfway down, a faint mechanical sound leaked out, a low, grinding noise that clearly didn't belong in a human body. When the armor covering his abdomen was fully removed, two interlocking shredders were revealed, spinning quietly where flesh should have been. Suho observed it calmly, noting that it still looked tame. Compared to its later, monstrous form, the device was no mystery to him. It was the Mega Crusher, a cursed item from the high-technology series, an advanced artifact, originating from another civilization entirely. Among cursed items, it was infamous as a parasitic device. In simple terms, Kang Solji was its host. Suho named it outright, asking if the thing in his stomach was the Mega Crusher. Kang Solji reacted sharply, demanding to know how Suho could possibly know that. Suho brushed it off as a trade secret, then went straight to the point. He said Kang Solji had been stealing items to satisfy its insatiable demands, because he couldn't keep up with what the Mega Crusher required. Kang Solji bit his lip, then slowly nodded, admitting it was true. Suho acknowledged how hard that must have been, and told him to cover it back up. As Kang Solji did, Suho watched silently, understanding the weight of the burden he had been carrying for so long. Kang Solji hadn't always been like this. His withdrawal and isolation began the moment the Mega Crusher entered his life. Years ago, during a solo night shift at Special Team 2's warehouse, the sealed cursed item had ambushed him. From that night on, he became its host. At first, he considered reporting the incident. Surely, someone could help, right? But the grotesque device embedded inside him made him hesitate. There were no known cases like his, not even internationally. What if reporting it meant being sealed away, just like the item itself? The Mega Crusher was classified as a cursed item that could neither be purified nor destroyed. That was why it had been sealed in the first place. Kang Solji feared that revealing the truth would only lead to the same fate for him. Unable to trust anyone, he kept the secret and deliberately distanced himself from others. He didn't quit his job because only here could he access the items needed to keep the Mega Crusher satisfied. It was a desperate choice, made purely for survival. Despite all their efforts, the Mega Crusher's existence would eventually be exposed. Years later, after Kang Sol Gi rose to the position of team leader, the cursed device would drive him to shred every single artifact stored in the special warehouse. It wasn't just dangerous, though it appeared dormant now. It would grow increasingly demanding, consuming more and more items, and steadily eroding its host's sanity, until madness completely took over. That was why, in the future, Kang Sol Gi would be known as the Mad Crushing Scholar. Breaking the heavy silence, Suho spoke again, addressing him once more as deputy team leader. Suho then asked the question that truly mattered. He asked whether Kang Sol Gi wanted to get rid of the Mega Crusher. Kang Sol Gi's eyes widened so violently, it looked as if they might burst from their sockets. Not only did Suho know about the Mega Crusher, but he was also claiming he knew how to remove it. Shock shattered what little composure Kang Sol Gi had left, and pure desperation rushed out of him all at once. He pleaded frantically, saying yes, begging Suho to help, promising he would do anything if it meant being freed from the cursed device. Suho responded with a calm smile, telling him not to worry, because he would take care of it. Then, he raised a single finger, and added that there was one item he would need in order to make it happen. At the mention of an item, Kang Sol Gi's expression shifted, caution mixing with hope. Suho clarified that it wasn't anything complicated, just something simple and easy to acquire. He asked whether Kang Sol Gi knew of an item called the third-person controller's viewer. The name meant nothing to him, and he repeated it in utter confusion. Suho explained that it was stored in the resource warehouse and was currently classified as junk. With that item, he said, removing the Mega Crusher from Kang Sol Gi's body would be possible. Kang Sol Gi hesitated. A flicker of conflict crossed his face. If the item was already in the resource warehouse, pulling it out wouldn't be easy. It could easily snowball into a major problem. Suho agreed that, under normal circumstances, it would indeed be difficult. But now, they had a brilliant way around that obstacle. When Kang Suk Gi asked what he meant, Suho reminded him that he had just introduced the 20-second purification method. That alone meant the resource division would be forced to re-examine every single item in their inventory. There was no telling what hidden options might surface. Once the new method was applied, the logic was airtight. With a breakthrough like that, a full reinspection was absolutely inevitable. A sharp mind like Kang Suk Gi's immediately grasped the incredible opportunity hidden within those very words. Suho asked if he thought he could manage it. Kang Suk Gi didn't hesitate this time. He said he would find a way to make it happen, then quickly corrected himself, insisting he would absolutely make it happen. And with that, the matter of the third-person controller's viewer was essentially settled. Suho handed over his personal contact information and told him to reach out the moment he secured the item. The next day, team leader Young Chulman came to meet Suho, greeting him with clear excitement, as he mentioned hearing that the resource department had already approved another case for him. Suho brushed it off with a light laugh, saying that was simply how things turned out. Chulman shook his head in admiration, remarking that, as expected, Suho truly was the best. He then explained that upper management had wasted no time arranging Suho's next step for his evaluation. Suho would immediately begin training at the gate department. Orders moving this quickly were practically unheard of, and Chulman couldn't hide his amazement. Inwardly, Suho thought about Park Human and how he had pressured him to speed up the process. It seemed that, repeatedly nagging the vice president over the phone, had paid off. As they headed toward the gate department, Chulman explained that he'd be in charge of the training there as well, just like before. The written test would be followed immediately by 2 on-site evaluations, protection, and management. Everything had already been prepared, so Suho could jump straight into the field assessment. Without delay, once inside the department, Chulman greeted the director. The man standing before them was Go Sung-rak, director of the gate department. He welcomed Suho warmly and introduced himself. The moment Suho saw him, recognition flashed through his mind. Go Sung-rak belonged to P. Seojong's faction, and was known as one of the key figures behind the infamous gate shock incident. He was even among those who had proposed the redevelopment gate. Director Go let out a hearty laugh, saying he'd heard plenty about Suho. He mentioned the impressive contributions he had made across multiple departments. Studying him carefully, Go admitted he had high expectations and wondered aloud what kind of incident Suho might cause. In the gate department, Suho simply smiled, thinking an incident? Sounds good. They shook hands, and Suho replied lightly that he would be sure to live up to those expectations. But behind that polite smile, a thought settled firmly in his mind. When it happened, the incident would be far bigger than anyone imagined. Sometime later, Chulman confirmed Suho's written test results, unable to hide his admiration, as he announced that Suho had scored a perfect mark on the gate department's written exam. He called it truly impressive. As they rose from their chairs, Chulman added with visible excitement that if Suho managed another perfect score in the special division exam, he was about to become the first perfect scorer in the history of the Korean Hunter Association. Suho calmly replied that such a record would be an absolute honor. Then he asked if they could move straight to the field evaluation. Chulman confirmed it immediately. For reference, he explained he was the management team leader, meaning he'd personally evaluate Suho this time. He then asked if Suho knew which teams operated under the management department. Suho answered without hesitation. There was the management team, responsible for handling normal gates, the trade team, which negotiated and sold gate rights to the private sector, and finally, the sealing team, tasked exclusively with managing sealed gates. Hearing that, Chulman gave him an approving nod, remarking that, as expected, Suho knew his stuff well. He then clarified that today's evaluation would focus specifically on managing a normal gate. As they walked down the corridor, Chulman casually asked if there was a particular gate Suho wanted to visit. Suho responded by asking if anywhere was possible. The moment those words left his mouth, Chulman sensed something unusual. It sounded less like a question, and more like a confirmation. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he remarked that it seemed Suho already had a specific gate in mind. Then Chulman asked the question that suddenly mattered a lot more than it should have. It wasn't a sealed gate, right? Suho only let out an awkward laugh in response. That was enough. The realization hit Chulman instantly, and sweat began to form on his brow. Sometime later, the scene shifts to Gangwon Province. Suho and Chulman arrived at the gate Suho had personally requested. The enormous, sealed gate stood quietly against the vast landscape. As they stepped out of the car, Suho thanked Chulman for allowing the visit, but Chulman dismissed it casually, saying that if it was Suho asking, there was no reason to refuse. Chulman then greeted the officer on duty, introducing himself and reminding the officer that he was the one who'd called earlier. The officer then welcomed them politely, and soon after, the two stood directly before the towering structure. Chulman explained that the internal checks were already complete, but as it was still a sealed gate, they needed to remain cautious. He instructed Suho to conduct the evaluation quickly and return without any unnecessary risk before signaling their entry on his tablet. The moment Suho stepped through the gate, the familiar sensation washed over him. The system quietly processed the environment, identifying its name, the Valley of Iron, with an entry restriction for anyone below level 99, and a maximum capacity of 40 people. As Suho looked around, recognition settled in. Everything was exactly as it had been in his previous life. Standing beside him, Chulman asked if he was satisfied. Suho let out a small laugh and admitted that, thanks to him, he had finally been able to return to this place. Without wasting time, they decided to begin the field evaluation. A short while later, Chulman completed Suho's field evaluation, his eyes moving steadily across the tablet. As he reviewed each result, he announced that the external management method had passed, followed by the square check method, and finally confirmed that Suho had cleared the internal inspection as well. Lowering the tablet, Chulman let out a quiet sigh, one filled more with amazement than exhaustion. He remarked that it was exactly what he'd expected from Suho, yet it still didn't make sense. This was supposed to be Suho's first time on site, so how was he performing at a level that even seasoned personnel struggled to reach? Suho answered calmly, without a hint of pride, saying he had simply followed the theory book, exactly as it was written. Amused, Chulman pulled a thermos from his inventory. He then poured the cold coffee into a cup, joking that Suho reminded him of a certain straight-laced top student who relied solely on textbooks for survival. Curious, Suho asked about the thermos. Chulman, offering him a cold coffee, explained he'd simply brought the coffee for fun. Suho accepted the cup, and soon the two sat together on the grass, quietly taking in the breathtaking scenery. The view stretched out endlessly, untouched by the chaotic crowds of the outside world. Chulman remarked that these gates often revealed sights no bustling city could ever offer, which was why he preferred the management division above all other departments. When Suho asked if that was still true, despite the notoriously demanding work, Chulman smiled awkwardly and admitted that every department believed theirs was the hardest. Still, as he gazed up at the sky with bright eyes, he said this place simply suited him best. Suho immediately recognized the tone. It was the classic line Chulman used to lure unsuspecting rookies into the management division. A romantic pitch. That just happened to be Chulman's specialty. As Suho quietly sipped his coffee, he suddenly spoke up, addressing Chulman in a calm voice. He said he wanted to join the Gate division. For a moment, Chulman thought he had misheard. His eyes widened as utter confusion washed over him. The statement had come completely out of nowhere. Yet Suho continued, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He explained that he was fully aware of the rumors surrounding him, that he was some kind of prodigy, being groomed by the special division, practically treated like royalty. Even Deputy Director Pae Young-yeol had been spreading that narrative. But the truth, Suho admitted, was that he wanted to work in the Gate division, far more than in the special division. He added that Chulman had been the first person he met after joining the association, and maybe that was exactly why the Gate division felt more appealing. As he finished speaking, Suho gave an awkward, almost shy smile. That look made Chulman's heart plummet. Suho was openly pouring out his heartfelt desire, yet Chulman knew he realistically couldn't do a thing to grant it. A bitter taste crept into his mouth. For a fleeting, dizzying second, an absurdly dramatic thought flashed through his mind. Was this what Romeo and Juliet must have felt? After a long, heavy pause, Chulman resolved that if nothing else, he could at least offer a few comforting words, so the disappointment wouldn't cut quite as deep. But before he could even utter a sound, Suho called out to him again, and asked if there were a way, somehow, for him to enter the Gate department instead of the special division. Chulman would help? Chulman's eyes widened even further. What in the world was Suho planning now? The seriousness in Suho's gaze made one thing crystal clear. This was no joke. In the long run, he knew, joining the special division might be the correct move. But right now, at this very moment, the Gate department offered far more opportunities. If he went straight into the special division, he would likely spend his days chasing people, rather than gaining the kind of growth he truly sought. After a heavy, drawn-out silence, Chulman asked if he truly, honestly meant it. Suho answered immediately, without a beat, saying he wasn't in a position to joke about something so crucial. Chulman exhaled slowly, a long sigh escaping him, and admitted that no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't yet see how he could possibly help. But he asked Suho to explain his plan first. Suho agreed, saying the idea was actually quite simple. Director Bae Sung-yeol was already making his intentions public, ensuring everyone knew perfectly well. He planned to bring Suho into the special division the moment training ended. Chulman had noticed it too, of course. After all, they had witnessed it together. Chulman couldn't deny that with years of public service behind him, he was more than capable of reading such signals. Suho continued, his voice steady, saying that if Director Bae had the authority to appoint personnel however he wished, then the answer hit him. It was obvious. They'd have to counter him with someone wielding even greater authority. Chulman frowned, mulling it over. Officially, only 2 people in the entire association outranked a director. Slowly, a startling possibility formed in his mind, and he cautiously asked if Suho was referring to the vice president. Suho crushed his empty coffee cup in his grasp, a sharp smile spreading across his lips. As he shook his head, not the vice president. He was thinking of the association's biggest dog, the president himself. Suho calmly explained that the association president was preparing to ascend to an even higher position, which which meant he likely had little interest in petty internal faction conflicts. But if those internal issues threatened his promotion, things would drastically change. Chulman rested his chin on his hands, pondering deeply before answering that the president would likely step in to resolve the matter personally. Suho nodded. Precisely. That was why he intended to leverage the president. Through media play, he suggested a sensational headline, something dramatic enough to ignite public curiosity. The Korean Hunter Associations, Royal Talent, and the Special Division. The mere idea made Chulman profoundly uneasy. Watching the scenery ahead, Suho continued, saying that if a royal talent truly existed, and the standard path for such a figure was assignment to the Special Division, the outside world would erupt with utter chaos. Chulman let out a long sigh, agreeing that it wouldn't just be mere noise. Sensational articles would absolutely flood the media every single day. Suho went on to explain that if, at that exact moment, he were assigned to the Gate Department instead of the Special Division, the controversy would vanish almost instantly, buried under a completely different narrative. Chulman admitted that it sounded ideal, but there was no guarantee the reassignment would truly land Suho in the Gate Department. That was precisely why Suho needed his help. Chulman paused, completely taken aback, and then asked what he meant. Suho laid out that once controversy erupted, any department, except the Special Division, would have to take him in. However, the Management Division and the Awakening Division were both aligned with the Vice Chairman's faction, making them highly unlikely choices. That left only the Resource Department and, of course, the Gate Department. And he had absolutely no intention of going to the Resource Department. Chulman jokingly asked, why not? But the answer was painfully obvious. After his recent achievements, Suho would be pushed relentlessly for research results there, and likely die from sheer overwork. The Gate Department, on the other hand, belonged to Director Pai's faction. Since Suho and Chulman already knew each other, they would probably station him there temporarily, with clear plans to reclaim him later. Still, Suho stated plainly that no matter what happened, he wanted to work with Chulman. Chulman chuckled, remarking that Suho had been appealing to him for a while now. He then asked, are you truly serious? Suho answered without a moment's hesitation. He didn't have anyone else in the association he felt genuinely close to. He knew his bond with Chulman wasn't what it had been before his regression. If he wanted that trust again, he needed to join the Gate Department and rebuild it. Quickly trying to lighten the mood, Chulman pointed out that everyone liked Suho, even reminding him he had a fan club. Suho brushed it off, saying, being liked and being close are completely different things. The attention only made him uncomfortable. Besides, his ultimate goal was to end the gates themselves. If he worked in the Gate Department, he could access them faster than anyone else, making it the most efficient path toward that objective. Chulman studied him for a moment. Before letting out a small laugh, he agreed to help as much as possible, but cautioned that he couldn't guarantee a thing. The title of team leader sounded impressive, but it carried far less authority than people imagined. Suho simply laughed, declaring he trusted him anyway. Scratching his head, Chulman muttered that he wasn't anyone special, telling Suho not to place too much faith in him. But Suho only laughed again, repeating that he would trust him. Just then, Chulman pulled a cigar from his pocket and announced he was going to smoke one. As he raised it to his lips, Suho casually added that, aside from the Gate Department's usual romance strategy, choosing this place had been entirely my own decision. The comment startled Chulman, who quickly asked where Suho had heard about that. Suho replied that people had warned him not to fall for the scenery and sweet lines during the Gate Department exam. Clicking his tongue in regret, Chulman muttered that if he had known, he would have just taken Suho to a gate near Seoul. Instead, Suho rose to his feet, stretching slightly before admitting that he had genuinely wanted to come to the Valley of Iron. Explaining, he said there was a rumor that if one killed the monster lion there, something incredible would drop. Chulman narrowed his eyes and asked where he had picked up such a rumor. Suho simply laughed brightly and answered that he had read it on the internet. The Valley of Iron had once been a public gate, freely accessible to hunters, much like the famed Tower of Challenge. But everything changed with the sudden appearance of the monster lion. Recognizing the threat almost immediately, the association sealed the gate without hesitation. For a gate to remain public, several conditions had to be met. Entry needed to stay possible. Monsters had to spawn continuously, and even if every creature inside was killed, the gate itself could not be cleared. The monster lion shattered all of those expectations. Not only had it appeared inside a gate, you're restricted to level 99 or below, but the creature itself had already soared past level 100. Despite being classified as just a one-star monster, its overwhelming power utterly decimated the entire ecosystem. Within the gate, the hunters who dared to challenge it never stood a chance. Many perished without managing to leave even a scratch on its diamond-hard hide. Chulman slowly exhaled as he explained that this creature was the sole reason the Valley of Iron had been sealed. But that wasn't even the worst of it. Its defense and magic resistance were already a terrifying nightmare. Yet the beast relentlessly continued to grow stronger. Now it had surged beyond level 110, dropping his cigar to the ground and crushing it beneath his boot. Chulman muttered in utter frustration that the entry condition capped participants at level 99. How was anyone supposed to defeat a monster that far above the limit? Suho's response came swift and without hesitation. He simply asked, "What if we just kill it?" Chulman blinked, utterly stunned, and asked if Suho was seriously suggesting he intended to kill that thing. Suho answered calmly, "I would." For a moment, Chulman could only gape at him, his mind struggling to fully catch up. Then realization dawned. The monster lion had been Suho's target from the very beginning. Suho confirmed it with a knowing, small laugh. Pressing a hand to his forehead, Chulman muttered, "This is unbelievable." But Suho stepped closer and asked if he couldn't somehow make it happen. Training had kept him from running gates for far too long, and his body had grown stiff from all the inactivity. Chulman nearly lost his entire composure, asking if Suho truly wanted to clear a sealed gate just because he felt stiff. Lowering his voice conspiratorially, Suho said that was exactly why he was asking quietly. The formal procedures would be incredibly complicated, and more importantly, wasn't Chulman curious? Curious about what? Chulman pressed him about his fighting style inside the gate. A bead of sweat slowly traced its way down Chulman's brow. He scrutinized Suho, a look Suho knew all too well. Suho's true combat style had never been publicly unveiled. Despite the path circumstances had thrust upon him, Chulman had once been a formidable player himself. The burning desire for battle still raged within him, far more intensely than in most other hunters. Suho suggested they keep things simple. As long as the outcome was positive, the Korean Hunter Association rarely bothered with questions of responsibility. If things even began to get dangerous, he promised he would leave the gate instantly. Chulman questioned, "Is that a promise?" Suho smiled, reassuring him, "It is." Chulman finally relented, admitting, "I'm not usually one to approve of something like this, but since it's you, Suho, asking, I'll agree." Suho replied lightly, "There's no way I could refuse once." Chulman put it like that. Then, almost casually, he inquired about Chulman's current class. Chulman explained he had changed classes and was currently an archer. Instead of answering directly, he asked, "Why does it matter?" Suho summoned his blood weapon. The crimson energy solidified sharply in his grasp. He merely stated, "I was just asking, because if things get dangerous, which probably won't happen, Chulman, you'll need to run without looking back." Then, Suho added one final, chilling warning. "What you're about to witness inside that gate will remain strictly between the two of us." Soon after, entering deeper into the Valley of Iron, Suho unleashed his devastating killing spree. The lower-level Valley Lion beast stood no chance. He streaked across the field like a bolt of crimson lightning, his blood weapon carving clean arcs through the air. As monsters fell, one after another, each slash was precise, efficient, and utterly merciless. In a single fluid motion, Suho drove his blade into another charging lion. The sheer force of the strike knocked the beast down instantly. As its body slammed to the ground, he activated another skill, Blood Jade Crimson Energy Spear, summoned into his hands from behind him. Chulman landed moments later, dropping into a crouch, catching his breath. His eyes scanned the battlefield, disbelief spreading across his face. The lions weren't just losing, they were being utterly erased. Watching Suho move brought back vivid memories of the healer exam, when he had so effortlessly slaughtered several lizard beasts. But this was different now. Suho was faster, sharper, far more intense. He looked less like a hunter, and more like a force of nature. As Suho stood over the corpse of yet another valley lion, a massive shadow suddenly swallowed his figure. Another beast lunged from behind, claws poised to tear him apart. Chillman shouted a warning, but Suho had already seen it. His eyes locked onto the incoming predator. At the very last second, he leaped upward, evading the lethal strike. With terrifying precision, the beast twisted mid-charge and attempted to follow him into the air, but Suho moved again, stepping onto nothingness itself. Chillman's breath caught the moment he recognized the technique Suho had used. Air step. He wasn't merely dodging anymore. He was moving through the sky itself, as if gravity had lost its authority over him. The charging lion skidded to a halt and twisted around in confusion, unable to comprehend how its prey had suddenly vanished. But by the time the beast managed to locate him, Suho was already descending from above, his blood blade pulled back with lethal intent. The strike flashed once through the air. Steel met flesh and the lion's neck split cleanly, before the creature even understood what had happened. Watching the scene unfold, Chillman could only stare, his jaw slack with shock. A single thought repeated itself in his mind. This wasn't a hunter stepping into the Valley of Iron. It was a disaster that had descended upon it. There were no words capable of truly capturing what he was witnessing. Meanwhile, Suho calmly surveyed the utter destruction surrounding him. Corpses of slain beasts littered the field, and the metallic tang of blood drifted thick and heavy in the air. After assessing the chaos he had created, he remarked that causing this much disturbance should be enough to draw out the boss monster, almost as if the valley itself had heard him. The very atmosphere abruptly shifted. From the far distance, something enormous began to stir. Each step sent a powerful tremor through the ground, the vibrations growing stronger. As the presence approached, then it revealed itself, a lion, far larger than any they'd ever faced. Its overwhelming aura pressed down on the surroundings, like an invisible weight. When it roared, the sound ripped across the gate like thunder, shaking the very space around them. At that same instant, a crimson alert surfaced before Suho, the system quietly informing him. With stark clarity, the boss monster had appeared.